Blue Star, Jinghai City. In a bustling CBD commercial center within the Fifth Ring, cars weave through the streets and crowds surge. Everywhere, one can spot internet celebrities clad in trendy attire or young individuals adorned in eccentric outfits. Should you encounter a star, do not be astonished, for this locale harbors a significant portion of the nation's entertainment agencies. From here, one can reach the airport or the expressway entrance in merely half an hour. The transportation is exceptionally convenient, connecting every corner. Li Lu stood beneath a towering edifice of over 50 stories, removing his sunglasses momentarily. After approximately 2 minutes, he begrudgingly donned them again. A sense of desolation washed over him. He realized he had truly fallen from grace. Even while standing outside his own company, no fans approached to capture his image. Today, he had come specifically to discuss a contract, as his previous one was set to expire in a few days. 6 months prior, the company had presented him with a new offer, which he had decisively rejected. The disparity between the previous contract and this one was as vast as the sky and the earth. It was utterly unacceptable, relegating him to the ranks of the most obscure. He had assumed his agent, Sun Xiang, would provide him with a revised offer. Instead, he had heard nothing further. Unable to wait any longer, he had proactively called him last night, scheduling a face-to-face meeting for today. "Brother Xiang, I have arrived." Li Lu, guided by an unfamiliar colleague, entered his agent's office. He was aware that old Sun had risen through the ranks to become a partner in the company. He was taken aback by the grandeur of the new office, which was easily twice the size of what he remembered. "Little Lu, make yourself at home." By a floor-to-ceiling window, Sun Xiang remained focused on his task, swinging a golf club without turning around. "Brother Xiang, I am here to discuss." I know. Everything has been prepared for you." Only after watching his ball roll into the hole did Sun Xiang finally turn to face him. "Golf," he mused, "required ample practice. I have a friendly match with a few friends this week, so I need to hone my skills. Now, you can discuss the details with my assistant. Mary, please escort him to the suite." "Mr. Li, this way, please." Upon entering, Li Lu immediately noticed her tall and elegant, with a classic oval face, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and slightly full lips. Clad in a tailored women's suit, she effortlessly showcased her curves. He found himself stealing glances as she walked ahead, chastising himself internally, reminding himself that he had a girlfriend and should not indulge in such thoughts. A moment of self-reproach ensued. After all, his girlfriend was 1,000 times more beautiful. At this juncture, he should have felt anger. Having brought in substantial revenue for the company, it was disheartening to be received by an assistant now that he was no longer in the spotlight. How ungrateful and revolting. As the glass door to the suite closed, the assistant walked past Li Lu. He flinched, nearly letting out a startled "Cry." In a moment of surprise, I felt someone unexpectedly squeeze me from behind. I was taken aback, grappling with the unexpectedness of the situation. Mr. Li, I am ROA, but you may call me Mary." The assistant appeared unfazed, producing a document and gesturing for him to take a seat across from her. "Just call me Li Lu," he replied, shaking off his distractions and seeking to regain his composure. Having been in the industry for 8 years, this was merely a minor affair. "This is your renewal contract from the company. Please review it for any issues we may discuss." At this moment, Li Lu could not afford to dwell on his own financial dilemmas. He needed to focus on the task at hand. After skimming through a plethora of superfluous text, he noted that several critical issues within the contract had been highlighted in red ink. Before long, he had finished reading. "Magia, there seems to be a mistake. This contract is identical to the one I received previously." Lu felt a surge of frustration, yet he had to suppress his irritation. The contract had not changed a single word. How could he possibly sign such a worthless agreement? A decade-long contract with a profit split of 1:9. Basic remuneration of 3,000, with a housing allowance of 2,000, no driver or assistant provided, and no annual film or record contracts whatsoever. To make matters worse, he was obligated to participate in all company-arranged business activities without the option to decline. A particularly notable clause stated a minimum of 2 live stream sales events each week. Even newcomers to the company were not subjected to such a dire contract. While artists do not rely solely on their base salary for survival, this amount was far too paltry. It was evident they wanted him to leave for 5,000 yuan. He might as well deliver takeout. I apologize, Mr. Lee. This is the contract set by the company. It is indeed the most suitable for you. Garue maintained a professional smile, her gaze fixed intently on the man across from her. He was undeniably handsome, and though they belonged to the same company, this was the first time she had seen him in person. A few years ago, he was the top-ranking male star in the country. His looks were truly captivating. Magia, I cannot sign this. Not a single term is acceptable to me. Liu frowned. Feeling utterly humiliated, IT appears the company is not inclined to continue our collaboration very well. With a sigh, Li Lu pushed his chair back. Though he had been prepared for exploitation due to his recent financial struggles, he had not anticipated that the other party had no intention of negotiating. Feeling disheartened, he thought perhaps it was time to leave. He resolved to return home and seek assistance from his parents, bracing himself for a few jests, but it would alleviate his immediate financial woes. As he pushed open the glass door, he felt no inclination to bid farewell to Lao San, making his way towards the exit. Though it was Lao San who had guided him into the industry, their contact had dwindled over the years, and they could hardly be considered friends. Xiao Lu, stop that. Yes, there's something else, Brother Xiong. Come over, let's have a cup of tea before you leave it. And oh, Brother Xiong, you're busy in a huff, and you expect me to come over and ask you? Sun Xiong feigned annoyance, retreating to a corner of the room where the tea station resided, and began boiling water for himself. Lu understood that this was merely an act to lighten the mood. Must it be this way? Why could they not just converse amicably from the start? Yet his mentality shifted in that moment. They could continue their discussion, collaborating if possible, but if not, he would not be at their beck and call. Whoosh! The boiling water surged, and a delicate aroma of Tiguanyin tea wafted through the air. You, after all these years, your temperament remains unchanged. Had you listened to me back then, you would have long since ascended to superstardom. At the very least, you wouldn't trail behind Lin Lin from the company. As Sun Xiong poured the tea, he casually mentioned the name of the company's current leading lady, intending to provoke a reaction. How could I possibly compare to Lin Lin? She has worked far harder than I. Upon hearing her name, Li Lu felt an uncomfortable pang. Lin Lin was his first love. They had both joined the company together, becoming the face of the new recruits. Their secret romance, once discovered, had led to a stern warning, resulting in their breakup. While he had shot to fame overnight, basking in the limelight, his popularity had plummeted 3 years later. In contrast, she had steadily climbed the ranks, emerging as one of the most celebrated young actresses of her generation. What is your primary objection concerning the contract? Do share your thoughts. Sun Xiong succinctly redirected the conversation back to the matter at hand. I refuse to engage in live stream sales, particularly in the manner you previously arranged. Li Lu had attended a live stream session once, examined the products, and found himself unable to articulate the promotional script. The live stream had been abruptly halted, costing him a sum in compensation. Absurd, ignorant. What era are we in? Do you still carry the airs of a top-tier celebrity? Isn't it common knowledge that the pinnacle for stars now is to sell products? Xianggu, I harbor no disdain for live streaming. Li Lu's reluctance was not born from concerns about his image entertainers were, after all, in the business of selling their personas. The times had changed. Top live streamers now earn billions annually, surpassing many celebrities in terms of revenue. The issue lies in the live stream sessions you assigned me. The scripts were far too disingenuous. Take the last face mask or the bird's nest product. I do not claim they are inferior, but the hyperbolic language provided to me was utterly preposterous. Isn't this deceiving the consumers? I simply cannot recite such lines. Are you foolish? Do their products lack certification? Has the quality assurance expired? If others can sell, why can't you? What are you afraid of? Sun Xiong felt a sense of frustration. This child was so stubborn. Although his star had dimmed, his reputation tarnished, and offers for acting or singing had dwindled, his familiarity still held some weight. A live stream could still yield substantial returns for the company. Even if faced with criticism, viewers could voice their discontent and yet still make purchases. Indeed, they possess certifications. An item worth 10 can be marketed as 100 with a few flattering words. I find it impossible to voice my thoughts. While other matters may be negotiable, I absolutely refuse to engage in live streaming. My father instilled in me, from a young age, the principle that one must never deceive others. Li Lu could not help but scoff, asserting that he would neither be deceived by others, nor would he deceive anyone himself. Once a contract is signed, they will demand your presence in the live streaming room. A written contract binds you to articulate whatever they dictate. Given my current popularity, the products I endorse will undoubtedly be akin to those previously branded under someone else's name. Renowned brands would never consider hiring me. Why invite unnecessary trouble into my life? Your father, a mere farmer, what wisdom could he possibly impart to you? Sun Xiang felt he was being ridiculed, and his temper flared. My father has imparted much wisdom to me. Filial piety, loyalty, integrity, propriety, and a sense of shame. Self-improvement and the pursuit of excellence. In simpler terms, to do good deeds and maintain a clear conscience. I lose expression instantly turned icy as he finished speaking, pouring the tea from his cup. Regretting his words, Sun Xiang felt he had gone too far. He refilled Li Lu's cup. Xiao Lu, I may have misspoken, but my intentions are genuinely for your benefit. Back in the day, amidst a sea of newcomers, I recognized your potential and secured the best trainee contract for you. In less than 2 years, I helped you rise to become the youngest sensation. No one desires your continued success more than I do. Have you ever considered why you have ended up in this state? Sun Xiang shifted the conversation, appealing to their emotional connection. Perhaps I simply haven't worked hard enough. Li Lu replied dismissively. His current situation was partly his own doing, yet the company was far from blameless. I pondered this for a long time and concluded that I was too lenient with you. After your meteoric rise, the company altered your contract, making it overly permissive. This freedom led to your rapid descent. Sun Xiang internally critiqued the previous contract, recognizing its greatest flaw was granting him the autonomy to choose. Whether it was a business agreement or an entertainment contract, as long as it was not an agreed contract, he could unilaterally decline. This left the company in a precarious position. Whenever he chose not to participate, he could forego low-tier business ventures, live streams, or appearances. When he was at the height of his fame, it was of little consequence, as he was inundated with high-profile business opportunities daily. However, as his popularity waned, he maintained his lofty standards, refusing to accept smaller engagements, resulting in a significant loss for the company over the past 2 years. Li Lu let out a cold laugh, noting that the contract revision was prompted by competitors offering $3 billion to poach him. Out of loyalty, he signed a new contract with you all, which was already a considerable concession. If I have fallen from grace, the company bears some responsibility. They scarcely provided me with any substantial resources, no quality songs, no good scripts. Even during my most disparaging moments, you did little to assist in my defense. At this point, Li Lu felt liberated, expressing his thoughts candidly. The company has provided you with the most exceptional resources. How can you expect them to assist you further? Are you truly putting forth your best efforts? Your first science fiction blockbuster, Space Guardian, received an investment of $500 million, yet only grossed $300 million. That the losses have nearly driven the company and other investors to the brink of bankruptcy. You participated in a prestigious concert, and you simply took the microphone to sing. Your constant associations with female celebrities have become a never-ending source of gossip. Given your lack of dedication to your work, how can the company possibly assist you in salvaging your reputation? Sun Xiang was visibly agitated, setting aside other matters. Just a few glaring issues had drawn widespread ridicule online. Within a year of debuting, he had become a top-tier celebrity, having starred in several successful idol dramas. His singing and dancing skills were mediocre, relying predominantly on his looks. However, after 3 years of fame, his career had taken a nosedive since the release of his first film, leading to his current predicament. The past 2 years had been particularly dismal, with no substantial contracts to speak of. Coupled with his arrogance, his commercial value had plummeted to zero. Were it not for the occasional scandal that kept him trending, he would have been forgotten in the entertainment industry. Is that my fault? Li Lu raised his voice slightly. Let's not even discuss the film. What does it have to do with me? You claim millions were invested, but do you really believe everyone is foolish enough to accept that? The remuneration you offered me was largely funneled back into your pockets. He was merely fulfilling his contractual obligations while having no control over the intricacies involved. This film was nothing more than a means to exploit his fans. Subjected to online vitriol, he had no choice but to endure it. And regarding your accusations of lip-syncing while holding the microphone, are you truly unaware? If the organizers demand lip-syncing, even if my performance were subpar, there's no way I could refuse. They cut off my microphone without allowing me to voice any protest. Li Lu felt a surge of frustration as he spoke. Furthermore, You claim I incessantly stir up romantic rumors. Much of that was at your behest. The atmosphere grew tense, and Sun Xiang was momentarily taken aback by Li Lu's fervor. Did such matters need to be articulated so plainly? Unveiling such truths would be exceedingly unseemly. Ah, you child, Sun Xiang sighed heavily, his tone softening. You're too stubborn for your own good. Others can lip-sync seamlessly, yet you insist on being different. When things go awry and make headlines, who can assist you in cleaning up the mess? Are you willing to offend all your peers? The investors requested that you create romantic chemistry with artists from other companies to increase your exposure, but they certainly did not intend for you to blur the lines of reality. At that time, I had to apologize to the other company's agent like a subordinate. The two companies nearly became adversaries. Now that the wall has crumbled, who would dare continue investing in you? Sun Xiang continued his lengthy lamentations until Mary, the assistant, approached. Mr. Sun, Li Lu has just made the trending topics list. The two individuals were momentarily taken aback. Trending, they uttered in unison. They instinctively reached for their phones, refreshing the screen. Indeed, it was trending at the top. The initial entries were all about him. New rising star Sun Wan's romantic involvement exposed, rumored to be with past Their Prime artist Li Lu. Late night rendezvous, departed at 3 a.m. Sun Wan's studio response, claims are entirely unfounded. Sun Wan personally addresses the matter. We've acted together, and he is a very caring older brother. Damn, I knew it, Sun Xiang couldn't help but exclaim, realizing that his trending status could only stem from gossip. Are you two for real? Your assistant mentioned to me before that you were together. Half a year prior, his assistant had been dedicated to him, but later requested a transfer to another artist. Given a meager base salary of an assistant, the substantial bonuses from the artist's various engagements were the main source of income. However, he hadn't earned much in years, and no assistant could tolerate such a situation. Once the assistant departed, he refrained from requesting a new one, and the company would not proactively assign another, despite having a full-time driver and assistant. Stipulated in his contract, in this regard, he was quite considerate. Seeing Li Lu's silence, Sun Xiang discerned the truth. He continued, "This is the reality. When you were just gaining fame, it was the companies that insisted on promoting your on-screen pairing. Now, Sun Wan has just become popular, and she immediately distances herself from you." Li Lu merely smiled, unperturbed. His counterpart's agent had long discussed the need for discretion. It was understandable for Shaun Wan to deny the rumors promptly. After all, her career was just taking off, and associating with a fading artist like him could undoubtedly alienate her fans. Though he felt a slight pang in his heart, he recognized that one must not be overly selfish and only consider oneself. His social media feed was inundated with her fans hurling insults at him. "Waste of space. Stay away from our Shaun Wan. Please spare. Shaun Wan, go find your Lu. How shameless at your age. Still trying to ride on a young girl's coattails. I had forgotten about this loser. Lu, how is he still around?" Li Lu resolutely ignored the barrage. He had endured such negativity for years, and his mentality had become remarkably resilient. These were merely trifles. Xiao Lu, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it won't be long before she suggests a breakup. Sun Xiang, intrigued, delved into the gossip, lightening the atmosphere slightly. "That won't happen. Our relationship is strong," Li Lu asserted, brimming with confidence in Shaun Wan. They had sworn eternal fidelity just last week. Around this time last year, he had taken on a cameo role. After over a year of inactivity, he had grown weary of being selective. Upon arriving on set, he was met with indifference. Others regarded him as a pariah. The leading lady of that production was Shaun Wan, who was unlike anyone else, proactively serving oneself a drink, adding a touch of intimacy. To alleviate the awkwardness, I often engage in conversation with myself while filming. True to her name, she radiates warmth. After getting to know her for a while, I discovered that she was actually a fan of mine. She had pursued me for several years, and unexpectedly, she was discovered by a talent scout, embarking on this path. Her debut as a supporting actress garnered some attention, and the company, seeing potential, cast her as the lead. She became a rising star in the industry. At that time, I had just experienced a heartbreak, and my career faced significant setbacks, leaving me in a gloomy state. How could I resist such a heartwarming companionship? We secretly became involved. Despite my lack of popularity, we managed to keep it under wraps for 6 months, only to be photographed eventually. However, The paparazzi only captured us leaving her housing complex, yet they maliciously concocted stories from mere images. Stop deceiving yourself, you are but a novice. At this point, how could the other party still be stringing you along? Sun Xiang chuckled, pouring him another cup of tea. Speaking of which, you truly are indiscriminate, welcoming all. Let's not even mention Lin Ling and Zhang Xinyao recently. There are Sun Wan and Lu Mian, one 5 years younger and the other 5 years older than you. You really are not picky at all. Sun Xiang teased, harboring a tinge of jealousy within. This guy, though somewhat eccentric, had an extraordinary charm with women. Since his debut, he has managed to forge connections with every rising star, big or small. Lu Mian is now a true diva, possessing both talent and a portfolio of work. She has even established her own company, rumored to be attracting numerous investors, and is preparing for an IPO. Xiangge, I'll take my leave now. Lu wished to avoid such topics, finding them too indecent. A romantic relationship is a personal affair, not fodder for gossip. Moreover, Lu Mian was the one person he least wanted to discuss. The pain was too deep, only alleviated upon meeting Xiaowan. Wait, we haven't yet addressed your contract. Sun Xiang held a hint of disdain, as this fellow had crossed boundaries yet pretended to be principled. How hypocritical. Actually, the contract can be negotiated. Your popularity remains intact. As long as you comply, we can mount a formidable comeback. Lu settled back down, after much back and forth, finally able to address the core issue. This is my perspective. If they can manage the initial phase, we can certainly take it to the next level. In the past, others have relied on you now. It's your turn to shine. Regarding Xiaowan, you must have some material, right? Chat logs, videos, photographs, anything provocative would suffice. That IT would be quite effortless to redirect the public's attention back to you. Xiangge, that won't do. Lu resolutely shook his head. He could never stoop to such actions. All right, let's not mention Xiaowan. What about Lu Mian? She is not exactly a virtuous woman. From the very beginning, Sun Xiang had no expectation of agreement. He merely sought to provoke thought and ride the wave of current events. No one was more fitting for this than Lu Mian. Absolutely not. I shall not engage in such matters. We have no further connection. Those days are long gone. Lu replied, his expression darkening. He understood old Sun's implication. Revealing his past association with her would undoubtedly cause a seismic reaction. Even if it meant facing criticism and backlash, it would be preferable to remaining in obscurity. Yet, such an act lacked dignity, and he held himself above it. Are you out of your mind? Lu Mian is far from virtuous. According to your assistant, she was the one who ended things, wasn't she? She has risen to her current status by continuously stirring up rumors with other artists. Do you realize that to her, you were merely a fleeting amusement, a mere collectible in her scrapbook? Do not speak such nonsense. No one understands her better than I do. She is not the person you portray. That is merely her faud. Lu interjected, rising abruptly from his seat. Have you been completely duped by her charm? Sun Xiang's face darkened. Daring to slam the table in front of him was an act of insubordination. Chapter 4. Am I about to be dumped again? I apologize, Brother Xiang. I have matters to attend to. Let us converse another time. Lu, weary of the dialogue, found no common ground. Wait, Sun Xiang called out to him once more. I heard from your former assistant that you sold both of your sports cars. Indeed. Lu had no qualms about admitting it. Although selling his cars felt somewhat humiliating, the past 6 months had been financially burdensome. He had exhausted his savings, and selling them was preferable to leaving them to rust in the garage. How much do you still owe on your mortgage? You must be quite strapped for cash now. Sun Xiang scoffed. This fellow had once purchased a property worth over 100 million when his career was flourishing. Back then, earning money was as effortless as play. One endorsement brought in a cool 10 million. Now he was left with tens of millions in debt, a considerable burden. It's manageable. No major issue, Lu insisted, maintaining his pride. A man cannot admit to being impoverished. In truth, he was nearing his breaking point, unable even to keep up with the mortgage payments. However, his company had failed to secure any lucrative work, and should he embark on a solo career, he would likely struggle to land even a cameo role. Thus, he was eager to negotiate a renewal with them, perhaps securing a signing bonus. Little Lu, do not say that your brother has not looked after you. If you follow my advice, you can ride their wave of popularity once more. We can go live, and the viewership will undoubtedly exceed 100 million. A few broadcasts could restore your finances. What are you hesitating for? waiting for the court to seize your home. Sun Xiang refrained from exposing his financial plight, for his former assistant had already reported the situation in full detail. Brother Xiang, have you finished speaking? I wish you good fortune. Farewell. Without a backward glance, Li Lu exited, aware that there were certain lines one must not cross. Curse it, Sun Xiang muttered a profanity, genuinely astonished by the foolishness of it all. Farewell truly meant never to meet again. You will one day return, begging for your own favor. I think he's quite decent, rather manly, Ma Rue remarked, organizing the contract from earlier, still savoring the moment. But do not be deceived by his appearance. Sun Xiang noticed a spark in his assistant's eyes, causing his heart to tighten. I have been with him since his debut. He is foolish and naive. With only women occupying his thoughts, a quintessential empty-headed pretty boy. When he joined the group, I scrutinized his family background, and he claimed his parents were farmers. Subsequently, the team crafted an image of him as a wealthy scion, and the fool believed it himself. The very next year, he hastily took out a loan to purchase a villa worth over 100 million, truly believing that residing in the Green Willow Villa made him a young master. He bought not one, but 2 sports cars, indulging in extravagance. He should have reflected on his own worth. A fleeting star can only shine for so long, 5 years at most. Now he is on the brink of bankruptcy. How foolish can one be? Since entering the industry, my mind has been consumed by thoughts of women. Had I devoted even a fraction of that mental energy to my career, I would not find myself in such dire straits. Do you know why he resorted to selling cars? It was during that singing competition where Sun Wan needed her fans to vote for her. This fellow invested 5 million of his own money, demonstrating no hesitation in pursuing women. Now that he has achieved significant fame, he is quick to publicly sever ties with him. Do you think he is truly sentimental? Nonsense. Our colleague Lin Lin, along with Tianyu Zhang Xinyao, and others like Li Shihan and Lu Mian, are far more noteworthy. Throughout the years of his rise to fame, he has hardly paused. I recall that when he first broke up with Lu Mian, his assistant mentioned that he was in a poor state, drowning himself in alcohol. Yet, mere days later, the assistant reported that he had begun dating Sun Wan. What a scoundrel! In this industry, there are no good men. Sun Xiang harshly criticized him, emphasizing that this fellow is indeed quite peculiar, so extraordinary, yet so naive. Having joined the company not long ago, I must ensure I don't get outpaced by others. After voicing my concerns, I noticed the other party remained indifferent, and an urgent sense of anxiety surged within me. By the way, I know of a steakhouse. Perhaps we could try it tonight? Let's discuss it later. I must return to work. Li Lu wandered through the streets, contemplating his next steps. Ignoring his parents' advice, he had ventured out to work early, determined to carve out a semblance of a life for himself. Struggling academically, and with only a moderate musical talent, he had fled to escape their incessant nagging. Little did he expect that his journey would unfold so smoothly, signing contracts, debuting, and achieving explosive success, complete with a luxurious home, a swimming pool, and a sports car. However, such prosperity was fleeting. In just a few years, he found himself rendered useless once more. Sigh. Perhaps it's time to return home. At 26, with nothing to show for his efforts, the prospect of returning to live off his parents felt somewhat shameful. Yet, selling the house was out of the question, especially given the substantial interest he had already paid. At worst, he would endure some teasing from them. After all, they are his parents, and there is no shame in that. He acknowledged his lack of remarkable talent and resolved to simply carry on with his life. Just then, his phone rang. Lin Wan. As he was about to answer, a sudden tremor of apprehension coursed through him, recalling Sun Xiang's earlier words. Surely, she isn't calling to end things, is she? Reflecting on previous relationships, he realized he had also been informed of their endings via phone. Hello, Wan. Have you missed me? Yes, I've been thinking about you. What are you up to? Li Lu felt a wave of relief. That was a good sign. I just arrived in Jinghai. Let us meet tonight. All right, I'll come to your place. Let us meet at Hanjiang Bridge, where we often took walks. There? Oh, all right. I understand. Okay, goodbye. Once again, a sense of doubt washed over Li Lu. Perhaps things were not as dire as he had imagined. The restrictions against visiting home likely stem from the recent heightened scrutiny, making it easy for paparazzi to catch wind of one's whereabouts. In previous relationships, the endings were typically conveyed through a phone call. With a breakup established, what necessity remains for face-to-face encounters? In the first romance, both individuals were youthful and naive, ultimately succumbing to the pressures of their workplace and relinquishing their bond. The second relationship involved Zhang Xinyao, with whom a romantic connection blossomed during the filming of a drama. However, they received stern warnings from her agent, leading her to leave behind a solitary message. As professional actors, the story has concluded, and so has our fate. The third romance was with Shura, a co-star from the film Space, which ultimately flopped, as the internet mocked her for being a box office poison. Her acting was marketed as the sole redeeming quality of the film. Although they had been together, she privately lamented her inability to support him. She understood that an artist's expressions are often meticulously controlled by their managers. Yet, cracks began to form between them, with one rising and the other descending, professing love while deliberately maintaining distance. Their private communications dwindled until she embarked on a new project, accompanied by fresh rumors of another romantic interest. The breakup was never explicitly stated. She found herself unilaterally sidelined. Chapter 5. This narrative feels all too familiar. The fourth relationship was with Lu Mianjia, a renowned senior actress. By that time, she had been subjected to relentless criticism, and her resources were rapidly depleting. At a social gathering, they were seated together. Through casual exchanges, they gradually became acquainted. Lu understood the bitterness of her struggles and sympathized with her plight. One night, under the influence of alcohol, an inappropriate incident occurred. It was then that she realized Lu was far from the public persona ascribed to her. She vowed to cherish Lu for a lifetime, only to discover that it was a one-sided devotion. Work was Lu's constant focus, with her career taking precedence over love. She was merely an unnamed lover or a friend. Disheartened, she left a letter, and they never communicated again. This instance cannot be deemed a rejection from Lu, yet it resulted in her deepest emotional wounds. Subsequently, she encountered Shura. It seemed improbable for one to endure such misfortune, with multiple failed romances. In her childhood, her mother often recounted tales of a princess waiting for her prince. Now that she is of age, it was surely her turn to meet someone special. Shura was that warm presence in her life. She was gentle and considerate, devoid of the capriciousness typical of youth. Even when she prepared a mediocre chicken soup, Shura would joyfully consume it all. She believed everything she said, filled with unbounded admiration. With a girlfriend like that, what more could one desire? As autumn descended upon Jinghai, Li Lu took great care in his appearance, ensuring that even the most discerning paparazzi would not recognize him. At a corner of the Hanjiang Bridge, a nanny van is parked nearby. Lu Gu, a delicate figure, leaps out from the vehicle, her small hand naturally slipping into her pocket. However, the nanny van does not drive away immediately, slowly moving along the roadside. Shura, Li Lu embraces her, recalling their past nightly strolls in this very spot. Just like now, under the dim glow of the streetlights, they bask in the tranquility of romance. Brother, this is for you. Sunwan holds him tightly for a moment before gently pushing him away, retrieving a check from her pocket. What does this mean? Li Lu's expression darkens, an ominous premonition settling in. It's the money from the last time you helped me with the rankings. Why would I need your money? Where did this come from? She has only been in the industry for 2 years. Even if she has earned a considerable amount, she could not possibly produce such a sum all at once. This is the signing fee the company gave me today. The ranking money should not come from you. Sunwan feels a pang of discomfort. Her recent drama success has allowed her to establish herself among the rising stars, and the company has renewed her contract today. The penalty for breach of contract is exorbitant, and the restrictions are more stringent, such as requiring company approval for any romantic involvement. Simultaneously, her resources have begun to enter the top recommendations. She has finally emerged from the shadows. Keep it for yourself. A female star has many places where she needs money. It's only natural to spend on your girlfriend. Li Lu refuses to accept it, asserting his adulthood. Can one really reclaim a gift after bestowing it? Brother, let us break up. A thunderclap echoes in Li Lu's mind. The very thing he feared has come to pass. What is that law called? I'm sorry. No need to elaborate. I understand. Li Lu does not wish to listen any longer. What is the point of discussing this now? He is not Navi. As Sun Xiang said, these are matters known to any rational person. Tears begin to stream down Sunwan's face, and she forcefully shoves the check into his hand. I am no longer your girlfriend. I don't need this money. I wish you a bright future filled with blossoms. Li Lu takes the check, folds it, and tears it apart, reducing it to shreds. Sunwan throws herself against him, gently brushing her face against his, taking a deep breath, and with no lingering attachment. She turns and runs towards the waiting nanny van. The driver has remained stationary, a distance of several dozen meters away. The vehicle starts up, gradually accelerating. Shura, Are you clear on this? Yes. Inside the car, the agent comforts her artist, gently patting her back. He must have accepted the money. Brother, he want my money. Soon-Won chokes on her words, speaking in broken phrases. You foolish girl, you must account for everything. That 5 million is substantial. No. Let me out. It's too muddled right now. He will ruin you in the future. Don't go. You don't understand him. Soon-Won grasped her hand. Her brother was somewhat patriarchal and rather foolish. All right, do not weep. Once you achieve success in the industry, you shall have your pick of fine men. The agent, in a bid to console, recognized that her seemingly delicate artist possessed strong convictions. When I earn my fortune, I shall return to him, she reminisced, recalling his promise to take her horseback riding and to witness the sunrise and sunset together. Very well, I shall heed your words. The agent gently wiped her tears. Silly girl, you have merely encountered a few people. Once you become accustomed to the splendor of the world, this wretched individual will fade into obscurity. Li Lu's spirits had considerably stabilized. His earlier words had made him appear pitiable, which was far from his true self. Soon-Won, you must find happiness. You absolutely must. He hurriedly chased after her, calling out loudly in the direction she had departed. The van swiftly vanished from view, leaving him uncertain if she had heard him. Hey, my friend, is being a sycophant enjoyable? A jovial, portly man on a sports bicycle approached him with a grin. I just witnessed quite the spectacle, such amusement. This scenario was all too familiar to Li Lu. Get lost, do I look like a sycophant to you? He retorted sharply, jumping down from the human barricade, feigning an intent to strike. Oh, so you've become a sycophant and still can't stand the remarks? The chubby man pedaled harder, accelerating away. Get lost. Have you ever seen a sycophant who looks like this? He shouted. The next one will be even more obedient. The next even better. Li Lu cursed loudly, but he could not catch up with the rotund figure. Strolling to the edge of the bridge, he noticed a few wandering tourists amidst the evening calm. Gazing at the distant river view, dotted with glimmers, he felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Suddenly, a craving for a cigarette surged within him. It had been years since he last indulged in such a vice. At this moment, one seemed appealing, not for the taste, but as a companion to his solitude. Hey, look, he has been lying there for quite a while. He isn't contemplating jumping into the river, is he? A nearby couple's conversation reached his ears. Li Lu chuckled inwardly. Am I truly in such a dire state? Jumping into the river? Quite the jest. His parents were still waiting for him to fulfill family duties and produce an heir. Ah, he is going to jump. Quick, pull him back. The girl shrieked, and Li Lu froze, realizing he had not moved. Splash. Chapter 6. You want me to go on a blind date with her? Li Lu finally registered that it was someone else on the other side who was plunging into the water. The darkness obscured his awareness of the situation. No, don't go. Call for help. The girl grabbed her boyfriend. He can't swim. Splash. A shadow had already plunged in. Pedestrians along the shore quickly gathered, drawn by the cries for assistance. Li Lu, possessing considerable stamina, recognized that the river was merely a city moat, shallow in depth. With the aid of a dozen mobile phone lights from those on the bridge, he soon located the person who had fallen into the water. A few minutes later, the individual was brought to the shore, gasping for breath. In the frigid weather, which hovered around 10 degrees, the water felt particularly icy. At this moment, even his teeth chattered incessantly. Casting a glance at the rescued individual, it seemed likely that she too was a victim of love. What to do? The ambulance had yet to arrive. Amidst the clamor on the shore, Li Lu pushed aside the clothing offered to him by others. He seized the young man from the earlier couple, asserting, I'm fine. Come, assist her with mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. With that, he stood up, trembling, and began to walk towards the periphery of the crowd. Don't leave, handsome. The ambulance will be here shortly. Hero, please stay. The girl thought to herself how striking the young man appeared, with his high nose and captivating eyes. His damp hair only heightened his allure. Li Lu did not look back. He parted the throng, feeling detached from the situation. Having been raised with the principle of performing good deeds anonymously, he chuckled inwardly. With his impending retreat from the scene, he had no desire for media exposure. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket, a waterproof device of moderate quality. Hello, Mom. What's up? Li Lu's lips were turning purple from the cold, yet he couldn't ignore his mother's call. What? Can I call you if nothing's wrong? No, I merely said that offhand. You rascal. If I didn't call, would you ever think to reach out to me? I'm sorry. I was wrong. Li Lu pleaded, for his mother was even more demanding than a girlfriend. Have you broken up with that Soon-Won? Oh, Mom, you're so nosy. You two were never actually together, right? Didn't the internet say so? A warmth spread through him. Clearly, his mother had been keeping tabs on his life online. I hardly pay attention to you. When are you coming home? You visit once a year for a few days, and I'm almost forgetting I have a son. I'll return in a few days to see you all. After a brief exchange, Lilu felt considerably warmer. He had intended to seek them out for help, and now his mother had brought it up herself. Do you remember our neighbor from childhood, Uncle Gao and his family? Uncle Gao? Instantly, a tall figure flashed in Lilu's mind, and he involuntarily began to shiver. I remember. Haha, they've returned from abroad, and your visit coincides perfectly. Upon hearing family, Lilu felt even chillier. Uncle Gao stood towering at nearly 6'3". As a child, he seemed like a giant in Lilu's eyes. Yet, he was not afraid of him, but rather of his daughter, Gao Xiaolan. They were the same age, and she had bullied him since childhood. A young girl towers over her peers, both in stature and in intellect. She excels in academics, leaving her far behind. The most infuriating aspect is that they are neighbors, sharing rides to school daily. Since first grade, she has been a relentless tormentor, playing games during physical education where she would always hide the handkerchief behind the protagonist. In basketball, she is the star of the class while the protagonist remains a mere substitute, surrounded solely by boys. In exams, she achieves perfect scores while the protagonist struggles to pass, subjected to daily reprimands. During family gatherings, the protagonist's mother insists that the responsible Xiaolan should keep an eye on her. To the protagonist's dismay, Xiaolan takes this to heart, prompting a request to the teacher to switch desks so she can supervise her studies, even waking her from slumber with a gentle nudge. Moreover, she has a penchant for reporting every misstep. The protagonist, attempting to appear nonchalant while pretending to play the guitar, finds that Xiaolan informs her mother of unfinished homework, claiming she only plays at school. A fleeting moment of revenge occurs when the protagonist playfully tugs at Xiaolan's hair, yet the other girls remain silent. Xiaolan, however, reports to the teacher, accusing the protagonist of bullying her female classmates. Such a litany of transgressions could fill volumes. Fortunately, by 5th grade, Xiaolan's family moved abroad. Whenever her mother mentions Uncle Gao's family, the protagonist is reminded of that girl with the single ponytail. It has been years since they last met. With a faint chuckle, Lilu reflects on how they have all matured. Childhood grievances have become mere memories. Is Xiaolan back? After so many years apart, the sudden thought evokes a surprising nostalgia. Given her robust physique, she must have found a fitting match among the strapping men abroad. Perhaps she even has children of her own now. The protagonist imagines her towering figure. At 10 years old, she had reached 1.67 meters. Now, she must be at least 1.8 meters. Possibly even taller than the protagonist herself. Her genes are undeniable, especially with Uncle Gao's height. Coupled with her strong build, she was always sturdier than the protagonist. Now, a veritable giantess. Isn't it a curious coincidence that Xiaolan, that girl from the Gao family, remains single? Xiaolan, do you remember? My mother and I discussed your return, suggesting a meeting between the two of us. If it goes well, it would be a fortuitous union for both families. My mother chuckles on the other end of the line, delighted by the coincidence. 2 children, perfectly suited, having known each other since childhood, a match that aligns social standings. If not for the purpose of arranging a blind date for him, I wouldn't even bother calling. That ungrateful lad, it's as if he belongs to another family. Ha, ha. Lilu chuckles awkwardly, questioning if he heard correctly. It turns out they are trying to set him up with Xiaolan. A mismatched pairing. Isn't that a recipe for disaster? An image flashes in his mind of being ensnared by a shadowy figure, a large hand squeezing tightly, pulling him into the depths of darkness. How dreadful, how utterly dreadful. Mom, you know I'm an artist. Every day is overwhelmingly busy, leaving no time for respite. Just now, I took on another job, having signed the contract. I must comply. Lilu was drenched in cold sweat, finally managing to hail a taxi. It seems that if I do not perish from the cold, I shall be terrified to death by my mother. Do not brush me off. Speak, when will you return home? Lee's mother knows him all too well. A program lasts for over half a year. All right, I will certainly return in 6 months. Mother, I must hang up now. There's a journalist interviewing me. Without waiting for a response, Lilu abruptly ended the call. What a misfortune. As if the roof were leaking just as the rain fell and the boat was delayed in facing a headwind. I hope that in 6 months, they can all return there. Sitting in the cab, he tried to calm his racing thoughts. He never expected that he too would be arranged for a blind date one day. Soaking wet and exceedingly uncomfortable, He had to offer an extra 300 for the driver to take him. Why was he so unfortunate? Throughout his life, he had assisted beautiful young ladies across the street and helped children avoid cavities by sharing candy. Having done so many good deeds, why was there no recompense? His luck was worsening indeed. Ding. A text message arrived. Dear bank customer, your mortgage repayment amount for this month is 200,000 yuan, due on the 8th. If your repayment account balance is insufficient, please deposit promptly. Alas, Li Lu cursed under his breath. His balance was indeed insufficient. What a fool he had been to act like a wealthy man, preserving his pride at the cost of misery. If only given another chance, he would certainly accept that 5 million. Now, he was in dire straits, having initially planned to return home and seek financial support from his mother. How foolish of me. Ding. Chapter 7. Who is responsible for this mistake? A crisp voice sounded, but this time it was not from his phone. Li Lu was somewhat startled and peered at the taxi driver, who appeared unperturbed. This voice was emanating from within his mind. In this world, one should perform good deeds. For goodness ultimately begets rewards. Congratulations, host, you have activated the good deeds reward system. Each time the host performs a good deed, rewards may be obtained from a parallel universe. A charming and delightful voice, refreshing to the mind, instantly caused Li Lu to shiver with excitement. A system, indeed. I possess a system. Li Lu was aware of the concept of a system, though it usually seemed like fanciful nonsense from cinematic tales. In that moment, he felt a surge of emotion. How ironic it was to find himself in such a situation. System, can I wish for something now? Li Lu understood that this benefit had arisen from his recent act of kindness. It was like rain after a long drought. Yes, I can now grant the host one wish. I still have 50 million in mortgage debt. Please help me repay it. Beep, beep, beep. An abrasive sound echoed in his mind, akin to a program malfunction. This system cannot create money out of thin air nor alter the material foundation of the real world. What nonsense! I didn't even request a spaceship. What good are you then? Li Lu's thoughts swiftly materialized in his mind. Goodness! How did my inner musings manifest so directly? Please, do not misunderstand. It is merely a verbal habit, not an insult. All rewards pertain to the cultural and spiritual realms of parallel universes, encompassing music, literature, science, technology, or even craftsmanship. The system, with its refreshing demeanor, remained unperturbed and dutiful. Very well, I understand. Li Lu felt a tinge of disappointment, though not overwhelmingly sorrowful. The prospect of exchanging for artistic resources was indeed appealing. As a proud artist, having amassed nearly 100 million in wealth over a few years, he truly comprehended the worth of exceptional creations. If only he possessed a representative work, he could potentially earn for several more years. Is there a time constraint? At this moment, he could not fathom what to exchange. No. The master may summon this system at any time. So, as long as I do good deeds, I can receive rewards infinitely? Indeed, as long as you move this system. Very well, you may return to rest now. Farewell. Wait, will you delve into my thoughts? My privacy? Li Lu suddenly recalled certain matters. He had yet to clear his phone. In the future, he would hesitate to browse the web freely. The system, apart from assisting the master, possesses no consciousness. You may use it with ease. Oh, understood, you may go? Li Lu exhaled softly. How could one live if constantly monitored? Upon returning to Green Willow Manor, he washed up and lay down on his bed, finally able to rest for a moment. The events of the day had been utterly bizarre. From morning negotiations to ultimately saving someone, being set up for a blind date, and then acquiring a system, it could easily fill a script of 2,000 words. Meanwhile, Sunwon had just arrived home with her manager and several assistants. Having cried throughout the car ride, her manager noted her stabilized emotions and sought to have a serious discussion. Shaunwan, I want to confirm that the separation was entirely clean, correct? Yes. Are you certain he does not possess any videos, chat records, or photos? The manager felt compelled to clarify. The youth of today could be quite reckless. Absolutely not. She replied, her face flushing, yet firmly believing her brother Lu would not betray her. You must understand the magnitude of the company's investment in you. If a scandal arises, the penalty will be an insurmountable figure, one you could never repay in several lifetimes. The manager spoke earnestly, cautioning her against the missteps of other artists. Indeed, strive forward. Do not look back. This opportunity would place her in the Heartbeat program, paired with the illustrious Song Tianming in A Uncle Loli dynamic. Following the show's conclusion, they would shoot a Valentine's Day film together, guaranteed to elevate her to the pinnacle of stardom. After instilling a sense of urgency, the manager began to paint a picture of a promising future. Each step an artist takes must be meticulously planned by the company. Success devoid of celebrity is seldom achieved casually, unless one possesses an extraordinary charm or beauty that renders them utterly unparalleled. Sun-won nodded in understanding. Today, she hastily refuted the rumors, and this evening, she decisively severed ties. You have always been a compliant child. We shall not lead you astray, her manager reassured her, gently patting her head, recognizing her potential. Boss, there's been an incident, an assistant announced, rushing in with a phone, visibly anxious. What happened? Calm down, the manager replied, furrowing his brow. He feared that the troublesome youth might have betrayed Won. I knew it. His refusal of that 5 million must have signaled trouble. Song Tianming has encountered a scandal. Numerous women have surfaced online, presenting a plethora of photographs and chat records, effectively demolishing his reputation. Ah, Song Tianming, the manager muttered, momentarily taken aback. He was the most handsome bachelor in the entire network, a formidable star, a dual award-winning actor, and a box office sensation. After perusing his phone, the manager discovered the internet was in an uproar. Dozens of women? This is utterly absurd. Indeed, those with a certain endowment are seldom reliable. His mind was swirling with confusion. What shall we do about our future collaborations? Won felt indifferent toward him, viewing him merely as another potential partner. She harbored no sympathy for his plight, only concern for her own upcoming plans. For now, let it be. The contract for Heartbeats has already been signed. Once this program concludes, the company will arrange your next resources, the manager sighed, realizing there was little that could be done. This individual was irredeemable, destined for a complete blacklisting. However, the previously established plans would need to be revised. Won, you need not worry about the rest. Focus on the upcoming variety show. Heartbeats boasts a substantial fan base. So perform well and seize every opportunity on camera. After offering her a few words of comfort, the manager hurriedly departed. In Cheongjo, the production team of Heartbeats was in a state of turmoil. Damn it, tell me who signed this contract. Get the cameras rolling immediately. I need to find a replacement. Who is responsible for this blunder? Chapter 8, Not 20 Million. Not 2 Million Heartbeats is a dating variety show that previously featured ordinary individuals. Amidst the anticipation of numerous fans, the new season has transitioned to an all-star format. And if they are to play, they shall play grandly. The celebrities invited this time are all among the most popular single male and female artists of the moment. Female guests include Lu Mian, who has been in the industry for 12 years with an impressive body of work. Despite having received relatively few awards, her popularity remains unparalleled. Lin Lin, a former idol group contestant, excels in both singing and dancing, a professional artist with numerous accolades, poised to become the next diva. Zhang Xinyao, who debuted as the leading lady in a drama, has been the cherished dream of countless young hearts for years. Li Shihan, a cinematic luminary, has starred in several films as the female lead, recognized as the foremost talent of her generation. Super newcomer, Sun-won, a female artist who has recently surged in popularity over the past year, embodies youthful exuberance and spirited charm, gracing the desktops of every young male. The male artists are no less noteworthy, such as Song Tianming, who is mature and composed with exceptional acting prowess. In recent years, audiences have suffered from the plight of superficial male celebrities, and now, this seasoned talent is reclaiming the spotlight. The production team has allocated a staggering sum of 2 million for this season, the highest price for a variety show, and has already disbursed half of the remuneration in advance. Faced with such a prominent figure, the production team finds itself at a disadvantage. However, this esteemed individual has now encountered a significant setback. Who signed this contract? The executive producer, Lu Qing, roared in fury within the confines of his office, sending shivers down the spines of the dozens present. Director, you selected him for the role and negotiated the contract. After a moment of silence, the assistant director, sensing Lu's simmering rage begin to subside, ventured to speak softly. Such high-profile invitations are not for us minor directors to decide. Is this really the time to discuss that? What will we do now? Can we recoup the funds? Who can we find to replace him on such short notice? Lu Qing slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "This kid undermined me. If he weren't my nephew, I would have dismissed him outright. The recovery of funds is not an immediate prospect. All major brands are currently seeking to terminate their contracts with him, and any compensation will only follow a lawsuit." The assistant director dared not voice all his thoughts. uncertain of how much could truly be recovered, and the likelihood of incurring losses loomed large. Lu Qing, nearing 50, could no longer restrain his profanities. Who could have anticipated such a predicament? Even without mentioning it, he knew that recovering the funds would be a challenge. After assessing the assets, it was highly probable that they would fall short of covering the damages. Uncle, let us think positively. If this issue surfaces when the show is airing, it won't just be a matter of 20 million. The assistant director, with a grin, added a light-hearted comment, daring to stroke the tiger's whiskers at such a tense moment. Get lost, Lu Qing retorted, well aware that the team recognized their familial connection and had little reservation about it. Nevertheless, the assistant director's words held a kernel of truth. How much budget could the team still allocate? Despite his anger, Lu Qing remained lucid enough to continue with the task at hand. Boss, we have 2 million left in the budget. Should we seek further funds from the station? The accountant felt the weight of the situation. With the shooting set to commence soon, all advertising slots had been sold, and other revenue would only be realized upon release. Originally, this program was already poised to be profitable even before airing. The remaining 2 million was what was left after budget allocation, intended as bonuses for the crew. Are you planning to have the station replace me? Lu Qing retorted with exasperation. These individuals had accompanied him for many years. Banter was commonplace, and none took offense. A budget of 2 million could only afford a second-tier celebrity, which was insufficient. The entertainment industry is distinctly hierarchical, with significant income disparities. The crowd fell silent. After all, if there were no funds, even heroes would struggle. Furthermore, the last-minute casting change without additional compensation was already a concession. Why not hire someone from another field? A prominent figure in the cultural realm? They tend to be more affordable, someone suggested. That won't work. How would they cooperate in acting? Besides, those with high national recognition and culture are rarely young. The group fell silent once more, pondering the dilemma. Director, what about Li Lu? A timid girl raised her hand hesitantly. Li Lu? Who is that? The director momentarily struggled to recall. The name seemed vaguely familiar. Li Lu, the one from space. He was trending this morning with Xiao Wan. However, his fame was overshadowed by the recent scandal involving Teacher Song. Oh, him. Someone quickly handed the director their phone, jogging his memory. But he's not viable. It feels like I haven't seen him in years. He's past his prime. Lu Qing was aware of Li Lu. However, it had been a while since he had seen any of his works. He typically did not follow the gossip surrounding him. Although he had faded from prominence, he had once been a top star, still recognizable to the public. His reputation, however, was tarnished, plagued by negative press. Someone thoughtfully analyzed the situation, feeling that Li Lu could indeed be a suitable choice, though the final decision rested with the director. He has had rumors with our selected female artist before. The young girl chimed in again, shocking everyone with her revelation. I'm a diehard fan of Lin Lin. I've followed her for years. Li Lu is the only one she has ever publicly acknowledged dating, something all her longtime fans are aware of. The others, including Xiao Wan, recalled that several female artists had also been linked with him, leaving the group astonished. Lu Qing was internally weighing the pros and cons. Despite Li Lu's poor reputation, he had not been blacklisted. He was simply not utilized by anyone anymore. As the director, he understood this well. Given the urgency of the situation, if nothing else worked, he might have to make do with what was available. After all, he had once been a top star, which aligned with the promotional narrative of having a cast of all prominent figures. Could you inquire about his agency's current rate for appearances on variety shows? Lu Qing gestured towards the young girl, realizing he did not know her personally, as many interns came and went each year. Sure, just a moment. The girl busily began contacting various agencies. 20,000. What? Lu Qing was taken aback by the low fee. No 2 million. Not even 200,000, but merely 20,000. What is your name? Jiangzi. Xiao Jiang. At this price, hasten to secure him. You will be his director in the future. Oh, Xiao Jiang thought to himself. I have yet to negotiate the price. However, it seems I have transitioned from being a mere bystander to someone with a position. Chapter 9. The Choice of Millions in the Dead of Night. Sun Xiang answered the phone. What? The Heartbeat program team has sent a contract to Li Lu. Upon seeing the information from his assistant, he promptly responded. Yes, it's indeed the Heartbeat program team, a flat rate of 20. Should we accept? In 2 days. His contract will expire. Of course, we must decline. He is no longer our artist. Let him fend for himself. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Xiang knew he must refuse. The Heartbeat program is a prime resource, a major network show. How could it be offered to someone like him, a rebellious character? The other party should have his number. If we do not respond, the program team will likely reach out to him directly. Sign the contract first. Do not inform him. I will seek him out tomorrow. Sun Xiang hung up the phone, pondering whether this young man had begun to turn his fortunes around. After several years, top-tier resources were knocking at his door again. No. I should offer him a second-tier contract. It should not be a loss. Li Lu rubbed his eyes. He had been too tired the previous night and had slept soundly until he awoke naturally. What a delight. Upon opening his phone, he discovered several missed calls, including some from his mother and Sun Xiang. It seemed he had neglected to answer the calls, and there were messages left. Are you done with life? Not answering your phone. Call Lon Lon back. Take the initiative to check in. Don't play dumb. Don't reply. Li Lu felt a bit overwhelmed by his mother's messages. There was no escaping it. He saved the numbers and then opened Sun Xiang's message, urging himself to quickly head to the office to find him. He presumed Sun Xiang wanted to discuss a new contract, having just been humiliated the day before. Today, with just one message, he would dash over. He could not afford to lose face. He returned the call, maintaining a sense of politeness. Brother Xiang, did you need something? Xiao Lu, hurry over to sign the contract. What are the terms? Let us discuss it over the phone. We are all quite busy, aren't we? Sun Xiang cursed inwardly, but at this moment, he truly wished to bring him back. Perhaps one variety show could lead to a resurgence in popularity. There are numerous examples of such occurrences. Enough chit-chat. This is a legitimate second-tier contract. Each year, you will receive more favorable resources. This is the utmost sincerity from the company. No matter where you go now, you cannot secure such a contract. Not interested. Old son, I'm hanging up, all right? Li Lu chuckled softly. Second tier? Who do you think you're sending off? Damn it. Do you still aspire to a first-tier contract? Let me tell you. Once you miss this opportunity, it will be gone. I'm giving you one last chance. Don't be ungrateful. Sun Xiang no longer held back. He had given him face. To be frank, even if you are a top-tier talent, I wouldn't sign with you. This contract, you can give it to whomever you please. Li Lu hung up the phone, too weary to engage in meaningless banter. Having grown weary of stardom, if given a choice, who would still sell their face? He was a man of the system, having conversed with it just the night before. While he still had opportunities for rewards in the future, the first time was always the most precious. The system had kindly provided him with hints, and now he was troubled by what to switch to. Should he transition to a Western magical youth novel, with billions of copies sold globally, netting hundreds of millions annually? Or perhaps shift to a youth-centric, action-packed manga, also immensely popular worldwide, with profits in the billions and the potential to be illustrated for decades? If it were a novel, he would have to wait for a renowned foreign director to notice it and adapt it into a film for better promotion. As for the manga, he lacked any foundational skills and would need to dedicate time to learn, along with assembling a team. It was vexing. What a difficult choice. Between billions, whom should he choose? What? Was he not accepting it? Seeing Sun Xiang's constipated expression, he guessed they had not reached an agreement. That brat hung up on me. How infuriating. What to do now? The contract had been signed, the money had been transferred, and he was to join the team the day after tomorrow. Once the commission was deducted, he would send over the heart-thumping contract as well. As for future matters, they were no longer his concern. Sun Xiang was so furious he could spit blood. He had actually put himself in this predicament. He could only console himself that, at the very least, he had managed to earn the company 80,000 yuan. Not long after, the phone rang again. This brat. Sun Xiang, what do you mean? My contract has expired. Why are you contacting me again? Let me tell you, I won't go. Li Lu was infuriated. He had received another announcement in the previous work group. Upon glancing at the title, it was a dating reality show. You can choose whether to participate or not. It's not us breaching the contract. I must inform you. This contract is top tier, a legitimate program. Our contract doesn't expire until tomorrow, and you're still our artist. Moreover, Heartbeat is a major Channel S program. If you dare to breach the contract, you'll find it impossible to navigate this industry. What a shameless brat, to receive such a program and not be grateful. Yet act so brazenly. Sun Xiang cursed inwardly. Had it not been for the clause in the previous contract granting him the right to refuse ordinary business ventures, he would have been sent to small-town performances daily during these past 2 years of declining popularity. How could he be so arrogant, doing nothing and acting like a lord? This contract was with a major studio. He could not unilaterally refuse. With that, he hung up the phone. Kid, only I can hang up on you. Li Lu looked at the recent bank notification in his hand. Transaction alert. Bank, your account ending in 8883 has received 120,000 yuan. Balance 250,000 yuan. Damn it, this month's mortgage is covered. Search online for this popular dating show. However, I have never watched it myself. Which boy would? The guests of this season are still engaged in the guessing segment. The first female guest is a super popular girl who seems to have stepped out of an anime world. This description vaguely resembles Xiao Wan. If we're talking about popularity, it must be her. Recently heartbroken, the thought of encountering her on a dating show is quite awkward. The second female guest is the youngest, best female singer in history, a hit-making phenomenon. This sounds remarkably like Lin Lin. It's too easy to guess. The third female guest is the queen of idol dramas, the childhood goddess of countless individuals. Who might this be? It seems most female celebrities have acted in idol dramas. The one I am most familiar with is Yao Yao? No, it can't be her. That would be too coincidental. The fourth female guest is dubbed the best young actress, having been nominated multiple times. It can't be Li Shurhan, can it? The fifth female guest, having worked in the industry for many years, is known as the heartthrob collector, and there's no way she would participate in a dating show. Li Lu felt somewhat bewildered. Perhaps he was overthinking it. After all, every female celebrity strives to market themselves vigorously. He quickly opened the electronic contract and jumped to the last page regarding the penalty for breach of contract. 20 million? How on earth did he sign such an exorbitant penalty? Chapter 10. Disturbing the ex-girlfriend's nest. Li Lu's mind was buzzing. Perhaps he was indeed overthinking. If it turned out to be as he imagined, running into his ex-girlfriend would be quite the predicament. He felt as if he might as well dig a hole to hide in. He needed to buy a plane ticket immediately, with the destination set for Cheongzhou. Suddenly, he remembered there was a call he had yet to make. Regarding the blind date, it was still with Gao Xiaolan. Each encounter seemed to be more distressing than the last. Their families had been close since childhood. Didn't their mothers feel awkward? However, his mom was right. Since everyone was back, even if he didn't want to meet, he should at least check in with a phone call. Guess who I am? Li Lu prepared himself mentally and dialed the number his mother had provided. Li Lu. The voice on the other end answered instantly. Wow, Xiaolan, after all these years. You still remember my voice. You're overthinking it. I just saw Annie yesterday, and she gave me your number. Xiaolan's voice was somewhat different from what he remembered, but her tone remained the same, cold yet now tinged with maturity. This evoked a flicker of warmth within him. Indeed, they had been friends for many years. Reflecting on their childhood experiences brought a certain amusement. My mom tends to speak nonsense. If she said anything strange to you, please don't take it to heart. Li Lu wanted to clarify everything over the phone, yet he feared hurting the girl's pride. You're referring to our blind date, right? Haha. On the other end of the line, there was no subtlety, eliciting a few dry laughs from Li Lu. What are you thinking, Xiaolu? Just take a look at yourself. You're a complete failure, utterly inept at everything. Do you honestly believe I could ever be interested in someone like you? A spendthrift who squanders his family's money on chasing after women? The tirade continued relentlessly. Yes. How could I ever be worthy of Sister Lan? She's truly remarkable. Li Lu, despite being berated as worthless, found a strange sense of relief. In their youth, this was precisely how she would pick on him, embodying the role of the domineering girl in class. However, Xiaolan, you mustn't wrongfully accuse me. I am not a failure, and I have not squandered my family's resources. I've been earning my own money for quite some time now, and I've achieved a modest level of success. The notion that he spent his days chasing after women was utterly preposterous. Li Lu forced himself to justify his situation. While he may have been akin to a failure, at the very least, he was not complacent, having reached a small goal through his own efforts. This distinction set him apart from the frivolous playboy she described. Please, I know exactly what sort of person you are. I bet you've blown through all the money you earned. Just yesterday, I saw you in the news. Didn't you have some scandal with that celebrity? Wow, Xiaolan, you actually keep up with entertainment news? Of course I do. I even follow you. Her laughter erupted, and Li Lu felt his face darken. He could easily guess what she found amusing. It was undoubtedly about his lackluster acting skills, his off-key singing, and the infamous lip-syncing mishap. The internet was rife with his embarrassing moments, particularly from his role in the blockbuster space, which had been mercilessly edited into various comedic clips, becoming fodder for public ridicule. Is it really that funny? No, it's not funny at all. Earning a living through hard work deserves respect. Xiaolan, despite her intentions not to laugh, found it impossible to contain herself. This conversation was becoming unbearable. Li Lu yearned to publish his masterpiece immediately, to slap those like Xiaolan who mocked him right in the face. All right, I won't laugh anymore. I really won't. My stomach is starting to hurt. Are you back in your hometown? Do you have some free time these days? Li Lu decisively shifted the topic, initially worried that their conversation would become awkward. After chatting for a while, they returned to their childhood dynamic. This familiarity was unmistakable. She was still the same Xiaolan who loved to tease him. What is the matter? You've finally returned. Let us meet up. I'll treat you to a meal. Sure, let us meet then. I'll be in Xiongzhou tomorrow. You should come here. Li Xiaolu, have you really grown some skills? You're treating me to a meal and asking me to travel to Xiongzhou? The tone was brisk and unapologetic. Well, I have no choice. My previous management company left me in a bind, and I signed a work contract before my termination. I'm going to film a dating reality show. Tomorrow I shall depart, and I must power up without delay. There is truly no time to return. What I mean to convey is, when you arrive here, all your sustenance and refreshment shall be provided. I can also show you how to record a program. Consider it a pastime. How can one be deceived in such a manner? Is it not possible to decline? Would you like me to assist you in reclaiming your dignity? Li Lu felt a warmth in his heart. The camaraderie of childhood friends remains unyielding. No need. The contract is about to expire, and I shall be liberated. In truth, this is a premier opportunity. Most would be overjoyed to receive it. My reluctance stems from, I could not help but share my grievances with her. It is truly excruciating to contemplate. What is the matter? Is the female guest not attractive? The female guest may very well be my ex-girlfriend. Well, that is quite fortuitous. Perhaps you might rekindle your past romance. The phone signal seems to be faltering. Li Lu's voice was slightly distorted as he stepped into the courtyard to call. What rekindling of romance? It is all mere performance. Then perform well. What is so awkward about that? Be more professional, if you please. The crux of the matter is, all 5 female guests may be my former romantic partners. How can I maintain professionalism in such circumstances? You stubborn individual. Never mind. I shall cease this conversation. My mother is calling me. Hello, hello. Are you coming or not? The line was met with a dial tone. Li Lu was left speechless. What on earth? Are you coming or not? The pink-hued bedroom, adorned with numerous verdant plants, exuded a refreshing vitality. A tall, slender girl with flowing long hair lay sprawled upon her large bed. Gao Xiaolan hung up the phone, muttering incessantly, "You despicable scoundrel! Perish, perish, perish!" Consumed by gossip. She noted that among his multitude of romantic entanglements, only Lin Lin openly acknowledged their brief affair when they first entered the industry. She had always believed that she was his sole love, only to discover that this scoundrel, no, this contemptible man, this utterly despicable man, had not changed in years. The bedroom door swung open, revealing Gao Mama. Xiaolan, change your outfit for lunch. Your father wishes to introduce you to some acquaintances. I refuse. Another matchmaking session. I shall not attend. Gao Xiaolan was thoroughly exasperated. After returning home, it seemed a new arrangement was always on the horizon. Oh, it's merely an introduction. You have few friends here, and today's guest is the son of the CEO of Yida. He seems quite promising. I shall not go. I shall not go. With her daughter now grown, Gao Mama felt somewhat powerless. You are nearing spinsterhood. While abroad, you found fault with foreign suitors, and your father and I held no objections. Yet upon your return, every introduction is to a talented young man. Do you know what they say about you behind closed doors? What do I care for their opinions? Oh, my child, your father has forbidden you from working at a local company. Male colleagues lack diligence, and female colleagues are equally remiss. I shall not go. I shall not go. Do I not know who occupies your thoughts? However, the child from the old Li family is not a good person. Oh, Mom, you go out. Just go out. Look, you're anxious. Why are you so worried? Chapter 11. A heartfelt flutter from the very first day I encountered him. My heart fluttered. That day, a new family moved into the neighboring courtyard. As they were unloading their luggage, I contemplated offering my assistance. He possessed a pair of bright, captivating eyes that sparkled with charm. Somehow, he took my hand, gazing intently at me, and my heart felt as though it might cease to beat. We became classmates, sharing the same class. He was quite shy, always attempting to avoid me. My mother remarked that boys are often like that. Until the day we were to move away, I stumbled across news of him online. Goodness, he had become so handsome, a true star. He was in a relationship with someone else. She was beautiful, with enchanting hair. But surely, her allure was merely superficial. He was still awaiting my first kiss. How unfortunate he was. I longed to return. Yet my father insisted I must complete my studies. Even at over 20, he was still reluctant to allow me to return home alone. I was ecstatic. I could finally go back. He had fallen into a low point in life. It must be fate that I appeared beside him at this moment. Gao Xiaolan opened her diary, flipping to the latest blank page. She took her pen and wrote, "He is a despicable man." Xiongzhou, Heartbeat Program Group. Li Lu disembarked from the plane and boarded the program's vehicle to the residence. His mindset was already adjusted. After all, he was merely a background player. He estimated that no one would interact with him, and he would just glide through, barely appearing on camera. The sea breeze caressed his face, bringing a refreshing sense of comfort. Beneath his feet lay soft sand, while waves lapped rhythmically, and the sunset cast its golden light upon the ocean. The program group certainly knew how to select a location. He might as well consider this a free vacation. "Teacher Li, over here." A young girl led the way. The program's director. "My name is Jiang Zi, just call me Xiao Jiang." "Xiao Jiang, just call me by my name." "Teacher Li, you finally arrived. The program has already started streaming. You were the last to join the group." Li Lu, donned in his large sunglasses, concealed his expression. Arriving late was not something he could be blamed for. He had received the contract only recently. The program was live-streamed, benefiting from advancements in technology. Each participant had a dedicated camera capturing all their moments here. His late arrival would not disrupt the program. Many such shows often included participants midway through. "Teacher Li, are you alone?" "Yes." "Teacher Li, where's your team?" "I do not have a team." "Oh, no team." Xiao Jiang was somewhat surprised to see him arrive alone. "Don't you have an agent or a makeup artist?" Every artist participating in the program usually comes with a whole entourage. "At the very least, you should have an assistant or stylist." "I arrived here alone." "Surely, the production team has makeup artists. Just a little touch-up will suffice." Li Lu discerned her implication. Yet in such a vast production team, it seemed unnecessary to hire someone else. Now that she has ventured out on her own, it would be unwise to spend extra. "Yes, I will contact them right away." As Jiang Zi moved forward, she reached out to the director's team. Although she knew he was currently in a rough patch, she hadn't anticipated it to be this dire. In the heartfelt villa district, the spacious living room welcomed 9 guests, 4 men and 5 women, who appeared one after another. Each individual was introduced with real-time subtitles alongside their live appearance. Xiao Jun, champion of Youth Trainee Season 8, singer, actor, known for the work All is Void. Zhang Wenba, singer, actor, music producer, recipient of the best-selling album of the years 28-29. Lin Xian, actor, known for Unlawful Transactions and Love Team. Yang Shu, actor, director, producer. With a box office record of 3 billion as a leading man. As everyone gradually arrived, they exchanged pleasantries. "Director Yang, I didn't expect it to be you." "Lu Mian, you are also part of this program? Is your family pressuring you to marry?" "Haha, primarily because they offered so much." Although the production team claimed all participants were A-list, subtle hierarchies still emerged. Yang Shu and Lu Mian, the longest established with the most works, were regarded as mentors. Particularly Yang Shu, who not only excelled in acting but also transitioned to directing, achieving remarkable success with a 5 billion box office. Lin Xian, Zhang Wenba, Li Shihan, Yao Yao, and Lin Lin were all in their prime, with an increasing body of work and stable popularity. After several years in the industry, only the finest artists remained. Nuan Nuan and Xiao Jun were among the recently emerged stars, their future uncertain, yet undeniably the most popular at present. The live chatroom was already ablaze with activity. "Wow. It's really Lu Mian. My little Nuan, don't get locked. You belong to me." "Xiao Nuan is mine." "Xiao Nuan belongs to Li Lu." "Li Lu S. Haters, get out. I've waited all day. Finally, it's starting." Li Shihan and Lin Xian can't be serious. They just collaborated on a film still in theaters, and now they're on a dating show. Next, it won't be a wedding, right? "I think you and Li Shihan make a better pair. They always stick together. They've been close friends. They should always be together." Zhang Wenba seems off. He just arrived and immediately sat next to Lin Lin. "Something else up?" "Lin Lin, be careful. He is known for being a playboy." Lu Mian and Yang Shu must be a couple. Otherwise, whoever they are with would be like an old cow dating a young calf. Nonsense. Our Mian Jie has only ever dated those younger than herself. Xiao Xiao felt utterly helpless, lost in thought. If Xiao Jun were to dare getting involved with any female celebrity, his devoted fans would surely unleash their wrath upon her. "Xiao Xiao is quite handsome. Mother loves you." Xiao Xiao, go pursue Lin Lin. Why is there one less male guest? Wasn't it supposed to be 5 pairs? There's also a certain song. You can figure it out yourself. Haha, I'm quite anxious. I actually came to see who would step in. Fans of the show are well aware that these past few days, Song's controversy has been the talk of the town. Major entertainment media outlets speculate and stir the pot, wondering who the production team has arranged as a substitute. Today marks the official airing of the show, which has become a significant point of interest. The guests in the living room were also quite curious. Having been on air for a while now, they hoped the last guest hadn't been left unaccounted for. Everyone had signed contracts early on and was aware of who the other guests were, so this sudden change had taken them by surprise. Old Yang. Who is the other person you mentioned? Haven't they arrived yet? Only Lu Mian dared to address Director Yang so informally, given her considerable experience. So, who do you hope it is? I can give them a call. Get lost, Yang Shu retorted cheerfully, only to receive a playful dismissal in return. Sorry for arriving a bit late. The door swung open, revealing a tall figure clad in a floral shirt and beach shorts. The other guests in the room exchanged knowing glances, their expressions shifting to shock. As Li Lu appeared on screen, the live broadcast subtitles displayed, Li Lu, top-tier idol. At the peak of his career, his Weibo posts garnered over 100 million shares in just 1 hour, breaking records. Notable works, none. The barrage of comments fell silent for a moment before suddenly flooding in. Who is this? Wasn't he blacklisted? A fraud. Aren't all the guests supposed to be A-list? You bring in a has-been to fill in? Is this some sort of wordplay? I just subscribed. I want a refund. Geneva, refund. Refund. Chapter 12. Today is an X-encounter. The director was quite considerate, providing close-ups of each female guest to gauge their satisfaction with the new male guest. Lu Mian's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had stumbled upon something she shouldn't have. Li Lu? She had never anticipated encountering him here, since their breakup. They had not crossed paths again. She had never intended to sever ties, as it had been his choice to walk away. Even when they happened to be at the same event, he always managed to avoid her. In the following years, he had seldom appeared on screen. She had thought he had retired, carrying a lingering sense of guilt. It's you. Lin Lin immediately turned away, unwilling to spare him a glance. This scoundrel. Initially, when the company mandated their breakup, he had cited severe consequences. She had believed he was also forced into it, and that they would quietly transition their relationship underground. In the subsequent 6 months, he indeed ceased all communication with her. This scoundrel had taken up with another actress, the vixen Zhang Yunyao, who resided not far from her. Always feigning innocence like a delicate flower, why was she encroaching upon the lives of others while filming? Li Lu. Both Zhang Yunyao and Li Shurhan simultaneously uttered his name, only to bow their heads in unison moments later. Yunyao could hardly believe that the final male guest was him. How could it possibly be him? That year, when they filmed together, the investors encouraged them to interact beyond the set, pretending to be a couple. Little did they know, they had inadvertently grown closer. The agency had been furious. She was at the peak of her career and could not afford to indulge in romance. Thus, she sent him a text message to end their relationship, severing all ties henceforth. How awkward it was to encounter an ex-boyfriend on a blind date program. He remained as handsome as ever, albeit with a touch more maturity. It seemed the years had not been kind to him, and perhaps she should lend him a helping hand. Li Shurhan, too, had not anticipated crossing paths with the one person she found most difficult to let go of in her lifetime. No one had expected the film to flop, nor could they foresee his subsequent fall from grace. Ironically, during his time of greatest need, she had been the one to deliver the final blow. She had leveraged his downfall to showcase her own acting prowess, contrasting her performance against his. Consequently, she emerged as the most talented new generation actress. While he became her stepping stone, the thought of facing him was unbearable. She felt unworthy of his company. In her daydreams, she often imagined that once she achieved her ambitions and liberated herself from her shackles, if he were still single, it might be fate's way of granting her redemption. She never anticipated encountering him here. Could it be that divine intervention truly existed? Ah, Lu. Sunwan instinctively covered her mouth, inadvertently calling out Brother Lu. Could it be? Was it truly him, mere days after their breakup? It turned out he had taken over for Uncle Song in their plans, swiftly dismissing the improbable notions. She reminded herself that her agency would never allow her to engage with someone of such waning popularity. Yet, the surprise of meeting Brother Lu here filled her with astonishment, bewilderment, and even a hint of dread. The barrage of comments from the audience never ceased. This is hilarious. We've got a has-been here. Haha. The 5 female guests are shocked. Are we about to ride his coattails? We came here to flirt with a popular male star and ended up with a disaster. Haha. Whoever he is clinging to is in for trouble. The 5 female guests are dumbfounded. Please don't associate him with me. Smiling outwardly, but cursing inwardly. Keep your distance from me. Little Mwan. Why won't he just disappear and stop hovering around me? Though the audience is gathered to revel in sweet moments, they are acutely aware that most celebrity dating shows are merely performances, a mutual effort to bolster popularity. However, the presence of a guest with a significantly lower popularity disrupts the delicate balance established by unspoken rules. Old Six, I didn't expect to run into you here, Zhang Wenbo exclaimed, promptly shifting the camera's focus onto himself. With a hearty laugh, he stood up and embraced him. It's been years since we last saw each other, brother. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, with many of Zhang Wenbo's fans quickly elucidating their relationship. That year, the idol competition crowned Li Lu as the champion and Zhang Wenbo as the runner-up. On the day the show concluded, the group debuted, only to disband on the same day. The formation was merely a publicity stunt, as the members belonged to different agencies. Li Lu, the champion, had a remarkable lead in popularity, but later became a mere facade. In contrast, Zhang Wenbo, the second-place finisher, garnered a substantial fan base over the years, maintaining his fame through his solid vocal skills. Old Six? That nickname doesn't sound particularly endearing, Yang Shu chuckled, making space for them to sit beside him. The other male artists also greeted them warmly, acknowledging that even if one is considered a has-been, it is essential to display camaraderie in such settings. Those who disregard others on the way down often face severe backlash. Everyone knows how to navigate social interactions and perform well. His name is Lu. Doesn't that make him Old Six? Someone remarked. In their group, that was indeed how they referred to him. The arrival of Li Lu suddenly became the focal point of conversation. By the way, Old Six, what have you been up to these past 2 years? We rarely hear from you. What can I do? Composing music, reading books, Li Lu replied with an awkward smile, knowing full well he spent his days playing video games and dating. Yet, such admissions felt embarrassing for the show. Despite having no intention of remaining in the industry, he still wished to maintain some dignity. After all, for a man, reputation is paramount. Have you been working on new songs? Planning to make a stunning comeback? No. Just joking. Li Lu quickly waved his hand, realizing he had been boasting. The company had crafted an image of him as a talented musician, giving him an elevated persona as a songwriter. While he indeed possessed proficiency in several instruments and could read music, he had never penned a song himself. The songs he performed were all ghostwritten, a common practice by management, as the rights to all songs belonged to the company. The male guests engaged in fervent conversation, while the female guests remained surprisingly quiet, each displaying a distinct expression, seemingly lost in their own thoughts. As the elder brother, Yang Shu adeptly guided the conversation towards the women, seeking to bring them into the discussion. Indeed, I once came across a rumor suggesting that you had a romantic involvement with Lin Lin. Is there any truth to this? I recall having seen an interview with Lin Lin as well. Oh my, could it be that today is a day for exes? Lin Xian and a few others began to jest, asserting that there was nothing inappropriate about discussing it. After all, Lin Lin herself had mentioned it during a public interview. A fact well known to all. In the context of today's conversation, it serves as an intriguing topic. Chapter 13. Please. Be a decent person. Li Lu refrained from responding, instinctively leaning back. He had merely come to observe, yet the conversation seemed to revolve around him. The main camera shifted from the female guest to Lin Lin. Indeed, that was a long time ago. Lin Lin showed no signs of embarrassment. She had brought it up in an interview years prior. At that time, she had just won the award for Best Female Singer and was enjoying considerable popularity. When the host inquired about her romantic life, she had always been candid, openly stating that she had only experienced one relationship since entering the industry, which ended without much drama. The person in question was Li Lu. At that time, he had a decent following, so her manager had no objections to her revealing this past. Although she faced some criticism from his fans for supposedly riding on his coattails, she merely laughed it off. Eventually, as his popularity waned, the topic faded from discussions. How did you two part ways? In this moment, is there a possibility for reconciliation? Yang Shu took on the role of host, steering the conversation. The barrage of comments from Lin Lin's fans surged dramatically. Unable to bear it, he feared his sister might be unfairly targeted. Yang Shu is a lifelong black sheep, stirring the pot. Sis, don't engage, don't engage. Do you think they make a good match? It's a chaotic mismatch. They are quite suited, I'm convinced. Little Nguyen is finally safe. Haha. The first unfortunate soul has emerged. Our separation was quite amicable. We were simply too busy with work at that time. Lin Lin shrugged nonchalantly, as if recounting a mundane occurrence. Do you still keep in touch? Surely you exchange greetings. Lin Lin glanced at the man lounging in the corner of the sofa. A scoundrel. Aside from receiving his annual mass text of well wishes, there was little else, which felt rather dismissive. Haha, friends after a breakup, how dignified. I've never witnessed either of you complain about the other. Yang Shu chuckled, clearly sensing that both wished to steer clear of the topic. Let us summarize this lightly and shift our focus. On the live stream interface, comments from Lin Lin's fans began to dominate the screen. Be dignified, stop riding coattails. Be dignified, let someone else cause trouble. Our Lin Lin is dignified. She has never spoken ill of you. Brother, I implore you, be a decent person. Beep, beep, beep. A small bear figurine on the table emitted a buzzing sound, and the camera turned its attention towards it. Welcome, everyone, to this season's Heartbeat Cabin. I am Heartbeat Bear. This season, we shall not establish a celebrity observation group. I hope our guests, during their 20-plus days together, will relish life and discover their ideal companions. As we gather here for the first time, let us step outside to celebrate. Heartbeat Bear will assume the role of director, issuing various tasks to foster greater interaction among the guests. Through these repeated encounters, one may better identify the individual who quickens their heartbeat. With all guests present, the bear makes an entrance, initiating the orderly progression of the program. Wow, how sumptuous! Exclaimed Xiao Wan upon stepping outside. It turns out, while the others were engaged in conversation, the villa's courtyard had been transformed by the staff into a vibrant party scene. An array of delectable dishes, champagne, balloons, and a swimming pool adorned the space, complemented by a grand stage. A cluster of girls gathered, chatting and laughing. Zhang Bowen stood on stage, adjusting the equipment alongside several staff members. Yang Gu, it's been ages since I've heard you sing. Care to showcase your talent? Haha, I've grown old. Let the young ones take the stage, Yang Shu responded, waving his hands dismissively. In truth, they were aware of this format upon arrival. Everyone came to the variety show to seek an opportunity to showcase themselves, a Heartbeat Star edition devoid of artist observers, thus avoiding enforced pairings. It resembled a leisurely variety show, with 10 individuals cohabiting. If connections blossom, so be it. If not, one might as well enjoy a relaxing holiday. Lumion, come, come, Zhang Bowen called out, energizing the atmosphere. He then took the microphone. Allow me to lead the way. Xiao Xiao, don't shy away, you're up next. This is a new song I just finished writing and haven't released yet. Please listen and let me know what could be improved. Wow, a new song. You've come prepared, Zhang Wenbo remarked, prompting a synchronized gasp of surprise from those on the dance floor, filling the venue with laughter and joy. In the live broadcast, the main camera swept over the group, finally settling on the stage. The subtitle indicated the song's title and its creator. This was all prearranged. On the dance floor, Lin Xian and Li Shihan stood to one side, engaged in hushed conversation. The others huddled together, raising their glasses in a boisterous cheer. The camera panned around before locating the last remaining guest. Li Lu sat at the dining table, chewing what appeared to be lobster, clapping enthusiastically, though one of his hands wielded a fork in a somewhat discordant manner. Chapter 14. Putting a hat on me in front of everyone having just disembarked from the plane. I arrived at the filming site without having a moment to rest. Li Lu found little to discuss with them, feeling somewhat out of place. After stepping outside, he sought a spot to sit and casually nibble on some food. Zhang Wenbo was set to sing, and it was only right to offer encouragement. The live broadcast is perpetually inundated with a barrage of comments. Is lobster delicious? Has he really been isolated? Though I despise him, he appears rather pitiable. Such are the complexities of human relationships. I used to be a fan for quite some time, although I no longer harbor affection. Seeing him like this truly evokes a sense of sorrow. From the moment Li Lu made his entrance until now, there finally emerged comments that were not laced with vitriol. The outlier at the dance has resonated with a significant portion of the audience. The camera lingered for 2 seconds before swiftly returning to the stage. After all, Zhang Wenbo's new song is the focal point of promotion. Once the broadcast concludes, his agency will ensure he trends on social media, a mutually beneficial arrangement for the program. The other participants clustered together, naturally taking note of the one who stood apart. Lu Mian discerned that he likely wished to avoid any awkwardness with her. She never anticipated encountering him on a dating show. She yearned to approach him for a conversation. Yet, would doing so incite the fans? He can be rather aloof at times. If he were to engage with the group, she would certainly assist him in garnering more screen time. No, after the broadcast tonight. She must reach out to him privately once more. Perhaps this program represents an opportunity for his resurgence. Sunwon covertly cast several glances in his direction. Feeling a pang of sympathy for Lu Gu, she truly desired to accompany him. However, she could not, having just dispelled rumors. Interacting with him on the show would surely incur the wrath of his manager. Li Shurhan also noticed his solitude, her heart heavy with guilt. How splendid he once was, now reduced to such desolation. She entered the program with a mission, soon to collaborate with Lin Xian on the theme song for a new film. The charming male lead was originally intended to be Lin Xian, leveraging the show to amplify the film's appeal. What should she do? Should she adhere to the original plan or honor her own feelings? Such vexation. Zhang Xinyao clutched her wine glass, repeatedly bolstering her resolve. It's nothing monumental. Even after a breakup, one can remain friends. Although she was the one to initiate the separation, reason had triumphed over emotion that year. After all these years, they had not been in contact. Now that they had crossed paths, she should act graciously. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to approach him when a figure brushed past her. Amidst the astonished gazes of others, Lin Ling confidently took a seat beside him. This is a dating reality show. Does a girl act so overtly without seeking attention? Indeed, they appeared to belong to the same agency. Surely they would support one another. Speculations began to arise among the onlookers, and it seemed plausible. Long time no see. Li Lu was taken aback that she had approached him, returning her greeting. This marked the first exchange of words between them in many years. Lin Ling gazed at the performance on stage, reassured that the main camera was not focused on them, allowing for a more relaxed conversation. Haha, what would you like to eat? I can help you get something. Li Lu chuckled, rising to procure another dish. Among the group, Lin was perhaps the only one with whom he maintained a relatively normal relationship. After breaking up with their other girlfriends, there was no further contact. Only with Lin, perhaps due to their shared workplace, and the fact that they were both still young and somewhat naive about love. Did they manage to forget their breakup quickly? They still exchanged messages annually and would greet each other at the occasional company gathering. No, I'm not hungry. Lin replied, her gaze drifting elsewhere, her slightly upturned lips betraying her disdain. Who would indulge excessively at a banquet like this, especially while being filmed? Within moments, a plate of fruit and vegetable salad was placed before him, accompanied by a set of utensils. It contained lettuce, cucumber, okra, purple cabbage, and carrots, all his favorites. Fortunately, there were no onions or white radishes to ruin it. The drizzle of sweet salad dressing was visually appealing, so he reluctantly decided to share a bit with her. How did you end up participating in this show? You're not really here to find a girlfriend, are you? Li Lu seethed internally, recalling how Sun Xiang had pressured him into signing the contract in the final days. He was already preparing to exit the industry, yet here he was, compelled to make an appearance. The most bewildering part was that this was a dating show, featuring 5 ex-girlfriends as guests, especially with Nguyen, who he had just broken up with a few days prior. He hoped fervently that no one would misconstrue his presence as a desperate attempt to win her back. Have you signed a new contract yet? No, this show is my swan song. I plan to retire. Li Lu contemplated, feeling unexpectedly uplifted. With the system in place and no contract binding him, he felt free as a bird. He raised his champagne glass to toast. Cheers to my newfound freedom. Cheers, Lin replied, watching him with a heavy heart. Once a proud individual, she was acutely aware of his plight as a fellow company member. Over the years, he had received no exposure or income. She had heard that even his assistant had left him. Without a new contract or resources, he was left with no choice but to retire. This celebration was bittersweet, a jest amidst sorrow and resignation. Do you want me to help you? Help me? Li Lu was momentarily taken aback, raising his gaze to the woman. The ambient light flickered, obscuring her features. Lin felt a warmth on her face. After all, it was a dating show, and any interaction she had could be construed as flirting. Perhaps by helping him gain some popularity, she could assist in lifting his spirits. He seemed rather unfortunate, and perhaps this program might offer him a chance at redemption. At that moment, the main camera shifted towards them. Given that this was a dating show, it was noteworthy that 2 opposite-gender guests had gravitated towards each other on the very first day. They shared a mutual understanding. choosing silence as they focused their attention on the stage. Okay. As Zhang Wenba finished his song, the audience erupted in applause. Next up, Xiao Xiao, Zhang Shihan, and Lin Xian, please prepare. Today, each of us must showcase our talents. Zhang Wenba, with a beaming smile, enlivened the atmosphere. Yet beneath this cheerful facade, he simmered with rage upon witnessing Lin Lin seated alongside her ex-boyfriend, seemingly enjoying each other's company. How could this woman behave so casually? Prior to their arrival, both companies had reached a mutual agreement. As the golden couple of the new generation in the music scene, their collaboration was highly anticipated. The recent song they performed was a primary highlight, with Lin Lin positioned as the lead, destined to promote her new album. Now, right before his eyes, she mingled with another male guest, her former lover no less. It was reminiscent of a narrative twist, brazenly placing a metaphorical hat upon his head. Chapter 15. I am a useless person. As the live broadcast displayed the two seated together, the comment section erupted with fervor. What on earth is happening? Why is Lin Lin sitting with him? Goodness, could they truly be the first couple? Where's Zhang Wenba? Wasn't it rumored they were already together? Zhang Wenba has hinted at this multiple times, professing his affection for Lin Lin in public. What did Lin Lin just say to him? Why is her face flushed? Old Six is impressive, managing to make our goddess blush with just a few words. Li Lu is notoriously experienced in romance. Don't be deceived. Flushed? Nonsense. Lin Lin can't drink, and it's merely the lighting that caused that. Everyone settle down, it's just the lights. The camera shifted once more, capturing Xiao Xiao as she stepped onto the stage amidst the crowd's cheers. Meanwhile, after a brief conversation with a few others, Zhang Wenba approached the two with a drink in hand. The main camera adeptly followed the unfolding drama. A rivalry between two men for a woman. This is exhilarating. Oh wow. They're coming. Brother turns against brother. This is thrilling. Could it be? It's only the first day of the show, and these three are already set to perform? Regardless of whether it was scripted or genuine, the audience was enthralled. Even Xiao Zhao's most fervent fans could hardly protest against the director's lens. At that moment, no one cared to see the young idols sing. Old Six, share your thoughts. How was that last song? Zhang Wenba took a seat opposite Li Lu, maintaining a warm demeanor despite his inner turmoil. It was fantastic. The initial arrangement was truly stunning, and those chords were delightful. Li Lu, always the charmer, was known for his flattery. Come now, we're brothers. Let us dispense with the formalities. Point out any areas for improvement. In my opinion, it would be best to leave it as is, Li Lu replied, a serious expression on his face, though he couldn't suppress a smile. Everyone recognized that his previous remarks were mere niceties, harmless banter. Haha, don't misunderstand. Are you still unaware? My abilities are far inferior to yours. If you request me to provide critiques, it would be akin to grasping at straws. I speak only the truth. To be frank, I am nowhere near your level. My skills are rather mediocre, and offering critiques would only serve to invite ridicule. Oh, how modest you have become. The piece you previously composed, the one I cannot recall, has eluded even my memory. The comments on the live stream erupted in laughter. Ah, the song of the young idol, yet I cannot remember its name. I understand. I used to be a fan, but I too have forgotten it. It's all electronic music, with a plethora of English lyrics. Who knows what it's about? This is still better than you, my friend. Even plastic is sturdier. Haha, my beloved, I was foolish enough to spend $2 on this before. I'm dying of laughter. This is quite the slap in the face. Li Lu knew precisely which song he referred to, and indeed, it was commendable. The company had invested significantly in it. Yes, indeed, this song is remarkable. It dominated the sales charts for an entire month. Zhang Wenba's face radiated with admiration, for this was a significant accolade for any artist. However, that particular song was not penned by me. Li Lu felt no obligation to maintain secrecy, especially since he had terminated his contract. The copyright for that song belonged to the company and had no bearing on him. Old Six, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Wenba chuckled, initially planning to inadvertently reveal that he was merely a hollow idol. Yet, the lad had voluntarily admitted it, leaving him unable to continue his discourse. The live stream comments flooded in. Wow, he is actually admitting he cannot write songs. How typical. Did you genuinely believe those young idols could compose? A once popular star has now fallen to despair. As long as there's traffic, they LL say anything. How can he even compare to Zhang Wenba? A widely recognized musical genius? Li Lu is lacking, and Zhang Wenba isn't a saint either. On stage, Xiao Xiao concluded her song to resounding applause. Lin Xian and Li Shihan then took the stage to perform the theme song of their film. The camera lingered momentarily before returning to the trio, seated together. After all, this is a reality dating show. The sheer volume of comments indicates that viewers prefer the drama of conflict. Old 6, why not sing a song later? It's been ages since I've heard you sing. Zhang Wenba patted him on the shoulder, his voice brimming with anticipation. No. I'm merely here as an observer. What song could I possibly sing? Li Lu promptly declined, as he was on the verge of retiring from the industry and had no desire to perform. Furthermore, nobody had informed him in advance about this particular segment, leaving him utterly unprepared. Now that he had severed ties with his former company, he could not perform their songs. Look at you. I've noticed a certain hypocrisy in your demeanor. Just a moment ago, you claimed to have been immersed in music for the past few years, and now you're adopting such an attitude. Zhang Wenba, having indulged in a few glasses of wine, spoke without reservation, emboldened by a hint of inebriation. He felt little need for restraint. He wished for the audience to realize that, in comparison to him, their once celebrated champion was, in truth, nothing. He had even been relegated by his own company, not merely shelved, but forsaken. The barrage of comments on the screen was lively. Sing, confront him. I knew it would escalate. Don't be timid, sing. Oh my, I must relive my heartache. It's unbearable. I feel like crying. Hey, old Zhang, do you still not understand me? I am incapable of writing songs. I have merely uttered platitudes in the past. In reality, I am but a failure, inexplicably rising to fame years ago. The years since have yielded nothing but mediocrity, drifting aimlessly. My presence on this show was purely coincidental. Li Lu recognized the other's aggressive demeanor, but refrained from anger. He had once been that very person. During their time on the show, he had emerged victorious, while Zhang claimed the second position. Even then, they had been at odds. And afterward, he penned songs that mocked his own shortcomings. He felt some empathy for Zhang, yet his first place had not been seized from him. It was bestowed by others. Now, in their reunion, perhaps Zhang harbored some unresolved issues. As he contemplated stepping away from the industry, he found himself indifferent to such trivial matters. He candidly confessed, I am a waste. I am inferior to you. Now, you must be satisfied. Finally, he admits to being a failure. You need not state it explicitly, we all know. You still possess virtues, honesty. This man understands self-deprecation. I sense he still harbors a flicker of hope. Self-deprecation for redemption, an old tactic. The comments continued to flood in, the audience unrestrained in their critiques. Zhang Wenba was taken aback. He had completely surrendered, casting aside all dignity. To continue as a general in this context would indeed be excessive. The victor and the vanquished. Perhaps they could grant him leniency, sparing him further humiliation. No, you are not that inadequate, Lin thought, feeling a pang of sympathy. To what depths of despair must one descend to utter such words? You were exceptionally talented in your prime. I still recall the melody you wrote for me. He softly hummed a few notes, never having forgotten the tune. Chapter 16. Previously, he had been incapable, but he had just composed a new piece. Wow, you can't be serious. How could you still remember it after all this time? Li Lu was astonished. This was the only composition he had penned that he deemed acceptable. His entry into the entertainment industry was indeed sparked by a modicum of interest in this realm. Having learned numerous instruments in his youth, piano, guitar, drums, and more, he had once nurtured dreams of becoming a superstar. Upon joining the entertainment company, he truly found success. In those vibrant, youthful days, with fervor coursing through him, he had crafted a fair number of works. Without exception, they were all discarded into the trash. This piece of music was inspired by the time I was in a relationship with Lin. It was supposedly written for her, bringing her considerable joy. However, upon our breakup, it never materialized. Subsequently, I never picked up my pen again. Perhaps I truly lack talent. Yet, I shall never forget that it is the most beautiful melody I have ever heard. Let us not exaggerate. I am well aware of my own abilities. The audience was astonished. With various interpretations surfacing, what does this mean? Lin implies that Li Lu specifically wrote it for her. It must be a slip of the tongue. Lin merely wanted to express that he had previously composed good music. Is it possible that these two are already locking themselves down? It's chilling to think that Lin hasn't dated anyone in years. Could she be waiting for this worthless person? The camera keeps focusing on Lin. What are they hinting at? Her face resembles the morning glow reflecting on peach blossoms, while her eyes are like autumn waters stirring. Goodness, How can you all decipher this so clearly? Meanwhile, Zhang Wenbo was on the verge of exploding with anger. These two truly are scandalous. Right in front of him, they were reminiscing about their past. That little tune, to him, sounded exceedingly mundane. This woman must be repulsively taunting him. With such a lackluster piece, he could produce a truckload in a single day. What are they even discussing? Yang Shu and a few others also gravitated toward the scene, as everyone had been subtly inching closer. Regardless of the number of cameras, no one was disinterested. Even artists are curious about gossip. As the music on stage came to a close, several individuals instinctively moved in this direction, engaging in conversations about the past. Zhang Wenbo remarked, "We just mentioned the song Li Lu wrote for Lin Lin. It's quite pleasant." No, Lin Lin quickly interjected. "Did I just misspeak? Oh dear, Li Lu. You actually wrote a song for Lin Lin?" Yang Shu and the other male guests exchanged knowing glances, while the female guests remained unfazed. "No, that is not true. I cannot compose. It was merely a melody, at most. Composers understand that occasionally a melody may come to mind, like 5322-1-31112. Looping it creates a segment. Talents like old Zhang can compose hundreds in a day." Li Lu interjected to clarify that he was not here to stir trouble. He urged everyone not to misunderstand and disrupt Lin Lin's normal interactions with other artists. "I can't write like you." Zhang Wenbo did not take this lightly. His laughter tinged with sarcasm. "Old Six, you've captivated me. How many exquisite melodies have you concealed over the years with this brief segment? No, you must showcase your talent today. Sing a new song we haven't heard, or perhaps the one you wrote for Lin Lin." After Zhang Wenbo finished speaking, he felt an immense sense of relief. His initial desire was simply to perform a song from his earlier repertoire. Yet the current stage's sound system and lighting were woefully inadequate. In such an environment, his songs, which relied heavily on dazzling visuals and electronic beats, would be rendered utterly meaningless. Regardless of which song he chose, he would undoubtedly be met with derision from the audience. The prospect of being pressured to sing an original piece was even more humiliating. He was acutely aware of his own limitations and knew he could never compose a new song. "I truly cannot write songs." Li Lu's smile had vanished. This incessant torment was unbearable. "I may be a failure, but I possess a system. I merely wish to rise above petty disputes." Yet he seems to consider himself a true talent. The barrage of comments reached a crescendo throughout the night. "Come on, don't be timid. Others are boldly expressing themselves. You truly are a failure. He genuinely cannot write. Why must you make things difficult for a washed-up star? Zhang Wenbo is truly devious, yet I find it amusing. Isn't this a slow romance variety show? Why is it so intense? If it were me, could I still endure this? He is rather pitiable, had he been popular." Even if there were deep-seated conflicts with Zhang Wenbo, he wouldn't have been subjected to such humiliation. This is a complete fallout. "Old Yang, didn't you say you would dance for us?" Lu Mian suddenly nudged Yang Shu beside her, and the camera promptly shifted focus. "Dance." Yang Shu was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. The atmosphere had been somewhat awkward, and it seemed that Li Lu was genuinely upset. Lu Mian must have brought him in to lighten the mood. "I only know how to cha-cha, but dancing alone is rather dull. Why not join me?" Yang Shu grinned mischievously. He was here to have fun, and it would be delightful to have a renowned leading lady from the industry accompany him. The rhythm of the comments finally shifted, with the two biggest personalities on stage engaging in interaction. Why does he smile so lewdly? A middle-aged man on a dating show is quite greasy. What is Yang Shu planning by transitioning into directing? Oh my goddess, I can't watch this. Alert, alert. A lewd hand is approaching. Li Lu understood that Lu Mian was trying to assist him. She had always been perceptive. However, they had already parted ways. So what was the point? "I previously couldn't write songs." Without waiting for Lu Mian's response, Li Lu spoke again, redirecting everyone's attention toward himself. "However, just moments ago, I actually penned a song." There was no need to hold back. Although he planned to transition into writing in the future, the system had assured him that he could infinitely exchange resources, provided he performed good deeds next time. One must show mercy to others. He had already yielded enough. "So, let us exchange for a song and utterly dismantle him. System, provide me with a good song that matches my ability to perform well." Chapter 17. An absurd individual like myself, Li Lu possessed a degree of self-awareness. His vocal skills were rather mediocre, and attempting a song of excessive difficulty would be a futile endeavor. Upon exchange, the host can currently acquire the exquisite technique for the flawless rendition of this particular song. The system responded instantaneously, and the lyrics and melody swiftly unfolded within his mind. Individuals like me, akin to Malbai. This is simply enchanting. Surely there are no flaws. Li Lu, being knowledgeable in the field, realized that when compared to this song, his previous compositions were utterly unworthy of scrutiny. All resources stemmed from a parallel realm, strikingly similar to the historical culture of Blue Star, also known as a blue planet. The communication of brainwaves manifested in reality as a mere fleeting moment. The few individuals present were taken aback by Li Lu's sudden vocalization. Lu Mian widened her eyes, perplexed by his current thoughts. Having already smoothed things over for him, why did he insist on complicating matters further, displaying a stubbornness? What did he mean by just having written a song? It must have been composed beforehand. Her gaze involuntarily shifted towards Lin Lin. Could it be that he truly composed a song for her? A strange surge of indignation welled within her, as if she were lacking something. Not only Lu Mian, but the other male and female guests also turned their attention to Lin Lin. Lin Lin's heart began to race violently. Could it be that he genuinely completed a song for her? Ever since the moment they met, she felt an inexplicable sense of narrative unfolding. Even though she had incessantly berated him as a scoundrel, she still found herself irresistibly drawn to him. Why was her face so flushed? Why were they all looking at her? Could it be that she was blushing? They might misconstrue her feelings. The barrage of comments in the live stream went into a frenzy. Reality shows featuring entertainment stars were undeniably captivating. In other programs, conflicts often erupted between two males. Yet here, the competition was a lyrical duel. Exciting. Here it comes. Will it be a face-off or a facepalm? It was long overdue. Being cowardly like a child. What are you doing on a dating show? Man, even if you sing that I am a pile of dung, I will still claim it sounds delightful. Is this the original script? I suddenly have a premonition. Li Lu is about to stage a remarkable comeback. I'm not being conspiratorial, but could this be scripted? Does Li Lu have new backing? Li Lu's eyes sparkled with determination. A man endowed with a system was undeniably formidable. He requested a blank sheet of paper from the staff, and with swift strokes of the pen, he completed an entire score within a matter of minutes. The recording venue was sparsely populated with musicians, merely comprising a keyboardist, a bassist, a drummer, and a guitarist. However, for Li Lu at this moment, it was more than sufficient. The group huddled together, engaged in a discussion regarding the performance of the song. The other guests looked on in astonishment. Could he have truly penned a remarkable piece? The expressions of surprise and delight on the faces of the musicians were unmistakable. Although they may not have been particularly famous, their presence in the permanent cast implied they were undoubtedly skilled. Yet now, they listened to him as if they were elementary school students. Is this all right? Shall we give it a try? Li Lu made the necessary arrangements and confirmed everything with several teachers one last time. A few individuals ascended the small stage, poised to commence. Li Lu, with a hint of jest, inquired whether this song was written for Lin Lin. Yang Shu called out, eliciting laughter from the boys, with the exception of Zhang Wenba. This is a dating show, and it seems someone has already initiated in advance. The female guests, caught in the spotlight, struggled to articulate their thoughts, appearing somewhat tense. Particularly Lin Lin, who seemed reluctant to lift her gaze. No, I'm merely jesting. Do not misinterpret my intentions. Li Lu chuckled, realizing his folly in writing a song to charm an ex. After all these years, it suffices that they are well apart. The system was quite perceptive, providing him with satisfaction. With a snap of his fingers, the lights surrounding the stage dimmed, leaving him alone, microphone in hand, seated upon a rotating chair. The piano melody commenced, enveloping the atmosphere in a gentle solitude. Li Lu's demeanor transformed, exuding an air of melancholy and wistfulness. On the live broadcast screen, the director had just acquired the details of the new song. At this moment, the subtitles began to roll. People like me. The prelude is beautiful. So lovely. The prelude makes me want to cry. Stop posting. I want to watch the handsome guy. How is it that a person like me, after over 20 years, still drifts aimlessly in the vast sea of humanity? His rich, resonant voice, tinged with a hint of rasp, resonated through the venue, leaving the guests astounded. Even those trained as actors, more attuned to music than most, were taken aback. How had they overlooked such a splendid voice before? People like me, who have long since bid farewell to innocence, yet still traded a piece of their heart for a tapestry of scars. The female guests were enveloped in a swirl of emotions. Was he singing about himself? Had he not moved on? People like me, who wander in confusion, who seek purpose, who feel adrift and unaccomplished. Lin Lin suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to weep. He was indeed singing his truth. He often mocked himself as a failure, lamenting how, over the years, he had only begun to falter further, losing his way. You are not a failure. Your voice is magnificent. You are truly exceptional. People like me, who are timid, always holding back, wondering how one could ever plunge headfirst for someone. Lu Mian covered her face with her hands, instinctively wiping away the tears that welled at the corners of her eyes. There was once someone who would have risked everything for her. Yet she felt as though she had lost him. People like me, who are inexplicably lost, will anyone ever feel compassion for me? The crowd was immersed in a world of melancholy. Who among them was not a person of inexplicable nature? The heart aches. The 5 female guests yearned to rush forward and tell him that someone cared for him. Alas, this is merely a show. The barrage of comments erupted, obscuring the clarity of the dialogue. Isn't he singing about me? Innocent souls, foolish beings, those lost in confusion, unwilling to embrace mediocrity, and inexplicably perplexed individuals, all resonate deeply. Upon hearing an old melody, a sense of disarray suddenly envelopes me. Initially, I was oblivious to the song's essence, yet with each listen, I find myself intertwined within its narrative. When was this enchanting tune released? I must acquire it. Tears have been shed. It truly moves me. Perhaps we should invite him to a singing competition. I seem to have rekindled my affection for him. Could this be the delightful surprise that years of reflection bring? As the first stanza concludes, all are captivated by his presence on stage. In the dim background, he radiates light, akin to the ethereal moonlight cherished in the hearts of many. Raising the microphone once more, a melodious whistle fills the air. Goodness, is he actually whistling? Furthermore, this talent beautifully complements the song. As the second stanza commences, I, a rather mundane individual, find myself clapping as Yang Shu takes the lead. Unlike previous performances where exuberant cheers and mutual flattery prevailed, this song seems to transcend such expectations. It evokes memories of my younger self, wounded, lost, uncertain of what the future holds, embracing a life of mediocrity, yet yearning for more. We, the ambitious and desire-driven, are often engulfed in confusion and dissatisfaction. Yet what can we do? This song is truly heart-wrenching and extraordinarily beautiful. Thank you. Li Lu does not feign modesty. This song is undeniably flawless. The selection of music by the system feels tailor-made for him, prompting reflections on his journey through years of glory, confusion, and despair. In truth, individuals like myself merely seek companionship through life's trials. Yet, it seems that person has yet to arrive. Consistent updates, a guarantee of 1,000,000 words completed. Chapter 18. After all, no one knows whom I shall choose. Brother Lu's singing is exquisite. This classic song resonates profoundly. Lin Xian, a year his junior, previously regarded him as an equal. Now, the term Brother Lu slips forth effortlessly. Those of great talent naturally earn respect. In the past, he lacked noteworthy works. But with this one song alone, he could sustain himself for a lifetime. Brother Lu, I wish to hear more of your music. Please perform the song you penned for Sister Lin Ling as well. Xiao Jun displays a youthful admiration, utterly captivated. If one's circumstances were anchored by a song of such caliber, the future would undoubtedly be limitless. Laughter erupts among them, though the smiles of a few female guests appear somewhat strained. Lin Ling is elated. Although the piece was not composed for her, the opportunity to experience such artistry is invaluable. He must have written for himself as well. Being capable of crafting such works attests to his prowess. No. Please refrain from making assumptions. Li Lu hastily denies the insinuation. This dating show is truly vexing, always seeking to provoke. Old Six, you are genuinely hypocritical. With such a magnificent song, you still require us to make multiple visits to coax you forth. Zhang Wenba's smile was rather unappealing. He exuded an aura of insincerity. Holding such a magnificent piece of work in his hands, he deliberately chose to elevate himself through the efforts of others. However, I could hardly believe it was his creation. It was undoubtedly something pre-prepared. Observing Lin Lin's shy demeanor only fueled my frustration. This evening, I would report to the company. What a scandalous affair. Who would wish to engage with her? I certainly had no appetite for such trivialities. That earlier piece was indeed composed on the spur of the moment. Li Lu, too, responded with a smile, as if the earlier unpleasantness had never transpired. Internally, Zhang Wenba cursed incessantly, yearning to unveil his hypocritical facade, to claim it was freshly penned. without a hint of modesty. Yet, for now, I had to endure and witness his pretentiousness. The atmosphere grew lighter as everyone began to tease one another. Lumion. It seems it's our turn, doesn't it? Yangshu bent slightly, shaking his shoulders. Get lost. Who would dance with you? Lumion jokingly retorted, expressing disdain for dancing with such an unattractive man. The party, amidst laughter and banter, approached its conclusion. As the live broadcast neared its end, the Heartbeat Bear made another appearance. Each guest was requested to anonymously write down the name of their heartthrob from the first meeting. At the conclusion of the broadcast, the guest with the highest votes would be revealed, while the lowest votes for the male and female guests would remain confidential. Moreover, the male guest with the highest votes would earn an opportunity for a private date with the guest of their affections. The staff brought in several envelopes along with paper and pens, distributing them accordingly. This is too cruel, someone lamented. It's also unfair. Why only disclose the lowest votes for the male guests? A man like me is bound to receive 0 votes. Yangshu immediately began to complain, fully embracing the show's dramatic flair. Come on, Yang, you possess charm. Be confident. Lu Mian raised her card, indicating her intention to cast a vote for him. Sister Mian, I can manage the budget for my next project. I wonder if we could collaborate, Yangshu said, his face beaming with hope. I am available as well. Is there still a need for a male lead? My budget is modest, Lin Xin chimed in, raising his card high. Get lost. Yangshu playfully scolded, pushing him away. The audience erupted in laughter with comments such as, the legendary transaction is about to unfold, and director, I'll vote for you. Wherever you go, I can handle it. Why is it anonymous? The director is still impressive. I predict Yangshu will receive full votes. Anonymity is unscientific. How can we know whom the female guests favor? I just want to know who would vote for Li Lu. I'm completely enchanted by him. The brooding boy has me utterly captivated. Everyone vote for Li Lu. The Heartbeat Bear's voice echoed once more, clarifying the rules. Votes could only be cast for the opposite sex, and writing none was prohibited. Any violation of the rules would result in a penalty. The individuals in the courtyard naturally dispersed in every direction, particularly the female guests, who were keen to avoid being filmed while casting their votes. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Lu filled in Lin Lin's name. It felt too awkward to write someone else's name. For instance, writing Xiaonan would lead to misunderstandings, making it seem as though he were a sycophant. It would also be inappropriate to choose Lu Mian or the other two, as they had ceased all contact after their breakup. Lin was indeed the best choice. At the very least, they remained friends. Seated in a corner, Lin meticulously inscribed Li Lu's name. His situation was rather dismal. While others had come to the show with clear intentions and pre-selected partners, he was merely a substitute. The prospect of announcing a 0 vote was profoundly embarrassing. As for Zhang Wenba, who had previously arranged to join him, he was of no concern. After all, it was anonymous. No one would know he had chosen Li Lu. Xiao Xinyao glanced around to ensure no one was watching her. She promptly wrote down the name that resonated in her heart and placed it into the envelope. She felt a pang of sympathy for someone so inexplicably lost. It was anonymous. No one would know whom she had chosen. Li Shurhan sealed her envelope, realizing for the first time the extent of the pain she had inadvertently caused him. His confusion, helplessness, naivety, and mediocrity were all inextricably linked to her actions. It was, after all, anonymous. No one would know whom she had chosen. Lu Mian set down her pen with satisfaction, feeling considerably lighter. This foolish boy. How could life be as simple as you wish it to be? The life you desire is beyond my means to provide, but I sincerely wish you all the best. It was anonymous, after all, with a hint of irony. Sun Wanwan elegantly submitted her envelope to the staff. She felt a protective instinct towards her brother Lu. He would never receive a 0 vote. It was anonymous, and she thought to herself, apologies, Xiao Jun. Though you are quite handsome, you are not to my taste. Soon, all the cards were collected, and a few of the boys gathered together, exchanging playful jests. Old Six, who did you write? Lu Gu undoubtedly wrote Lin. You two are definitely locked in. Huh, Yang Gu wrote Lu Mian. I caught a glimpse. You little rascal, stop making things up. The female guests remained relatively quiet, perhaps having written the names of their crushes and feeling a bit shy about it. Now, let us reveal the votes. We will begin with the male guest who received the lowest number of votes. The camera swept across the faces of each male guest. Some appeared confident, others joyful, expectant, or anxious, and one bore an air of indifference. Yangshu. Everyone turned to look at him. He received the lowest votes? 0 votes. Wow, old Lu. Are you kidding me? Yang Shu exclaimed, covering his face in humiliation. 0 votes. A true disgrace. Zhang Wenba 0 votes. Yet, the heartbeat of the audience did not falter. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Lin Xian 0 votes. Xiao Jun 0 votes. A string of names left the crowd in utter shock. All eyes were on Li Lu. And according to the rules, votes could only be cast for the opposite sex. He was indeed the recipient of full support. Chapter 19. I truly feel sorry for him. The audience, who initially reveled in Yang Shu receiving 0 votes, soon found themselves astonished as 4 male contestants inexplicably ended up with the same dismal result, 0 votes. Haha. Yang Shu with 0 votes. I suspected Zhang Wenba would receive 0 votes, and indeed he did. What happened? My Xinxian also got 0 votes. Xiao Xiao received 0 votes. Could there be foul play? Goodness, Li Lu received full votes. Not only was the live broadcast's barrage of comments filled with shock, but the male contestants were equally incredulous. The host, Xiao Xiong, did not hesitate to announce the results. The contestant who garnered the highest heartbeats upon their introduction was none other than Li Lu. The camera clearly focused on the bewildered individual. While the comments section erupted in frenzy, I knew Lin Lin would vote for him, but I never expected a full vote. A full vote is rather absurd. Quite absurd indeed. Yang Shu chuckled to himself, somewhat bemused by the situation. The design of the rules was intended to only reveal the lowest vote count among male contestants to avoid the awkwardness of a female contestant receiving 0 votes. For males, a 0 vote could serve as a form of entertainment, given their thick skin. Anonymous voting was meant to maintain an air of mystery. But this felt utterly pointless. It was clear that all female contestants favored one individual, leaving the rest of them merely as bystanders. Old Lu, would you care to say a few words? The camera panned awkwardly over the faces of the female contestants, as if their innermost thoughts were laid bare before millions. Please, don't misunderstand. I merely wish to extend a semblance of warmth to someone as perplexing as him. Lu Mian found it difficult to meet Li Lu's gaze, fearing he might think she was infatuated with him. What was the purpose of anonymity when everyone was already aware of their crushes? On the very first day of the show, without any interaction, everyone had already revealed their heartthrob. Surely, there should have been a gradual progression. The camera then shifted to Lin Lin beside her, prompting her to share her thoughts as well. This was not part of the original format, which intended to keep some mystery by allowing female contestants to reveal their favored male. However, at this point, concealment seemed unnecessary. I simply feel he is rather pitiable. If he were to receive 0 votes, that would be truly disheartening. Lin Lin tilted her chin defiantly, contemplating the charming rogue who had captivated so many. Had she known he would receive such support, she would have certainly chosen differently. Oh, how proud you are, Yang Shu bluntly remarked, provoking laughter among the male contestants. It was clear to everyone what her intentions were, especially since they had immediately gravitated towards one another. I have composed a song for you. Willing to plunge headlong into this endeavor. It seems that the hope for reconciliation is nearly sealed. The barrage of comments has been fervently scrolling across the screen. Since the program's inception, the interactions between the two have been abundant. Sister, you should just accept it. Lin Lin, I have consented to this union. Initially, I thought he was unworthy, but after hearing that song, I have changed my mind. That song was undoubtedly sung for you, wasn't it? I didn't expect to be charmed so early on. It's utterly sweet. What a surprise. This program surpasses my expectations of the script. As the camera zooms in, it focuses on Li Shurhan. I chose him out of empathy. That's what drove my decision. After she spoke, she lowered her head, feeling somewhat bashful. I was always going to choose him. This time I will be true to myself. I feel the same. Perhaps his song was simply too captivating. Zhang Yuyao echoed this sentiment, wondering how any girl could resist such a brooding young man, especially given their past closeness. The camera then turned to her companion, Xiao Wan, who appeared visibly anxious and flustered. I felt the same. I couldn't help but want to cast my vote after hearing Brother Lu's song. Oh dear. Now the manager is certainly going to scold herself. Just when she had distanced herself, she finds herself drawn back in, and everyone is aware of it. Thus, it seems the pinnacle of pursuing a girl lies in feigning vulnerability to evoke her sympathy. Yang Shu looked at Lu Mian with a puzzled expression. Their relationship was amicable enough to allow for jesting. Lu Mian scrutinized him and replied, Old Yang, perhaps it's best to let this go. It's simply not suitable. What do you mean? Why am I not suitable? He retorted, I haven't secured funding for my new film, and I've mortgaged my house to the bank. After over 30 years, I've yet to date anyone. Look at me, all my hair has turned white in pursuit of my dreams. And it continues to fall out in clumps. As he lamented, he tugged at his hair vigorously, causing several nearby female guests to scream and recoil. The flakes of dandruff were indeed falling freely. Old Yang, at least make sure you look presentable, Lu Mian bluntly remarked. Brother Yang, you can't write songs, can you? Brother Yang, is your voice even pleasant? Xiao Jun and Lin Xian chimed in with their jabs. You two are just playing around. The romantic prospects have vanished. What hope do you have for the show now? Their banter continued, bringing a light-hearted spirit to the program. Although this is a dating reality show, it remains an entertainment venture. After all, the female contestants are not genuinely focused on just one suitor, as they woo and share the spotlight. Tomorrow marks a new beginning. At this moment, the heartbeat bear reappears, and according to the rules, Li Lu has gained an opportunity for a private date with a female contestant. Who will be the lucky lady he meets first? The camera panned back and forth among several girls, and in that moment, not only the audience in front of the screen, but even the male and female guests present felt a wave of tension. When Lin's answer was revealed, it seemed as if everyone collectively exhaled. Ah, it's settled, it's settled. We no longer need to entertain those two, Yang Shu remarked with a look of relief. His performance worthy of an award. Wow, Sister Lin and I were thinking the same. They have reconciled, truly becoming a couple once more. Congratulations, Sister Lin. May you both cherish this bond. You did well, but let us hope you don't mess it up again this time. Several male guests chimed in with playful banter, suggesting that they were indeed the first couple to emerge from this matchmaking endeavor. Mutual selection, a reciprocal pursuit, reconciliation is what the fans yearn for. The camera swept across the female guests, who fell into an unexpected silence. No one dared to speak. Can I refuse? I don't want to go on a date with him, Lin thought, feeling utterly embarrassed, her face flushed under the glaring lights. That scoundrel. I certainly do not wish to date him. At the very least, it cannot be me taking the initiative. Although she had initially considered helping him out, the reality of the situation made her feel exceedingly bashful. Chapter 20. The struggles of a fading star do cannot be refused. The heartbeat bear immediately retorted. What a joke. If we all refuse, what would be left of our show? Lin felt a surge of joy within her. Haha, Sister Lin is shy. The male guests teased. You might as well have I am willing written on your face. Women are truly full of contradictions. As the evening drew to a close, the heartbeat bear announced the end of the live broadcast, bidding farewell to everyone. The show could not go on for 24 hours. The artists also required their privacy. The courtyard quickly descended into chaos as a flurry of staff members appeared to tidy up the aftermath. I'm exhausted. Anyone up for a late-night snack? Yang Shu found a lounge chair and seemed to collapse into it, his energy instantly drained. Brother Yang, I'm heading back now. See you tomorrow, everyone, Zhang Wenba said, lacking enthusiasm, and departed after a brief greeting. The others soon followed suit, retreating to their respective rooms. With the program just aired, they were all eager to revisit their performances during the live broadcast. Li Lu called out, preparing to bid her farewell. Other female artists seemed hesitant, as it had been a long time since they had last spoken. Oh, see you tomorrow, Lin responded, a hint of trepidation in her voice, darting away like a startled rabbit. What could he possibly want to say? Surely, it should be a gradual process. It cannot happen so swiftly. Li Lu searched the crowd for the director, Xiao Jiang, who had brought her here, feeling that she had arrived too late, with no one informing her of her room's location. Moreover, she had yet to receive reimbursement for her flight ticket. Li Lu, a familiar voice called out to him. What is the matter? Are you avoiding me? Without Lu Mian around, Li Lu offered an awkward smile. This dating show truly tests one's endurance. Aside from Lin, he found it difficult to converse with any of the female contestants. Lu Mian, you didn't address me like that when we used to gaze at the moon together. Although her voice was low, their proximity allowed Li Lu to hear her clearly. His face instantly transformed with fear. Little sweet? Is that truly what I can call you now? Huh, just teasing you. Look how frightened you are. There is no need for such theatrics. Your behavior seems overly deliberate. Even if you still harbor feelings, you could engage more with the other female contestants. Don't let this opportunity slip away. Lu Mian's tone became serious. He had received quite a bit of screen time today, yet he hadn't exchanged a single word with her. Avoiding her and maintaining distance felt excessively intentional. This approach surely could not last. In a few days, the novelty of him and Lin would wear off, and his screen presence would diminish significantly. People can remain friends after a breakup. It's not as if they must never interact again. Thank you. Li Lu, being an old hand in the industry, understood that Lu Mian was encouraging him to interact with her more, to leverage her popularity, as well as that of other female contestants. Yet, how could he do that? He simply wasn't capable. Moreover, he was merely here to coast along. There was no need to ride anyone's coattails. Once the show concluded, he would fly far away. The next time you hear from me, I will be the renowned author, Li Lu. When we meet again, you shall address me as Teacher Li. Lu Mian took a few quick steps forward. There were many people around, and she wished to avoid drawing too much attention. Suddenly, she halted, turning her head back to him. And by the way, you lied to me. You once said you had no secrets from me. But you never mentioned that you wrote songs for your ex-girlfriend. Li Lu was taken aback. What? When did he write any? What he had said could hardly be considered a confession. Lu Mian, seeing his bewildered expression, smiled brightly and swiftly walked away. She had previously worried about his well-being. But not anymore. The song he had just performed was already a signature piece. With such a remarkable song as his foundation, coupled with the show's popularity and his own attributes, he was bound to regain some fame. However, when had he become such a talented singer? With that magnetic baritone, he could surely secure a foothold in the music industry. Did he truly need to resort to lip-syncing? Perhaps he genuinely could cleanse himself of past grievances. The courtyard was now occupied solely by the remaining staff, who were still busy. Li Lu did not rush to leave. Where should this go? He casually picked up a box, eager to assist in tidying up. I am no ordinary star. I am the benevolent little prince. No, Teacher Li. You can put that down. Teacher Li, you've worked all day. You should head home and rest. A nearby staff member rushed over, and the two began to tug at the box together. It's all right. It's quite light. I can manage. Teacher Li, please let it go. You surely do not wish for me to be unemployed. Haha, are you joking? It's not that serious. After a brief dispute, Li Lu successfully moved the box to the warehouse. He then returned to continue his search for work. The exclusive director, Jiang Zi, secretly followed him, capturing photographs and anonymously submitting them online. It is said that extras vie for roles in the production. It is not easy for this fated artist. Contentedly, Li Lu returned to his room, neglecting to check for news about himself online. Lying down on his bed, he called out to the system. System. How many resources can I exchange now? After diligently working for half a day, he felt he deserved a new opportunity. Yet, the number of exchangeable resources read 0. That cannot be right. Wasn't it said that doing good deeds would allow for unlimited exchanges? The system, unable to perceive the host's sincerity, indicated exchangeable times 0. How can I convey my sincerity to you? You ought to clarify your requirements. The system noted that if it sensed the host's sincerity, it would automatically increase the exchangeable times. Li Lu asked several times, but received no useful information. This is a scam. He cursed inwardly, feeling a sense of urgency. Having easily exhausted his previous chances, he now discovered that gaining them again required sincerity. After pondering, he considered whether helping them with their tasks was insufficient. Accepting payment for work seemed only natural, but he realized he needed to venture outside. At the very least, he needed to ascertain how to increase his exchangeable times. Confined within this isolated villa area, opportunities for good deeds were scarce. He picked up his phone and casually scrolled through it. The unread messages on WeChat were overwhelming, 99 notifications glaring at him. Many acquaintances from years past had reached out, knowing his song had garnered a modicum of popularity. He was surprised by the swift responses. Li Lu scoffed, hardly inclined to read them. Most of these people should have been deleted long ago, but he found it tedious and had left them be. After all, he never posted on social media. Some friends with whom he had maintained decent relationships warranted replies. Hey, your new song is quite good. Hasn't it already concluded? Am I interrupting your date with your ex-girlfriend? Sorry, was that not Gao Xiaolan? After their last phone call, they had connected on WeChat, yet they had never conversed there until now, and she had sent him so many messages. Chapter 21. I wonder how her fingers are doing. Gao Xiaolan's messages could not go unanswered. I was busy, just returned. What are you thinking? I was so embarrassed. Dating my ex-girlfriend? How could that be? Li Lu opened her moments. Although he did not engage with the platform, it did not seem excessive to see what others were up to, especially since he hadn't seen her in many years. Indeed, there were only a few sporadic posts visible from the past 3 days. No matter what, I have never regretted my affection for you. My fondness for you was, in essence, a solitary affair. I miss you as one longs for a summer that refuses to arrive. There are no significant images, merely a collection of hastily captured landscapes. I yearn to see how you have transformed over the years. It has been ages since we last met. The melancholic musings of this young girl truly evoke a sense of discomfort. No wonder she is so resistant to the idea of matchmaking. It appears she is rather infatuated. Yet it is the beauty of the soul that truly matters. The world is rife with superficiality, and how few men of substance like myself exist. Regrettably, I am merely her good friend, and certain topics remain unapproachable. Ding. A message swiftly returned. What's the matter? Are you reveling today? With 5 former flames vying for your affection? Haha, splendid, truly splendid. In front of my friends, I have nothing to feign. The crudeness of human nature is laid bare. Even though I have sought to distance myself from them, maintaining an air of calm, the thrill of receiving 5 votes still lifts my spirits. When you said you wanted to break up, I accepted it without hesitation. Now, you wish to rekindle our connection? I find it amusing. A petty triumph. Oh, this insufferable charm. Spare me the nauseating flattery. However, your new song does indeed earn points. Gao Xiaolan has been replaying the song he performed during his recent live broadcast, resonating with someone like me. Initially, I had no intention of engaging with this despicable man again, yet I cannot resist the urge to witness his new show. From a state of confusion to Zhang Wenba's relentless demeanor, I felt a pang of sympathy for him, anxiety and anger swirling within me. When he began to sing, everything shifted. It became apparent that he is enveloped in solitude and melancholy. His joviality is merely a facade. What he seeks is a kindred spirit, someone who comprehends him. He remains himself, and although I may be tardy, it is not too late. Could it be that he has developed feelings for me, adding another admirer to my list? Li Lu had just lamented squandering an opportunity, yet now he finds it rather agreeable. The chance to redeem resources from the system can be taken at a leisurely pace. But to be impressive, nay, to be charming, is a lifelong endeavor. How could a melancholic, artistic soul like Gao Xiaolan resist? Enough of this. You performed adequately in this show. In the past, you were rather ordinary, unremarkable. Gao Xiaolan laughed teasingly, slightly breathless. Comrade Gao Xiaolan, you have yet to witness my pinnacle. Li Lu felt it necessary to enlighten this young girl, recently returned and inexperienced, about his illustrious past, lest she continue to underestimate him. That year, with my hands casually tucked in my pockets, I was blissfully unaware of what a rival truly was. I remember participating in the talent show Idol Has You, where I encountered both gods and Buddhas, vanquishing all in my path. I surged ahead, clinching the coveted first place. At that time, countless young girls showered me with supportive messages, each a mere cent, amounting to over 10 million messages directed solely at me. When Li Lu reminisced about those glorious years, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. However, such fame was fleeting. The entertainment industry is notorious for its fickleness. In just over 3 years, I found myself relegated to obscurity. Yet, claiming to have been the dream of millions of young girls hardly seems an exaggeration. Yes, indeed, you were remarkable. Gao Xiaolan recalled her excitement upon witnessing him during that time, her heart swelling with joy. Indeed, he was brimming with vigor and undeniably handsome. You cannot fathom the fervor of my fans. One ardent admirer alone cast over 1 million votes for me. Li Lu shuddered at the memory, wondering if her fingers were still intact after all that fervent voting. You are the one being foolish. Gao Xiaolan retorted instantly, sending a playful emoji of a punch. She quickly added, I shall expose you for belittling your fans. No, I was wrong, sister. A pleading emoji followed. I merely worried for her fingers, fearing they might swell from overexertion. Such reckless fans, spending carelessly, must be curbed by a positive role model like myself. Li Lu understood her jest. Yet such fans truly exhibited a lack of sense. I'm off to sleep, good night. Gao Xiaolan inwardly cursed, thinking, this fool likely does not realize that back then, I could manage everything on a computer with ease. My delicate fingers were perfectly fine. Are you coming to play? The scenery here is delightful. After waiting in vain for a response, Li Lu presumed she had genuinely retired for the night. He had extended his invitation twice, only to be met with silence. He resolved never to call her again. Even among friends, one must not indulge. Gao Xiaolan lay on her bed, feeling a twinge of melancholy. What was I to do? Watch you date. It was evident that his former girlfriend, Lin, still harbored feelings for him, and the fans later deemed them a perfect match. Oh, but there are other female contestants. Perhaps knowing that they had previously shared a history with him, They were quick to assume their intentions were impure. After all, how could they all choose him? How had he suddenly become so talented? It was rather vexing. Perhaps the less accomplished version of him was preferable. The program, aside from live broadcasts, also featured highlight reels. These highlights condensed the day's live content into a more digestible format, enriched with subtitles, and aired on video platforms. For viewers unable to follow the entire show, they could conveniently catch the highlights later. After the live broadcast, the diligent behind-the-scenes team swiftly compiled the first episode's content. What is this? How does Lilu qualify as a top-tier star? To think that the protagonist of the premiere episode is Lilu. Is there some hidden agenda? Upon glancing at the synopsis, I was astonished to discover that the first pairing featured Lilu and Lin Lin, a rather unexpected combination. The fervor surrounding tomorrow's show is palpable. I am solely interested in witnessing the reunion of former lovers. The plot involving these exes is utterly captivating. I have stumbled upon a hidden gem in the entertainment industry, Lilu, and I must ardently recommend his new song. It seems he has risen like a phoenix, reclaiming his glory through the realm of variety shows. In just one evening, the name Lilu has surged in popularity. Previously a top-tier star, this name has suddenly resurfaced, attracting an increasing number of curious onlookers. Chapter 22. The most annoying boy is the one with a loose tongue. Sun Xiang kicked open the door to his office, followed closely by his assistant, Marue. Last night, Lilu demonstrated his remarkable prowess, as a new song featured on a variety show propelled him to the trending topics. Even the most ardent critics could not deny the song's brilliance. This morning, the company's executives convened for a meeting where they specifically discussed the rising star. The talent agency's personnel were highly attuned to the situation. This surge in popularity indicated an impending resurgence. The boss, aware that this artist had terminated his contract, cursed his own misjudgment, particularly since the show that rekindled his fame was one he had signed. Should he reach out to renegotiate? Marue had also watched the program highlights. That man exuded charisma, evoking a fluttering in his heart, prompting an urge to offer consolation. However, renegotiation seemed futile. Lilu had been playing them all along. He had completed the song long before, merely waiting for the contract's expiration to release it, thereby securing the rights for himself. This was the very aspect that incensed Sun Xiang the most. Despite his evident songwriting talent, Lilu had chosen to feign ignorance. Had he produced such quality work earlier, the company would undoubtedly have promoted him. This cunning individual was clearly biding his time, preparing for a solo career post-contract. It is essential to note that under the previous agreement, all his creations belonged to the company. Thus, the songs he penned were not truly his own. If only he could experience a resurgence, he would likely ascend to the zenith of fame. Reflecting on the past, Sun Xiang lamented that if they had been under the same label, the synergy could have been remarkable. Regrettably, the company had already instructed him to step back from the matter, delegating it to Lin Lin's manager, likely steering towards a more glamorous trajectory. With a sigh, Sun Xiang acknowledged Lilu's strategic advantage, previously overlooked due to a lack of representative works. He now possessed a creation that could evoke nostalgia and facilitate a swift return to the limelight. Despite his outward criticism, if they could successfully re-sign a top-tier star, he would gladly set aside his pride and even call him father. His greatest regret now was having assisted in signing him for that project. Perhaps the production team, in their haste, would have opted for someone else instead. In the heartbeat cabin, Lilu rose from slumber past 10 o'clock, reluctant to venture outside. He acknowledged that he could not remain concealed indefinitely. After all, having accepted remuneration, one must uphold a semblance of professional integrity. He pondered what edibles might be available. In the living room, only Xiao Jun and Yang Shu were present. After exchanging casual greetings, he made his way to the kitchen. This was indeed a communal space. Under constant surveillance by cameras, he found some congee and bread, casually taking a few bites. Lilu, your new song has become a sensation. Many from the industry have tagged you, Xiao Jun remarked, approaching with his phone in hand. Since last night, he had intermittently logged onto a secondary account to check the latest updates. Since the program aired, Lilu's popularity soared above all others, eliciting envy. I'm done with that. Lilu replied with a sincere smile, acknowledging that he had been the target of online vitriol that led him to retreat from the internet. Who would endure daily criticism and still engage with that? You should check it out, but it seems you lack a team now. Your new fan group is leaderless. Xiao Jun observed, genuinely concerned. Lilu had already trended several times. It was now revealed that he had terminated his contract with the original company. lacking both a team and even a manager. I'm not interested, not at all. What need have I for a fan group? I am alone, Li Lu asserted. Any organization claiming to act in my name is fraudulent. He deliberately voiced this, aware that it was being broadcast live. Even if unseen, it would be recorded and edited. This was to prevent others from exploiting his newfound fame for deceitful gain. What's the matter, Li Lu? Have you truly become indifferent to fame and fortune? Yang Shu inquired, joining the conversation as their trio warranted additional camera time. Honestly, I can't be bothered with such things, Li Lu thought. He felt no need to maintain a fan base. Once the program concluded, he intended to transition to a different career. By the way, where are the others? He asked. They've gone to work, assisting local fishermen in selling their goods. Yang and I rose early to collect basic supplies for the past 2 days, Xiaojun explained. However, to enjoy better meals, one must put in some effort. Why was I not informed? Li Lu set down the bun, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the notion of receiving handouts. Really? Li Gu, you've never watched this show before? Xiaojun teased. Not often, Li Lu admitted, feeling a bit sheepish. What man would willingly watch a dating show? Upon arrival, the program's itinerary had not detailed his responsibilities. He had taken it for a vacation. You and Lin Lin have a special privilege today, in the afternoon. You'll be escorted off the island to spend a romantic evening at a 5-star hotel. Yang Shu chuckled, his expression suggestive of shared male understanding. Whenever a guest successfully formed a partnership, they earned a chance for a private date. Luxurious hotels, splendid cruise ships, and even aerial excursions could be arranged. Those who failed to pair up remained on the island, living on meager rations. Xiaojun elaborated further. The notion of living on meager rations is disheartening. If one desires delicacies such as lobsters and abalone, one must earn them independently. Yang Shu, assuming the demeanor of an elder, elicited a chorus of amused chuckles from a few individuals. If the production team were to cater to every whim, there would be little room for guest interaction. It would be better for everyone to simply recline in apathy. Indeed, since morning, the guests who had ventured out had yet to return. The main camera was focused elsewhere, leaving the trio's shots to be intermittently adjusted. It was no wonder that the gathering commenced promptly upon their arrival yesterday. It was evidently arranged for everyone to enjoy a sumptuous meal. Li Lu felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had not been overly concerned with appearances. When shall the two of us venture out? He pondered, the prospect of an outing invigorating him, as remaining here served little purpose. He found himself impatiently yearning to validate the thoughts swirling in his mind. As they spoke, a commotion erupted outside, heralding the return of the morning's expedition. The girls led the way, followed by the boys, each adorned with wide-brimmed sun hats, exuding excitement in clusters. Today, we have sea bass to savor, exclaimed Xiaonuan, her petite frame cradling a large fish basket, brimming with joy at the bounty bestowed by the locals. Upon entering the house, her gaze fell upon her brother Lu, who was watching intently. Oh dear, what should she do? Dressed as a fisherman's sister, she wondered if he would approve. Her spirits dampened at the thought. Lin Lin, you've just returned. Brother Lu has been waiting for you. Eager to go out together, Xiaojun remarked, prompting laughter from the boys. A flush crept onto Lin Lin's cheeks as she dashed to her room. There was no need to rush, they had made plans before. And she didn't want to appear foolish. Xiaojun approached Nuan, intending to assist her with the basket. Come, let me take that for you. No, Sun Wan insisted, maneuvering past him to carry it into the kitchen herself. You chatter too much, she thought, finding him quite bothersome. Chapter 23, You're giving the wrong impression. Xiao Xiao felt bewildered. What is going on? Just days ago, wasn't it your manager who approached me, encouraging more interaction with you? Surely. They did not expect her to adopt the role of a lovesick admirer. How naive. Her agency had initially envisioned a pairing with Zhang Xinyao. Yet she thought that having one more connection could be beneficial. In truth, her dream partner was Lu Mian, but alas, her company forbade it due to their significant age difference, fearing it would not sit well with fans. Yao Yao, let me help you with your hat. Xiaojun quickly recalibrated his mindset, seeking another female guest to engage with. The heart-thumping little house soon buzzed with excitement as the girls eagerly showcased their morning's haul. They divided into groups, assisting at the market to sell fish. Upon their return, they bore an array of spoils, gifts from the fishermen. Li Lu lingered just out of the camera's reach, awaiting the director's signal for his turn to venture out. Yang Shu had just followed Lu Mian upstairs, intending to help her select an outfit, only to be unceremoniously dismissed. Descending the stairs, he discovered the other boys and girls frolicking in the kitchen, leaving him sitting alone. Rather conspicuously, what on earth is wrong with you? Don't let others misunderstand. We have not excluded you. With a cheerful demeanor, I took a seat beside him and exchanged a jest. Since the program aired yesterday, it has ignited several trending topics. This fellow alone has topped numerous lists. Class distinctions. The faded top-tier celebrity from a dating show ignored, dining alone. The faded top-tier celebrity's crew struggling for camera time, humbly seeking attention. Just look at those headlines. Had it been merely this, I would not have initiated a conversation with him. However, this lad's performance last night was so stunning that it has sparked a resurgence in his popularity. Currently, the most viral short video features the segment where he's saying, "For someone like me, even listening evokes profound sentiments. For the ordinary citizens of this nation, with over 1 billion souls, their resonance would be even deeper." With this song alone, he could surely secure a place back in the second tier after this season's program. If his management company is willing to invest, and there is financial backing, regaining a top-tier status would not be insurmountable. No. It's just that we are not well acquainted. Lilu responded with a smile, feigning social anxiety. I can't shake the feeling that you're merely playing the fool, claiming unfamiliarity? Yang Shu, a seasoned veteran, noted that after last night's surge in popularity, this kid has been thoroughly scrutinized by netizens. Various scandals have resurfaced on trending lists, and during his peak, he was undoubtedly a magnet for rumors. Upon closer examination, the netizens were alarmed to discover that he had connections with all 5 female guests from Heartbeat, exclaiming that the production team certainly knows how to select their cast. To claim unfamiliarity in front of me now seems rather disingenuous. Let us not even mention Lin Lin. You've collaborated with both Zhang Yuyao and Li Shurhan. Haven to you? Who would believe your act of being unacquainted? Yang Gu, you are an actor yourself. Surely, you understand. After filming so many productions each year, once a project wraps, everyone essentially loses contact. My interactions with him are purely for promotional purposes. Li Lu recalled the message Zhang Yuyao sent him during their breakup. They were all actors. He realized how unprofessional he had been at that time. Yang Shu sensed the truth in his words, but remained somewhat apprehensive. This lad is certainly not as naive as he appears. Everyone in this industry is astute. My earlier assertion that he plays the fool was not unfounded. He possesses a remarkable song, yet pretended to be oblivious last night. Zhang Wenba has been left in a dire situation, with netizens ruthlessly mocking him below his Weibo posts, effectively overshadowing his new song preparation. It seems the planned album release has been postponed. It's a tragic affair. To claim unfamiliarity with the female guests is likely just an act. What about you and Lu Mian? There are numerous photos of your private gatherings circulating online. Yang Shu may not concern himself with others, but he is eager to engage more with Lu in this season's program. The rumors surrounding him and Lu Mian abound. Yet he remains skeptical of them. Now that we broached the subject, it wouldn't hurt to inquire further. Of course, those rumors are false. Those photos do not solely feature the two of us. I recall that there were always quite a few friends around. Li Lu spoke insincerely, claiming that once a relationship ends, one should refrain from dwelling on past partners. A benevolent falsehood, wouldn't you agree? However, I must commend Sister Lu Mian's astuteness. She always has an employee on hand to provide a cover during dates. TSK, you shouldn't just sit here alone, pretending not to recognize anyone. Are you really waiting for a young lady to approach you first? Yang Shu is uncertain whether this is truly his character, as they were not well acquainted before. Yet now, as an elder brother, it would be prudent to draw this promising junior into the fold. All right, thank you, Brother Yang, Li Lu humbly acknowledged. Revealing the reason for his reluctance to attend, his ex-girlfriends were all present, and he wished to avoid them at all costs. The main camera had seemingly shifted to this scene. Li Lu's popularity was quite high yesterday, and the director's team sought to capture more of him. Unfortunately, he had been unengaged since morning, failing to interact with anyone. The barrage of comments quickly turned to focus on their conversation. Old Six is clearly avoiding the heat of criticism, which is why he is not joining in. The once popular star truly has it tough. Even off-air, he must toil away. Having listened to his new song, I perceive him as a sensitive and fiercely gentle young man. Initially, I feared he might approach my sister to curry favor, but now I find him quite agreeable. A model of male virtue, he is not casting a wide net. He is waiting for Lin Lin. Don't be deceived by his facade. It's all an act. He is clearly a playboy, and now that he is not in the limelight, he is pretending to be innocent. Absolutely Old Six. Yang Shu, don't be fooled. He and Lu Mian are definitely involved. Li Lu and Li Shurhan had a falling out in the past. So he wouldn't approach her. The swift denial from Xiaonuan certainly served as a slap in the face. He hasn't seen Zhang Xinyo in years. And now that he has fallen from grace, he likely feels embarrassed. As for Lu Mian, she plays with whoever is trending. Those who understand, understand. After Li Lu's complete downfall, they have not appeared together again. For more explosive content, follow me, Entertainment 9 Annie. Li Lu. Lin Lin descended from the second floor, calling out, "Oh, Sister Lin Lin, you are so beautiful. Don't return tonight. Old Six, it's all on you now." The others in the room turned their attention, and several men joined in the jest. Of course, it was all in good humor. This is a serious dating reality show. A star-studded one at that. There will undoubtedly be no scenes of them sharing a bed, unlike those overseas dramatic shows that cannot be aired. Even Zhang Wenbo loudly contributed to the lively atmosphere, smiling broadly while internally. After last night, he had abandoned his original aspirations. This pair of illicit lovers had only added to his vexation, especially that sly individual who once again overshadowed him, particularly in the realm of singing, where he had suffered great embarrassment. Lin Lin, adorned in a white shirt and denim jeans, radiated youthful exuberance, reminiscent of a freshly graduated university student. Although she herself was merely in her 20s, it had been quite some time since she donned such attire, an echo of her clothing from the days of her first love at 18. "Let us depart," she suggested, her cheeks swiftly turning the shade of ripe apples, unable to remain in the living room any longer despite knowing that everyone was merely engaging in playful antics. As this was a dating reality show, Li Lu was momentarily taken aback. Lin Lin's demeanor seemed amiss. "Isn't this just a temporary charade? With such a display, others might misconstrue your intentions." Chapter 24. Lu turns back from the moment Lin Lin laid eyes on him, her heart stirred with ripples of emotion. Though she berated him as a scoundrel, cold-hearted and indifferent, she could not claim to harbor much hatred, for it had been her choice as well. And she lacked the courage to pursue differently. Now, witnessing his unfortunate circumstances, she felt an irresistible urge to extend her assistance. After listening to that song, she realized that perhaps she had never truly penetrated the depths of his soul. That morning, her manager called, praising their compatibility and urging her not to let this opportunity slip away. Perhaps it was indeed fate that they would reunite on a dating show. "I chose him. He chose me. Our story has only just begun." The close-up shots elicited a flurry of comments. "No way, Lin Lin's behavior seems off. Sister, it's only the second day of the show. Show some restraint. It's over. The goddess has already surrendered. If this is an act, I refuse to believe it. Lin Lin's acting is notoriously subpar. This is the end of the show. She is already acting like a mother. Regardless of whether this is genuine or not, I am already invested." On the seaside path, they walked one in front of the other, making their way to a nearby port where the production team would ferry them to the city. The summer sun was quite dazzling, yet the sea breeze rendered it bearable. Lin Lin held an umbrella, perplexed by Li Lu's prolonged silence. "Would you like to share the umbrella with me? You might get sunburned." Unable to contain her concern, she speculated that he might be feeling shy, especially with the crew capturing every moment with miniature cameras and recording devices. "I'm fine, really," Li Lu replied, sensing something was amiss. Lin Lin's behavior was far too conspicuous. Surely, she couldn't have taken the dating show seriously. That was not his intention in selecting her. He believed he understood her well enough. She was not adept at social interactions, often appearing aloof and distant. In their early days at the company, her peers had treated her with a degree of reverence. She was not the type to engage in performative antics. Despite the company's attempts to cast her in various roles over the years, each endeavor had ended in failure. He, too, had surrendered to the reality of her acting skills, which were virtually non-existent. Fortunately, her external attributes were exceptional, and with a voice gifted by Providence, she had instead blossomed into a sensational figure in the music industry. In recent years, she has sung numerous theme songs for television dramas, solidifying her status as a queen. Her youngest daughter's demeanor now mirrors that of her initial romance. With her wealth of romantic experience, it is indisputable that this is genuine, impossible for her to feign. If it were Lu Mian or Yao Yao, perhaps it would be more plausible. They no longer dare to walk together, let alone share an umbrella, which would only invite misunderstanding. Lin Ling was momentarily taken aback. What was wrong with him? He had already provided an excuse, so why the refusal? Will they continue like this until the end of time? Is he truly a straight man? Why does it feel like Li Lu is deliberately maintaining distance? We were hoping to see them display affection, yet this is not what we anticipated. After such a long time, their silence is rather tedious. Lin Ling, who is generally reserved, seems indifferent. Our Lin Ling made an overture, only to be rejected. This is intentional. The fans' barrage of comments erupted, completely diverging from their expectations. They had assumed the first couple would be passionately expressive, yet both seemed remarkably restrained. The director promptly switched the camera back to the perspective of the heartbeat cabin. Over here, the two boarded a boat. Li Lu initially intended to find a random seat, but at the director's suggestion, she sat beside Lin Ling. Lin Ling sensed something was amiss. It seemed he was deliberately keeping his distance. What has he been busy with lately? Li Lu awkwardly initiated a conversation, believing her rapport with Lin Ling to be quite normal. Yet now, suddenly, she felt at a loss for words. Had she misunderstood her intentions, or had he misread hers? Should she have communicated with her sooner last night? Recording songs, rehearsing, and attending shows occupied Lin Ling's mind, and he felt slightly better, though he dreaded prolonged silence between them. What about you? Playing games, watching movies, just indulging in distractions. I don't believe it. You must have written many songs. Haha. Not at all. Li Lu knew that the song she wrote last night was indeed fresh, but she doubted anyone would believe her and was too weary to explain further. President Wang from the company asked me to inquire if you would consider returning. Lin Ling recalled the errand his manager had entrusted him with that morning and thought it an opportune moment to ask. No, I certainly will not. Are you concerned about contractual issues? The company is about to establish a personal studio for me, and if you are willing, we could negotiate with them together. Upon saying this, he lowered his head, hoping she would comprehend. The company would fund the establishment of her studio, taking a portion of the shares while granting her autonomy, a true diva-esque privilege. If he were to join, he would not have to fear exploitation. Li Lu surely understood. Her implication was a partnership, akin to a couple's business. I prefer to remain independent. It feels more liberating. Li Lu turned her gaze outwards, unable to meet her eyes. Where shall we go next? Let us shift the topic. I am quite uncertain about today's arrangements. According to the rules, individual dates necessitate heeding the preferences of the female guest. This afternoon, we shall visit the Lu Hui Park for a leisurely stroll. In the evening, we shall meander through the local night market, a place I have not frequented in a year. Lin Lin appears somewhat disheartened, having faced yet another rejection. A woman's sentiments are exceedingly delicate. Yesterday he seemed far more amiable than he does now. All right, I shall defer to your judgment. Li Lu replied with a somewhat forced smile. It was evident she had come prepared. The choice of Lu Hui Park seems laden with significance. The night market? Not having returned in a year? It was a year ago when the two of them secretly ventured to the night market together, only to be summoned by their manager the next day upon returning to the company. Contracts were presented, a mix of rewards and reprimands ensued. Subsequently, they parted ways. Her manager had specifically sought him out, proclaiming Lin Lin's future was bright, as the company was already in the process of producing her solo album. If he truly had her best interests at heart, he shouldn't delay her at this juncture. For emerging idol artists, romantic entanglements can be detrimental to their fan base. Lin Lin had requested him to come over and apologize, yet he knew he could not persist in his affections. Life is unpredictable. 6 months later, he had soared to fame, becoming a nationwide sensation. Chapter 25. Could it be that you two possess a system? There is much anticipation. Please capture plenty of photographs for me later. Lin Lin suddenly smiled, regardless of his thoughts about her. Today was meant to be a date for the two of them. Yes, all right. Li Lu nodded, feeling somewhat numb inside. He only boasted in front of Gao Xiaolan. In truth, he was not a narcissistic individual. However, from earlier until now, Lin Lin had caught him off guard. She had invited him to share an umbrella and suggested forming a studio together. Amongst a plethora of tourist attractions, why choose Lu Hui Park? Though he had never been there, he had certainly heard of it. It is a favored spot for couples. The final touch of revisiting the night market's memories was unmistakably deliberate. This should not be the case. She had seemed perfectly normal when they met yesterday afternoon. At that moment, his phone rang. It was his personal mobile. You should answer. It's nothing. Lin Lin was unconcerned, gesturing for him to proceed. Hello, it's me. Let us discuss it later. Please send me your quote via email. All right, goodbye. Lin Lin, sitting nearby, could vaguely guess the nature of the conversation. Are there work opportunities? The song from last night appeared to have gained considerable popularity, and now he was without a management agency. Various music platforms had approached him directly, inquiring about the format for release. Speaking of this, a genuine smile spread across Li Lu's face. It was not merely popular. Since this morning, numerous companies had reached out to him. Having signed an exclusive contract, he was likely to earn a substantial sum. That song is delightful. It has allowed everyone to see you in a new light. Li Lu responded with a murmur, unable to meet her gaze. For there was a glimmer in her eyes. Could it truly be that the power of that song had captivated her as well? I indulge in life's pleasures daily, never experiencing confusion or melancholy. I am indeed quite mundane, and I embrace my ordinariness wholeheartedly. That song was assigned by the system. Its significance eludes explanation. Sister Lin Lin, Teacher Li, she said, we're about to enter the city, and will cease the live broadcast due to the throngs of passers-by. Nevertheless, our crew will remain close by to capture footage for a special feature to be released tomorrow. Director Jiang Zi approached the two, mentioning that the current scene was too uneventful to warrant a live cut. The director then instructed that the signal would not be switched for the time being, allowing them the freedom to express themselves. The edited feature might yield a more favorable outcome. Indeed, that makes sense, the two agreed, acknowledging that being surrounded by local fans while live streaming in a bustling area could be rather awkward. At that moment, Li Lu was less concerned with such matters. Her thoughts yearned to inquire online how one might convey a lack of romantic interest to a girl without causing hurt. How can one express disinterest without causing pain? She pondered, feeling a pressing urgency. The two strolled along the park's hillside path, where a fair number of visitors meandered, though it was not crowded. Wearing masks, they blended in like ordinary tourists. Not far off, a few crew members were equipped with simple live streaming devices. In this era of ubiquitous internet celebrities, no one deemed it unusual. Do you know why this place is called Deer Turn Back? Lin Lin inquired. She had researched extensively the previous night, and upon discovering the legend, she felt it was a divine sign. Was it not a malevolent deer spirit that encountered a beautiful and kind-hearted woman? Moved by her compassion, it laid down its weapon, realizing that turning back could lead to redemption. Li Lu noticed several sculptures of deer, yet this location was not a major tourist attraction, lacking the ever-present tour guides. You shouldn't speak without knowing, she teased. Once, there was a handsome hunter pursuing a beautiful spotted deer. One fled, the other chased. For 9 days and nights, crossing 99 mountains and traversing 99 rivers, they reached the shores of the South Sea, right here. Lin Lin pointed toward the distant azure sea and sky. Isn't it beautiful? They arrived at a cliff overlooking the boundless ocean. The spotted deer had nowhere left to escape. Glancing back at the dashing hunter behind her, her gaze was clear and enchanting, filled with poignant emotion. Li Lu was captivated by the tale, yet upon meeting the intensity of Lin Lin's eyes, she shyly diverted her attention to the scenery. Not far from them, the production crew overheard their conversation and erupted in laughter. Is this a scene from a romance novel or a myth? They joked. Suddenly, the young hunter felt a pang of compassion and lowered his bow. Lin Lin continued to narrate, and before long, the iconic sculpture of the deer came into view. At that moment, the deer transformed into a beautiful maiden, and the two fell in love, eventually marrying and settling down. This is the essence of Deer Looking Back, and the city is also known as Deer City. Quite intriguing. Indeed, Li Lu glanced around, noticing a plethora of tourists, most of whom were couples. With such a compelling tale as a backdrop, it was no wonder they flocked here in droves. Excuse me, could you assist me in capturing a photograph? As they approached a scenic spot, a passerby called out to them. A charming young lady, holding a DSLR, requested Lin Lin to take a picture of her and her companion. On a large stone, the words love at first sight were inscribed in bold characters. Certainly, Lin Lin replied with a smile, donning a mask to avoid being recognized. Allow me, Li Lu called out, feeling compelled to join in on such an endeavor. He had been observing for quite some time, and this was an opportunity to do a good deed. Lin Lin was puzzled by his excitement. It was merely a photograph, after all. Had they once shared a similar experience? Click, click, click. All right, let's change poses. Handsome, be a bit more proactive. 1, 2, 3, smile. Li Lu was not being dismissive. He was genuinely assisting them in arranging their poses. Internally, he couldn't help but scoff at the fact that a simple stone with those words required a cue for photographs. All right, take a look. If it's not satisfactory, we can snap a few more. Thank you. You are so kind, the girl said as she took the camera back. This man must be very thoughtful. His girlfriend is surely fortunate. You should have a photo as well. Let me help you. No, it's quite all right. Li Lu quickly waved his hands, content with their heartfelt gratitude, expecting no reward in return. Come on, sister. Let me assist you while there's no crowd. The girl eagerly pulled Lin Lin over, nudging her toward the stone. It was evident to Li Lu that their relationship hovered somewhere between friendship and romance. The young man appeared shy, but considering they were already exploring deer-looking back together, what was left but to break through that final barrier? Sisters must aid one another. Li Lu felt it would be indecorous to leave Lin Lin in an awkward position, especially in a dating variety show. Cooperation seemed appropriate. The two mimicked the previous couple, each taking a side. 3, 2, 1. Cheese. Again. Handsome. Lean in a bit closer. Just a touch. Snap, snap, snap. The girl ceaselessly captured images using Lin Lin's phone. Li Lu was somewhat taken aback. Why are you so enthusiastic? Are you also a part of the system? Chapter 26. May there be years to look back upon. Sister, you can do it. Your boyfriend is very handsome. The girl said as she returned the phone to Lin Lin, whispering sweetly. Though both wore masks, their elegant demeanor indicated that he was dashing and she was lovely. Thank you, Lin Lin replied with a laugh. Once, my boyfriend and I traversed a similar path, from the initial flirtation to hand-holding, and now, farewell. As Lin Lin perused the photographs on her phone, she expressed her gratitude to the young girl who had just captured the moment she wished to immortalize. Had she not mentioned it, how could Lin Lin have mustered the courage to speak up? Love at first sight. Wasn't that once her reality? Do you believe in love at first sight? Yes, Li Lu nodded with a smile, though he internally scoffed at the notion. Who isn't swayed by appearances? At the very least, love blossoms over time. Yet, as they recorded the show, he was aware of the recording device attached to him. Speaking the truth could lead to scorn, especially from unhealthy spectators who might misconstrue his words. When Lin Lin inquired, he could only offer a vague response. What kind of love do you desire? As Li Lu pondered, he realized he was rather mundane in his aspirations. Since he planned to change professions, he had no interest in the frivolities of romance, just a warm home with a wife and children. How delightful. And you, what do you hope for? Li Lu turned the question back to her. Lin Lin, who had been smiling joyfully, became serious upon his inquiry. I wish for a love that allows for reflection on the years gone by, a deep affection to share in old age. It was a thought she had contemplated throughout the night. There were regrets in the past, and now she yearned for another chance. Meanwhile, at a distance of over 20 meters, the film crew was bustling. Quick, zoom in for a close-up of the two of them. Jiang Zi was ecstatic, debunking the notion that Lin Lin was dull. Without the expectation that time could rewind, let us cherish the affection we share for the rest of our days. Such words could surely sway even the most stoic of men, serving as the perfect confession for a beloved ex. Lin Lin's face radiated hope, anticipating a response. How delightful. Li Lu wished to chastise himself for the question he posed. That must be the iconic structure here, the grand deer sculpture. Come, allow me to take a few more photos for you. Lin Lin felt a pang of disappointment. She had been quite overt with her feelings. Yet, he continued to feign ignorance. He was not a simpleton. He was gentle and considerate. It dawned on her that perhaps it was merely her unreciprocated affection. Indeed, if he truly harbored feelings for her after all these years, there would have been more than just sporadic well-wishing messages. Li Lu's thoughts quickly soared to the skies. Love and romance were of no concern to him now. He only wished to do good deeds. His mind called out to his system. System. Can I redeem resources now? Redemption opportunities for the host are at 0. What? Wasn't that act of kindness just now a good deed? Redemption opportunities for the host are at 0. Surely, acts of kindness, regardless of their size, matter. You can't possibly not understand this. Redemption opportunities for the host are at 0. Can you be a bit more direct? How can one truly regain an opportunity? The system perceives the host's sincerity and will automatically increase the chances of exchange. Li Lu could not help but curse under her breath. It surely could not be that one must wait for a day as fateful as that one. The crux of the matter is that such occurrences are serendipitous, not something one can force. One cannot simply linger by the riverside day in and day out. And after all, who does not yearn for world peace? A group descended from the mountains as twilight approached. Let us find something to eat, perhaps at a night market, suggested Li Lu. As she flipped through her phone to search for nearby options, she recalled how she used to relish the street food at night markets, never being particularly picky. I don't feel like going. After realizing he had entirely taken her for a friend, Lin Ling felt a pang of disinterest. Let us go for a drink then. Drink? Li Lu glanced at Jiang Zi and the others not far off. Is it permissible during the show? They could overhear the conversation, nodding in agreement. All right. This area was a tourist hotspot, and bars were plentiful. However, vibrant dancing was out of the question, They sought a quieter venue conducive to recording. Li Lu chose a folk music tavern, ordering some food and drinks. The establishment had begun to fill with patrons, albeit sparsely. There was a modest stage, merely a few square meters, where the owner, satisfied with the crowd, took up a guitar and began to sing a couple of verses. The dimly lit room was filled with couples and tourists, indifferent to the quality of the performance. The ambience alone sufficed. In the shadows, few would notice that the two individuals at the corner table were stars. Jiang Zi and her companions adjusted the camera angles at a nearby table. Feeling a twinge of disappointment due to the inadequate lighting, unable to illuminate the two women properly, it seemed unlikely that much could be salvaged. They estimated that the day's footage could be cobbled together into a 40-minute segment. What was this old six thinking? With Lin Ling in such a state, he still did not take the initiative. Was he casting a wide net, hoping to catch more during the show? You should eat something. Don't just drink. It's bad for your stomach, Li Lu remarked, placing a slice of pizza on her small plate. She had indeed come to a bar, and she was actually drinking. After a long afternoon, even a low-alcohol sweet wine would be too much on an empty stomach. Do you remember when we used to sneak into bars? Lin Ling settled down and took generous sips. Now, biting into a piece of pizza, she found it difficult to swallow, memories flooding back and causing discomfort. Haha, I remember. Li Lu noticed something was amiss with her. Perhaps she had overstepped today. At the very least, she felt she should have cooperated more in the show. Back then, you were so curious, eager to try everything. When I wanted a drink, you would swap everything for soft drinks, insisting on protecting your voice until I became famous. Lin Ling had never forgotten. She was always attentive to the details. The little gestures of care remained vivid in her memory. Chapter 27. So you were the sixth will ah? That was merely a ruse, primarily because you were quite young at the time. Li Lu chuckled as he reminisced about those days. Who could have predicted the future back then? Among the multitude of trainees each year, only a select few would rise to prominence. Nevertheless, Lin Lin undeniably possessed talent and exhibited diligence, practicing late into the night. Unlike myself, who merely drifted through the days. It wasn't a deception. Everyone was aware that you were destined for stardom. I recall the conversations in the boys' dormitory, where it was said that whoever could marry you would save themselves at least 20 years of toil. This was indeed true. We were all in the same practice rooms at the time. 19 or 20-year-old boys are in the throes of hormonal exuberance, often forming groups to sneak glances at the girls. Lin Lin stood out magnificently among them. In the evenings, discussions would revolve around whose number was obtained and who was added on WeChat, which girl was the most beautiful and which was the cutest. The consensus was clear. Marrying her meant securing a future superstar, a veritable goldmine. Even if one were to live off her success, it would be a delightful existence. I still cannot fathom my serendipitous fortune when I accidentally found her meal card, leading to our acquaintance. Haha, at that time, the pack of wolves in the dormitory had no inkling that I was to have breakfast with her the following morning. Although we both remained discreet, we were eventually discovered. Come now, do not jest, Lin Lin laughed. If that is the case, why do you not pursue me now? A pang of melancholy struck. Perhaps it was due to my own fame over the years that he had never taken the initiative to reach out, even though we were from the same company. Nor did he seek my assistance. He was an exceedingly sensitive individual, fiercely proud. In truth, back then, you were our unanimously acknowledged male idol, and nearly everyone possessed your contact information. After we began seeing each other, I felt ostracized by the others. No one wished to share a meal with me. Lin Lin smiled faintly. Those times were indeed amusing. Not at all. I recall that no one would sit with you either, Li Lu retorted playfully. They all said you were aloof and unsociable. Observing Lin Lin's improved mood, he continued to tease her. You speak nonsense. Lin Lin's cheeks flushed deeper. Whether from the drink or his teasing remained uncertain. Back then, I simply struggled with social interactions. I did not truly lack friends. As we reminisced about the past, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Li Lu joined her in consuming a few drinks. The alcohol was mild, typical of such a bar, merely enough to induce a pleasant buzz. In truth, when you mentioned wanting to break up, I felt an immense surge of anger. Under the influence of alcohol, Lin Lin could no longer contain the words that had long been suppressed in her heart. Hey, it was you who initiated the breakup. Li Lu, still sober, pointed out. We've barely begun. However, her words made it sound as if she had been the one to cast him aside. At that time, what was your manager's name? He came to my dormitory and said you had sent him to apologize to me, while still holding the contract to intimidate me. The company insists that any romantic involvement must be reported. Moreover, you're on the verge of debuting. I wouldn't want to jeopardize your future. I certainly cannot do that. It is not in my nature. Lin was taken aback by his words, left in a daze for a moment. Your manager conveyed the same sentiments to me back then. Li Lu quickly grasped the situation, but what significance does it hold to discuss it now? Some minor misunderstandings ultimately arose because neither party chose to stand firm. Raising his glass, he drank alone. Lin, having just managed to feel slightly better, found herself distressed once again. I can only assume that you, under pressure, would contact me in secret. Later, when the manager informed me that you were indeed together with her, I wept for a long time. How could this happen? You are nothing but a scoundrel. Tears fell uncontrollably, and the grievances I had harbored over the years finally found their voice. I am sorry. Li Lu was at a loss for words. Well, I am indeed a fool. We were too young and not sufficiently mature back then. The staff members nearby, who were filming, were utterly shocked. Jiang Zi had not anticipated such a revelation. Everyone believed there was nothing noteworthy left to capture from their rendezvous. Yet, the explosive dialogue just transmitted through the earpiece caught them off guard. The main event was only now unfolding. The breakup narrative was exceedingly kitsch, rife with themes of pride, misunderstandings, and even the intrusion of a third party. The sight of Lin, tearful and heartbroken, was truly heartbreaking. Even if both parties were at fault in the breakup, one should not so swiftly move on to another. The implication of familiarity in the dialogue suggested they might even be part of the same circle. How could you act this way, you scoundrel? It was utterly stimulating. The scene continued, and the group tightened their grip on their earpieces, fearful of missing even a moment. Although it was not a raucous bar, the surrounding environment was still chaotic. As more guests arrived, the clarity of the conversation waned without the recording device. It's fine. Really, I just suddenly recalled some past events, which left me a bit unsettled. Lin accepted the tissue he offered, forcing herself to smile. It is all in the past. One can only say that it was a case of fate not aligning. In truth, I still ponder sometimes. Although we have parted ways, will you still fulfill the promise of writing a song for me? Li Lu understood that she intended to lighten the mood with her words. Yet her smile was truly unconvincing. She is a good girl, deserving of gentler treatment. For the first time, I wished for a song, not to boast or to provoke, but merely to bring her a bit of joy. Silently, I opened my phone and accessed a website for a national charity organization. I anonymously transferred 10,000 yuan. Dog system, come forth. Master, I am here. Can I exchange resources now? Your exchange opportunities are 0. Be straightforward. What must I do? Only events that are genuinely relevant and connected to the master can trigger rewards. Li Lu felt disheartened, wishing for a fortuitous encounter like last time. Yet now he was in dire need. This vexatious system was infuriating. If only he could have one more chance. He regretted showing off last night. Dear system, I am in urgent need now. Is there any other method? If the master refrains from profiting directly from the exchanged resources, the opportunity for rewards can be refreshed. Upon hearing this, Li Lu pondered what it meant to not profit directly. Even offering something for free on a website could yield income. Enlightenment struck him. Well then, I have decided to dedicate all the earnings from my last song to charity. A familiar, melodious chime echoed. In life, one should perform good deeds, for benevolence will ultimately be rewarded. The system detected that the host had not profited from the resources, thus refreshing the reward count. Master, you have gained an opportunity to exchange for cultural resources from a parallel universe. Damn, you sly one. It's possible that good intentions may go unrewarded. Yet not profiting directly from resources led to another chance being granted. Li Lu began to comprehend that the system had no intention of allowing him to earn money through selling resources. However, he was not at a loss either. Artists earn the most through their fame. Thus he could potentially become a musical deity. Chapter 28. The elusive sixth sense. As the evening unfolded, everyone gathered in the living room to listen to the big shots of the industry boast. Yang Shu, having won the Best Actor award, had successfully transitioned into directing, achieving commendable results. He could certainly be considered a prominent figure in the industry, at least among the top tier. Flanking him were Xiao Jun and Wan, followed by Zhang Wenbo and Lin Xian. Lu Mian sat a bit farther away, while Zhang Xinyao and Li Shurhan squeezed onto a single sofa. Yang Shu, please tell me what type of movie I am suited for. Wan found Yang Shu quite intriguing as he shared amusing anecdotes from film production. What artist wouldn't he wish to star in a movie? That is the essence of art. Ah, little Wan, let me assess your suitability. Yang Shu pretended to scrutinize her carefully. She was truly adorable. Would he be criticized for sending her signals given their age difference? Currently, you are best suited for roles that match your age, such as an innocent girl naive to the world or in a youthful campus romance. However, I advise you to hone your skills in television for another couple of years. There's no rush. You are still young. Young? I recall that when Shurhan was my age, she starred as the leading lady in a film. Soon-won had already received an invitation for a movie, intending to co-star in a romantic film with someone named Song. Now that was surely off the table, though she was uncertain if the investors would continue with the project. It mattered little who her co-star would be. Receiving praise from director Yang during the show would be splendid. Little Muan, let me offer you another piece of advice. Yang Shu cast his gaze around the room, content with the attention of those present, engrossed in his discourse. Only Li Shurhan seemed indifferent, absorbed in her phone. Soon enough, he would beckon her to join in the praise. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he paused momentarily before continuing. Regardless of the profession one pursues, it is imperative to maintain a tranquil heart. One must never fall into the trap of comparison or aspire for unattainable heights. Some individuals are naturally suited for the silver screen, while others are destined for television. Take Shurhan, for instance. She embodies what we commonly refer to as a cinematic face. Her complexion may not be exceptionally fair, yet it possesses a pristine quality that withstands the scrutiny of even the dimmest movie screens. Her bone structure is equally commendable, exuding harmony whether in stillness or motion, without any hint of disarray. The overall musculature of her face lends an appearance that is neither overly plump nor excessively slender. Film directors are particularly fond of casting her as the leading lady, as she is incredibly photogenic. Oh, how enviable. Sun-won, listening intently, found the analysis quite reasonable and could not help but applaud softly. Li Shurhan may not be the fairest or the most beautiful, yet she possesses a unique charm that is undeniably captivating. Hanhui, Yang Dao is praising you. Zhang Xinyao nudged Li Shurhan, who was still immersed in her earphones, watching short videos. Upon closer inspection, it was a clip of Li Lu singing from the previous day. What did Brother Yang say? Li Shurhan hurriedly removed her earphones and tucked her phone away. Laughter erupted among the group, realizing that Yang Dao had spent so long complimenting her for naught. It's all right. It's all right. Yang Shu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was unfazed. The barrage of comments on the live stream erupted in laughter. Is this old man Yang truly smitten with Li Shurhan? His praises are boundless. After all that, he ended up miscommunicating. Haha, this is killing me. Hanhui, don't let him fool you. He is almost a decade older than you. Yang Dao's next project will definitely star Li Shurhan. It all hinges on her forthcoming performance. The lively atmosphere continued in the Heartbeat studio. Yang Dao lauded her for her stunning appearance, a cinematic face. Lu Mian interjected, her years of experience granting her a discerning eye. Old Yang's intentions lie beyond mere admiration. He's inciting jealousy among the young ladies. A notorious flirt, yet each year there are still young girls drawn to the flame. One is willing to chase, while the other submits willingly. Yang Dao jested, what cinematic face do I possess? I am undoubtedly the least attractive in this room. Li Shurhan quickly offered a few humble words, perplexed as to why he had suddenly brought her into the conversation. What are you so engrossed in? Lin Xian, her steadfast companion, expressed his concern. Nothing much, replied Li Shurhan, having returned her phone to her pocket, eager to divert the topic. Hanhui was watching a short video of Li Lu singing from yesterday. Zhang Xinyao stifled a laugh, promptly betraying her friend. All eyes turned toward her, particularly Lin Xian, who was still by her side. What do you mean by that? I merely have a fondness for his new song. Li Shurhan weakly retorted, expressing her affection in a voice so low that only Yao Yao beside her could hear. Uncle Yang, please continue. You haven't finished your story yet. Sun-won skillfully diverted the topic, conveniently disregarding the grateful glance cast by Li Shurhan. She was not here to extricate her. Rather, she wished to avoid any further association between them and her brother Lu. Typically, her interactions with Li Shurhan were merely courteous, as Lu's longtime fans were well aware that the two families had once been adversaries. Then I shall proceed. Yang Shu coughed twice, silently cursing the impudent boy who was not even present yet stole his thunder. Some individuals are suited for the silver screen, while others are more fitting for television dramas. For instance, Yao Yao, who rightfully holds the title of the queen of idol dramas. Yang Gu, don't spout nonsense. I'm no queen. Zhang Xinyao immediately interrupted him. Who wouldn't want to act in films if given the opportunity? The reality is that no one approaches me for movie roles, and the projects I have taken on have all flopped. Lu Mingjie is the true queen, receiving countless offers regardless of the success or failure of her work, with an unmatched popularity. Indeed, Yang Shu chuckled, admiring the casting choices of this program. They had essentially gathered all the prominent female stars from various aspects of the industry. Sister Yao Yao, when I was in school, my notebooks were filled with your name, Xiao Jun confessed, feeling a bit bashful. Wow, Xiao Xiao, your intentions have been laid bare. Zhang Wenba and others began to tease, filling the room with lively banter. The barrage of comments also commenced, adding to the excitement. Wow. Old Yang has now shifted his attention. Yao Yao is in danger. What should I do? My childhood goddess might be lost. Compared to being tormented by director Yang, Xiao Xiao seems the better choice. Get lost. It's clearly our Xiao Xiao who is at a disadvantage. Xiao Xiao, mama loves you. I oppose this union. Old Yang's heartthrob is written for Lu Mian. In contrast to the chaos of the comments, the atmosphere in the living room remained harmonious. Yang Shu gestured for silence, as he had yet to finish his motivational speech. I shall continue, especially for Nuan Wan. Xiao Xiao, lend an ear as well. Satisfied, Yang surveyed the room, even noting that Li Shihan, who had been somewhat absent-minded, was now attentive. Both of you are young and brimming with potential. However, do not blindly pursue film roles. Take time to hone your acting skills over the next couple of years. Never assume that just because you possess popularity, you can easily make a quick fortune through films. If the public reception falters and your reputation diminishes, the losses will far outweigh any gains. Not only in the entertainment industry, but in every profession. It is crucial to refrain from comparisons with others and from harboring lofty ambitions. One must cultivate a sense of tranquility, as it is of paramount importance. The adage of accumulating deep knowledge and achieving great results through gradual efforts encapsulates this sentiment. Yang Shu spoke at length, filled with pride. As a renowned director, he skillfully delivered his motivational speech, leaving the audience in front of the television thoroughly enchanted, while solidifying his image as a mentor to the younger generation. One word, delightful. Goodness, Brother Yang, are you not subtly targeting the old six? Zhang Wenba exclaimed suddenly, causing everyone to lift their heads in unison from the motivational discourse. Chapter 29. What constitutes a superstar? Many in the comments section were quick to enlighten others. Indeed, back in the day, Li Lu's Space Guard film flopped spectacularly. Yang Shu is quite mischievous. He almost revealed the person's identity. Zhang Wenba is clearly being intentional. Otherwise, no one would mistake him for a mute. That incident occurred years ago, yet it is being resurrected for ridicule. It is truly tragic. I heard the investment company behind it went bankrupt, investing $500 million, only to recover $300 million, resulting in a mere profit of about $100 million. What a loss. With this discussion, I must quickly find out where I can still watch it. Such a dreadful film. If I don't observe it, my conscience will not be at peace. Li Shihan, the leading actress, also felt the awkwardness. Haha. Old Yang is avenging the slight he just endured. Let us not unfairly criticize. Our Han-In's performance was commendable, her acting impeccable, deserving of every penny of her salary. Where are Li Lu's old fans gathering? Here come Li Shihan's supporters to stir trouble again. To be fair, Old Six should stick to singing. I've been listening to his new song these past few days, but unfortunately, there's no pure version available. In the Heartbeat Lounge, the living room was eerily quiet. Zhang Wenba, aware of his faux pas, forced a smile. No, that's not what I meant, haha. Internally, he relished the moment. It was indeed intentional. Why pretend? Anyone familiar with Li Lu knows this incident well. Li Shihan, too, exhibited her own disingenuousness. Having recently watched his short video in secret, has she forgotten how her team once undermined others to rise to prominence? Those within the industry are well aware that amidst the tragedy of the space film, she remained the sole survivor, along with the director and the actors. Oh, Li Lu deserves it. He is not innocent either. Numerous external factors influenced that film, and Old Six truly did his best. Yang Shu chuckled, attempting to deflect the conversation, joining Zhang Wenba in addressing him as Old Six. Although he spoke flamboyantly, he did not name names. In an industry filled with such celebrity figures, Li Lu is neither the first nor the last. However, being singled out by that rascal Zhang Wenba would inevitably invite backlash from Li Lu's fans. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Especially after having just released a splendid song. The status within the circle pales in comparison to one's own. rendering one incapable of stirring any significant waves. How is it that, as a senior figure in this realm, one cannot utter a word or two? The atmosphere in the living room had grown somewhat oppressive, with no one daring to speak up, unwilling to offend anyone. Although this Li Lu lacks any substantial backing or capital, he has recently produced a commendable song. No one wishes to invite animosity upon themselves by elevating or belittling others, as reputations are at stake. Everyone involved in the same program finds themselves in an uncomfortable situation upon meeting. I must assert that there are many matters you remain unaware of. Li Shurhan felt she could no longer endure. This issue had plagued her for many years. As the crowd turned their gaze upon her, they wondered what she would say. In truth, his acting skills are quite impressive, genuinely commendable. Indeed, the sixth brother performed admirably. Zhang Wenba immediately echoed her sentiment, barely suppressing a smile at the corners of his mouth. Everyone knew that his words were laced with irony. Yes, everything you say is true. Sunwan silently berated them. After all, her brother had been vilified so cruelly back then, all thanks to their machinations. Brother Guo bore the brunt of it, while they reaped all the benefits. Now, to speak of such matters after the fact, to take advantage while feigning innocence, was simply infuriating. Li Shurhan observed their expressions and realized that no one believed her. A sense of helplessness washed over her. Indeed, no matter how much she explained, it would be of no avail. His singing is also quite delightful, she added weakly, having listened to the new song all day without growing tired of it. Yes, his new song is truly enjoyable. Zhang Yunyao supported her friend, though her heart was filled with confusion. After all, weren't the two of them at odds? This situation felt rather peculiar. No one was privy to her past with Li Lu. That was her secret. They had not been in contact since their breakup. And this was the first time they had seen each other in years, unexpectedly in this program. This man truly had a somewhat petty disposition. It was indeed possible to remain as ordinary friends post-breakup. In the future, Brother Lu will undoubtedly become a superstar in the music industry. Sunwan thought that her identity as a devoted fan could no longer be concealed. Nevertheless, Lu's singing was genuinely delightful. He does sing rather well, Lu Mian remarked softly. And the atmosphere in the room lightened, as they were all praising someone. However, the expressions of several male guests darkened. If another round of voting were to occur now, would they be prepared to give him a full score? You must not elevate him to the point of destruction. While the sixth brother's new song is indeed commendable, calling him a superstar in the music industry is a stretch, Zhang Wenba quipped. Seriously, him a superstar? That last song was probably purchased from someone else. I don't even want to expose him. Nuan, do you know what a music industry superstar truly is? Lin Xian could no longer contain himself, having repeatedly defended another man. If he were to pretend not to notice, wouldn't he be akin to a turtle withdrawing its head? What constitutes a superstar? Sunwan responded in agreement with his words. Once, a prominent figure in the music industry remarked. Lin Xian paused momentarily, adopting the tone of the luminary as he continued. Do you know how to become a true superstar? It requires 3 or more exceptional albums and over 30 remarkable songs. Only then can one ascend to the status of a music icon. The audience fell silent, savoring Lin Xian's words. Indeed, Zhang Wenba echoed his sentiment, saying, as for old Lu, the path ahead is long. Releasing 1 album per year is already a feat. How could one possibly have 30 outstanding songs? Having even 1 representative piece in an album is commendable, while 30 is an astronomical figure. As for Li Lu, he doesn't even have 3. At that moment, from a corner of the room where the production team was located, the director, Xiao Jiang, and Jiang Zi sent a message requesting a switch to their live feed. What's happening? Li Lu is about to sing. He intends to perform a song dedicated to Lin Lin. What? He is singing a new song. The chief director, Lu Qing, shouted, startling the guests in the living room. During the recording, the production team typically maintained a quiet demeanor. What was just said? Who is singing a new song? Chapter 30. The facade of dignity. The production team's comments were inaudible to the audience before the live broadcast, who were fervently discussing Lin Xian's statements. What he said makes sense. Becoming a music superstar is no easy feat. Li Lu is still far from it. He has only a single good song. Zhang Wenba has released so many albums, but wouldn't he dare claim to be a superstar? Who is this music mogul Lin Xian speaks of? Surely, it's mere nonsense. In a few days, the hype around the new song will fade, but Li Lu should manage to regain a foothold in the second tier with it. Creating 1 good song is easy, but consistently producing great work is the true challenge. Have you all lost focus? The discussion now revolves around why all 5 female guests seem to be supporting him. What is going on? Why do I feel like the guests are all in shock? The scene shifted, and the live feed revealed a raucous tavern. This is from the perspectives of Lin Lin and Li Lu. The director certainly knows what he is doing. The parties involved have arrived. Old Lu, your friends are undermining you from behind. Weren't they supposed to be creating a special feature for the two of them? Why are there no shots of them today? What is happening? Why does Lin Lin look like she has just been crying? What is Li Lu doing? Is he requesting a song? The perspective returned to the tavern, and Li Lu began to grasp the system's intention. If he could infinitely refresh resources, he would effortlessly become a billionaire. Such occurrences should not transpire. Thus, when he willingly offered to donate his previous earnings, he refreshed the count once more. This was sincerity. There was no time to ponder how to exploit loopholes or generate wealth. Please wait for me a moment. Lin Lin, initially unaware of his intentions, watched as he slowly made his way to the stage. The heart pounded intensely. What was he about to do? Was he going to serenade me? I had merely jested moments ago. Has he truly composed a song for me? Handsome stranger, may I sing a song? The uncle on stage, clutching his guitar, felt somewhat uneasy. He had yet to finish his own performance, and this young man seemed rather impolite. However, he was a guest, and he suppressed his displeasure. All right, what would you like to sing? I can accompany you. The tavern had no strict rules. Guests eager to take the stage were welcomed. Is there a piano available? What? The uncle retorted, a piano? You have quite the demands. It would be best if there were a piano. Is your boss around? I can pay. I am the boss. There's no piano, but I can have an electric piano brought over if you wish to use it. In this little establishment, what can't be done with an electronic keyboard? Not far away, the production team had also grasped his intentions. Director Jiangzi promptly called the director. Li Lu was going to sing for Lin Lin, and it had to be broadcast live. The song he performed yesterday still held the top spot in short video views. Li Lu had just engaged in a rapid exchange with the system in his mind and swiftly prepared another song. Decent. Indeed, when the system produces, it guarantees quality. Accompanying with a guitar should sound delightful, yet a piano would be even better. The spectacle on stage quickly drew the attention of the audience. The electric piano, though not large, was still noticeable. Li Lu adjusted the microphone. He was uncertain how to describe the song the system had selected for him. Would it be too straightforward? There was no time to ponder its appropriateness. He would sing and see. This song is titled Decent. The microphone's volume was substantial. Yet in the chaotic tavern, it would at most garner a few glances. Most diners were tourists, and few cared about the quality of the singing. In a cozy corner, someone had turned on a television series. A few were engrossed in their show, but the camera focused on another pair. The live broadcast was bustling with chatter. Everyone was aware of his intentions. Just mentioned that Li Lu only had one good song, and now it immediately cuts to him singing. I don't believe there's no script. What does decent mean? The environment is too noisy. Which tavern in Deer City is this? I'm heading over now. I'm from Deer City. It's hard to tell. There are plenty of folk music taverns like this. The gentle sound of the piano flowed slowly through his fingers, and the tavern owner sitting beside him was the first to notice the difference. This young man seemed to possess some talent. The introduction was quite pleasant. Do not pile on nostalgia, lest the narrative become melodramatic. Deep love for many years may ruin the classics. Guests at the nearest tables instinctively paused their conversations. The newcomer on stage had a lovely singing voice. Having reached adulthood, we are no longer entangled in trivialities. Wasting time is a choice we willingly make. Lin Lin's emotions have settled considerably, and she feels a surge of anticipation and excitement upon seeing him prepare to sing for her. What will he sing? A nostalgic ode to their shared feelings, or perhaps a heartfelt confession. The title Dignity seems somewhat disconnected from her thoughts. Yet, as the first 2 lines resonate, she finds herself unable to contain her emotions. There is no need to dwell on nostalgia. Let us not allow the narrative to become melodramatic. After years of deep affection, why tarnish the beauty of the past? We are all adults, unencumbered by debts or obligations. Time is too precious to squander. Oh, tears cascade anew. How piercing. This serves as a reminder not to cling to the past. Was it all merely my unreciprocated yearning? In the absence of a grand farewell, let us retain our dignity. I love you without regret, and I honor the conclusion of our story. Lin Lin rests her head on the table, allowing her tears to flow freely. Respecting the conclusion of the story, what conclusion? This is not the ending I desired. Breakups should be dignified. No one owes an apology for what dead exists. The once chaotic tavern has fallen silent, everyone captivated by the singer on stage. The poignant lyrics and heartfelt performance strike a chord. Many pull out their phones to record, encountering a true folk music virtuoso. It is a new song, and he seems to be quite the handsome fellow. Before the camera lies the reflection of our past. As we cheer, our voices breaking with tears. In the quiet tavern, a girl weeping with her head buried in her arms stands out. Many are taken aback. It seems a talented singer can truly evoke tears from the audience. Some emotionally inclined girls, touched by the performance, find their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Do not let obsession ruin yesterday. I loved you, and I let go with grace. Lin Lin wonders how she can continue listening, her heart feeling as though it has been stabbed repeatedly. You, heartless man, speak so lightly of this. It is because you loved me, though perhaps not as deeply as I loved you. Chapter 31. Does this count as a culmination of pent-up emotion? As the first stanza concludes, the comments in the live stream begin to flood in. What happened earlier? I wish to know. Wow, Lin Lin is in tears. We, before the camera, are crying our hearts out. Is this what it feels like to watch? I'm guessing this is Lin Lin's confession being rejected, with Li Lu offering a song about dignity. Who was it that suggested we maintain our dignity? When Li Lu first arrived, you all advised him to be dignified and not ride the coattails of his ex. And here comes the dignity. I can already infer their previous conversation. Question: did you love me? Answer: I did. I loved you, without regret. I loved you, with clarity and decisiveness. Li Lu, undoubtedly a scoundrel, has been duly assessed. In the heartbeat of the small room, his voice resonated through the receiver, flawlessly presented on the television screen. Despite his intense disdain for him, Zhang Wenba could not help but acknowledge that it was yet another exquisite piece of art. This cunning old fox had indeed concealed a new song. Lin Xian cast a glance at Li Shurhan, who was fixated on the television, and felt a surge of frustration. It seemed she completely disregarded him, having incessantly defended Li Lu moments ago. Xiao Xiao, overwhelmed by a mix of shock and envy, had previously looked down upon him, believing he was merely a washed-up celebrity trying to ride the coattails of popularity. Yet, last night's song, coupled with this one, was precisely the kind of classic she yearned for. If only she could create something so remarkable, her future transitions would surely be smooth. Yang Shu envisioned a melodramatic love story. This song was powerful, perfect for a romantic film, a true universal fit. Although Li Shurhan felt sympathy for Lin Lin's tears, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that if the two of them became an item today, she would have no chance to mend the past. Lu Mian listened to the song in silence, contemplating her own matters. That was the kind of person he was. After their breakup, he never reached out to her again. It was all very dignified, almost heartbreakingly callous. Sun Wan propped her head on her hands, marveling at how charming Lu Ge looked while singing. Why had she ever broken up with him? What if she couldn't find someone like him again? Zhang Xinyao always considered him rather petty. After their breakup, they couldn't even remain ordinary friends. Now, seeing Lin Lin weep uncontrollably, she couldn't help but chastise him as a cad. Was this just a compilation of scoundrel quotes? Thankfully, she had not been hurt when they parted ways. Nevertheless, his singing was truly delightful, and he was quite handsome. This song was enchanting, and she appreciated it purely for its beauty. The live broadcast continued on the television. The duration of a song is fleeting. Yet, in those mere 4 minutes, the entire living room fell into silence. Haha, this new song by Lao Lu is commendable, Yang Shu remarked, attempting to lighten the mood given the awkward atmosphere. Lao Lu has clearly been holding back all these years, concealing such a splendid song. Zhang Wenba echoed this sentiment, though his face betrayed his inner reluctance. Brother Wenba, how would you rate this song? Xiao Xiao inquired, turning to the resident musical prodigy who had the most authority to comment. This song is quite remarkable. The lyrics and composition are top-notch. Despite Zhang Wenba's internal disdain, he would not speak falsehoods on air. Then, does this mean that Lu Gu is finally reaping the rewards of his musical endeavors? Sun Wan couldn't help but advocate for her brother, recalling how they had all disparaged him moments ago. Haha, indeed, Yang Shu replied, feeling a bit embarrassed, suspecting that the comments section was mocking him. That's hardly significant. At most, it counts as having 2 representative works. However, to say otherwise now would be to tear apart our relationship. Just then, he sang another beautiful song, and I must begrudgingly commend him. Yet, 2 good songs are not many. Li Lu still needs to refine his craft in music. I hold high hopes for his future and wish that he continues to compose such songs. To echo my previous sentiments, I am not the one being embarrassed. Rather, I am a mentor to a junior. In the quaint folk tavern, after Lilu performed a song, he did not immediately leave the stage. The entire hall erupted in cheers, calling for an encore. Looking down from the stage, Lin Lin appeared to be crying even more sorrowfully. Lilu remained seated, engaged in a mental exchange with the system. What song did you choose? Is this meant to comfort someone? Goodness, you've just broken defenses again. Master, the songs selected by the system are those that reside in your heart. Enough, I'm trying to communicate clearly without hurting anyone. Beep, beep, beep. Forget it. Your emotional intelligence is, after all, not mine. Lilu also wished to confirm his earlier thoughts. The previous song had never been officially released, and he had not gained any income from it, yet it still earned him an opportunity. Surely, the system was not afraid of him defaulting, as it belonged to an inexplicable civilization. System, I wish to donate all the proceeds from this song. What do you think? Ding. In life, act with kindness, and good deeds will ultimately bring rewards. Ignoring the trivialities, he clearly understood that he had refreshed an opportunity once more. Thus, there was no need to be frugal. Although it would not bring him financial gain, it was indeed useful. For instance, right now was the perfect time to utilize it. System, give me another song. One that is not so overt, but can provide her with a semblance of comfort. Chapter 32. We owe each other, master. Should I sing another song? I can cover some expenses. The tavern owner realized that a master performer had come to grace the stage, and the atmosphere in the room had reached its zenith. Posting it online might just turn this place into a viral sensation. The perfect rendition of a new song played in Lilu's mind, The Past We Flew by Fei Wong. That was indeed the song he intended to sing. By the way, do you have a cello? No, but there's a violin. However, the musicians did not come today. Then never mind. The conditions here are too rudimentary for me to perform at my best. Clearing his throat into the microphone, Lilu was preparing to begin when suddenly a commotion erupted in the audience. He is Lilu. The one singing is Lilu, and it's being live-streamed. Wow, it's true. Am I on television? Where is the camera? It was uncertain who among the audience first recognized him while scrolling through their phones and stumbled upon the dating show live broadcast. Is this the song I'm currently listening to? A throng of fans surged forward with their smartphones, creating a scene of utter chaos. Is that you, Lilu? Say a few words. Came the cries. Over yonder, Lin Lin was weeping, attracting attention. However, her staff quickly formed a protective barrier around her, while Jiang Zi kept waving at Lilu, urging him to prepare for a retreat lest he be cornered by the fans. As the noise subsided, Lilu gently removed his mask and spoke softly into the microphone. Are you all still eager to hear a song? To everyone's surprise, the hotel fell into a profound silence, perhaps enchanted by the beauty of the previous song, transforming them all into his ardent admirers. We are recording a show, but please, feel free to eat and drink. The crowd erupted in cheers, whether familiar or unfamiliar with him, as he exuded an undeniable charisma from the stage. Despite the presence of only a humble electric piano before him, he radiated the aura of a superstar. Following his words, he gestured to the throng surrounding him, requesting them to create a little space. You may take photos, but please don't obstruct my view. This isn't a performance meant for you. The crowd, understanding his request, swiftly parted to form a passage. The production crew, equally perceptive, repositioned their equipment to capture the moment from Lilu's perspective, bringing the focus back to Lin Lin. Their eyes met, and in that long shot, 1,000 words were conveyed in an instant. At this moment, the online comments exploded with excitement. Wow, Lilu has a new song, and is singing 2 in a row. It seems like he wrote this for Lin Lin. This is too dramatic. I'm overwhelmed with delight. Truly a professional dating show. Despite the breakup, I find this delightfully sweet. Just earlier, Yang Shu mentioned only 2 songs. But here comes the third. Both previous songs are classics. The third one surely will not disappoint. The audience here is so fortunate, enjoying a concert for free. Didn't the manager just say something about payment? What is Lilu's appearance fee? How could there be a fee for such an impromptu performance? Lilu didn't say he wouldn't accept payment. He merely said, let us discuss it later. Lin Lin, now with swollen eyes from crying, prepared to sing once more, pouring her heart into it. What more could she possibly sing? She had already conveyed all that needed to be said. Parting, dignity, love once cherished, without regret. Respecting the conclusion, all delivered with grace. As the crystalline notes of the piano resonated, the audience held their breath in anticipation. It was here. The prelude heralded a beautiful song. In those hurried years, how many times did we delay after our reunion? The tempo was brisk, yet each word was articulated with remarkable clarity. That year, the stories of our past. The audience present and the viewers at home were electrified, for indeed, he had pinned the tale of their shared history. Alas, who among us hasn't experienced love, regardless of the myriad emotions it stirs? The stunning opening silenced even the most critical of comments. Despite the fact that many listeners may not fully comprehend the meaning, they are simply captivated by the melody. Lin Lin is completely immersed in his singing, and their story unfolds in an unexpectedly ethereal manner. At that time, we were all too young, believing each other to be the epitome of perfection. Such inexplicable charm could sometimes morph into annoyance. Looking back now, the vows of that year seem merely a prelude to separation. The marks of kisses have thickened into calluses, while embraces have transformed into ethereal ascensions. Cold tears crystallize into ice, and even the gentle spring breeze cannot penetrate the frozen snapshots of memories. It is no wonder that they did not end up together. The passage of time has gracefully left behind fragments of unresolved tension. Perhaps this is the true essence of time. That which appears perfect is inherently flawed. I even find our story somewhat kitsch, yet it reveals a beauty that makes me forget the heartache, only to amplify the nostalgia. If we were to meet again, could we avoid blushing eyes and instead blush cheeks, reminiscent of the beautiful rumors etched in haste that we would be together forever? As the chorus resounds, the audience is electrified. Lin Lin feels his heart racing, his eyes welling up once more. He had confided in me that if we were to cross paths again, devoid of the emotions of a long-awaited reunion, could we perhaps recapture the shyness of our first encounter? If we still cherish the past, there is no need to hastily dissolve old grudges. Indeed, how could I so easily forgive him, thereby severing all ties? We must remain indebted to one another, otherwise, how could we reminisce in the future? An overwhelming sadness wells up within, for the opposite of love is not hate, but rather estrangement. Silent tears flow freely, resonating with the audience in front of the screen, feeling their anguish. I don't know why, but I just feel they are such a pity. Perhaps they should still be together. I came to watch a romance show, not to be tormented. Li Lu, the scoundrel, has caused heartbreak and tears. This is undoubtedly a heart-wrenching tale. Why hasn't the daytime footage of the two been released? I paid to stream it. To compose such lyrics is to shatter the hearts of listeners. In the tavern, the music reaches its finale. We must remain mutually indebted. We must maintain a connection, albeit tenuous. With a conclusion that feels almost like a hum, Li Lu feels a twinge of anxiety. This is undeniably a breakup song. Yet the final line is ambiguous. Mutual indebtedness. What does it imply for nostalgia? How has this line transformed into a desire for lingering ties? Will his future wife confront him over these lyrics? Thunderous applause erupts, a testament to the performance's brilliance. Even on a modest stage, the execution is impeccable. Who previously claimed his singing skills were lacking and that he was merely lip-syncing? In the future, should I hear others disparaging him, I shall not hesitate to confront them. As Li Lu steps off the stage, the audience instinctively parts to create a path for the other party involved. With the atmosphere reaching this crescendo, isn't it time for a confession? After all, idle dramas unfold in a predictable manner. Misunderstandings arise, separations occur, reconciliations follow, only for misunderstandings to resurface, leading to further separations and reconciliations. Li Lu lowered his head and softly uttered, "Run." Chapter 33. In truth, we are not acquainted. The audience in the live stream awaited the unfolding of new developments with bated breath, curious about the characters' subsequent actions. Would there be an embrace that resolved all grievances, or perhaps a kiss that sealed their fates? Even a direct proposal would not be out of the question. The anticipation was palpable. Li Lu approached their table and took Lin Ling by the hand. Then, in a flurry, the crowd scattered. The camera shook as several crew members shouted, "Make way! Make way!" The live broadcast signal then switched back to the heartbeat cabin. Oh my! That old rascal flaunted himself and then fled. This script is off. What happened next? Which expert can decipher what was sung just now? The lyrics were too fast. I couldn't catch them. What are the 7 emotions? 7 lovers? Joy, anger, worry, thought, sorrow, fear, and surprise. Essentially human emotions. Impressive, the entire piece is in rhyme. To hear the song, I'll have to watch the replay. Hurry and release the studio version. Watching the video is exhausting. In the Heartbeat cabin, a few individuals were already familiar with the industry, well aware of the quality of a song compared to the opinions of the general public. Brother Wenba, what do you think of this song from Brother Lu? Sun Wan was aware of the long-standing rivalry between Zhang Wenba and her brother, yet she felt compelled to ask, aren't you a professional singer? Don't you consider yourself a genius musician? I know for certain that this song surpasses your previous works. And it's a consecutive 3 songs at that. In the past, when Brother Lu had no works to showcase, he endured ridicule from others. But now it was truly gratifying to see this reversal. Zhang Wenba exhaled deeply, allowing himself a moment of relief. This is infuriating. How has he managed to produce yet another piece? Now, tasked with critiquing it, he found himself compelled to voice his disdain. He has written utter nonsense. However, this song is indeed remarkable. Let us begin with the composition. Previously, I heard him request a cello from the tavern owner, if I am not mistaken. This song's arrangement likely incorporates strings. The melody is graceful and fluid, rich in expressiveness. It complements the lyrics beautifully, akin to a clear spring that narrates the story with finesse. Moreover, the lyrics predominantly adhere to a rhyming scheme, interweaving literary and scenic elements, encapsulating the essence of youth and the seasons. They resonate with one another, exhibiting a strong contextual connection. Without exaggeration, both the lyrics and composition stand as first-rate works. Zhang Wenba adopted a serious demeanor, aware that his fans were likely waiting to witness his embarrassment. Presenting himself with professionalism at this moment was also a means of finding an escape route. Old Lu and I are brothers. We were merely jesting. I hold him in high regard. You see, I have always praised his work. This song is hauntingly beautiful. I can't help but envy Lin Ling. Lu Mian suddenly spoke up, having observed Yang Shu boasting all evening while remaining largely silent. There exists a tinge of envy within me, for it appears that he shared a profound love with his former girlfriend. A flicker of jealousy arises. I too yearn to embody the heroine of such a romantic tale. The marks of kisses have accumulated into calluses, embraces have transformed into ethereal ascension, and tears have crystallized into ice. When in solitude, he does not exhibit such sentimental inclinations. He frolics about like a young calf, persistently clinging to me. Should our paths cross again, will my eyes remain dry, or will my cheeks flush with warmth? Such poignant words should not be forgotten. I too wish to share mutual debts with you. Han Han, what occupies your thoughts? Zhang Xinya gently nudged her friend beside her, who seemed momentarily entranced. Nothing, really, Li Shurhan replied, a sense of uncertainty gnawing at her heart. Previously, after listening to that song Decent, she felt a flicker of relief. But upon hearing Hasty, melancholy swiftly enveloped her. They appeared so well-matched. I wonder what experiences they have shared. Otherwise, what basis do we have for nostalgia? If we are to maintain a tenuous connection, love runs deep, and affection penetrates to the marrow. Should I quietly withdraw, ensuring I do not intrude? For that would be my ultimate act of tenderness. You cannot possibly harbor feelings for him. Zhang Xinya's words startled everyone present, as it seemed she had not misspoken. Ever since Li Shurhan encountered him yesterday, her demeanor had shifted. Yet, in the realm of entertainment gossip, did not their families become adversaries over that film? I truly admire him, Li Shurhan replied, her spirits dwindling, unsure of her own course of action. But your rival is Lin Lin, and they shared their first love. Zhang Xinya jested awkwardly, observing her friend's expression, which radiated sincerity. No, it won't do. He is a petty man, and I cannot allow my friend to fall under his spell. Yao Yao, did you not once perform alongside Li Lu in a scene? You should be quite familiar with him, yet you seem rather estranged, Yang Shu inquired. Just yesterday, netizens remarked on the neglect of this fading star, yet here we are, merely a day later, and he has seized the spotlight once more. To be honest, we are not that close, she replied with a forced smile. That was 8 years ago, during the filming of A Smile is Stunning. Afterward, I became quite busy with work and lost touch. Zhang Xinya's smile appeared somewhat strained. She had not anticipated that their reunion would occur on a dating show. Musicians are indeed quite popular. I wish to compose a song that encapsulates a past romance. Yang Shu mused. With the release of these 2 songs today, the most favored male guest is undoubtedly him. Yang Gu, you could adapt your past love into a film. He added, haha, creating a film is no simple task. There are countless preparations involved, unlike writing a song, which merely requires a pen. Lin Xian quickly chimed in, and the two seamlessly shifted the conversation to other topics. The discussion still lingered on Li Lu, as no one seemed inclined to listen to their bravado. What sort of plot is this? It appears Li Shurhan has also received the script for interactions with the sixth character. Clearly, the sixth character seems on the verge of a resurgence. Lu Mian also expressed her fondness. Upon deeper reflection, it is quite alarming that the past few days have solely revolved around Li Lu. Could it be that some significant capital is backing him? The associations between individuals have long been predetermined. It is merely a script. It seems that the sixth member has been handed the main character's script. Please refrain from criticism if you disagree. It was late, and Li Lu and his companions did not return by boat. The production team generously arranged for 2 celebrity suites in a 5-star hotel, conveniently adjoining. One can anticipate that once the edited version of their daytime footage is released tomorrow, with the excitement generated by 2 songs, the viewership will undoubtedly surge. Li Lu lay on his bed, reflecting on the arduous day spent filming the program. Finally, he could attend to his own matters. After a day filled with phone calls, he turned his phone off. Now his email was nearly overflowing with various collaboration requests. He disregarded most, focusing on returning calls to a few music companies. Hello, is this Mr. Ma from Puppy Music? Mr. Li, you can just call me Xiao Ma. Mr. Ma, I've made up my mind to release as an independent musician. I'll record the complete version in a few days and send it over. Great. I'll dispatch staff to assist with the production. Mr. Ma from Puppy Music wore a beaming smile. The 2 songs Li Lu had just performed had already gone viral on short video platforms. He dialed his own number, marking the successful collaboration. No need for any hassle. Oh, and by the way, it's a non-exclusive distribution, free of charge. Mr. Li, wait, let us negotiate the terms. Let us leave it at that for now. I have several other calls to make. Li Lu wasted no time, reaching out to various domestic platforms. Of course, it would be free. Free music can still generate revenue through advertising, much like reading a free novel. There are also various other royalty incomes, though these are not directly related to him. Money is not his own. Chapter 34. The male best friend is a bit unruly just as he was about to rest. A notification from Wei Xian indicated a message from Gao Xiaolan. Are you with her right now? Li Lu realized she was inquiring about his relationship with Lin Lin, displaying quite the curiosity. I just returned to the hotel. You're not bothering us. Good night. What are you thinking? We're not even in the same room. After years apart, you've become quite scandalous, he quipped. Your own songs are so sentimental. You still wish for connections. And who can't see through your little thoughts? A flurry of messages soon followed. Dear sister, your reading comprehension is outstanding, truly. Even elementary students are not as adept as you. This song speaks of youthful love, beautiful, yet deeply etched in memory. At that age, one understands so little, yet it is the purest and most genuine emotion. Regardless of the passage of time, it will forever reside in one's heart. However, no matter how much one yearns or regrets, a missed opportunity remains just that. Perhaps it is the regrets that render it perfect. This is a song meant to comfort her, to soothe her soul. Li Lu wrote a plethora of words, and indeed, his thoughts were commendable. If his future wife were of a lower educational background like Gao Xiaolan, misunderstandings would undoubtedly arise. Explanation serves merely as a guise. Anyone who hears your song would naturally wish for your union. Good heavens, could you possibly have become one of our fans? This is merely a show. Nothing more than that. Li Lu pondered that she too was a gossiping housewife, indulging in her own drama. What is the harm in being genuine? Were it not for such profound love, he could not have penned such a song. Gao Xiaolan felt a knot in her heart, realizing she had indeed failed to appear at the right moment. They had shared so many experiences together, and now the entire internet hoped for their union. She too wished for his happiness. This, I can't be bothered to explain. Songs are also a form of literary creation. One need not have personal experiences to write them. Moreover, this song was a spur-of-the-moment inspiration. Go ahead, boast all you want. It costs nothing. I'm not trying to impress you. Brother, I shall compose a song for you right away. Voice message received. Gao Xiaolan was taken aback. He was about to sing for her without warning. How could he have written a song so quickly? It was surely something he had prepared earlier. What did he want? Could it be that he sensed her hidden feelings? The phone had been ringing for quite some time. Cautiously, she answered the call. In your glorious moments, allow me to sing you a song. Li Lu opened the voice call, waiting for 2 seconds, his mind capable of conversing with the system for an eternity. Handsome. I am willing to dedicate all future earnings from that previous song to help others. What do you think? The automatic response from the system echoed. The opportunity for exchange had refreshed. Give me a song for a good brother, celebrating our mutual support along life's journey. a tribute to everlasting friendship. Li Lu had initially thought of their bond as childhood friends. She was a girl, while he considered himself her male confidant. However, in this day and age, male confidants often carry a hint of ambiguity or impropriety. He wished to avoid any misunderstandings with her crush, so perhaps referring to her as a brother would be more appropriate. It was an arbitrary exchange, not needing to be taken to heart. No accompaniment was necessary. He sang it a cappella, purely for amusement. My dear brother, if you bear any sorrow, confide in me. The bond of friendship is higher than the heavens. Stop singing. Stop singing. Before he could finish the first verse, Gao Xiaolan could no longer endure it. Li Lu, your singing is truly tacky and unpleasant. The call ended abruptly. Li Lu was left speechless. What kind of person was she? Here he was, offering her a classic song for free, yet she found it unappreciable. Like a fine wine. Like an old song. It should not be wasted. He would relish it himself. The following day, Li Lu did not return to the small island. He took a day off to record songs. He had never owed anyone anything, not even the system. Record it, generate revenue, and sign agreements with the website to transfer the earnings directly. One becomes merely a tool, though it is not as degrading as it seems. At the very least, one has gained a name for oneself and has adorned their own persona. Participating in such lifestyle variety shows allows for requests for leave. After all, everyone has emergencies and unavoidable commitments. Yet, it is typically the most illustrious stars who find themselves this busy. And Li Lu never anticipated being the first to request leave from the program. The director's team was quite accommodating, aware that the recording would take place in the city, and even summoned the show's band teachers to assist for free, fearing that the local music studio might not meet their standards. Teacher Li, could you please sign this for me? Teacher Li, may we take a photo together? Teacher Li, may you find everlasting happiness. Li Lu recognized that he had gained fame. Upon arriving at a nearby studio, nearly everyone in the building emerged to greet him. This was reminiscent of the height of his previous popularity. Had he truly broken into the mainstream? Just 3 songs, and it happened so effortlessly? Nevertheless, work must not be delayed. Once the onlookers dispersed, he promptly resumed the rhythm of his tasks. Li Lu had a complete arrangement ready. They merely needed to follow his plan without the necessity for excessive refinement, adhering to the system. By around 5 in the afternoon, he reclined in a soft chair to take a brief respite. Teacher Li, whom do you truly favor, Lin Lin or Zhang Xinyao? One of the sound engineers, unable to contain himself after a day of restraint, posed the question as they prepared to leave, realizing that this was his last opportunity to inquire. What? Li Lu glanced at a cameraman assigned by the production team, who was there to document and create editing material. The audacious fellow's question seemed understandable regarding Lin Lin, as curiosity was bound to abound. However, what was the relevance of Xinyao? Since his arrival, they had not interacted. Whom do you truly favor, Lin Lin or Zhang Xinyao? The cameraman, assuming Li Lu had not comprehended, repeated the inquiry. Chapter 35. Listening to music and writing films. Perhaps you have misunderstood. We are merely friends. Li Lu carefully chose his words, pondering whether this was a setup by the production team. Regardless of what he said, it would undoubtedly be edited out. Yet, why inquire about Xinyao? She had recently been involved with him. Xiaonuan seemed a more reliable choice. At least they had recently been photographed entering the same neighborhood. Though it was quickly debunked. Was there ever anything genuine between you and Xinyao? Me and Xinyao? In the past? Li Lu was genuinely perplexed. That was years ago. After the show concluded, they had lost contact. So why was anyone still concerned about this? We are merely friends. We collaborated once. He chuckled. Of course. He could not admit that they had once been together. She had made her feelings clear at their parting. We are all actors, actors, actors. Love is a facade. And emotions are but a pretense. At that time, I had just gained popularity, and my first historical drama was a testament to my immaturity. It was rather embarrassing to realize I had mistaken the false for the true. Now, when inquiries arise, I cannot possibly admit to it. Since we have parted ways, there is no need to revisit the topic. Well, let it be. Please send me the recorded audio. Li Lu swiftly shifted the conversation, preparing to leave, while even the sound engineer began to speculate about just how famous I had become. Upon returning to the hotel, I opened my social media account. I had long ceased to engage, but I registered a new account. What was being discussed? Trending at number 1 was the headline, Zhang Xinyao is the other woman. It wasn't about me, nor Lin Lin, nor the 2 new songs released last night. I clicked on the most popular entry within the topic. Guayan Chaowang. A friend from Lin Lin's days as a trainee anonymously revealed that Zhang Xinyao's interference led to their breakup. Tagged in the entry was Lin Lin. The manager said you two are really together. Below was a screenshot of the revelation. I, the king of melons. Have some juicy news. Okay, whose is it? You must guarantee my information remains confidential. No problem. Recently, I and Lin were both trainees at the same time. Yes. Please continue. They were together even before their official debut. This is common knowledge. After Li became famous and starred in a drama, you know? Yes. A smile from the city, pivotal point. Then he broke up with Lin and got together with Zhang. Lin cried in the dormitory for a long time. Everyone knew about it. Oh my sister, do you have photos? How much? Was it Li who strayed first? Clarify, please. I don't know, no photos. I'm just leaking some information. Remember to pixelate my identity. Li Lu felt overwhelmed, but finally understood why he had garnered such attention today. Even if he released 3 excellent songs in a row, it would not have gone viral so swiftly. However, with the addition of scandalous ethics, infidelity, the other woman, 2 top-tier female stars, such a significant scoop was bound to attract attention. Scrolling further, he found a plethora of netizens digging up dirt. I just noticed that since Lin Lin appeared on the program, apart from their initial greeting, they haven't exchanged a single word. Not just on this show. There hasn't been much interaction over the years. One sings, the other acts. How could they possibly intersect? Where are the fans of A Smile from the City? Are they making a comeback? So thrilling. I initially came to indulge in gossip, but ended up becoming a fan of Li Lu. Those songs are delightful. This morning I watched the edited clips of the two and speculated about who that woman Lin Lin referred to was. Lo and behold, by noon, the truth emerged. Indeed. Li Lu is a scoundrel. It's false. Do not believe it. Xinyao and Li Lu clarified years ago that they were merely ordinary friends. Xinyao mentioned during her live stream last night that they were only collaborators in the drama and had no contact outside of it. Last night, I mentioned the lack of communication, and today I find myself contradicted. This dialogue chart, I could generate 100 of them. I even claimed he had an affair with Lu Mian, and only fools would believe it. Li Lu withdrew from the discussion, only to discover that he had been exposed. What will happen to the show now? Even if they do not acknowledge it, others will view the two with scrutinizing eyes. With just over 10 days remaining, maintaining the facade is exhausting. The second trending topic is also about me. A cursory glance reveals that the top 10 entries are all related to me. The second one features the renowned indie film director, Yao Tian, commenting on my new song. Director Yao Tian remarked, I inadvertently heard 2 songs that resonated deeply. Previously, I would only think about finding someone to compose music after completing a film. This time, upon hearing the songs, a film concept emerged. Despite being a seasoned figure, I still find myself, like a youth, eagerly watching dating reality shows. While falling in love may be effortless, sustaining a relationship is a challenge. And missing out on love is all too simple. It might only take a slight misunderstanding or a bit of confusion. Whether it's the graceful nonchalance or the pure innocence of fleeting youth, they serve as the finest tribute to our youth. Numerous fans tagged my previous account, expressing sentiments such as, Old 6, do you grasp it? Director Yao wishes to adapt your story into a film. Can you believe it? Celebrity gossip could make it to the big screen. What is happening nowadays? Even prestigious art film directors are gravitating towards mainstream popularity. Don't hastily criticize. Even if you don't watch dating shows, please take a moment to listen to his music. I'm looking forward to it. I'm now an avid fan. I want to watch without them. It truly reshaped my understanding of dating shows. The authenticity of 2 people in unrequited love is palpable. Indeed, Lin Lin never acts. If it weren't for the heartfelt passion, Li Lu could not have penned such lyrics. I came to Weibo after looping the songs multiple times, eager to share them with others, and was surprised by the influx of new fans. Honestly, without the music, I would have found their story more cliched than a soap opera. Yet, with the music, it has transcended. Li Lu exited with a smile. This director possesses something special. When the system provided my songs, it had already indicated they were the theme songs for 2 films. However, I had no interest in changing them. It was simply too taxing. The third trending topic pertains to the show itself, the strongest dating show in history. They are playing for real. I am unsure if the production team purchased this hype, but the buzz is undeniably high. With billions of views, it would typically secure the top trending position. Yet, under the shadow of a scandal involving a top celebrity's infidelity, it can only manage to rank 3rd. I couldn't be bothered to click. It would undoubtedly still revolve around my affairs. The current dilemma is that I must return to the Heartbeat cabin tomorrow. How shall I navigate my interactions with the two of them? Chapter 36. Why was there no hair pulling? The atmosphere in the Heartbeat cabin is exceedingly peculiar. In the morning, a condensed version of Lin Lin and Li Lu's date was released, and by the afternoon, public opinion began to simmer. Zhang Xinyao never anticipated that she would become the target of everyone's ire as the infamous mistress, particularly in a situation that disrupted the harmonious blessings of her neighborhood. Han Hai, you must trust me. I have never meddled in their relationship. Though she was live-streaming at that moment, Zhang Xinyao could hardly contain her emotions. The gazes of those around her were particularly strange, especially from the other female guests and her closest friend, Li Shurhan. The entire barrage of comments was likely filled with disdain for her. She felt utterly wronged. Not far away, the production team was reveling in the backstage view of millions of online viewers, the director delighting in the spectacle. This was indeed a sensational entertainment event, attracting even those who typically eschewed dating shows to indulge in the drama. A significant influx of new users had arrived. The 20,000 in appearance fees was proving to be a lucrative investment. Observe, the mistress weeps. Seriously, she's crying. What a fade. Why hasn't Lin Lin returned? I want to witness their confrontation live. Not so soon. Today, Li Lu took a leave of absence, and Lin Lin likely rested in the morning, returning by boat in the afternoon. White Lotus, seducing another's boyfriend. Crying. All she does is cry, clearly a vixen. Yao Yao, don't cry, we believe in you. Come to see the mistress, she's truly beautiful. I don't believe it. Yao Yao isn't that kind of person. The barrage of comments filled the screen. In front of the camera, several individuals in the living room were comforting her. It's all right, we believe in you. Li Shurhan gently patted her friend's back to provide some solace. Yet, inside, chaos reigned. What was happening? Had the two of them truly been together in the past? Sun Wan and Lu Mian each harbored their own thoughts, pondering how the situation had spiraled into such complexity. Could it be that he had other girlfriends besides me? The boys in the room were engrossed in the unfolding drama, particularly Xiao Xiao, who appeared as if he had just consumed something distasteful. The childhood goddess he adored had turned out to be a mistress? You must believe me. I am not a mistress, I swear. Zhang Xinyao continuously reiterated these two phrases, fully convinced of her innocence. During filming, she had specifically inquired about his relationship status, asking, with such charm, do you have a girlfriend? He had assured her with unwavering certainty that he was single. At that moment, he seemed sincere. Not a hint of deception in his demeanor. She had felt he was trustworthy, and as filming progressed, she found herself enamored. In retrospect, perhaps he was a cad. His genuine fade merely a ruse. If this were indeed the case, she would be unjustly condemned. The door swung open from the outside, and Lin Lin had returned. The living room fell into an instant silence. Even Zhang Xinyao, who had been crying incessantly, ceased her lamentations. Instead, she glared at her with a sulky expression, her reddened eyes revealing her grievances. This woman had been deliberately provocative yesterday. She was the true schemer. Her remarks on the show seemed intentional, and perhaps today's revelations were orchestrated by her as well. It had previously struck me that she had been somewhat aloof, but I had dismissed it, thinking there were plenty of others willing to engage with me. Now I realized just how malicious she truly was. The barrage of comments peaked. Here it comes. Waited a whole day for this. The two leading ladies of this melodrama are finally going to clash. This cameraman deserves a bonus tonight. Those close-ups were excellent. How is it fair that both goddesses are entangled with the same man? Director Yao, make your move. With just these three, the box office will definitely soar. Even the usually composed director, Lu Qing, leaped to his feet, murmuring excitedly, let them tear into each other. His mind racing with the potential for viewership miracles if they were to engage in a hair-pulling brawl. Lin Ling understood that everyone was awaiting her response. She chuckled softly and walked towards Zhang Xinyao. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xinyao, nestled in her friend's embrace, stood up. I am not in the wrong. I am not afraid of her. I apologize. I did not anticipate that my words yesterday would trouble you so much. Though I harbor no fondness for her. She is certainly not a third party. That revelation was not mine. It likely came from an old roommate. I had vented my frustrations about them in the dormitory, but those were merely words spoken in anger. Having said this, Lin Ling turned to the largest camera and declared, I was with him for less than 6 months before we parted ways. There was no third party involved. When we broke up, we were still trainees. She then nodded at a few other guests before retreating to her room to change. The live feed shifted to Zhang Xinyao. who could no longer contain her emotions and finally cleared her name. Leaning on her friend, she began to weep. I told you I am not a third party. Why is everyone blaming me? I feel so wronged. Don't cry. Yao Yao. It's all a misunderstanding. It's all right, it's all right. We just need to clarify things. The other guests chimed in to console her, as the commotion heightened the show's popularity. Sister Yao Yao, seeing you cry breaks our hearts. Xiao Xiao knelt before her, looking deeply concerned. Now was the perfect moment for her to step in as the official couple. The comments flooded in with critiques. Is this it? After waiting a whole day, this is what we get? The plot update is underwhelming. The pace is too slow. No fight? That's unreasonable. Why isn't he the sixth one returned? Only a confrontation among the three can clarify matters. This round of writers is disappointing, just when I was ready for some excitement. It ended. A smile blossomed in the vibrant city, questioning whether we were to disband so soon after our gathering. Xiao Zhao's enthusiasm was indeed overwhelming. The two seemed perfectly matched. I had long asserted that Yao Yao was not of such character. Let those who spread rumors face legal action. The informant merely mentioned a surname, lacking any substantial details. What grounds do you have for a lawsuit? Perhaps, my friends. It is possible that after parting ways with Lin Lin, one has rekindled a connection with Yao Yao. Cease your gossip. The new song from Lao Lu is now being uploaded, completely free of charge. Remarkably, all 4 tracks are complimentary. Such a generous offering of content, astonishingly free, is available for everyone's enjoyment. Even the director seemed somewhat perturbed as Lu Qing reclined in his designated chair. Alas, they are all top influencers. Reality shows offer a more manageable arrangement. After signing the agreement, let the conflicts unfold as they may. Let the confrontations commence. The hypocrisy is palpable, especially with the lead actress apologizing to the second lead. No, this cannot be overlooked. We must ensure they engage more interactively when Lao Lu returns tomorrow. Chapter 37. Wasn't it supposed to be fair and just? Li Lu returned to the Heartbeat Cottage early in the morning. Although he had been coasting along, he knew he could not overstep. Following Lin Lin's clarification the previous night, the storm had been quelled before it could escalate. There was no need for undue embarrassment. It had all been a misunderstanding. The living room was filled with everyone, seemingly waiting for his arrival. Finally, Lao Lu, you're back. Lao Lu, turns out you're quite the romantic. Lu Gu, those songs were marvelous. Several male guests approached with warmth, and camaraderie soared, filling the air with joy. Beep, beep, beep. The heartbeat bear on the table emitted a loud sound, drawing everyone's attention. Attention all guests, attention all guests. This marks the 3rd day of our gathering. To foster deeper connections between the male and female guests, we are initiating our first outdoor task. The male and female guests will pair off to form star teams. 5 individuals will be randomly selected from the live audience to help fulfill their wishes. As long as the requests are reasonable and lawful, we will do our utmost to accommodate them. The pairing with the highest completion rate and audience satisfaction will earn a chance for a private date. All live viewers are welcome to participate in the lottery. Those too distant to attend will forfeit their slots. We appreciate your understanding. As the bear concluded, the live chat erupted with excitement. Although there had been a teaser last night hinting at surprises, this was the revelation they had awaited. Do I need to wave light sticks or rockets? I only have 10 cents. Heartbeat number 1 is ready. Let us get this lottery started. I'll launch 10,000 rockets. I want Li Lu to be my man for a day. This show is free. Where do you get the notion of no? 1 or rockets? Choose me, please. I intend to propose to my girlfriend. I truly hope for blessings. Pick me, pick me. I want Li Shurhan to be my girlfriend for a day. Can the female guests assist me with a massage? If I win, may I request that no male guests participate? As they returned to the heart-pounding scene, the guests erupted in astonishment. How did this pairing come about? Was it random or mutual? Old 6 is set. You may all take your leave. The eyes of the heartbeat bear shimmered with excitement as he reiterated the rules. It is based on a random principle, yet the female guests will draw their male partners. This is unfair. I wish to draw my own partner, Yang Shu complained, lamenting the perceived privileges afforded to the female contestants. The lucky public selection can be made by the male guests, the bear added, as a staff member brought forth a lottery machine. The female guests were now invited to draw their partners from a pool of 5 male names, with each participant granted a single opportunity, ensuring fairness and equity. The camera shifted to the 5 female contestants standing across the way, exchanging glances, none daring to step forward. May I opt out? I prefer to choose for myself. Suddenly, Li Shurhan, who had been lingering at the back, raised her hand to speak, drawing the attention of all. Li Lu was equally intrigued, as she typically conformed to the crowd's actions. However, a chill ran through the air as everyone's gaze turned back to her. Why are you all looking at me? Haha. Old Six, you can do it. Li Shurhan's crushes you. Despite the teasing from the male guests, the Heartbeat Bear reiterated, please respect the rules. This round is for random pairing. Meanwhile, at the production team's side, the chief director Lu Qing found himself at a loss. The once obscure celebrity brought in for numbers suddenly became the center of attention. Do not worry. If he remains popular in a few days, I will arrange for you as well. Whoever attracts the audience, the production team will support, irrespective of their fame or past relevance. I will go first, Lu Mian declared, stepping forward as a senior contestant, eager to draw first. Partnering with anyone was inconsequential. After all, it was merely a performance. And a variety show was also a form of acting. As long as it isn't that person, it will spare everyone discomfort. The lottery machine flashed with vibrant lights, landing on the name Xiao Xiao. Wow, it's Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, why are you blushing? Isn't your heartthrob guest Han Han? Xiao Xiao, we all understand your excitement. But please temper it. We are filming. The crowd began to tease Xiao Xiao, the youngest and most bashful among them. Lu Mian quietly retreated, feeling an inexplicable twinge of disappointment that it was indeed not him. Lin Ling was next, drawing Zhang Wenba's name. Let's give it our all together. Zhang Wenba's face flushed, feeling as though he had swallowed a fly. Is the heavens mocking me? To be paired with her is nothing short of humiliation. Li Shurhan, the third participant, silently repeated the names Li Lu, Li Lu, Li Lu in her mind, only to find that the result was Lin Xian. The scene was left with 2 men and 2 women. According to the previously established order, the next would be Yao Yao. Sun Wan, being the youngest, was undoubtedly the last to draw. Zhang Xinyao was also continuously murmuring in her heart, hoping that it would not be him, just not him. Wait, Sister Yao Yao. May I draw first? Sun Wan called out, as only 2 remained, and her last words would be directed at the remaining one. I refuse to let my fate rest in someone else's hands. I want to draw Lu Gu myself. Even if it isn't him, I will accept it. Oh. Then you go first. Zhang Xinyao naturally would not refuse, as everyone on the show maintained a harmonious sisterhood. Moreover, who drew first made little difference. It was all a matter of luck. A flash of colorful light revealed that Yang Shu had been selected. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Little Muan calls me uncle. Do we really seem compatible? Yang Shu reveled in his fortune, truly wishing for what he desired. Old Yang, how about we switch partners? Lu Mian shot him a glance, as if to say that his intentions were all too clear. Come on, wouldn't that break the rules? Uft, your face is all twisted with laughter. How could I be smiling? I'm just feeling awkward. The 2 then each received a young male partner and began to tease one another. The last participant was not required to draw, as only 1 pair remained. It was Li Lu and Zhang Xinyao, who had been in the program for a few days. And this was the first time their eyes met. Damn, are they joking with me? Initially, Lin thought his luck was decent when he did not draw himself. However, after their previous encounter involving an ex and a third party, being grouped together again would be unbearable. The unfortunate twist was that he was immediately paired with Yao Yao, which left everything inexplicable. Zhang Xinyao heart bled. Why him, why him? This stingy man had wrongfully accused her of being the third party, enduring scorn for an entire day, with many still doubting her. Was the production team not being deliberate? The odds were 20%, and yet she encountered him. Wasn't the show supposed to be fair and just? Chapter 38. Please help me settle the final payment under the close-up shots of the 2. The barrage of comments surged. Haha, the show must be intentional, right? Please remove the father figure. Well done. The army of charming smiles begins to gather. The production team is stirring the pot. This is too fake. I can't watch anymore. What era is this? Still using a lottery machine. 5 blind boxes with names would be more equitable than this. I love it. I adore such melodramatic scripts. I knew there would be a second half to yesterday's plot. Here it is. Are both reluctant or secretly pleased? Where are the micro-expression management experts? A staff member brought forth a computer, and 2 guests began to select a fortunate audience member to connect with, subsequently determining a task. Lu Mian and Xiao Xiao formed the first group, seated before the computer. Amidst a flurry of comments, they randomly captured a screenshot of a viewer's message, and the staff would reach out from behind the scenes to connect live or via phone. Hello. The first lucky audience member was drawn, and Lu Mian and Xiao Xiao greeted them. Is it Lu Mian? Is she my goddess? Haha. Yes, I am Lu Mian. How may I assist you? Sister Lu Mian. I have been your fan for over 20 years. Thank you, thank you. What is your wish? Lu Mian inwardly scoffed, thinking she hadn't even been in the industry for 20 years. Sister Lu Mian, I just purchased an apartment for 2 million, and I've made a 20% down payment. Please come tomorrow to help me clear the remaining balance. I'll be waiting for you at the sales office in Tianhe District, Yangqing. Before the camera, Lu Mian and Xiao Xiao were left bewildered, glancing towards the director nearby. What should we do about this wish? Was this arranged by you? The pressing question was, if they were to assist, who would cover the costs? With the speakerphone activated, the voice of the fortunate audience member resounded. Sister Lu Mian, are you still there? Did you hear me? I'm at the sales office in Tianhe District, Yangqing. There's a flight arriving here at 6 tomorrow morning. Sister Lu Mian, I'm a fan of 20 years. Are you there? The comments exploded in amusement, never expecting the first audience member to be so dramatic. What a talent. The two guests were dumbfounded. No way, no way. Is the production team trying to evade responsibility? This is hilarious. The first wish has already flopped. This script is intriguing. Perhaps the audience is in on the joke, a little fun. The director's voice emerged in the live stream, no longer utilizing the toy bear. Please keep your requests reasonable. Do not be absurd, and certainly not this absurd. We will draw again. This one is void. This is a serious dating show live stream, not a platform for pranks. With such demands, can we even continue recording this show? Ignoring the barrage of playful antics, Lu Mian and Xiao Xiao prepared to capture another screenshot. Wow, I'm so excited. I can't believe it's really me. A man's voice came through the phone. Hello, I'm Lu Mian. I'm Xiao Xiao. How may we assist you? Actually, I have been preparing to propose to my girlfriend. Could you come help me? Of course. May I ask what city you are in? Quickly, this group was confirmed, and the surrounding guests all expressed envy. Such activities are not uncommon in other variety shows, featuring various peculiar requests. The best, undoubtedly, are proposals, romantic and sweet. Both viewers and stars relish in such performances. Li Lu and Zhang Xinyao stood at the periphery, each instinctively refraining from drawing closer. Concealed within the blind spot of the camera, Zhang Xinyao switched off her microphone. Li Lu understood her intent. She wished to convey something to him. It's been a while, he initiated, recalling Yang Shu's words from that day. Believing that he should not allow the girl to greet him first. I thought you would pretend not to know me. There's never been an opportunity, he continued. I apologize for yesterday. It's nothing, isn't it all cleared up? Xinyao shot him a glare. You two should keep your drama to yourselves and not involve me. She then continued. Be careful. Don't say anything that might lead to misunderstandings about us. Understood, Li Lu nodded, aware that she wished to keep their past relationship concealed. They had both denied their connection before, attributing it merely to the demands of acting. Should the truth come to light, their carefully crafted personas would shatter, leaving them both embarrassed. But you shouldn't act as if you don't know me at all. That seems disingenuous. Xinyao promptly made another request. If we're to part ways, let us cut all ties. Yet, now that they had met, her demeanor was far too resolute. Even a fool could discern the tension between them. All right, just call me Xinyao, as you always did. Yes, be natural. We haven't seen each other in years. Your expression should reflect a hint of the joy of reunion. Understood. Li Lu immediately broke into a broad smile, reminiscent of how he would greet an old friend like Gao Xiaolan. Goodness, just stop it. What does that lifeless smile mean? Your acting has clearly deteriorated. No wonder Han Han can't keep up with you. Li Lu sighed. You have quite the list of demands. Just tell me what to do, and I will oblige. I'm here to support you. I'm sorry, that wasn't my intent. Zhang Xinyao realized she had perhaps misspoken. Her words were merely jesting remarks she often made in front of Han Han. His sensitivity likely meant she had unintentionally hurt him. Everyone knew that after that film, his career trajectory had taken a nosedive. It was indeed a pity to consider that his first major film following their breakup had flopped so spectacularly. Misfortunes seldom come alone. Which perhaps inspired someone like me to write such a poignant song. Seeing his despondent demeanor tugged at her heartstrings. Sometimes, she reminisced about the little happiness they shared together and wondered if she had made a mistake back then. He must have harbored resentment, which explained why he had severed all contact. It's all right. I truly am not suited for acting, Li Lu remarked with a touch of self-deprecation, having long since come to terms with it. Without the system, I wouldn't even be able to sing. Returning home to farm would be far more liberating. Actually, your acting isn't that poor. This is not mere consolation. Xinyao feared that her attempts at clarification would only muddy the waters further. He was far too sensitive. Your singing is truly enchanting, and I have added several of your songs to my playlist. It is not merely flattery. Your voice is genuinely delightful. Sister Lu Mian is correct. It is a pity that the female lead is not portrayed by oneself, as one nearly fell into the role of the wicked second female lead. Who does not aspire to embody the protagonist of such tales? Take a look at Lin Lin. After years of stagnation, her fanbase surged overnight. At this level, gaining followers becomes exceedingly challenging, as those worth following have long been acknowledged. Everyone feels sympathy for her. Her charm with the public is unparalleled. Haha, thank you. As the two conversed, the nearby poplar tree caught their attention. Hey, come over and draw the audience's attention. They are still whispering over there. Chapter 39. You are being excessive. The barrage of comments shifted focus to the two individuals. What did they whisper about? Why wasn't he the camera on them earlier? There seems to be something off with these two. They are acting strangely. Something is amiss with them. Do not be alarmed. They are merely reminiscing about old times. Li Lu successfully connected with the user on the phone. Hello, how may I assist you? Is this Li Lu and Yao Yao? Yes, it is. I would like you to join me for a meal. A friend is getting married. Of course, you need not worry about the wedding gift. Just join me for a meal. Certainly. Li Lu felt a surge of joy. This task was simple and perfectly suited for him, allowing for some leisurely time. However, my friend, when is the wedding? We have date and location constraints. We are only available these 2 days. Tomorrow, the venue is a beach hotel in Coconut City, not far from your filming location. That works. Please leave the specific contact number and address with our staff, and we will arrive punctually tomorrow morning. Perfect. Today we travel, and tomorrow we feast. While managing to stretch our time for a couple of days, the Heartbeat Bear reappeared, and we have assigned a camera crew to each group. Over the next 2 days, we hope the guests will collaborate harmoniously, igniting sparks of excitement. Coconut City, the capital of Cheongzhou. It is approximately 200 kilometers from here. Taking the high-speed train is the most convenient option. However, for the sake of filming, the two opted for the sponsor's van. The space was quite ample, with the two seated in the back, while a camera was set up in front. Zhang Xin Yao playfully nudged her foot against his, who was seated beside her. This is truly absurd. We are still live streaming, and you are saying nothing, just leaning back in your seat, as if you intend to sleep the entire journey? You just said not to pretend not to know each other. Who are you trying to impress with this demeanor? Huh. Li Lu looked at her in confusion. Why are you stepping on my foot? Noticing her gaze directed outside, feigning ignorance, he began to understand. The weather is quite pleasant today. Yao Yao widened her eyes in surprise. Why don't you ask me if I've eaten? This is a romance variety show. Shouldn't there be some flirtation? Never mind. I'll wait for him to bring up a topic, as long as it's not painfully awkward. It has been years. How have you become such a marvelous singer? Perhaps it is a matter of talent. The system could indeed be considered a form of talent. How shameless. I recall the time we filmed that drama, when you auditioned for the theme song and were promptly dismissed by the director. A playful jest from the past, fostering our camaraderie and affirming our friendship. Haha, my singing was truly subpar back then. Li Lu, unperturbed by her teasing, would likely falter if asked to sing now too. Unless, of course, the song were one he had penned himself. To be precise, it would need to be one he had composed through sheer perseverance. Your vocal prowess has flourished remarkably. You must have endured considerable hardship over these past years. Yao Yao began to empathize with his experiences after years of perseverance. He finally achieved resounding success. Not quite. It's merely passable. I envy those of you who are singer-songwriters. Crafting a song is such a formidable challenge. Each discipline has its own expertise, and you excel in acting. Li Lu, ever the cheerleader, would certainly not allow the other to feel neglected. But it's different. The ability to weave one's own narrative into a song is a profoundly romantic endeavor. If you wish, I could help you compose a piece later. Li Lu, ever generous, dismissed it as a trivial matter. Writing a song? It's as simple as blinking one's eyes, and there it is. Even if you wet the bed as a child, I could have the system create a whimsical bedwetting song for you. What jest are you making? Zhang Xinyao blushed. Merely wanting to commend you in your area of expertise. Why are you teasing me? Are you going to write me a song? That wouldn't be appropriate. We no longer share that kind of relationship. While it's important to maintain an air of naturalness, preferably with a hint of ambiguity, your approach has crossed the line. The main camera had shifted to this perspective unbeknownst to them, and the fans had already begun to revel. They seemed quite familiar with each other, even after several years of absence. Of course, they used to collaborate to gain followers. How could they not be close? What is wrong with Yao Yao? Her face is flushed. Old Lu claims he will help her write a song. That lad is not to be trusted. Old Lu's songs are hardly worth anything. Talented individuals can be so brazen. It's all for show, don't be deceived. The creation of each remarkable song is a labor of love. It's not as simple as it appears on the surface. Oh no. He is both handsome and talented. Yao Yao is in peril. Can you believe it? That drama from years ago is being re-aired, and now it requires a subscription. They've expertly capitalized on the buzz. They know how to ride the wave. Having revisited it, it's quite enjoyable. They were truly well-matched back then. The following day, they gathered in the hotel lobby. They had arrived in Coconut City the previous night to rest, facilitating today's activities. Why are you dressed like that? Zhang Xinyao frowned, observing his impeccably tailored black suit and meticulously styled hair. He appeared strikingly handsome, mature, and captivating. The production team provided it. Today is not your wedding day. Rising onto her toes, one hand resting on his chest, while the other playfully tousled his carefully arranged hairstyle. All right, this will suffice. Boys simply do not know how to groom themselves. Stepping back for a moment, I reconsidered and found it less appealing. The tousled hair added a touch of allure, enhancing his charm. The sound of a rapid heartbeat resonated. Thump, thump, thump. How could he still look so handsome? Aren't attractive men usually dependable? Zhang Xinyao took a deep breath, removed her baseball cap, and placed it on his head. The extended brim finally subdued his radiance. She donned a pair of sunglasses to avoid recognition. The commotion had already begun before they even had a meal. The event was arranged for the concluding moments of the wedding, where the two of them would join a fortunate audience member on stage to congratulate the newlyweds. Understood. I will heed your wishes. Li Lu had also prepared himself, producing a pair of sunglasses from his pocket. When the signal shifted to their side, the barrage of comments notably increased. Having seen them yesterday, it seems these two have the most chemistry among the 5 pairs of guests. Li Lu is so obedient. I desire a boyfriend just like him. Clearly, there is affection. Their interactions do not seem staged. Xinyao's pink baseball cap is adorable. I want to get one for my boyfriend too. The other 4 pairs seem awkward. The female guests appear somewhat resistant. These two must have practiced before. Their interactions during the broadcast of A Smile is Beautiful were even more intense than now. Li Lu, this scoundrel, was once deeply in love with Lin Lin. And now he flirts with my Xinyao. Are you certain it's not Xinyao who is flirting with him? Xinyao, the quintessential leading lady of idol dramas, finds it effortless to charm him. Meanwhile, Zhang Xinyao fidgeted for a while before finally feeling satisfied. All right, let us set off. Chapter 40. Witnessing our love at a seaside hotel, Li Lu and Zhang Xinyao encountered today as fortunate audience member at the entrance. My name is Wang Jin. Greetings to you both. Hello. The three exchanged brief pleasantries before being ushered into the venue. The hall had been exquisitely adorned, filled with many guests. A staff member carrying basic filming equipment discreetly followed behind the two. Mr. Wang, what is your relation to the groom? Li Lu initiated casual conversation. Wang Jin was somewhat handsome but bore a gloomy demeanor. I do not know the groom. I am associated with the bride's side. Upon hearing this, the group was guided to the seating designated for the female guests. Oh, I see, Li Lu replied, refraining from further inquiries, suspecting he might be the bride's brother or younger sibling. Shortly, they would join him on stage to deliver a few auspicious words and capture some photographs. Today's task would be complete. Wang Jin sat opposite them, separated by several television crew members, forming a table of 5. He remained silent, his expression stoic, seemingly lost in thought. Zhang Xinyao leaned closer to Li Lu. Hey, why do I feel something is off about this person? I am uncertain. Perhaps he is reluctant to see his sister marry. It is rather perplexing that he has not initiated a conversation with us. No wonder Yao Yao finds it strange. It is quite normal to feel exhilarated when seated alongside a celebrity. His winning of the lottery suggests he too is an admirer of stars, which adds to the oddity of the situation. How could I possibly know? Perhaps we are simply not to his taste. As whispers continue to circulate on one side, Wang Jin suddenly speaks up. I am her ex-boyfriend. Before the two could process this revelation, he continues, almost to himself. It was only on the day I received her wedding invitation that I learned she was getting married today. We were together for 5 years. And during our initial acquaintance, I was utterly destitute. She accompanied me through those bleak times. As my career flourished, the conflicts between us multiplied. In truth, they were trivial matters. I often felt she was overreacting, while she believed I lacked sufficient concern for her. Ultimately, we parted ways. As Wang Jin recounts his tale, the two across from him are in turmoil. Brother, why are we even here today? Li Lu feels a chill run down his spine. What is your ex doing here? And why did you invite us both? Is this some sort of scheme? Only days ago, I received her invitation and discovered she was to marry. We had once agreed that if we ever separated, we would attend each other's weddings to offer our blessings. Ah, I see. That's perfectly acceptable. Li Lu feels somewhat reassured. As long as he is here to extend his blessings, that is all that matters. Initially, it seemed like a simple task, but he feared Wang Jin might have ulterior motives. At that moment, music fills the air and the wedding formally commences. A procession of groomsmen and bridesmaids enters the hall, enlivening the atmosphere under the guidance of the host. Li Lu steals a glance at the groom, who is tall and amiable, radiating joy. One can easily discern he is a good man, standing on stage awaiting his bride. Meanwhile, Wang Jin remains undeterred, continuing his narrative. Yesterday, I listened to your two songs on repeat all night. Oh, I see. No wonder you tuned into the live stream. Li Lu begins to understand. He does not seem to be the typical fan. Listening to his own music, coupled with his personal story, has evidently struck a chord. We are much alike, each believing the other would remain, yet love inevitably reached its conclusion. Brother, take it easy. Li Lu had initially intended to suggest that there would be someone better, someone more obedient. However, seeing Wang Jin's current demeanor, he refrains from jesting. Thank you for your songs. They have given me courage. Oh, no need for that. Li Lu humbly waves his hand. What do you mean, courage? That was the wrong expression. Just a bit of comfort, that is all. Wang Jin lapses into silence once more as the wedding commences in earnest. Several lively performances from the bridesmaids and groomsmen elicit rounds of applause. Wang Jin's table was enveloped in an unusual silence, while Li Lu and several staff members who had entered with her trembled nervously. There was no room for enjoying the atmosphere or the performance. They hurriedly finished their meals and prepared to leave. The host on stage posed a few questions to the groom, after which everyone's gaze shifted towards the grand entrance at the opposite end of the stage. Li Lu, equally curious, focused her attention to catch a glimpse of the bride's appearance. The live stream audience erupted in laughter. As no one anticipated that the lucky viewer would be an ex-brother, did you forget to wear your hat? Haha, Li Lu and her companions are terrified. Is this task meant to disrupt the event? This brother is quite genuine. Even after breaking up, he can still bless his ex. I can't see clearly. The bride has entered, yet the photographer hasn't provided a close-up. I suspect he is a love-struck fool. She is already getting married, yet he still chases after her. Confirmed love-struck fool. Those calling him a love-struck fool are surely elementary school students who know nothing of love. Indeed, there are many elementary school students nowadays. Why is everyone a love-struck fool? On stage, the host began to officiate the ceremony. Groom, today you stand on this joyous stage, receiving the blessings of all your friends and family. How do you feel at this moment? He then turned to the woman who is undoubtedly the happiest today. What do you think of him? A series of declarations of love followed from both the groom and bride. Despite the cliches, all the guests remained engrossed. Even Li Lu and Yao Yao, as outsiders, could feel the palpable joy of happiness. Regardless of what the future held for the couple, their wedding day was undeniably the most exhilarating day of their lives. The host continued with a lengthy string of romantic platitudes before addressing the groom. So, for the final question, are you proud to tell everyone? Are you ready? Ready, came the groom's loud and eager response. The groomsmen rallied the crowd, urging them to cheer as the moment approached. Sir, do you take this lady beside you to be your lifelong wife? I do, the groom declared with fervor. And you? Madam, do you wish? I do not. Wang Jin interjected, not waiting for the host to finish or for his ex-girlfriend Zhang Jia's response. Li Lu and the others were left bewildered. The anticipated confrontation had indeed arrived. All eyes turned to their table, questioning the unfolding scenario. Li Lu silently donned her mask, thinking, this is not my issue. I do not wish for this. You cannot be together, Wang Jin asserted, rising to stand in front of Li Lu. I truly enjoy two of your songs. I hope you can witness our love, he continued. Li Lu's thoughts raced. What does this have to do with me? Li Lu? Who is Li Lu? What does this man intend to do? Is this an ex-boyfriend trying to cause trouble? Oh my, it's the superstar Li Lu. I saw the show yesterday. She and Yao Yao were invited to attend someone else's wedding. Indeed, it was Li Lu and Zhang Xi and Yao. Both summoned to lend their support. Indeed, I have appeared on television, swiftly open the live broadcast of Heartbeat. The comments have erupted in a frenzy. This script is undeniably melodramatic. The production has spared no expense for this episode, considering the multitude of actors and the lavish venue. How dramatic, indeed, as if one were to steal a bride. That scoundrel, leading the star to create chaos. What a disgraceful act. Alas, the bride may harbor resentment towards him for eternity. The groom, however, is the true victim. Regardless of the circumstances, this wedding is irrevocably tarnished. Why would the bride resent him? He has helped someone discover their true love. How romantic, this act of abduction. Some minds are indeed troubled. Li Lu and Yao Yao were left in a state of shock. This scoundrel had come to stir trouble and blatantly revealed their identities. It is better to dismantle a temple than to ruin a marriage. Had you disclosed your intentions earlier, I would have resolutely refused to accompany you. Haha, we are merely here to bestow blessings upon the bride and groom. Li Lu was uncertain how he managed to smile, undoubtedly a sight to behold. Wang Jin did not expect him to falter. Indeed, actors are often devoid of loyalty. How foolish of him to have penned those two songs, leading himself to believe he was a person of deep emotion. Nevertheless, it mattered little. In this moment, no one could sway him. For love, he would charge forth. With determined strides, he approached the stage, his gaze fixed upon that face that haunted his dreams. He first addressed the groom to clarify his identity. You may not recognize me. My name is Wang Jin. Then, turning with sincerity towards the bride, he said, Jia, I am truly sorry. I do not wish for our next encounter to be marked by tears and the words, it has been a long time. I do not wish to reflect upon the past and be haunted by a girl I cannot forget. I do not want to reach old age regretting the opportunities that time did not grant me for redemption. That is why I am here today. Will you come with me? A murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd of hundreds. He truly had come to steal the bride. All eyes were fixed intently upon the three of them, particularly the groom, who appeared rather unfortunate. The groom's expression soured as he grasped the bride's hand tightly. In response, she wrapped her arms around his. Wang Jin, we have long since concluded our chapter. You see, I am exceedingly happy now. Thank you for attending my wedding. No, that cannot be. I know you still hold feelings for me. I swear I will only treat you well from now on, never to anger or hurt you again. Will you grant me another chance? I am sorry, that is all in the past now. I know he is my true home. He understands me, loves me, and cherishes me. Please go. I wish you find your true love soon. The bride gazed at the groom with tenderness. He may not be exceptionally handsome, yet he is sincere, dependable, and values her dearly. The groom's expression gradually returned to calm as he spoke. Wang Jin, I know you. Thank you for attending our wedding. I was the one who wrote your invitation. Our communication is marked by honesty. She is a remarkable girl, and I am acutely aware that I cannot let her slip away in this lifetime. Thus, I proposed, confident in my ability to bring happiness to Jia. If you are here to offer your blessings, kindly return to your place. If you intend to cause disruption, I shall not hesitate to respond. The groom's eloquent remarks elicited applause from the audience, and a group of groomsmen rushed to the front, awaiting the groom's command to eject the uninvited guest. I refuse to believe it. You are deceiving me. He will not treat you well. Jia, come with me, for I can provide you with happiness. Wang Jin, witnessing their affection, felt as if he had been struck 1,000 times. Surely, she must be coerced. Societal pressures bind her from choosing her own path. He leaped onto the stage, intent on grasping the bride's hand. What are you doing? The groom swiftly pulled his wife into his embrace. The groomsmen surged forward. This individual had audaciously initiated the confrontation. Do not touch me. Who dares to lay a hand on me? I will call the police. The scene descended into chaos, leaving the guests in utter bewilderment. What should we do? Should we leave at once? Yao Yao leaned towards Li Lu, her curiosity piqued. How fascinating. However, my status as a celebrity advises me to steer clear of such tumultuous events. This chaos brings more trouble than reward. How can we leave? We came here together. Although Li Lu believed that the act of snatching the bride was rather dishonorable, he could not ignore the groom's distress. After all, they had arrived together. Amidst the throng, any unforeseen incident could escalate into a calamity. Release him, let him go. Along with several staff members, they advanced to extricate the individual from the crowd. You are all in cahoots, aren't you? It's Li Lu. They are here for a program. They came to disrupt the wedding. The groomsmen and bridesmaids recognized them as celebrities. Ordinarily, they would relish the chance for a photo, yet this was not the moment for starstruck admiration. Apologies, my friend. We truly come to extend our congratulations, wishing you a lifetime of happiness. We shall escort him away. Li Lu expressed his regrets to the groom, aware of the unfortunate circumstances that accompany weddings. The groom appeared to be a magnanimous individual. The couple was content, and there was no reason for hostility. All right, you may leave. The groom recognized Li Lu, who had gained significant fame recently. He had no intention of making things difficult for him, as long as he refrained from causing further disturbances. No, I will not leave. Wang Jin broke free from the grasp of several television staff members. Did you not promise to help me fulfill my wish? You want me to abandon it, do you not? Jijia loves me. Why must you hinder us? Li Lu, as you wrote in your song, do not let love be marred by regret. Is this how you assist others? Li Lu truly wished to deliver a resounding slap to him. The essence of my song speaks of the nonchalance of parting. The notion that one should not lament the loss of something beautiful, for every cherished memory bears its imperfections. You, however, have entirely misinterpreted its meaning. I shall not leave. No one shall lay a finger on me today, for I am resolute. Wang Jin shouted loudly, forcefully pushing aside the staff. Take your people and leave. Several groomsmen approached Li Lu's side, unwilling to become entangled in his turmoil. On such a joyous occasion, none wished to invite trouble. What to do? What to do? Yao Yao anxiously stood beside Li Lu, pondering how this would all conclude. A few staff members who had arrived with him were equally perplexed, glancing at him. Knowing that violence was not an option. It's fine, Li Lu reassured, contemplating as he made his way toward Wang Jin. You claim my previous songs gave you courage. But you misheard the message. Allow me to present you with another song that suits you perfectly. Upon this declaration, everyone turned in astonishment to him. Li Lu's mind sparked with communication with the system for quite some time. He had previously uploaded 4 songs, with proceeds pledged directly to charity. He had honored his commitment, and now had an opportunity at hand. System, come forth and perform. Master, at your service. Please change the song for this Wang Jin. Understood. What song shall you sing? Yao Yao was taken aback, realizing that his assurance of its fine meant he intended to sing. Would it be effective? Rest assured, no sycophant can escape from my song. Chapter 42. No sycophant can escape this song. The live stream was on the verge of exploding. What variety show could orchestrate such chaos? Goodness. Li Lu's performance is bound to score a 0. This Wang Jin is rather foolish. Where has he been until now? The bride and groom make a fine pair. One a sycophant, the other no longer loves you. What grand claims does the production team make? Still pretending to fulfill wishes? Li Lu is going to sing. Wow, is he debuting a new song? Is he going to sing in a flash? What song? Can a sycophant truly not escape? In the banquet hall, every eye was fixed on Li Lu. He is a superstar, and surely he wouldn't be singing for free now. Li Lu approached the pristine white piano on stage, perfectly complementing the wedding's aesthetic. A microphone had been set up, previously used by performers. Guest Zhang Yuan. He played a few simple chords to familiarize himself. After the breakup, it is winter once more. Today is a day of reckoning. His calm and sorrowful tone swiftly silenced the room. Many who had not previously recognized Li Lu were informed by others that he was the sensational singer who had recently risen to fame. You arrived unexpectedly, with everyone else rejoicing for you. Yet I remain foolishly awake, realizing that someone has long since tailored a wedding gown for you. At this moment, even Wang Jin, who had been frantically agitated just moments ago, found a semblance of calm. Was this not a reflection of his own experience? Years had passed since their separation, and on an ordinary day, he unexpectedly received a text from her. To his astonishment, she was getting married, leaving him momentarily stunned. Everyone around her rejoiced. Yet he was painfully aware that someone had long since proposed to her. Every lyric resonated deeply within him. Thank you for the special invitation to witness your love. He reminded himself, resolutely vowing not to flee from the moment. As Li Lu sang with fervor on stage, the male protagonist in the audience felt tears welling up. He had not wept when faced with rejection, nor did he shed a tear amidst the chaos of being pulled in every direction. But upon hearing those poignant notes, he could no longer contain his emotions. A man in his 40s wept like a child, tears streaming down his face. He recalled their promise to attend each other's weddings and wish each other well after their breakup, once thought to be a mere jest. Yet here he sat, truly a guest, witnessing her happiness unfold. With the invitation in hand, he approached the meticulously arranged venue, only to realize that this beauty belonged to her, while he remained an outsider. As the song continued, the audience was enveloped in a shared melancholy. They turned to the man, now a weeping figure, and felt a sudden wave of sympathy for his plight. The woman in his heart was marrying another, and he walked slowly into her wedding, clutching the invitation. In the opulent venue, she shone just as brightly as ever. Yet the groom was not him. He was merely a guest. He cast aside all memories to facilitate her love, yet he could not bring himself to accept that this was fate. Zhang Xinyao gazed at the man by the piano, her heart racing, on the verge of soaring beyond the heavens. A man earnest in his pursuit was the most handsome. His heartfelt performance made him resemble a prince from a fairy tale, utterly captivating. Like many other admirers, she raised her phone, determined to capture every moment. While everyone else rejoiced for her, he remained foolishly aware that their connection had faded into nothingness. Wang Jin buried his head in his arms, reluctantly acknowledging the undeniable truth that their bond was irreparably broken. Grateful for her special invitation, he accepted his role as merely a guest. Never had he wept so profusely. He allowed himself this one moment to cry freely. Today, she appeared particularly radiant, a beauty he once held close. Yet this was her wedding with another, and he was but a spectator. The bride, unbeknownst to the audience, felt tears welling in her own eyes as memories flooded back. She had envisioned countless times a life spent by his side, fantasizing about the day she would become his bride. Overwhelmed with emotion, she leaned on the groom's shoulder and sobbed. The groom, lacking the sensitivity of others, felt a surge of frustration, wishing to knock the singing star off the stage. What did it mean for his wife to behave this way? Surely, she would not abandon him. We have made solemn vows, and she even expressed her desire to bear me many children. I have poured all my memories into celebrating your wedding. Yet I have never mustered the courage to wish you well. Li Lu devoted himself wholeheartedly to his performance, and with the enhancement of the system, it is likely that even Wang Jin's singing would lack the emotional depth found in his own. Thank you for granting me a moment of clarity. Returning my essence to me, at the very least, I can still stand as a witness to your love. As Wang Jin shed tears, the song gradually approached its conclusion. Lacking the courage to bless her, it was time to awaken from this reverie. At the very least, I bore witness to her happiness. Once Li Lu sang the final note, the audience returned to the realm of reality, all eyes fixated on the three individuals involved, pondering the current situation. Though the act of seizing the bride was rather despicable, after hearing the song, one could not help but feel a tinge of sympathy. More importantly, the bride appeared to be emotionally unsettled. Surely, after hearing this song, she might wish to leave with Wang Jin. The groom, already ablaze with fury, was not angry with his wife, but rather with the singer. Utilizing his vocal prowess and a hint of talent, he felt emboldened to impose upon others. Wang Jin slowly rose and approached the stage. Jejia, I'm sorry today. I sincerely apologize. I am simply unwilling to accept this. You must be happy, or I will regret it for a lifetime. The bride remained still, clutching the groom's arm even tighter, for this was her true happiness. I'm sorry. Wang Jin now understood that her heart did not belong to him. With one last apology to the couple, he turned and began his slow walk toward the exit. Thank you for helping me find myself. At least I can still be a guest and witness your joy. He seemed like a forlorn dog. Zhang Xinyao leaned against Li Lu, gazing at the pitiful figure of Wang Jin as he departed. With the climax of the drama concluded, everyone quietly exhaled in relief. The unexpected outcome was surprisingly agreeable. Li Lu, Yao Yao, and several television crew members quickly began to gather their belongings. Well, we too shall take our leave. Wishing the newlyweds a swift arrival of children and a lifelong partnership, Li Lu uttered a few auspicious words, completing his task before making his exit. As for Wang Jin and the audience's satisfaction, it was of little consequence, provided it did not escalate into chaos. Wait, the groom bellowed, drawing everyone's attention once more. You program crew have disrupted my wedding, and now you wish to depart as if I am an easy target? Call the police. This is outrageous. Chapter 43. Grant Me a Song's time. Li Lu sang a new song, reaching a new peak in live viewers. Well, in the future, at others' weddings, exes will be present. It's so painful. I found myself crying midway through. Thank you for the special invitation, allowing me to witness your love. I am emotionally vulnerable. That year, her wedding was as breathtakingly beautiful as ever. The officiant inquired, do you wish to marry him? I wrestled with my inner turmoil for what felt like an eternity, ultimately succumbing to silence. After all, I was merely there to enjoy a meal. The writer is remarkably talented, employing a three-act structure that flows seamlessly. The male lead's final performance is nothing short of legendary, an absolute triumph. He should abandon the world of variety show writing and venture to Hollywood instead. The resonance of this song is striking. I find it hard to believe it was composed recently. Of course, it could not have been freshly penned. Aren't live broadcasts scripted? One should merely indulge in the spectacle. Nevertheless, this song is truly exceptional, and I now believe that Li Lu has garnered genuine support. What is happening? The groom intends to call the police. Huh. This is hilarious. Someone is causing a ruckus at the wedding, which is hardly a trivial matter. 15 days, perhaps. The groom's face turned pale. It was inconsequential until your singing made the bride unable to forget her ex. No matter how much trust exists, a seed of doubt has now been sown, akin to having swallowed a fly. What a thrill. There is even a sequel. Trending search, detained romance. The prison love affair of heartbeat couples. Li Lu, Yao Yao, and several members of the production team were utterly bewildered, unsure of what it all meant. They were not permitted to leave and were threatened with police involvement. The groomsmen looked on in shock at the groom, Zhou Qiang. After all, they were all celebrities. Recording a show. Was this truly necessary? Wouldn't it escalate matters? Brother, let it go. They are from the television station. And those two major stars are here to offer you their blessings, one groomsman suggested kindly. It was such a splendid day. There was no need for this, was there? What does it matter? What can a television station do? Can they truly disrupt someone else's wedding? Can major stars exploit ordinary individuals without any moral compass to generate buzz? The groom was genuinely furious. This was the most unforgettable day of his life, marred by this pretty boy celebrity's interference. His wife had long ago discarded this Wang Jin into the trash, and now things were uncertain once more. Indeed. Our brother Chang has been selling fish in the market for years. He is not easily intimidated. Call the police. Let them handle it. Exactly, Chang. We cannot allow them to leave. The other groomsmen chimed in, collectively denouncing the blatant disregard for boundaries in today's scripted live broadcasts. We did not come to cause trouble. I had no idea he was here to steal the wedding. Director Jiang Zi stepped forward, hoping to clarify the situation with the groom. If the police were truly called, the production team would become the laughingstock. We did not crash the wedding. We previously offered a monetary gift in the name of the Heartbeat Show. Upon our arrival, we also communicated with your officiant. The production team certainly would not partake in a free meal. They were not in need of such trifles. They had contributed a monetary gift of 600 per person, seeking a touch of good fortune. A wedding coordinator hurried over, softly explaining the situation to the groom. A renowned star has unexpectedly graced us with blessings, offering you an additional surprise. Who would have thought such a thing would occur? Huh, who values your monetary gifts? Little Dragon glanced at the ledger and returned the funds to them. The groom scoffed, declaring that he was not in need of such paltry offerings. Today, no matter the circumstances, he would not yield. He would not allow himself to become the subject of ridicule. Sister-in-law, we truly came to extend our best wishes. Jiangzi immediately began searching for the bride, as she was more amenable to conversation. I decided to heed her. At that moment, the bride had ceased her tears, though her eyes remained slightly reddened. She had not anticipated her husband would create such a scene, perhaps a manifestation of male jealousy. It was certain that she would not defend the production team, as doing so would only further embarrass her spouse. Judgia, the groom responded, catching his wife's gaze, and they shared a deeply affectionate glance. The beauty of having a wife who, despite her many little grievances at home, fiercely defends her husband in public was not lost on him. The previously overwhelming tension had now eased significantly. Brother, I've already made the call. Someone will arrive in 10 minutes. We cannot let them escape. The barrage of comments was filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated such authenticity. Is there anyone from Coconut City? Please check if it's real. This is hilarious. They've truly hit a snag in their production. There are live streams online from spectators. It's genuine. Can a fish vendor really host a wedding in such an opulent hotel? It must be scripted. The fish vendor has flopped. I run a fish stall in a residential area of Jinghai, making 2,000 a day. These groomsmen are all burly. I believe it. What era is this? I'm a 996 white-collar worker with a monthly income of 3. My landlord sells vegetables at the community entrance, and I essentially pay him every month. You tricked me into selling fish. Yao Yao is frightened. She is clinging tightly to Li Lu. The two seem genuinely close. Their actions appear very natural. Zhang Xinyao was indeed frightened. She had initially thought it would be the simplest of tasks, never imagining she would encounter an ex causing such a disruption. As if that wasn't enough, having managed to send Wang Jin away, the hosts were still unwilling to relent. They had genuinely called the police, making the call in front of several witnesses. If they were truly taken into custody, it would certainly become tomorrow's headline of ridicule. A group of groomsmen, along with various friends and family, menacingly blocked the path, fearful that they might attempt to flee. Lilu, what should we do? It's all right. They wouldn't dare to act. Lilu gently patted her hand, which was wrapped around his arm, offering reassurance. Why are you so close? This makes me rather uncomfortable. I'm afraid of the police arriving soon. It's fine. When faced with challenges, do not panic. You should post something on your social media. Meanwhile, Lilu's mind was already engaged in a new round of exchanges with the system. System, come forth quickly. Here I am, master. I voluntarily relinquished that song earlier. Please do not hesitate to prepare a wedding song for me. I wish to extend the most heartfelt blessings to the bride and groom. Lilu also felt a pang of guilt for his previous actions. Kindly provide me with a sweet wedding song to restore some semblance of order amidst the chaos. In this journey of life, let us engage in acts of kindness, for such benevolence shall ultimately yield rewarding returns. My dear host, you have been granted an opportunity to exchange for cultural resources from parallel realms. As the wedding ceremony unfolds, Lilu gently pushes away Yao Yao's small hand. Brother, you sell fish, don't you? I happen to know another fishmonger. Perhaps we are all acquaintances. The groom casts him a disdainful glance, dismissing him as someone trying too hard to impress. Now he seems fearful, attempting to curry favor. Such tactics do not work on me. Yet, Lilu remains unperturbed, empathizing with the groom, for no man can endure such a situation on his wedding day. Brother, I am genuinely here to celebrate your joy. What transpired earlier was truly unforeseen. I even prepared a song of blessing for you both. Chapter 44. You Are Not Like You Seem. The Heartbeat director team, alongside various guests, captured every moment on camera, with the director alternating views to ensure a quality live broadcast. However, the signal has entirely gravitated towards Lilu's presence. No one can match the captivating live effect of the two women, and moreover, this individual is set to perform a new song on the show once again. The comments section is nearly explosive. It seems that a celebrity's live performance can stir up more excitement than the outrageous antics of internet celebrities. Such confidence. Grant me a moment for a song. What kind of script is this? Lilu is going to sing again. Is this person unwell? He has only been on the show for a few days. One song a day? Blindly guessing after one song. The bride will be teary-eyed and insist on marrying Lilu. Blindly guessing after one song. The groom will be teary-eyed and insist on being with Lilu. The wedding is a facade. The ex is a facade. The guests are a facade. Calling the police is a facade. But Lilu's singing is genuine. Enough chatter. If you don't wish to listen, leave and do not disturb my enjoyment of the music. Even though I know the conclusion, I still wish to witness how the male lead triumphs throughout. In the frame, Lilu strides towards the sound control area at the edge of the stage. May I use the guitar available here? Of course. The sound engineer from the wedding company did not anticipate the opportunity to hear a major star perform once more. And without charge, nonetheless. Would you like a finger-picking ring? Not only did they bring him the guitar, but they also arranged for a chair and microphone. No need. Thank you. I shall use it shortly. Lilu settled at one side of the stage, and all eyes turned towards him. This person cannot be serious. Does he think that singing one song for Wang Jin and another for the groom will balance the scales? What will he sing? His previous songs seemed to revolve around sorrowful breakups. Could it be yet another new piece? He casually strummed a few melodies, familiarizing himself with the guitar after such a long time. In the days to come, I wish both of you a harmonious and beautiful life, where every glance is towards one another. As the warm prelude began, Yao Yao gazed at the person wholly immersed in his performance. Was he about to sing a folk song? In a windless space, he sought the sun, becoming a warm light in her cold world. There was no elaborate accompaniment. Merely the pure sound of a guitar paired with his deep, slightly weathered voice, which seemed to carry its own reverberation, instantly transporting the audience into his realm. The lyrics spoke of the transient nature of life. You are always too naive. In the echoes that followed, he declared, I only want you. The bride and groom exchanged glances as his warm serenade enveloped them. For the rest of my life, I only want you, truly a song of blessing. In the future, through wind and snow, it is you. In simplicity, it is you. In poverty, it is you. The couple felt their hearts stirred by the lyrics, recognizing their own vows reflected therein. From the moment they decided to accompany each other for life, regardless of wealth or poverty, sickness or health, beauty or fading, success or failure, they vowed to love, comfort, respect, and protect one another. In glory, it is you. In the depths of my heart, it is you. In every gaze, it is you. In that moment, the bride truly saw herself in his eyes. An overwhelming sense of happiness surged within her, tears spilling from the corners of her eyes. From this day forward, he would be her husband. The groom's eyes seemed to have grains of sand. Yet the words his wife wished to convey were all reflected in her sparkling eyes. Everything remained unspoken. The audience was enraptured by the atmosphere of bliss. Indeed, today was a wedding. Yao Yao watched him on stage, realizing how he seemed to ascend to a new level of charm while singing folk songs. She felt compelled to share this moment on social media. How delightful it was to discover his true intentions. She hurriedly retrieved her phone and dashed before him. The folk song prince stood before her. I wish to witness the boundless azure skies for you. I long to proclaim my enchantment with you. As the second stanza commenced, the lyrics remained simple, yet conveyed profound sentiment. For the rest of my life, through wind and snow, through spring blossoms, through summer rains, through autumn's gold, through every season's warmth and chill, it is you, always you. In that moment, the groom could not help but acknowledge that this young man truly possessed a unique talent. Such a sweet yet poetic declaration was beyond his own abilities. However, it no longer mattered. At this moment, with the bride's fingers intertwined with his, amidst the warmth of the enchanting melody, he felt he had found the greatest happiness of his life. After repeating the chorus twice, the song approached its conclusion. What stage did our wedding reach just now? Li Lu, holding his guitar and microphone, inquired. What stage? The guest slowly returned from the blissful reverie of the song. Realizing that the wedding had yet to conclude, Zhang Xinyao immediately comprehended his intention, seizing another microphone from the sound control table as she stepped onto the stage. Mr. Zhou Qiang, do you take this woman to be your wife and enter into a marriage covenant with her, regardless of illness or health or any other reason? To love her, to care for her, to respect her, and to remain eternally faithful until the end of life. I am willing, I am willing. The groom exclaimed without hesitation, his voice resonating through the air. On the other side, Li Lu resumed playing the melody, embodying the essence of the moment. Ms. Zhang Jiajia, do you wish to take this man as your husband and enter into a sacred union with him? To love him, to care for him, to respect him, and to remain eternally faithful until the end of life. I do. Zhang Jiajia did not pause for a moment, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. Wang Jin had long since faded into the past. He was the man destined to accompany her through life. Zhang Xinyao elongated her words. Mr. Zhou Qiang, what are you waiting for? Please kneel and present your ring to Mrs. Zhou. The audience erupted in fervent cheers. The couple was finally to be wed. Zhou Qiang knelt down with a decisive thud, having rehearsed this moment countless times. He retrieved the ring from his pocket, and they adorned each other with the symbols of their love. Now, Mr. Zhou, grant Mrs. Zhou a kiss that signifies eternal commitment. Kiss her, kiss her. The guests joined in, urging the couple on. This was indeed a wedding. Li Lu stood up and gently nudged her. Are you going to drag this on? The atmosphere is delightful. Let us not linger. Brother, wait, this is your moment. The earlier tension had dissipated, and the production team prepared to leave, escorting the newlyweds to the entrance. Zhang Xinyao and the bride walked behind, whispering sweet nothings. Sister Jejia, you are truly blessed. Your brother is clearly a reliable man. He is quite remarkable, handsome and talented. He and I are not what you think. This is a show. You have misunderstood. Zhang Xinyao waved her hands dismissively. The misunderstanding was significant. Although it is a dating show, it is merely a program. You two share a remarkable chemistry. It doesn't seem staged at all. Chapter 45. Shouldn't you two try to make it work? The live broadcast signal had switched to another guest. Yet the majority of the comments continued to discuss the earlier events. This script is unbeatable. One song turned everything around. A dramatic turnaround. What was once a source of ridicule became an object of blessings. For the rest of our lives, it is all about you. Another song to accompany future weddings. If a man like Groom Chong can be moved to tears, his acting must be truly exceptional. The atmosphere was electric. It was impossible not to cry. The two of you look bewildered. We just arrived, and you're already reconciled? Li Lu and Yao Yao truly complement each other. Their interactions are anything but awkward. Though they bicker on the show, they are quite affectionate behind the scenes. The captivating allure of Qing Qing is not merely a fade. I now find her more suitable than Lin Lin. After Li Lu and Zhang Xinyao returned to the hotel and tidied up, they drove directly back to their humble abode. Mr. Li, Ms. Zhang, let us refrain from turning on our phones during the journey home. the director advised, noting that they had too many scenes today and should allow other guests their moment. Jiang Zi, the director, seated in the front row, conveyed this message to the two in the back. No problem, Li Lu replied, relieved, as he had initially intended to take it easy. However, his exceptional talent inadvertently made him the centerpiece of the show. With only 12 minutes of screen time, he felt it was a significant loss. Reclining in the back seat, free from the cameras, he relished the newfound comfort. Meanwhile, Zhang Xinyao was engrossed in her mobile phone, her social media accounts on the brink of explosion. Earlier that morning, in a burst of excitement, she had posted a video of him playing guitar and singing on her moments, accompanied by fan-like captions, which now garnered an avalanche of comments from friends within the industry. Is this an official announcement? Wow, so handsome. I've been watching the live stream. You two are truly a perfect match. Is this you flaunting your boyfriend? If one didn't know better, they'd think you were showcasing happiness. Her WeChat was inundated with messages from acquaintances and industry friends, leaving her struggling to keep up with the explanations. Her Weibo was even more fervent, having surged in trending topics since this morning. Li Lu and Zhang Xinyao cause a stir at a civilian wedding. Celebrity mischief warrants scrutiny. They deserve the consequences. Guest appearance. The remaining years. The most harmonious duo. Perhaps an investigation is in order. They seem too genuine. In just a couple of days, her search popularity skyrocketed. Previously criticized as a homewrecker, she now found herself with an influx of supporters. Even her manager subtly commented, "You can maintain interaction with him on the show. His persona is currently favorable. With your steady body of work over the years, it's about time to make your relationship public." Zhang Xinyao understood her manager's insinuations. She had amassed quite a reputation before. Her singing skills were lacking, and she had been caught lip-syncing with the microphone turned the wrong way. Her acting was equally absurd, with one movie leading to the bankruptcy of its investors. She was the quintessential pretty face with no substantial work. However, things had changed. Her recent songs had transformed her into a creative prodigy. Her popularity among the general public was rapidly recovering, hinting at a return to the heights of stardom. The two songs performed today had significantly reshaped her perception of him. Regardless of the guests or the future, they were both melodious and fitting. She even found herself questioning whether a powerful entity was orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Hey, are you falling asleep? Just lying down for a bit. Li Lu was unaware that he had adjusted his seat to a position more conducive to reclining. Don't sleep. Let us chat. If you have any questions, just ask. Were those two songs you performed today genuinely written at the last minute? Yes. That spontaneous performance seems quite implausible, especially that song by the guest. How could one compose such a heart-wrenching melody without having lived through similar experiences? Zhang Xinyao voiced a concern shared by many netizens. You may claim that the wedding song is quite common, but the narrative depth of the guest's piece is indeed profound. How can I elucidate this for you? Surely, you understand the meaning of summer insects cannot discuss ice. Li Lu was at a loss for words, pondering whether his system would lead to dire consequences. Zhang Xinyao, well aware of the implication, chastised herself for her ignorance. Ignoring him, she turned her head away, gazing out at the scenery outside. After a while, a gentle snore reached her ears. Turning back, she was surprised to find him truly asleep. She had intended to discuss their burgeoning chemistry and whether they should engage more with the audience in the upcoming program to garner additional attention. However, it seemed wiser to refrain, considering the presence of the driver and the director, although they belonged to the industry and were unlikely to leak anything. It was prudent to keep such discussions private. Sunlight filtered through the car window, casting dappled patterns across his face. Earlier in the day, the groom had toasted with 2 shots of white liquor, perhaps not even 2 tails. He appeared to be sleeping soundly now, and Zhang Xinyao couldn't help but admire him. It is often said that male celebrities lack the charm of filters, appearing as ordinary as any passerby when asleep. Yet, in this instance, he remained as handsome as ever, even after all these years. An inexplicable impulse stirred within her. Perhaps she should reward his newly acquired female fans. Having neglected her social media for some time, she swiftly uploaded a candid photo of him, captioning it, "Didn't he have time for edits? Feared he would wake and prevent me from posting. Feel free to enjoy at your leisure." Upon refreshing, hundreds of comments poured in almost immediately. "Wow, my idol. Yao Yao. Are you two announcing your relationship?" One reply quickly soared to the top, garnering tens of thousands of likes. "Isn't this the kind of photo typically taken in a hotel? Sister, couldn't you both resist in the car?" Zhang Xinyao couldn't hold back and commented, "Creepy." There are always those who enjoy being clever. Only a fool would post hotel photos. That said, he is quite a decent person, handsome and loyal. Back then, she perceived him as innocent and sincere. Had she not been so resolute, he might have flourished in his career. What if they had parted ways? Perhaps he would have embarked on a new venture while she tended to their children. What should they name the child? Lee? What would be fitting? Would it be a boy or a girl? If it were a girl, undoubtedly she would be as adorable as her mother. If a boy, he ought to be as handsome as his father, if not more so. Oh dear, what am I thinking? Zhang Xinyao covered her flushed face, recalling her manager's earlier words. Back when she had just started her career, her sole focus had been on professional success. Now, with her career established and age no longer on her side, she reflected on how much had changed. Finding a boyfriend, surely the fans would extend their blessings. Otherwise, I might as well settle for him. After all, in Chapter 46 of The Self-Cultivation of an Actor, Li Lu awoke to find himself in Luqing. The evening broadcast has been cancelled, as several pairs of guests have returned from various places, necessitating a period of rest. Upon returning to his room, he indulged in some time on his phone. The WeChat notifications were numerous, though most could be disregarded. Requests for collaboration, song purchases, and relationship building were not worth his attention. He felt compelled to respond to Gao Xiaolan, as they had resumed their communication and often engaged in light-hearted conversations at night. Wow, where did you get my handsome picture? Li Lu opened the chat window to find a candid shot of himself asleep. The background seemed somewhat familiar. It resembled the interior of a car. Before long, a reply came back. Don't you know? Haven't you checked Weibo? It was posted by Yao Yao in the afternoon, taken while you were on your way back. Oh, I had no idea. I usually don't bother with Weibo. You're something else. A big star who doesn't even check the reputation of their new songs. Not to mention maintaining connections with fans. You wouldn't understand. There's really no need to look. How lonely is invincibility? Li Lu chuckled to himself, thinking, I'm already a person with a system. Why would I need to stir up hype like other minor stars? The quality of my songs is of no concern to me. Is it really that hard to be humble? Gao Xiaolan, aware of his tendency to boast, couldn't help but laugh. Invincible? You've only just produced a few decent pieces. Whoever said that? At least 3 albums and over 30 splendid works are required to be a superstar. Others mock my eccentricity. I laugh at their inability to see through it. You and Yao Yao seem quite sweet together. Many online are calling you a heartless man. Gao Xiaolan, wanting to steer the conversation away from frivolities, noted the interactions during his live stream. They were abundant, from the pink hat to adjusting collars. It all seemed trivial. The physical interactions were plentiful, almost as if they were on the verge of publicly displaying affection. No wonder people remarked how natural they appeared together. It was evident that their connection was genuine. A rekindling of old flames. You can simply ignore the keyboard warriors. How am I a heartless man? Previously, everyone thought you and Lin Lin should reconcile, especially with how proactive she was. Yet, here you are, all cozy with Yao Yao, which certainly paints you as a heartless man. Surely not. How can you say that Yao Yao and I are cozy? That's all acting. This is a dating show. That is not true. When you were with Lin Lin, you weren't nearly as intimate with her. Besides, you and Yao Yao have undeniable chemistry. Really, Sister Lan? Just a couple of days ago, you were one of Lin Lin's fans, and now you've become a supporter of Chi-Ching? Both Yao Yao and I are professional actors. Do you understand? This is our craft. Li Lu's attitude towards Lin Lin and Yao Yao is inherently different. Lin Lin appears as though she might devour him, and it is crucial to prevent any further misunderstandings. Yao Yao, on the other hand, was quite clear from the onset of our collaboration. It is essential to remain natural, not feigning an intimate familiarity while simultaneously not acting as complete strangers. After all, we have both participated in several productions. An actor's self-cultivation should be adequate. Then, a comical still from the previously unsuccessful film Space Guardians was shared. An actor, indeed, you are a professional, truly remarkable. The conversation could not continue. Personal attacks ensued. The next day, Li Lu rose early, eager to see if there was any work to be done. This program leans towards the everyday, and one cannot always indulge without contributing. In the living room, several individuals were already gathered, enjoying breakfast together. Do you need my assistance? Li Lu first headed to the kitchen, where Li Shurhan and Zhang Xinyao were present. No, you go sit over there for a moment. I will prepare breakfast for you shortly. Yao Yao gently pushed him away, eager to showcase her culinary skills. Once the door closed, Li Shurhan, who had been assisting, wore a rather displeased expression. Just a few days prior, her best friend had mentioned that Li Lu could be somewhat petty, urging her to consider the situation carefully. She had remarked that their previous collaboration was merely that, collaborative, and any insinuations of a romantic entanglement were baseless. Yet, their intimacy on yesterday's show resembled that of a couple, appearing far too natural to be an act. Rising early to announce she would cook breakfast for everyone, yet when others arrived, her enthusiasm was conspicuously absent. Yao Yao, do you have feelings for him? With no one else in the kitchen, Li Shurhan removed her microphone, no longer willing to keep her thoughts to herself. Oh, Zhang Xinyao felt a slight flush creeping to her cheeks. Is it that obvious? No, Han Han, please don't misunderstand. You two truly do not appear to be acting. Han Han, Zhang Xinyao was at a loss for words. What should she do? She was aware of her best friend's feelings for him. But sometimes love is inherently selfish. It was uncertain if she genuinely liked him. Perhaps the circumstances of being in a romantic reality show simply prompted her to explore that possibility. Do not say anything further. I will not withdraw. Li Shurhan took a deep breath, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she exited the kitchen. She was her closest friend, and she had already confessed her feelings, yet now she felt the urge to compete. Han Han Zhang Xinya watched her retreating figure, silently apologizing. The program was being recorded, and certain conversations could only be held in private. Surely, Han Han would understand, especially considering the previous discord between them. It was truly improbable. Meanwhile, Li Lu arrived in the dining area, eliciting a chorus of teasing from the other men. Oh, have you two locked it down? You certainly do not seem to be acting. Even the audience can tell. In a city of charm, a resurgence is imminent. Such occurrences are mere fabrications. Or so Li Lu vehemently asserts. The insidious nature of reality shows tends to distort even the slightest interactions, transforming them into rosy implications. The bond between Yao Yao and myself is purely professional. We cannot be swayed by frivolous rumors. Not long after, Zhang Xinyao approached, bearing a tray of food. What is this? Why does Li Lu's breakfast boast 2 additional eggs compared to mine? Yang Shu cast a casual glance and promptly discerned the anomaly, exclaiming, You two are brazenly flaunting your affection. Indeed, something is amiss with you, Yao Yao. The other gentleman began to jest, while only Xiao Xiao managed a forced smile. Am I not your choice? After merely 2 days, have you forgotten me? No, it's not that. Lin Lin and sister Lu Mian declared they would forego breakfast to diet, and I couldn't bear to waste the remaining 2 eggs. Zhang Xinyao felt a wave of embarrassment upon being discovered. Why are you all so trivial? Just eat whatever is served without excessive chatter. Amidst the laughter, the heartbeat bear glowed warmly, emitting a gentle hum. Dear guests, please gather after breakfast for the announcement of the winning couple from the previous activity. The victorious pair will earn a chance for a private date. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward Li Lu and Yao Yao. The winning duo, in terms of popularity, could only be them. Chapter 47. If he dares to serenade me, I shall proclaim my affections publicly. The morning audience may not be large, yet the barrage of comments is abundant. Wow, Yao Yao, you're quite cunning. Being inundated with sweetness so early is overwhelming. Are they no longer pretending? How delightful. I, too, desire 2 eggs. The first couple has truly emerged. Poor Lin Lin. I can't wait to see them on their private date. Yao Yao is far more vivacious than Lin Lin. If I were in his shoes, I would choose her too. Lin Lin is too aloof. Typical boys cannot endure such coldness, hence the swift demise of that romance. In the Heartbeat Cottage, all guests gathered in the living room, eagerly anticipating the bear's announcement. Although everyone was already aware that Li and Yao Yao were the likely winners, the topic's fervor and participant satisfaction were undeniable. The atmosphere grew somewhat delicate as Zhang Xinyao appeared isolated, seated alone on a single armchair. Yet, in that moment, such concerns paled in comparison to the turmoil within. My heart raced. What to do? A date with him is on the horizon. Once, he was so enamored with me. If I confess my feelings, perhaps he deserves another chance. Everyone has remarked upon our compatibility, after all. As all guests assembled, the time had come to unveil the previous activity's best couple. The camera swept across each participant's face, granting a particular close-up to Lin Lin and Zhang Xinyao. One reflecting excitement and nervousness, the other shrouded in sorrow. Director Lu Qing observed with keen interest from behind the monitor, contemplating the rapid clarification of sentiments. Lamenting the potential waste of such fervent engagement, Unexpectedly, both Li Lu and Yao Yao displayed such remarkable acting prowess that it felt as if their performance had transcended reality. Given the overwhelming enthusiasm from the audience, this upcoming private date is bound to be a highly anticipated event. The combination with the highest satisfaction rating from online voters is none other than Li Lu and Zhang Xian Yao. Heartbeat Bear, eschewing any pretense for showmanship, straightforwardly announced their names. Wow, it truly is them. Why not have the two of you openly declare your affection right here? Indeed. It seems you mentioned in the program that you were composing a song for Yao Yao. Old 6, that's impressive. What sort of song do you plan to write for her this time? The guests began to tease the pair, with Zhang Wenba also chiming in with a jest. This old rascal has suddenly transformed into a creative genius, effortlessly penning songs that astonish the world. Personally, I find it hard to believe. It is highly likely that his team had already coordinated with the production crew in advance, scripting this scenario. After all, how could a guest conjure a song so effortlessly? It's as if he thinks he's by, effortlessly turning casual words into poetry. Moreover, popular songs are not poetry, while lyrics can be hastily written. The melody is an entirely different matter. This persona is merely a construct arranged by capital, intentionally generating sensational topics to attract attention. That was just a jest. Li Lu could only chuckle in response, feeling a bit disheartened. As he prepares to join Yao Yao once more, it isn't the task itself that weighs on him. The partnership is quite harmonious, and everyone is at ease. What troubles him is his initial intention to coast through, only to find himself overshadowed by their star power. While others in a season garner at least tens of millions, he is left with a mere 12. A true loss indeed. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian Yao is already starry-eyed at the thought of him writing a song for her. How romantic it would be if he were to compose a love song for her in public. She would dare to confess her feelings on the show. As Yao Yao visits the production team, the others disperse. Heartbeat Bear, having announced the results, keeps further comments to a minimum. The private date is to be led by the female contestant, so she needs to consult with the production team about the location, which requires prior arrangements. I'll take my leave then. Amidst the playful teasing from the crowd, Zhang Xian Yao walks out of the living room, her face flushed with shyness. As she departs, she exchanges glances with several friends, noting that Han Han likely hasn't forgiven her yet. She deserves a little time to come around. Lin Lin seems to ignore her, but she isn't intimidated by her presence. You two are history. Let him go, we are the better match. I am not the third party. I am his true love. As for Xiao Wan and Sister Lu Mian, your laughter seems somewhat insincere. You didn't realize he is not only handsome, but also incredibly talented, did you? In truth, you are unaware of his innocent nature. Haha, my apologies. You've discovered it rather late. A good man belongs to me, entirely mine. The barrage of comments reached a crescendo, flooding the screen with blessings. This is how a dating show should be. We want to see sweetness. Lin Lin is truly unfortunate, while Li Lu displays an unsettling cruelty. The surrounding atmosphere is rather distressing. This time, a new script has been introduced, and it seems rather intriguing. A romantic variety show should not delve into melodrama. Who doesn't come to witness sweet love stories? The mere suggestion of composing a song for her made Yao Yao beam with delight. I am filled with anticipation. Following the program's usual format, a new song is inevitable, and it will likely be a sweet melody. Let us commence without delay. For I yearn to hear the new song. I did not come to watch a romantic variety show. I solely came to listen to Li Lu's new song. So did I? And I too. What are we doing here? At this moment, Li Lu and his companions have arrived at a film studio in Deer City, the location chosen by Yao Yao for their date. Numerous film crews are shooting here, encompassing both period and contemporary dramas. There are plenty of tourists as well, eager to witness the filming and perhaps capture a photo with a celebrity. After traveling such a distance, what is there to enjoy about this outing? Hurry, go change. In a fitting room belonging to one of the film crews, Zhang Xian Yao tossed a costume at him. Why all the fuss? You've acted in so many productions already. Isn't it enough? Why must you change costumes just for a show? Li Lu felt a twinge of impatience. Why must the female guest cause such a stir? You are truly bothersome. Quickly change, and I'll have the makeup artist give you a beautiful look afterward. Zhang Xian Yao pushed him into the fitting room. This opportunity was not easily arranged by the television program team. It is said that many favors were called in. The costumes for both of them were also urgently crafted by the props team of this film crew. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Heartbeat program, boss, the new sponsorship deal with Sunshine Films has been finalized. Let us ensure they receive additional camera time. Rest assured, they are old friends of ours. Lu Qing looked over the contract with satisfaction. Sunshine Films is a prominent production company in the country, having collaborated with the television station for many years. They have produced countless films and series, many of which have become hits. A few years ago, they created A Smile in Chingchun, which has recently gained renewed popularity due to the romantic variety show, leading to an increase in viewership. It seems they are eager to capitalize on this resurgence. Earlier in the morning, Yao Yao shared her ideas for the date, which were absolutely brilliant and perfectly aligned. Once Li Lu had changed, he was guided by the crew to a tower to await Yao Yao. Women can be quite troublesome. Donning traditional attire and applying makeup could easily take an hour or two. Below the tower, the architecture exudes an ancient charm, with vendors dressed in historical garb selling their wares. If it weren't for the tourists in shorts and sunglasses, one might truly believe they had traveled back in time. "Hey, silly, have you been waiting long?" came a playful voice, prompting Li Lu to turn around. She looked somewhat familiar. Her attire reminded him of someone he might have encountered before. "Are you mesmerized? Do you know who I am?" Zhang Xinyao was quite pleased with his performance. That particular outfit from years ago had captivated many. Indeed, it was a costume from the drama we filmed together back then, wasn't it? Nostalgia fills the air, as today's date revolves around the theme of City of Elegance. Chapter 48, City of Elegance. Am I truly this popular? What is the purpose of all this? It has been quite some time. Only then did Li Lu realize that his attire was also reminiscent of the costumes from that era. His outfit was a modified version, yet it bore a striking resemblance to the original ensemble. Well, this was at the behest of the fans. Zhang Xinyao felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks. Fans can be quite insistent, having been fervently promoting their past drama online. Many expressed a desire to see the duo reunite, and she was merely indulging in the small wishes of her admirers. In variety shows, donning classic character costumes is rather commonplace, isn't it? The number of viewers in the live stream reached a daily peak, flooding the screen with comments about their compatibility. Crying, "My goddess is simply stunning." Only Xinyao understands. How could Li Lu possibly resist? To be fair, she truly is the queen of idol dramas. Which man can withstand such beauty? Are they truly satisfying the fans, or their own desires? The City of Elegance has gathered. Let us flood the comments with compatibility. This makes me want to binge-watch the drama. Is it really that good? The drama is just average, but both of their looks are at their peak. Compatible, compatible, compatible. In the film City of Luching, who's over there? Hurry and encounter them. Wow, I'm here, already on my way with my boyfriend. I'm nearby too. Please don't end the live stream. In front of the camera, Li Lu felt somewhat exasperated. A casual date is all that was needed. Yet here they were, elaborating a theme. It felt as though he had become addicted to performing in this variety show. Not even the television station's directors were as dedicated as he was. Nevertheless, it was fine. Most of the day would be spent traveling and changing outfits. After 2 or 3 hours of this, they would wrap up as night fell. What were they to do here? Just stroll around, I suppose. There was no need to fear fan congestion in the film city, and numerous activities awaited them in the evening, including lantern displays and boat rides. Zhang Xinyao had already formulated a plan. There were many film crews here, and celebrities often roamed outside without being mobbed by tourists as they would be elsewhere. Even if they were recognized while live streaming and enjoying themselves, there was little chance of chaos ensuing. "All right, I'll follow your lead," Li Lu remarked, having no objections, simply aiming to support her performance. The sight of a man and woman in ancient attire was quite harmonious in the film city. Aside from the staff, many visitors donned similar costumes to enhance the atmosphere. "Boss, how much is this silk scarf?" 98. Zhang Xinyu began to browse at a stall. Noticing that many girls wore such accessories on the street, they looked rather appealing. "That's too expensive. Can you lower the price?" "The prices cannot be lowered. It's all about volume." "Well, never mind." Zhang Xinyao set down the scarf, as it exceeded her personal price point. Don't go. I'll give you a better deal." The vendor immediately called her back, unwilling to let a sale slip away. There are at least dozens of stalls on the street selling the same scarves. "How much?" "I'll give you a lucky number, 88. "No way." Zhang Xinyao turned to leave, thinking, is 10 yuan off meant to trick me? Wait. Young lady, name your price. 48. That's too harsh. No one will sell it to you at that rate. I meant 48 for 2. What? Are you joking? No one offers that price. Then that's that. I'll consider it. As Zhang Xinyao genuinely prepared to leave, the vendor became anxious. All right. Just to make a sale, take it. Thank you, boss. Wishing you prosperous business. Zhang Xinyao began selecting her preferred styles, though her heart was not particularly joyful. Was she asking for too much? The vendor was surprisingly agreeable. Li Lu pulled out his phone and scanned the QR code. Carrying numerous small trinkets was indeed tiring. This limited offer must be exclusive to shopping. Hadn't they been wandering for over an hour? Wasn't it boring? It would have been better to accompany Lin Lin to the park. Why didn't you choose to watch a movie? Another 48 yuan spent. The production team hadn't mentioned whether they would reimburse him. It was such a small amount. Asking felt awkward. The young lady is quite beautiful. The vendor, having received the payment, began to scrutinize the two buyers. Although there were many attractive girls in the city, these two stood out. Thank you. You both look like stars. Are you filming here? No, Li Lu quickly denied, thinking in such a disheveled state. Who could recognize them? Found them. There they are. A few tourists dressed up rushed over, while the nearby staff quickly moved to intercept them. It's Yao Yao and Li Lu. It's them. We are your fans. Can we take a photo? We came specifically to find you. We won't cause any trouble. Several voices chimed in, their phones ready to capture the moment. It's fine. Let's take a few photos. Li Lu informed the staff as the fans had approached. Taking a picture wouldn't hurt. The vendor gasped internally, thinking, wow, they really are stars. He had initially thought they were mere internet celebrities. Zhang Xinyu was very cooperative. Having anticipated such a scenario, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, many stars frequented the film city. I'm also a fan of Qingqing. I came specifically to see you. We haven't taken any photos yet. I'm a true fan. I haven't had a chance to take a picture yet. I traveled over an hour just to see you. As the situation unfolded, the production team found themselves somewhat bewildered. More and more fans arrived, all claiming to be diehard supporters. The visitors at the film city seemed to have converged instantaneously upon this street, creating an impenetrable crowd. While a portion had indeed come specifically for the event, the majority were merely there to stir up excitement. Do not cluster, do not obstruct, they urged. There's nothing particularly captivating about the stars. A contingent of security personnel squeezed through to maintain order and disperse the throngs. Previously aware of their impending arrival for a show, I had not thought much of it. There are countless stars filming here. Who could generate such fervent enthusiasm? I apologize. Perhaps my choice of location was ill-fated. Zhang Xinyao gazed at the sea of people before her, questioning her own popularity. No worries. We have nearly completed filming, and as night falls, we should take our leave. Li Lu reassured. These security guards are ineffective. After such an extended period, we still cannot exit this street. We have yet to hear Li Lu sing. Let us depart after the performance. Chapter 49. Then let us sing a song exclusive to the city. In recent days, the dating reality show had repeatedly trended on social media, with one particular gentleman dominating the music charts. Regardless of the occasion, a new song emerged, resonating with the moment. And the live broadcast yielded explosive results. Luqing is inherently a tourist haven, attracting a multitude of young visitors daily. The most popular couple from the dating show was filming nearby at the film city. It would be a pity not to come and witness the excitement. Over the course of an hour, those willing to come gradually arrived. 10, 20, 30, their numbers swelled. They took photos together, and I had yet to join in. I would wait in line. The production crew had not anticipated such a growing crowd and hurried to withdraw, though it seemed too late. Now, not only true fans were present, but also a plethora of curious onlookers had joined the fray. With such a multitude gathering for photographs, they must surely be superstars. All security personnel at the film city were dispatched to maintain order, urging the crowd to exit without incident. We have yet to hear Li Lu sing. Let us depart only after the performance. With the crowd still unseen, some were ready to leave. It felt like a wasted journey. Someone shouted, prompting those who had arrived late, those who missed the chance for photos, and those merely looking to join the commotion to echo the call. Indeed, the show has yet to feature a performance. Was it not promised that a song would be written for Yao Yao? Sing, sing, sing. A throng of humanity, all eyes fixed upon them. The production team found themselves encircled by security, eager to navigate out of this commercial street. This is outrageous. There were not this many people at the bar last time. Li Lu felt a pang of trepidation as he surveyed the densely packed crowd, which surely numbered in the thousands. Teacher Li, you weren't this popular last time. The director, Jiang Zi, followed closely, feeling anxious. Any incidents could spell disaster for the show. Previously, while at the bar with Lin Lin, he was merely a second-tier artist. Yet, in recent days, the fervor had surged tremendously. With wedding chaos and well wishes, The new songs were melodious. To say he had exploded in popularity overnight would not be an exaggeration. The camera swayed, and the guests appeared somewhat flustered. Yet the audience was undeniably captivated. It seems they had entirely underestimated their own popularity, daring to perform in a tourist area. What an extraordinary scene. Reminiscent of the fervor of thousands pursuing a star. If this were scripted, I would find it hard to believe. With at least 2,000 attendees present, one must wonder how much it would cost to feed the extras if this were indeed a performance. I was there on site, unable to squeeze in, as everyone was reluctant to leave until Li Lu finished his song, much to my amusement. The stars filming nearby looked bewildered, pondering why no one came to film them while they strolled the streets daily. Before the camera, a staff member from the film city approached with a microphone. "Teacher Li, could you say a few words? These are all your fans. We cannot block the area any longer." "Thank you," Li Lu replied. "Everyone, please maintain order and do not obstruct the passage. It's getting dark, and safety comes first." The crowd chanted for him to sing. With Li Lu's appearance, the fans erupted once more. Most were simply there for the spectacle. Few genuinely adored him for his music. Yet, young people have a penchant for enjoyment. Did the show not mention that he would sing for Yao Yao? After listening, they intended to leave. Having traveled such a distance for excitement, they could not simply depart without experiencing a moment of grandeur. "Teacher Li, what should we do? Perhaps we should call the police?" The director, Jiang Zi, felt anxious. Knowing he was responsible, these fans thrived on the chaos, and while they wished for Li Lu to sing, they also understood the challenge of creating new songs. Li Lu had previous works, but it required his willingness to perform them. "Then, let us sing one song, and everyone can return home afterward," he declared into the microphone. He was not particularly concerned about debuting new music, yet there was no need to sing excessively. If it could genuinely earn him some profit, he would gladly perform for an entire night. A cheer erupted from the crowd of over 1,000, ecstatic that there was indeed a new song. It was said that Li Lu's shows were worth watching, and the reputation held true. "Master, find a spacious area, we cannot block this street," he advised as he returned the microphone to the Film City staff, knowing they would need to organize the crowd. "Let us head to the plaza in front of the archway. Teacher Li, can we take a photo together later?" "Of course," he smiled, feeling as if he had suddenly become a top-tier celebrity overnight. "You really wrote a new song?" Zhang Xinya's heart raced. How could her thoughts manifest so accurately? With so many fans present, she was astounded. Surely he wouldn't perform a love song in front of such an audience? Was this merely to fulfill the fans' wishes? Li Lu casually adjusted his long robe, dismissing the gravity of the moment. Writing a new song was simpler than drinking water. "Everyone, please proceed to the plaza. There's a stage over there. Do not rush. The square is vast, and there is ample space for everyone. Teacher Li will arrive shortly, so there is no need to hurry." Several leaders from the film and television city are also present, assisting in maintaining order, their faces beaming with joy. The program Heartbeat has expressed a desire to film an episode here, and the scale of the event has exceeded expectations. It is likely to trend on social media, greatly enhancing the scenic area's popularity, which is delightful. "Teacher Li, I have arranged for a band that frequently performs here." The staff guided Li Lu and a few others to the stage, which is merely a small platform. Several musicians have already set up their equipment and are waiting. There is no need for such formality. Li Lu approached a few individuals to exchange greetings, planning to casually sing a couple of songs to meet expectations. The preparations seem more suited for a concert. "Teacher Li, we are a band," they asserted. "We have practiced your songs." "Teacher Li, are we singing new songs or old ones?" Li Lu's mind quickly communicated with the system. Surely it would be a new song. There was no need for practice. Everyone could simply follow the sheet music. He grabbed a pen and paper and swiftly composed a song, "A Smile That Captivates the City" by Wang Sulong. The band members were astonished. Regardless of whether it was pre-written, the quality was exceptional, justifying the artist's fame. After giving the band members a few moments to familiarize themselves, Li Lu took the microphone and stepped onto the stage. "Are you all here to see the recording of the show? I am a fan of Captivating City." "Yes, we are. We want to see you two together." The audience erupted in a cacophony, and the camera focused on Zhang Xinyao, seated directly beneath the stage. She was already blushing from the fans' enthusiastic cheers. Why was she inciting the fans? Today, Yao Yao mentioned that they were here to bring joy to the fans, with the theme being Captivating City Limited. So, shall we sing a song exclusive to Captivating City? Chapter 50, a one-time indulgence, though without aftercare. Good. 2,000 to 3,000 voices echoed in approval, and the show's impact was undeniably impressive. Li Lu leaped off the stage, temporarily enclosing an area with stainless steel barriers, where the program's staff and Yao Yao gathered. "Would you like to say a few words to your fans?" he asked. Feeling unburdened, he thought, since this is a dating show, everyone is here for enjoyment. Singing a song that fits the theme wouldn't be excessive, would it? No, Zhang Xinyao declined the microphone, displaying a lack of modesty. She had only mentioned it during the recording. She could speak boldly in front of the camera, but in front of thousands of real people, that would be quite embarrassing. However, a song exclusive to Captivating City was essentially written for oneself. Remembering her prior resolution, if he were to sing a love song for her in public, she would confess her feelings in return. They have arrived. What should she do? How could something she had fantasized about so many times come to fruition so quickly? The live broadcast shifted to the Heartbeat Little House, where Li Lu was about to sing again, likely a declaration of love toward Yao Yao. The guests here received the news, and at the director's signal, they prepared to gather and observe. I felt somewhat fatigued and decided to return. Lin Lin left a remark and promptly ascended the stairs to her room. Out of sight, out of mind. With one participant of the love triangle departing, the atmosphere in the room became considerably more lively. What a trend, this Qing Chung Limited, the youth of today? Yang Shu wore a cheerful expression, knowing that the two individuals would put on a show. Most of the afternoon's live broadcast signal had been focused over there, and now they were to sing, specifically enlisting this group of celebrities to support them. The director's intent was clear, to have everyone bolster the two of them in Geneva. The anticipation for the Qing Chung Limited song was palpable. Xiao Xiao wore a bittersweet smile, resigned to the situation. This old charmer was quite adept, after all. He would never compose such songs for a girl. Shifting his focus, he decided that Zhang Xian Yao was no longer to his taste. Perhaps he might choose among Lu Mianjia or Nuan Wan Shurhanjia. The old charmer was once again preparing to cause a stir, and I too was curious about his new song. Zhang Wenbo mused internally about this old schemer, who had been dormant for years, now stirring up trouble daily upon his return. Initially, it seemed he was being humiliated on the show, but now everyone had become a mere backdrop. I refuse to believe he can consistently produce such quality songs. No, I do not believe he can continuously acquire such quality compositions. Wow. Tonight promises to be a beautiful evening. After Lin Xian spoke, he glanced at Zhang Shurhan, who seemed to have developed a fondness for that old charmer over these past few days. No need to worry now. Your dear friend has secured her interest. This must be painful for you, a bittersweet feeling, right? Haha, one day you'll have to indulge yourself again. Sun Wan anxiously watched the television, still focused on the small room, observing herself. Why hadn't they switched to that side yet? How enviable. Brother Lu had never pinned a limited edition song for me. Perhaps we ended things too soon. Lu Mian maintained a stoic expression, internally critiquing the situation. He truly knew how to charm, singing love songs as he did, and with a limited edition twist. You are indeed formidable in your pursuits. No wonder I once fell for your allure. Li Shurhan felt a sense of melancholy as the best friend, who held the greatest guilt in her heart, was about to be together with someone else. Ultimately, she arrived too late, perhaps forever unable to earn his forgiveness. At the archway square of the film and television city, the number of tourists continued to swell. Meanwhile, there was no live broadcast from Li Lu's side. Director Jiang Zi instructed to temporarily turn off the cameras. Teacher Li, Teacher Yao Yao, he began, our program sponsor just called, hoping you two can engage in more interaction shortly. Understood, Li Lu replied. It's a dating show after all. As Yao Yao earlier suggested, they should portray their emotions authentically. Zhang Xian Yao felt a mix of excitement and shyness. Should she confess her feelings? Should she? Jiang Zi was quite pleased with their current dynamic, truly a match made in heaven, and he was utterly captivated. The team from Sunshine Films mentioned that they are conducting research and wish to invest in the production of City of Elegance too. Encouragement is appreciated, yet it seems unnecessary. Li Lu is no longer the person he once was. The days of filming idol dramas are behind him. Presenting grand visions now holds little allure. Yet he remains committed to performing with diligence. Although this program has not yielded substantial profits, his years in the industry have instilled a strong sense of professional ethics. Teacher Li, we are nearly ready. Would you care to listen? The lead singer of the band on stage approached, announcing a lively piece certain to capture attention. You've composed so many wonderful songs. It's impressive. Li Lu briefly listened to the prelude of the arrangement on the keyboard. It was satisfactory. As this was an impromptu performance, perfection was not a necessity. He positioned himself at the center of the stage as the music commenced. The previously raucous crowd of thousands fell silent in an instant. Countless phones were raised, illuminating the evening like a constellation of stars. Limited to City of Elegance. A smile that captivates the city, this is for you. Li Lu closed his eyes, listening to the introduction, nodding gently to the rhythm. The system indeed functioned well. It had just suggested a song to honor the fans of City of Elegance who had come. It was not his intention to flaunt, but the system did not permit modesty. I often downplay my wishes, yet I wish to convey the depth of my feelings. The strong rhythm encouraged the audience to hum along. The melody was fresh and romantic, undeniably a sweet song. Below the stage, Yao Yao was overwhelmed with happiness, feeling compelled to express her feelings. In this world, there are always those who, amidst their ceaseless pursuits for treasures, forget the brilliance of the world around them and misinterpret the myriad wonders of existence. Yao Yao's excitement surged. The performance was about to begin. People are perpetually busy, chasing wealth and careers, yet they often overlook the most beautiful scenery surrounding them. Isn't that what we refer to as a lover? I am who I am. On the ancient city's long bridge, people move like an ocean, and your smile radiates like light, illuminating my path. Li Lu raised his hand to signal, and the camera was directed towards Yao Yao below. She covered her mouth with her hand, her smile radiant and filled with excitement. In the ancient city, on the long bridge, people flowed like a sea, and cars moved in procession. Isn't today truly a limited edition of City of Elegance? My smile may not be that beautiful, yet it can brighten your world. The exhilaration was unparalleled, nearly overwhelming. Acceptance of this fleeting moment was inevitable, as it was a memorable encounter. What is often spoken of as deep affection is akin to the vast sea, yet I dare not claim such a depth. As the chorus approached, Li Lu stepped forward, extending his hand to invite her up. The stage was compact and low, making it quite convenient at this moment. Come on, let us provide the fans with a delightful experience all at once. While there were no after-sales, it would undoubtedly leave them fully satisfied. Chapter 51. He waited 8 years for the chance to sing to himself amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd. Yao Yao was gently led by him onto the stage, where they accepted the heartfelt blessings of their fans. The most romantic experience is nothing less than watching the sunset side by side with the one you cherish. It is the direction of my heart. The camera followed Li Lu's gaze as the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, casting a unique beauty upon the ancient city in the afterglow. The two on stage, a perfect pair, held hands sweetly, inciting even more fervent cheers from the audience. Even a staunch man of steel would find himself thinking that they were indeed a match made in heaven. I long to explore the world with you, to behold the beauty of sun and rain. I yearn to take a pen and paper with you, to inscribe the chapters of our lives together. We shall share both laughter and tears, regardless of the tumultuous turns of our narrative. We shall never part ways. Yao Yao dared not raise her eyes to meet his, wondering why he was singing to her. Alas, being the female lead, she could not help but feel the urge to scream. In front of thousands, she felt unprepared. It was truly a limited edition of captivating beauty, every line of the first verse a declaration of love, a smile that could enchant a city, a smile that would linger in memory. From their very first encounter, their story had already begun. The most romantic of all experiences is to watch the sunset with the one you love. Where the heart leads, love follows. I wish to wander the world with you, to witness the clouds drift and the winds shift. I desire to hold the pen together, crafting new chapters for each day of our lives ahead. No matter how twisted the plot may become, hand in hand we shall traverse it, never to part. I cannot contain it any longer. My heart is filled with youthful exuberance. As the first verse concluded, Li Lu raised the microphone, leading the audience and clapping along with the interlude. Yao Yao gazed at his profile, so close yet so distant. Despite the simplicity of the stage and the imperfections of the lighting, he remained strikingly handsome and confident, akin to a star in the heavens, captivating all who beheld him. A pang of emotion surged within her, a smile that could enchant a city. This song was crafted for him during the filming of this very drama. Though the song was written, he had not yet sung it for himself before their paths diverged. He had waited 8 long years for the chance to sing it to himself. It felt as though she had missed the most significant 8 years, yet it mattered not. She vowed never to lose him again. At the peak of the live stream's viewership, the barrage of comments filled the screen. If this song had been the theme, the drama would have been a hit back then. I can't take it anymore. You two should just get married already. This is too sweet. Without marriage, there is no way to conclude this. It turns out that Yao Yao is true love, No wonder he had to be decent with Lin Lin. I can only apologize to Lin Lin. I am now a fan of Qingqing too. This is truly a limited edition of Qingqing, whether scripted or not. This spectacle is overwhelming. Li Lu is destined for greatness. I once thought his popularity would wane, but he is genuinely talented. As the first segment concluded, the camera momentarily shifted to the heartwarming little abode where a group of individuals sat in serene silence. The two participants on the television had undeniably stolen the spotlight, creating an unbeatable show effect. Although we are part of a romantic reality program, it is essential to remember that everyone here is a celebrity. The sixth participant held someone's hand, faces inches apart as they serenaded each other with love songs, one bashful, the other fervent. Even as they indulged in sweet moments, they could at least moderate their displays. Their behavior surpassed that of ordinary individuals. After this duet, would they dare to share a passionate kiss in front of thousands? The song sung by Brother Lu was simply exquisite, and one couldn't help but envy Sister Yao Yao. At this moment, Su Xianwan ceased her pretense. The scene was overwhelmingly sweet. What girl could withstand such a declaration of love, especially in front of a crowd of thousands? Had it not been for her breakup with Brother Lu, wouldn't she be the one receiving blessings now? It was infuriating. The performance was impressive. She had no idea he was so adept at writing love songs. Lu Mian remarked lightly, this scoundrel, who previously thought he was only capable of writing poignant songs reflecting his own melancholy, was also skilled at crafting sweet melodies. After spending so much time together, why had he never penned a song for her? Was she unworthy? Humph, it truly seemed that when things come too easily, they are taken for granted. He had only acted alongside her for a couple of months years ago, yet now he was putting in such effort to charm another. Li Shurhan, with a vacant gaze and a heart heavy with despair, resigned herself to the notion that perhaps they were simply not meant to be. They made a lovely couple. She wished them happiness for the rest of their lives. Meanwhile, upstairs, Lin Lin locked herself in her room, tears unwittingly soaking her pillow once again. So, your decision to part ways with me so easily was merely because you encountered someone you preferred more? This song is indeed beautiful. Although Yang Shu lacked musical expertise, the upbeat rhythm, lovely melody, and touching lyrics suggested it was bound to gain popularity. The entire piece was rhymed. When did the sixth participant become so enlightened? It was hard to believe he had penned it. Zhang Wenba offered a brief compliment, openly praising while secretly harboring doubts. Those who understood would surely express their skepticism online, as no one would believe without substantial proof. In any case, he himself was unconvinced. How could he possess such talent? You are the song I chanced upon, etched in my heart, and also the fleeting glimpse that led to an embrace of fragrance. The second segment commenced, with Li Lu engaging the day's leading lady in song and playful interaction. With the support of the system, this performance reached unparalleled heights. Free from any pitchiness, wherever they roamed, the crowd erupted in cheers. In a square filled with 2,000 to 3,000 people, they managed to evoke the atmosphere of a concert for 10,000. As the gentle summer breeze danced, the sound of bicycles echoed along the tree-lined path. This is what love truly resembles. Li Lu gently lifted their intertwined hands, sharing a tender glance with Yao Yao before diving into the chorus once more. One must admit, Yao Yao's acting was indeed impressive, an infatuated young woman, both shy and proactive. Had it not been for their prior agreement, I would undoubtedly have been deceived by her once more. As the final note reverberated through the air, the venue erupted into thunderous applause. Well, what do you think? This song is quite delightful, isn't it? Li Lu released Yao Yao's hand and addressed the fans below. It sounds wonderful, doesn't it? Since everyone seems content, and the night has deepened, let us disperse. No. One more song. One more song. The fans clamored, unwilling to miss this rare opportunity to enjoy the concert. Free of charge and even broadcast on television. We cannot be dismissed so easily. It was agreed that we would sing one new song. Li Lu responded with a smile. Though he reasoned that while his songs were free, he couldn't sing indefinitely. He mused that he must not spoil this group of fans. I truly have no more songs left. Perhaps next time. However, the fans remained undeterred, their enthusiasm unabated. Yao Yao, say something. Li Lu found himself at a loss and urged her to persuade the fans. What time is it? Aren't you all hungry? Chapter 52. Sister. Why are you closing your eyes? The synchronized chants of Yao Yao echoed, eagerly awaiting the heroine's words. Our performance is far from over, yet you wish to send us away. Zhang Xinyao felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. The staff had already handed her the microphone, but she was at a loss for words. The fans' chants filled her with courage. Li Lu. Yes? He replied, puzzled. Why are you calling me? Speak to the fans. When you were singing just now, I felt both joy and sorrow. Ah, what sorrow? Li Lu was bewildered. Sister, hurry and dismiss the crowd. We need to finish for the day. What are you rambling on about? Yet he could only play along. I felt sorrow because I should have heard this song 8 years ago. I felt joy because I can still hear it 8 years later. Thankfully, everything remains the same. You are still you, and I am still me. A peculiar blush adorned Zhang Xinyao's face, her large, watery eyes brimming with untold stories. Li Lu stared, dumbfounded. Wait, sister, why are you saying this now? Why so sentimental? This isn't quite right. The fans' ecstatic screams reached a fever pitch. Her words seemed to be a declaration of affection. Who cares about new songs? We want to witness a live idol drama. Ah, I just wrote it, truly just wrote it. Li Lu felt lost. He hadn't intended to emphasize that he had composed the song on the spur of the moment, as it seemed somewhat disingenuous. Yet, something felt amiss with Yao Yao. Could she have misunderstood? This song was not written for her 8 years ago. Didn't you say today was about gratifying the fans with a limited-time performance? Don't immerse yourself too deeply in the narrative. Before the filming commenced, you consistently emphasized that everyone was an actor and should maintain professionalism. Now, are you truly acting? My skills are inadequate, making it difficult to discern, and I feel anxious. I am indifferent to others' opinions and refuse to disguise my true self. I am acutely aware that there will be no next 8 years. At this moment, Zhang Xinyao could hardly contemplate the implications of his words. Her heart and mind are entirely consumed by him. There is nothing to fear. At most, I might face ridicule from Lin Lin's fans. Or perhaps passers-by might mock my previous deceptions. Women are impulsive beings. Once they fall in love, they do not harbor regrets. I seek no regrets, only happiness. Together, I yearn for embraces. The collective cries of 2,000 to 3,000 voices seemed to reverberate throughout the entire scenic area. It was utterly exhilarating. Yao Yao had indeed confessed her feelings. Though not a single word of love was uttered, every word conveyed affection. The audience before their screens was equally thrilled, and the barrage of comments had become so overwhelming that they were indecipherable. Wow, it's only the 3rd day, and the first confession is from Yao Yao. How chilling to contemplate the implications of Yao Yao's words. 8 years ago, Li Lu had yet to finish this song before their breakup. And only today did I hear it. She is unfazed by others' remarks. Could she truly be the third party? Sister charges forward for love. Go for it. Is this real? Or just scripted? The screenwriter is truly audacious. I had already noticed. When they first entered the small room, they pretended not to know each other. Later, their playful banter revealed an undeniable chemistry. They must be a couple. They have acknowledged their love. I admire Yao Yao's fearless passion. Even if she is indeed the third party, I still admire her. It has long been clarified. Li Lu and Lin Lin were only together after their breakup, and past relationships cannot be held against them. The few individuals in the heartbeat room exchanged bewildered glances. How had this plot progressed so rapidly? Everyone had previously known Yao Yao. This surely cannot be an act. The implications of her words suggest that they had been together 8 years ago. Now, you are single, and so am I. It is indeed the perfect time to rekindle our past romance. Everyone's thoughts turned to one person. Fortunately, Lin Lin was absent, which spared us from awkwardness. Several female guests were utterly astonished. Li Shurhan had never anticipated that her close friend once held such disdain for Li Lu. It seems they are both actors. Lu Mian was shocked. This young man had never mentioned his ex-girlfriend, and she had assumed there was only Lin Lin. How naive of me to think he was so innocent. I was truly deceived. 8 years ago, he composed such a song for another. He truly put in the effort. Su Xiaonan was somewhat taken aback. Zhang Xinyao had confessed her feelings so swiftly. Was it really necessary? Amidst the cacophony of cheers, Li Lu slowly approached the front. The atmosphere was palpable. Regardless of the authenticity, the show must go on. He once again grasped Yao Yao's small hand, pulling her into his embrace. The drama has concluded. Surely you are satisfied now. Zhang Xinyao appeared momentarily stunned, sensing an unnatural quality to his smile. Was he unprepared? Had she been too hasty? Yet, his song, his gestures, everything about him conveyed signals meant for her. The warmth radiating from him offered her solace. Perhaps she was overthinking. It felt so warm, so fervent, causing her heart to race anew. It was indeed quite late. To our devoted fans, please pay attention to the program. Li Lu implored everyone to disperse. The atmosphere was too awkward. A kiss and then depart. I want to see a kiss. A peck, a peck, a kiss, a kiss, a kiss. The fans, eager for entertainment, were reluctant to leave so soon. Forget about any restrictions. Even the boundaries of idol dramas should allow for some display. Ah, this one do. Everyone is merely joking. Lilu was genuinely anxious, trying to laugh it off and slip past the moment. Yet, the audience was relentless. Waves of cheers crashing one after another. A kiss, a kiss, a kiss. Lilu glanced down at Yao Yao, her delicate, rosy face slightly lifted. Her long, fluttering eyelashes were enchanting. Sister, why are you closing your eyes? Even when they acted together in dramas, any intimate scenes were merely staged. Their past romances had been clandestine, their shyness preventing them from allowing the entire crew to witness their embarrassment. Now, in this setting, devoid of cameras, how could one find the right angle? He dared not truly kiss her. What to do, what to do? Perhaps it was best to let it go. The atmosphere had reached a peak. And Yao Yao might feel similarly. Lilu resolved to cease his inner turmoil. If the girl had reached this point, he ought to embody his masculinity. They were all actors. Let it be for the sake of art. Suddenly, the venue quieted, anticipating the exhilarating moment. Perhaps I should sing a song for everyone, Lilu suggested. Reluctantly turning his face away, feeling as though he was taking advantage despite their breakup. Even if this was a dating show, they could not overstep boundaries. In a flash, a surge of electricity coursed through him, calling upon his inner self. Brother, hurry up. The usual protocol was in play. He was willing. Let me switch to a new song. Perhaps I can subtly remind Yao Yao. We are all actors. Chapter 53. Do not pressure those who love you most to improvise. The live stream audience had surpassed 30 million, a figure that transcended that of an ordinary broadcast channel. The television network relied on hard data. Otherwise, advertisers would be hesitant to invest. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, matching the program's escalating excitement. Hurry up and kiss. How thrilling. What are you hesitating for? A true man would act. No way. I came here specifically to listen to music. And now I find myself a fan of these two. Wow. Idol dramas have now transitioned into dating shows. In this performance, this song has undoubtedly garnered at least 2,000 new fans. What on earth are you hesitating for? Who genuinely wishes to hear you sing? I've already shed my pants. Are you truly going to serenade me? Inside the heartbeat cabin, the signal momentarily flickers back here. Director Lu Qing is anxiously monitoring the situation. What is happening? At this juncture, if you do not kiss, the program will undoubtedly face derision for an unsatisfactory conclusion. Those who play coy in ambiguity will meet their doom. If the atmosphere fails to escalate, the audience will swiftly dismiss it. However, the news of another song to be performed brings a modicum of solace. It is imperative that this next song matches the quality of the previous one to soothe my wounded spirit. The songs released during this show have achieved significant popularity, with the program igniting the flames of fame for the music and vice versa. Ratings and viewership are soaring. We must maintain this momentum. Within the heartbeat cabin, several male guests chuckle. The timid sixth contestant is hesitant to kiss. Zhang Wenbo laughs, nearly oblivious to the fact that a delicate flower was almost trampled by a boar. Yet, is this young man genuinely intent on singing a new song, or is it something he had prepared in advance to showcase his prowess on the program? Considering his recent series of maneuvers, it seems quite plausible. Even as an older man, I find myself stirred with excitement. Why not take the plunge? Yang Shu chuckles heartily, envious of such romance, a luxury that an actor and director like myself may never experience. I yearn to exhibit such bravado. Yet I lack the ability to sing and certainly cannot compose. At best, I can rely on the director's reputation, living a life of humble simplicity. Oh my. Brother Lu and sister Yao have undoubtedly gained at least 2,000 fans tonight. It is truly impressive. Xiao Xiao can only watch and envy. This atmosphere resembles that of a supernova. What more can the timid sixth contestant sing? One song is insufficient. Shall we have another to win Yao's unwavering heart? Lin Xian has begun to jest, noticing his previously disgruntled demeanor. It is quite refreshing. Meanwhile, several female guests collectively exhale with relief, grateful that no kiss transpired. Although they have already parted ways, witnessing him kiss another female guest, flaunting affection, inevitably stirs feelings of discomfort. The camera shifts back to the archway square of the film city, where Yao Yao has returned to the audience below. Lilu sits alone at the keyboard, lost in thought, performing the song solo. It is not mere daydreaming. He is engaged in a rapid exchange with the system. My friend, Have you made an error? This song seems rather inappropriate. It ought to align with your performance, yet you are forcing someone who cherishes you to improvise. If you desire an actor's song, one indeed exists. However, it feels somewhat unsuitable, as if it were an affront to the female audience. One must maintain dignity in a breakup. A true man does not glance back at the wreckage after parting ways. Yet, that year, Yao Yao utilized the pretext of everyone being actors as justification for their separation. I suppose I became too enmeshed in the role, leading to a solitary conclusion. Master, the songs generated by the system are a reflection of your inner thoughts. Go away. I never harbored such notions. Even if I did, they would remain unspoken. Every individual possesses a certain degree of hypocrisy. Where can one find a true saint? Do you not grasp this? Master, I am the system, devoid of human selfishness, pretense, and duplicity. How perplexing, Li Lu thought. Never mind, I shall donate this song. You can manage the rest and provide me with another. Master, the exchange songs may only be reused after being performed. Li Lu scoffed, realizing he was being toyed with. Such a cunning system, yet it claims to be free of human vices. Thousands in the audience quietly observed the man on stage. Though they had not shared a kiss, they would readily accept a new song. This next song isn't written for anyone in particular, just a casual performance. No more explanations. Sing swiftly. Haha. We all understand. Many began to shout. They hesitated to express affection, their chatter excessive and tedious. Yayu laughed from the audience. Perhaps the song truly was intended for her, or else she would have been allowed to leave the stage first. Li Lu began to play the introduction. Disregarding everything else, let us keep it simple. Spare us the emotional build-up. You are not an actor. Do not contrive those scenarios. The melody shifted to a lower tone. In stark contrast to the earlier light-hearted love song, it indeed might not have been meant for Yao Yao. The audience fell silent, listening intently. It was likely a melancholic song, the mood rather somber. I have no objections. I merely wish to see how you navigate this. Your sorrow seems superficial, akin to an untalented actor, easily detectable by the audience. Many astute spectators had already deciphered the narrative, a tale of separation between a boy and a girl. Let us simplify. We are not performers. Avoid crafting those plots. Your sadness is too apparent, and anyone can tell you are merely acting. Those who should be supporting your performance turn a blind eye while forcing someone who loves you dearly to improvise. Yet, Yao Yao was suddenly struck by a thought. Separation? Why does it resonate so painfully with me? Her mind drifted back to that year, after the shoot concluded. When he sought her out, her manager insisted she stay inside, suggesting he would handle things. Li Lu, have you lost your mind? I warn you, do not disturb our Yao Yao again. You can't possibly be that oblivious. It was just acting. Wake up. Yao Yao is still so young. Do not jeopardize her future. She knows nothing of love. What you have is not love. Call his manager and make sure he takes this child away. I want to pursue the matter of you deceiving our artist. Do not overstep your bounds. I warn you, keep your words in check. Your manager should teach you some manners. Outside, they argued, while Li Lu shouted from behind the door, questioning himself. Why? Why? Is the romance beneath the blossoms and the moon merely an illusion? Are the vows exchanged amidst mountains and oceans but fabrications? Everything, indeed, is a fade. I find myself at a loss for answers, unable to respond. Yet what can I do? Having just embarked on my career, with no accomplishments to my name. Am I to return home to wed? I cannot, and I refuse to accept such a fate. Let the tales of youth fade into the past. All are consummate actors. When the story concludes, so too does the bond. This is the final message I sent him. For all our prior intimacy was a charade, our affections mere pretense. The promises we made nothing but falsehoods. In the realm of performance, we were lovers, yet the closeness beyond the stage was but a professional obligation. To become too engrossed in the role only invites heartache. Chapter 54. Are you satisfied now? The show has faltered. Yet, why did you once love me so deeply? Only to focus on the minutiae of performance? What form must I take to stave off your weariness? The singer's emotions unfold layer by layer. As the audience's sentiments deepen in kind, let us simplify. Cast aside the insincerity, for you do not truly love me. You are not an actor. Do not contrive such narratives. I shall quietly observe your performance of separation, as you feign vulnerability despite your indifference towards me. Indeed, I ought to have cooperated with your act. I comprehend your struggles. I know you are reluctant. Yet, at this moment, I wish to turn a blind eye, forcing the one who loves you most to partake in your performance. How audacious! Some emotionally attuned youths were moved to tears by this callous display. Why is it always we, the gentle-hearted, who suffer? Zhang Xinyao suddenly grasped why he urged her to step down, why he explicitly stated the song was not for her. All these years, it turns out he has never truly moved on. Yes, it was I who initiated the breakup, but my love for you is not extinguished. I simply could not express it then. Thus, you composed this song to mock me. An actor, indeed. Yes, I am an actor. Even in separation, I must convey to you that we are performers. Everything is but an illusion. Merely play your part in my show. We enact courtship. We feign love. We portray helplessness. We act out our parting. The memories of those years flood back, and tears cascade forth. The live broadcast, sensitive to the moment, swiftly zooms in for a close-up. The barrage of comments follows suit. The leading lady is brought to tears by the song. Wow, this is too contrived. Yao Yao was moved to tears. Though the singing is indeed beautiful and sorrowful, Yao Yao's reaction seems exaggerated. The singer must invite Yao Yao to the front row in the next season. Yet another classic heart-wrenching ballad. How many times has this old six been jilted to compose such a song? Look at how empathetically Yao Yao responds. It's not like you were the one who was dumped. Within the frame, Li Lu's voice continues to resonate. With no objections, I am indifferent to your desires. Your acting skills are mediocre, and there is no need for any heartfelt speeches. Let our separation be unremarkable. Yet, why must you embellish the details of a love that once flourished? What form should I take to align with your performance? It seems that once love relinquishes its defenses, everything has an expiration date. Yao Yao comprehended his intentions and continued to mockingly accuse herself. I have no objections. I acquiesce to whatever you say. Your acting is merely average, and there is no need to continue feigning vulnerability. You have been awarded accolades, yet you still insist on taking the stage to discuss emotions. A breakup is simply a breakup. Let it be devoid of drama. Despite having once loved me so profoundly, why do you demand that I enact the minutiae of our relationship? How must I cooperate with you to meet your satisfaction? I am no fool. Such emotions inevitably reach their conclusion. Zhang Xinyao's tears were rather exaggerated, appearing genuine rather than performative. Nearby, Director Jiangzi handed her a stack of tissues to wipe away her tears. On stage, Teacher Li's voice remained heart-wrenching, yet at that moment, there was no inclination to listen. Sister Yao Yao, please do not cry. We are still live, Jiangzi urged softly, while the cameras captured every moment. Several dozen kilometers away, the production team of the Heartbeat Cabin observed the monitor with satisfaction. Look at how perfectly cast this variety show is. Yao Yao's timely display of tears has elevated a melancholic song, ill-suited for a dating show, to a trending topic. This is the essence of variety. Some artists never grasped this concept throughout their careers. In truth, I was the sole audience member present, and I too discerned your reluctance. I endeavored to perform my part in this show, much like a guest in an emotional program, subjected to selection. Truly, your audience consists solely of me, and I noticed your slight hesitation. Memories of our past experiences tugged at my mind. After all, we once loved deeply, so what could I still hold against you? Participating together in this dating show, as guests, we are merely subjects of selection. You insisted we act as though we were strangers, urging everyone to perform sincerely. I have always committed to collaborating with you. This is not our first time. Each line of the lyrics pierced Zhang Xinyao's heart like a dagger, revealing the fade of it all. From the moment we appeared together on the show, you were already performing. The interplay of performance and self should not intertwine. The act and the self must remain separate. Regardless of the tasks at hand or the whimsical antics we engaged in, everything was a charade. It is absurd to realize that I had orchestrated all of this myself. Singing a song of charm was merely a mockery of my failure to cherish our past love. Thus, when I confessed my feelings, he was not surprised. When I longed for his kiss, he chose to refuse. Consequently, he deliberately sang such a song to ridicule my own sentiments. Are you pleased now? He is content, is he not? This time, it is I who have become too immersed in the role. I felt like a mere puppet, manipulated at his whim. The song, unbeknownst to us, had come to an end. Applause echoed throughout the venue, yet the melancholic tune had cast a shadow over the audience, leaving everyone in a somber mood. Nevertheless, having listened to a splendid piece, a sense of fulfillment lingered among the crowd. Sister Yao Yao, please, cease your tears, implored the director Jiangzi, momentarily taken aback. The song has concluded, you may stop now. Although everyone acknowledged her exceptional acting prowess as the queen of idol dramas, excelling in emotional scenes. The show was still in progress. Her relentless weeping impeded the continuation of the program. All right, this truly is the end. We shall disband here. I must take my leave. As work calls and compensation awaits, Li Lu seized the microphone, uttering a few words before preparing to exit. Just a jest. We cannot afford to linger any longer. However, a new predicament seemed to arise. Yao Yao appeared to be in distress. Why are you still crying? Let us wrap up the show and call it a day. Carefully, he attempted to persuade her. This song was not penned by me. I lack such talent. Any misunderstandings, we can address them privately. The program was still recording, and we had yet to conclude our shift. Are you satisfied now? Are you happy? Yao Yao, with her makeup already in disarray from tears, could hardly suppress her burgeoning ire at his sardonic remarks. What is the meaning of this? The staff and nearby fans were left in shock. Li Lu, I have never encountered a man as petty as you. The onlookers exchanged glances, hesitant to breathe. Just moments ago, the two had been enveloped in sweetness, nearly heading for the bridal chamber. Now, it seemed as though animosity had suddenly erupted. This was not good. The show was on the brink of disaster. Chapter 55. This season's guests come with their own scripts. It was no wonder that director Jiang Zi was anxious. We were a sweet romantic variety show. If you two are to turn against each other, could you at least retreat to your hotel room? A circle of spectators surrounded us, their phones capturing every moment. Even an attempt to end the live broadcast would be futile. Li Lu was visibly distressed, insisting, let us speak calmly. Why resort to personal attacks? Yet, reason prevailed. As a man, there was little merit in engaging in pettiness with a woman. You have misjudged me. Perhaps we should leave this place. With the throng surrounding us, it would be unseemly for any discord to erupt here. You think I have misjudged you? Zhang Xinyao glared at the man before her, her frustration boiling over. I dedicated my prime years to you, and now you mock me. You are the pettiest man. After all these years, not a single message from you. You avoid me when we cross paths, feigning ignorance on the show, only to pin songs that belittle me. Yes, I am an actress. When we were together, it was all an act on my part. But I have not wronged you. What about you? Crafting such songs to torment me. As her emotions surged, Zhang Xinyao cried freely. Li Lu was taken aback, thinking, sister, must you shout so loudly? Our reputations will be ruined. All right, let us return. He stepped forward, attempting to take her arm and guide her away from the tumultuous scene. As Zhang Xinyao observed him approaching, she struck at him with her tiny fists in playful indignation. You scoundrel, how dare you humiliate me? Although the blows were not painful, the scene was undeniably unflattering. Grasping her own fists with both hands, she endeavored to remain still. However, Zhang Xinyao soon realized her strength paled in comparison to his, and she felt weary from her tears. Ultimately, she collapsed into his embrace, her nose still sniffing with suppressed sobs. Li Lu, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, protested, Dear sister, please refrain from crying in my arms. Surely, I cannot carry you away like this. You bully me, she whimpered, asserting her grievance. At that moment, a contingent of temporary security personnel from the film city rushed in, clearing a path for the production crew to retreat. The onlooking fans, equally bewildered, found themselves at a loss, their tears rendering any further jeering inappropriate. As they vanished into the night, murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What had just transpired? Initially, they had come anticipating sweet moments, only to be met with an unexpected drama. The live broadcast had already shifted to the heartbeat cabin, where the atmosphere was eerily quiet among the participants. No one knew what to discuss, whether to delve into the melodramatic history of the couple or not. The barrage of comments exploded early on, with viewers expressing their shock. What is happening? Wasn't the actor truly the one meant to sing for Yao Yao? Yao Yao is an actress herself. In Geneva, Yao Yao revealed she once dated Lao Lu, my goddess, and now she has one less admirer. Yao Yao has been pushed to her limits, speaking without thought. Li Lu is not a real man. Yao Yao's criticism is justified. He writes songs to lament their breakup, showing no grace whatsoever. Sisters, let us all block him. But what happened in the end? Did Li Lu carry her back? What are they doing now? Breakup, reconciliation, breakup, confession, another breakup. What now? This dating show is incredible. The previous segment was genuine, and this one is too. Who needs a script? The guests here seem to come with their own. Within the heartbeat cabin, the guests were all in a state of shock. Yang Shu internally scoffed. This Lao Lu speaks not but lies. The last time he was with me and Yao Yao, we merely filmed a project together. We were hardly acquainted. Yet now, They are portrayed as a couple, even a pair of bitter lovers. Listening to that song, it seems Yao Yao was the one who ended things. How amusing. Xiao Xiao bore a striking expression, although she had long ceased to harbor feelings for sister Yao Yao. The revelation of her past relationship truly pained her. Lin Xian and Zhang Wenbo exchanged glances, astonished to learn that these two had previously been involved. Lao Lu truly. How could he still hold on to such memories after all these years? It was evident that he had provoked Yao Yao's ire. The two of them, harmonizing in their commentary, urged Yao Yao's fans to seek retribution by lambasting him online. Old Zhang, why not discuss the song sung by the actor? What is its caliber? Yang Shu interrupted their rhythm, reminding everyone that they were all part of the same program, and there was no need to undermine one another. This elder, despite his flaws, holds a certain respect for himself. As a senior figure, it is imperative to maintain the stability of the program. This song has even brought Yao Yao to tears. How could it be otherwise? Zhang Wenbo found himself reluctantly praising it, despite believing it to be utterly worthless. Every song by this elder seems to be a complete failure. The production team from the film and television city returned to the hotel, and the planned evening outing to admire the night scenery was consequently abandoned. Li Lu felt a flutter of anxiety, as no matter how he tried to explain himself on the way, he was met with indifference. Upon returning to their respective rooms, she once again seized him, wordlessly glaring at him for an extended period. Her gaze was deep and intense, as if she wished to engage in a fierce confrontation with him. Ultimately, she was pulled back to her room by her agent, leaving him quite unnerved. That night, after locking the door, he worried about what might happen if she impulsively decided to enter and harm him. His phone rang. It was the representative from Dog Music, Mr. Ma. Hello, Mr. Ma. How may I assist you? Li Laosher, my apologies for the intrusion. I wanted to discuss matters regarding your music. Go ahead. You released 2 new songs today. I believe it's unnecessary to offer them for free. Given your current popularity, they would undoubtedly sell exceptionally well once available for purchase. There's no need to discuss that. They will remain free. Li Lu had anticipated a different conversation and was indifferent to the prospect of sales. That's fine. Let us end this call. I wish to rest. Wait, Li Laosher. The urgency in his voice escalated. You may not be aware of the potential earnings involved. If you sign an exclusive deal with us, we will promote it vigorously. Based on my years of experience, I can assure you that, speaking solely in terms of actors, this song could easily generate $1 billion. The CEO of Dog Music was no longer mincing words. $1 billion was the figure he boldly presented, urging him not to let other companies get ahead. These newly released songs from a once popular star boasted exceptional quality and inherent buzz. If they were not launched now, would they wait until everyone grew tired of them to act? Money, money, money. All you capitalists care about is profit. Li Lu couldn't help but scold him, noting that even reading novels had become free nowadays. Oh, Li Laosher, every great musical piece is the result of the author's painstaking efforts and relentless refinement. Others are not you. You are remarkably swift. After much persuasion, Mr. Ma had to relent. It was indeed rare to find someone who regarded wealth with such disdain. Li Lu felt little remorse, as he was merely a middleman. After all, it was not his creation, which made it seem quite reasonable upon reflection. Opening his phone, he was greeted by a flurry of notifications. Get online. Your persona is collapsing. Hai Xiaolin's messages flooded his screen, a multitude of them at once. Chapter 56. Preventing future discord among sisters. Don't worry. What is there to collapse? Isn't it permissible for an idol to have had a romantic relationship? Li Lu responded to the messages, having contemplated this previously, though he had not taken it to heart. Yao Yao's excitement had led everyone to discover that the two had indeed been together in the past. It is likely that the two individuals are now being ridiculed for their dishonesty. Despite having faced such harsh criticism in the past, they seem to be leading their lives quite well. Oh dear, take a look. They are being accused of being petty, of ending their relationship in an undignified manner, and even of composing songs to lament their former partners. Gao Xiaolan is in a state of panic. How can she face so many people all alone? Deep down, she feels that his actions were excessive, as a girl also has her pride. I am unsure how to convey this to you. Li Lu pondered to himself. How was he to know that her reaction would be so intense? In a live broadcast that reached millions, how could she possibly cry so profoundly? It was merely an ordinary song. Just listen and be done with it. Am I the petty one? When parting ways with Wan, he generously bestowed his blessings upon her. He was mocked by a hefty individual for being a love-struck fool. How am I the one lacking in grace? Let it be. If it collapses, then so be it. Let others say what they will. At that moment, Li Lu relinquished his concerns, for once the show concluded, he would fade entirely from the public eye. There was no need to manage public opinion or care about others' remarks. After engaging in conversation with him for a while, Gao Xiaolan put her phone down. His once promising career now seemed to be facing yet another crisis. Alone, she could not assist him in managing his public relations. Perhaps she should enlist a few more people to help? In the adjacent room, Yao Yao buried her face in the blanket, feeling too ashamed to face anyone today. Now, tell me, how many mistakes did you make today? Her manager sat on the edge of the bed, overwhelmed. This was usually the clever and sensible girl. Yet today she had lost her composure. I should not have cried on the show, nor should I have scolded him during it. By the time she had leaned into his embrace, she had already regained her composure. Her emotions had spiraled out of control, resulting in a live broadcast mishap. Most importantly, everyone was aware of their past, and she had scolded him, shattering her carefully crafted persona. You were wrong from the very beginning, her manager interjected. Why did you confess your feelings? This is merely a show. Did you truly develop genuine feelings? Yao Yao remained silent. Who could listen to his previous song without feeling moved? It was precisely because she was so affected that she recklessly confessed her feelings. Hearing the actor's extreme contrast later had caused her emotions to collapse entirely. The manager, noticing her silence, pressed on. 8 years ago, you were impulsive, and I was there to restrain you. 8 years later, I expected you to have matured. Yet you have truly disappointed me. Sister Wang, please stop. I understand, Yao Yao replied, weary of her reasoning. She likely felt that she had become a laughingstock across the internet, devoid of any desire to continue. What do you intend to do now? The manager sighed, recognizing that discussing this now was futile. I should withdraw from the show. Yao Yao contemplated, realizing that everyone was now aware of their relationship, making it all the more awkward. Most importantly, this villain never genuinely wished to reconcile with her. Withdraw? Why would you want to withdraw? The manager was genuinely anxious upon witnessing her lack of ambition. Moreover, what shall be done about the hefty penalty for withdrawing midway? How embarrassing it would be to be the one rejected. Lin Lin was also his former girlfriend. Has she departed? This situation is entirely different. A blush crept onto Yao Yao's face. Lin Lin certainly does not share the same level of humiliation as herself. To break down and weep in front of thousands. While hurling insults, other fans have listened to the song he penned for Lin Lin, only offering their blessings. Upon hearing the song meant for herself, she could only expect to be berated for her performance. The FAAD has truly crumbled. Perhaps her future in this industry is at stake. You cannot leave. Her manager firmly asserted that, from every perspective, she must remain. How would I interact with him on the show? Others would only mock me. Now tell me, do you still harbor feelings for him? Manager Wang had already perceived it. You were holding on to someone at the door, preventing them from leaving. Even a fool could see you have not moved on. Do you require someone to console you? Zhang Xinyo fell silent. Had she not been deeply enamored, she would not have lost control of her emotions. Despite her scorn, branding him petty and mocking herself through song, if he were to soothe her, perhaps forgiveness would not be out of the question. Thus, you must stay. The program presents an excellent opportunity, does it not? You have ample time. Life is merely a series of quarrels and reconciliations. Wang Jie, are you suggesting that I pursue him? Were you not once in favor of this? Zhang Xinyao's eyes widened. Manager Wang had never been this assertive before. Even if she claimed she was open to romance, she had never so resolutely presented a candidate, especially one she had once held in disdain. Look at yourself. If you truly care for him, you should remain. I noticed back then that he was quite the romantic. Should you both succeed, it would surely be a splendid match. Manager Wang reminisced about the time she had sought to have him removed, that brash youth. So fearless yet rather oblivious. Surprisingly, beneath that lack of social awareness lay considerable talent. If he were to succeed with Yao Yao, they would be a handsome couple. A tale of celestial love within the industry. Collaborating on projects would surely be delightful. I cannot do that. Zhang Xinyao felt embarrassed after having just scolded him. I must inform you, if you do not act swiftly, others will not hesitate. Your dear friend has made her intentions clear on several occasions. And that little warm-hearted one appears to be quite the infatuated admirer. Lin Lin, the epitome of elegance, possesses even greater advantages. Not to mention Lumian, whose cunning is beyond your comparison. Wang Jie had to remind her that the current Li Lu is not the has-been he once was. With a string of successful songs, he has established himself as a prominent talent. If you wish to stir things up with him on the show, do not expect too much. If you do not seize the moment, you shall merely watch as others reap the rewards. Zhang Xinyao was taken aback. Is he truly that remarkable? Heartbeat Cottage. A new day dawns. Zhang Xinyao and her companion returned early, heading upstairs first. Yao Yao, Li Shihan called out. The two shared a close relationship, and their rooms were adjacent for convenience. Han Hang, Zhang Xinyao awkwardly greeted her, wondering if her friend intended to inquire about her connection with him. Did you not mention before that you weren't familiar with Li Lu? All right, enough said. It's nothing, she replied. Li Shihan embraced her arm, offering some comfort, acknowledging that the child must have been exhausted the previous day. You once mentioned he was petty, and it turns out to be true. Exactly, I wasn't deceiving you. Zhang Xinyao nodded vigorously, affirming her honesty to her friend. Now everyone knows he accused his ex-girlfriend of being an actress lacking in grace. Just stay out of it. Keep your distance from him, lest our sisterhood be strained. Yao Gao, though I realize you currently harbor no affection for him and even detest him. Li Shihan decided it was best to address the concern to avoid future discord between them. If we were to be together, you wouldn't ignore me, would you? Chapter 57. Female guests seeking popularity. Zhang Xinyao heart trembled at such audacity. How could one utter such words? I've been through so much with him. And instead of comforting me, you seek to steal my man. Their relationship had merely seen some conflicts, yet she accused her friend of attempting to undermine her. Within their circles, it was well known that their respective teams had a history of discord, with fans clashing fiercely years ago. It was not an exaggeration to say she rose to prominence on Li Lu's coattails, having emerged unscathed from a production. Now that Li Lu had regained popularity with his singing, was she not attempting to reconcile and simultaneously stir the pot for mutual benefit? Han Ang, why do you like him? Is it because he writes beautiful songs? Yao Yao scrutinized her friend, who had repeatedly expressed her fondness for Li Lu, now laying her feelings bare. It's more than that. Li Shihan shook her head. Despite knowing about her friend's past with him, it was not worth dwelling on, for he had not been unfaithful during their time together. That song speaks volumes. I still have a chance. Why do I like him? Because we are meant to be together. I seek his forgiveness. He has always been soft-hearted and understanding. Surely he would comprehend my past self. He wants to have feelings for you. Our exchanges have merely been complaints about my harshness in ending things with him. But honestly, given your actions, it's best you maintain your distance. Having spoken her piece, Zhang Xinyao turned and entered the room, exclaiming, "What a shame, I considered you a sister." At the time, she had constantly criticized him, even lamenting to herself about team strategies. I was kind enough to console you then, claiming it wasn't your fault. Uft, isn't that your team? What a schemer. Indeed, just as I suspected, now that he's in the limelight, she's back in the picture. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. And Li Shihan understood, her friend had turned against her. Meanwhile, several young men played basketball in the yard, enjoying their free time as there were no tasks in the morning. The director's team observed the performances of several individuals through the monitor, particularly noting Xiao Xiao, who, with his youthful vigor, had garnered a multitude of fans in the comments section. In contrast, Li Lu appeared rather subdued, having recently returned and seated at the sidelines, watching others engage in the activities. Boss, it seems Li Lu's persona has somewhat crumbled. He is being criticized online, remarked the assistant director, crouching beside Lu Qing while reporting the data from the past few days. What are they accusing him of? Lu Qing inquired. Deceit, concealing a romantic relationship, and most notably, composing a song that ridicules his ex-girlfriend, who happens to be an actress. Such trivial matters, hardly any principles at stake, Lu Qing dismissed. In his eyes, this old six was indeed a harbinger of fortune. Every time he stirred up trouble, the show would trend on social media. The ensuing popularity translated to substantial advertising revenue. Our program has also faced backlash, having flopped yesterday. Flopped? What flop are you referring to? Did you not see the immense traffic? Even criticism brings in revenue. Lu Qing replied with disdain for such a notion. At worst, it is Li Lu's persona that has faltered. The show itself remains unscathed. In the dating reality show, the male and female guests were embroiled in public disputes, igniting a frenzy online. If we could capture two female guests clashing on camera, that would be perfection. Old Six, come join the fun, Zhang Wenba called out from the screen. The comments section erupted. Old Six, challenge him to a basketball match. Old Six, what is the status between you and Yao Yao? Finally, Old Six is on stage. Old Six, take off your shirt, I want to see your abs. Old Six, sing a basketball-themed song. Countless comments flooded in, swiftly overshadowing the previous enthusiasm for Xiao Xiao. The chief director, Lu Qing, observed the data with satisfaction and declared to the team below, regardless of any persona collapse or the number of detractors, what we seek is notoriety. Boss, let's see how the next script unfolds. We should consult with the guests in advance. Several teams are already complaining about the unfair distribution of camera time. What script? Let them act freely. Our program's essence is authenticity. Even the disputes are genuine. Lu Qing chuckled, continuing, whoever generates buzz, we shall grant them the spotlight. In the frame, Li Shihan emerged with several glasses of juice, placing them on the table before picking one up to specifically offer to Li Lu. You see, even the female guests recognize who holds the spotlight. It seems the relationship between Old Six and Yao Yao has concluded. We should promptly arrange a new pairing. Li Shihan had made her intentions clear on multiple occasions. It was her. Weren't they once adversaries? Now, with the dating reality show pushing them to interact, it would undoubtedly be a significant draw. This Old Six understands the dynamics of live broadcasting. I believe he will continue to stir things up. Boss, you truly have insight. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Regardless of whether they are sweetening the narrative or clashing, we stand to gain. On screen, Li Lu hurriedly declined the offer. Thank you, but I am not thirsty. Goodness, what is Han Han doing? Don't encroach upon my space. Haven't we already agreed to maintain our distance and coexist peacefully? Li Shihan said little and entered the house. During the live broadcast, many topics were off limits. The comments section was once again in an uproar. It was bewildering that, among so many players on the basketball court, she chose to deliver water to someone sitting on the sidelines. Henin, have you lost your mind? Henin. That man is unreliable. Oh no, this is surely a case of sisters turning against each other. Wait, there is no follow-up with Yao Yao yet. And now we have a new storyline. ISNT it said that the relationship between the two Lis has long since soured. Li Shihan has expressed her fondness for him several times. Is she preparing to make her move? No way. Is the next script still going to feature the sixth guy as the lead? I would love to see that. Last time, the story between Li Lu and Yao Yao made the drama Ching Ching a hit. If Li Shihan joins in, I'd be watching a repeat in space? I knew something was up between him and Yao Yao. I've been waiting for updates since last night. The social media has been inundated with criticism. Countless fans are venting their frustrations. With such intensity, do you think there is still a chance for them? Probably not. The sixth guy is the one who got dumped, and he can't even express his dissatisfaction. Zhang Wenba and Lin Xian, exhausted from their game, sat in the break area to hydrate. They noticed Li Shihan bringing drinks, and the fact that she singled out the sixth guy for special treatment irked them. His basketball skills were decent, but Lin Xian turned off his recorder, watching the man who had just taken the court, smoothly executing a layup. His popularity had waned quickly. Zhang Wenba also powered down his device, engaging in casual conversation with Lin. The events of the previous night had been tumultuous, but the outcome was gratifying. The old schemer was finally exposed to the public eye, which was quite satisfying. Now, the entire internet was mocking him for his lies, even pinning songs to deride his ex-girlfriend. Serves him right. He was not worried about Lin revealing his words after seeing how Li Shihan was captivated by him. He had likely been infuriated for some time. Unlike himself, Lin Xian might genuinely be enamored with Li Shihan. Yet, that wasn't he enough, at most. He could spend a little money and engage in some public relations to make the online community forget. Lin Xian sighed. It wasn't he exactly a scandal that would bring him down. This kid had a penchant for showing off and was a habitual liar. Do you know what his family does? Not really. I think they're quite wealthy. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, genuinely unsure. Nevertheless, having debuted around the same time, he had heard plenty of rumors. There were tales of luxury cars and mansions worth hundreds of millions, all of which had been publicized. Nonsense. When we were part of a group show, he explicitly stated during training camp that his family grew potatoes on their land. How much money could that generate? Yet, what happened afterward? Once they formed the group, his persona morphed into that of a wealthy heir. He had successfully attracted a wave of naive female fans. Zhang Wenba scoffed. Thinking the dirt wasn't tea enough, perhaps he should add a bit more spice. Chapter 58. A duel of affection between two women. Zhang Xinyao was almost beside herself with rage. After returning, she merely took a moment to touch up her makeup and change her attire. Upon descending, she witnessed Han Hang delivering water to him, utterly shameless. Fortunately, he did not accept it. Last night, she had come to a realization. Indeed, one must confront their true feelings. Were it not for her profound love for him, she would not have lost her composure. Upon reflection, she recognized her own faults. His ability to write a smile that captivates the city was a testament to the depth of his affection for her. The deeper the love, the more profound the pain, thus inspiring the actor's artistry. Sister Wang was right. The bickering would only last a lifetime. He was exceptional, for he had once loved her so deeply. On the way back, he remained silent, likely out of fear, not seeking her out. If she did not take the initiative this time, she might truly miss her chance. Li Lu played basketball for a while, drenched in sweat, and walked to the rest area for a drink. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. It was Yao Yao. Before he could register his surprise, she switched off her microphone. Yao Yao, I admit I was a bit excessive last night. Enough? She interrupted, raising a bottle of mineral water, having come to offer him a drink. Even if I was in the wrong, you should feel relieved now, or even for the past. Okay. Li Lu realized they were still live streaming, and the camera must have zoomed in on them. At this moment, refusing Yao Yao's water would certainly create an uproar. And you must not get too close to Li Shurhan, she added with satisfaction, bouncing away after leaving those words. Humph, competing with me? We were truly together once. Li Lu was taken aback, pondering Yao Yao's intentions. Did you misunderstand again? Should I sing it once more? The barrage of comments erupted. What did she say? Why is there no sound? Wow, she took the microphone herself. What a move. Indeed, it's a rivalry between two women for one man. Thrilling. Li Shurhan is dumbfounded. Humiliated by her own sister on the show. This on-screen feud is exhilarating. How can a guest remove their microphone in public? What are we watching? No need to speculate. The two have reconciled. Yao Yao might be responding to the actor, removing the microphone to express genuine love, not just for show. Nearby, the production crew was equally animated. Is the camera focused? Get a close-up, a big close-up. If the brand of the mineral water isn't clear, today's bonus will be forfeited. The director, Lu Qing, anxiously monitored the screens as Yao Yao requested mineral water, and everyone understood the implication. The only disappointment was that the young woman had voluntarily removed her microphone. However, it sufficed. At that moment, silence spoke volumes. Her expressions and gestures as she departed perfectly encapsulated the essence of a girl in love. Indeed, she is the undisputed queen of idol dramas, effortlessly commanding the scene. Initially, I believed the connection between her and the sixth gentleman had concluded, yet unexpectedly. There remains a second act. Esteemed director, you previously mentioned arranging a pairing between the sixth gentleman and Li Shurhan. Do you still intend to pursue this? It appears they are destined to be locked together. A staff member inquired, arrangement? Of course, we shall arrange it. Do you not comprehend what the audience desires? What purpose do you serve? One-on-one scenarios lack the excitement of a love triangle. Lu Qing shot a glare at the inquirer, thinking, were it not for my nephew, I would have dismissed him for his lack of insight. Furthermore, have the afternoon activities with the fishermen been organized? Very well, we shall conclude by 5 o'clock. And the guests will assist in the efforts. The catch will be utilized for an impromptu bonfire celebration. Let's proceed with today's activities as planned, and tomorrow, we shall arrange for him to be with Li Shurhan. Understood. Li Lu returned to the living room, intending to take a shower first. Come over here. A feminine voice called out. Lu Mian gestured to the recording device on her person. Li Lu glanced around, noticing no one else was present, realizing she was addressing him. Why must one remove the microphone to converse now? Upon entering the group, it was clearly stated that we must carry them at all times. Do they not care? Sister Lu Mian. In a cozy corner tea room of the villa, they were alone. No worries, I merely wish to chat for a moment. They should all be changing outfits for the afternoon activities. Yes, I received the notification. Li Lu felt anxious. Why was she seeking him out? They had exchanged words only once during a shoot's conclusion. I was unaware that you and Yao Yao were once a pair of star-crossed lovers. Oh, that is all in the past. Li Lu felt awkward, inadvertently exposing another ex in front of this one. Her charm is undeniable, isn't it? Sister Lu Mian. Please do not misunderstand. My relationship with her has long since ended. It is not what you think. Li Lu hastily clarified, concerned about the growing misunderstanding. Huh. You may love as you will. It matters not to me. I summoned you for a serious matter. Lu Mian's demeanor shifted. No longer resembling one of those young girls vying for your attention, your ego is rather inflated. Are you aware that the online community is criticizing you? Yes. I am aware. It is deserved. Do you not have a team to manage the public perception? Yao Yao has scarcely been affected. Her team has consistently cultivated an image of one who loves fiercely, garnering much sympathy. Actually, you possess quite a few supporters yourself. Would you require assistance? Lu Mian had called him over, concerned for his declining situation. Just as he was on the verge of a resurgence, this unfortunate incident arose. It is quite a pity. No need to worry about it. I am planning to pursue other endeavors after this program. Li Lu quickly declined, questioning why he should accept such a favor when they had long since parted ways. What? Planning to return to being your family's young master? Lu Mian shot him a pointed look. In the past, when he had no works to showcase, he often spoke of wanting to impress his family. Now is indeed the perfect time for vigorous endeavors. Why would one retreat? I am hardly a distinguished gentleman. This line of work is rather challenging. I shall pursue something else. With my own system, I will seek to monetize once the program concludes. Chapter 59. How each one is more mediocre than the last. In the past, I relied on my appearance. Now I aspire to earn my keep through merit. Those who disparage themselves do not concern me. Previously, I did not require scandals to maintain my popularity, and now I even less so. When the next esteemed writer emerges, you shall kneel and call me father. Very well. Do as you please. Lu Mian sighed inwardly, aware that he did not wish for her assistance. He was indeed a stubborn individual, unwilling to take advantage of her even in his most desperate times. As he rose to depart, he contemplated, there is no need for others' assistance. As long as you and Yao Yao interact more in the upcoming episodes, you shall mend your relationship. The public's perception will surely turn around effortlessly. And perhaps the two of you will become the nation's beloved couple. Sister Lu Mian, I assure you, there is nothing between us. Li Lu felt a bit overwhelmed. Lu Mian's half-smiling gaze made him uneasy. Haha, perhaps I shall compose another song titled, She Turns Back, and I Remain. Lu Mian turned to leave, thinking that men truly are not to be trusted. A smile that could captivate the city, youthful love, the heart-wrenching pain of an actor. When it comes to himself, he had no idea he could actually write songs. He had long felt guilty, believing he had harmed a young man's innocent feelings, only to realize that he was a master of romance. Li Lu felt mocked, who said he had been waiting idly. He was merely being courteous to his ex. His politeness extended to Yao Yao and, no, to all five of them. Around 4 p.m., several guests arrived at the fishing scene. Local fishermen had prepared their nets in advance and were now collecting fish as the tide receded. The male guests were to assist the fishermen in pulling the nets, while the female guests could roam freely. With few tourists on the island, upon seeing the production crew of the hottest program, many took the opportunity to snap photos with the stars and joined in the net-pulling effort, delighted to catch a few small fish. Li Lu found a spot and secured the rope, awaiting the fisherman's command. Together, they began to pull the massive net. Lin Lin quietly stood beside him. The female guests had little to do and were mostly assisting with carrying items or later picking up small fish. She had nowhere else to go and felt uncomfortable among the few female guests she did not favor. It would be inappropriate to approach other male guests. Better to observe him pulling the net. Zhang Xinyao hurried over, lively and spirited, taking her place on his other side. Li Lu, let me take your picture. For what? No need, he replied. Suddenly, Li Lu felt immense pressure. He was fine before, but now with the two of them, he had become the focal point. The director's team was thrilled. Both were his exes, would they clash? However, disappointment soon set in. The two exhibited such restraint, standing apart, entirely avoiding each other's gaze. In the frame, Lin Lin wore a frosty expression, inwardly cursing. Just 2 days ago, during a live stream, I watched their date, and my heart truly ached. Observing their public display of affection was unbearable, and the notion of limited to the enchanting city only served to deepen my sense of being the forgotten one. How bittersweet. I had once been profoundly moved by the years we chased together, yet now I realized it was merely a tale of a fickle man seeking excuses for his capriciousness. The ensuing dramatic twist among the actors brought me immense satisfaction. I always suspected he was just playing a role, and it wounded him deeply. My grievances against him dwindled, revealing that his life wasn't as enviable as I had imagined. At this juncture, Zhang Xinyao had firmly resolved to identify her destined partner. Just that morning, she had successfully seen off Li Shurhan, only to find Lin Lin arriving next. Several girls had initially stood at the back, yet Lin Lin sought to assert her presence. Retreat was not an option. If a battle was to be fought, she was ready. Li Lu had no love for you. You were merely a relic of his past, a time when he did not understand love. Dignity is your greatest asset. Do not take yourself too seriously. The barrage of comments peaked, as this dating show proved to be truly exhilarating. Wow, what allure does Lao Lu possess? that both exes have arrived. No way, Yao Yao, he just insulted you. And you still look back? Yao Yao is truly aggrieved. How can she endure this? Lin Lin, go comfort Lao Lu's wounded heart. Lin Lin is the true radiant light. First loves are forever cherished. Run, Lin Lin. Lao Lu is notoriously petty and turns trivial matters into songs. I feel overwhelmed. Ladies, beware of such petty men. You owe me. It's all your fault, and now you must do whatever I say. The other male contestants gazed at the two in disbelief. Were they entirely disregarding the other participants? Their allegiance was so overt. Did they not notice the other girls standing united? Yang Shu and the others turned to glance at the other female contestants, who had formed a small group centered around Lu Mian. Fortunately, there were still 3 remaining. Ensuring everyone had a chance, 3/4 of the group did not appear devoid of charm. Just then, everyone was taken aback again. Li Shihan, who had consistently shown interest in Li Lu, no longer feigned indifference and boldly approached him. Even Lu Mian and Sun Wan were astonished. After all, they were publicly acknowledged exes. At the very least, they could mend their broken relationship. What was she doing intruding? I'll assist you, Li Shihan declared, pulling out a hair tie from who knows where to gather her hair. She stood close to Li Lu, clutching the elastic tightly. She could not afford to retreat now. She had already fallen out with her best friend, leaving her with nothing to lose. Lin Lin and Zhang Xinyao widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it truly unfold this way? I'll help you, she reiterated. I will too. As the two individuals moved in unison, Li Shihan stood behind him, leaving only one position ahead. They grasped opposite ends of the coarse rope, exchanging a glance that ignited sparks. Neither was willing to yield. Zhang Xinyao felt a wave of emotion, standing on the other side of him, seemingly the one being excluded. She turned to glance at her former best friend, whose calm demeanor was nothing short of insidious. What need had she to assist him? Can you two step aside? This rope can injure your hands. Li Luren's hands felt numb, trembling slightly. The proximity made him wary of any accidental contact that might lead to misunderstandings. It's fine, I often do household chores. I'm not that delicate, Li Shihan replied with a soft smile, reveling in the rarity of such closeness. Lin Lin remained silent, giving a dismissive huff towards Li Lu, tugging at the rope with determination. I'm not moving. Zhang Xinyao, exasperated, felt like cursing. Each of them was more insufferable than the last. She called out to the camera crew outside the frame. Could someone please pass me a pair of gloves? We have plenty, as many as you need. Came the off-screen response, delighting the production team, who anticipated another trending topic for the next day. Chapter 60. The amusing anecdotes of that time. The other male contestants were taken aback, realizing the game could unfold in such a manner. What charm did this sixth player possess? In just a few days, the score had shifted from 55 to 42. Lu, do you want to help me pull? Yangshu swallowed hard, eager to act first. Once the assistance with the rope began, the remaining 2 female contestants would likely falter as well. With 2 options for 4 places, it would be quite awkward if he ended up alone at the end. Get lost, are you even a man? Lu Mian laughed lightly, her words tinged with disbelief at the 3 girls. These junior female artists were no novices, each possessing their own strengths, whether it be Lin Lin or Yao Yao. Should Li Lu and the other reunite, the entire internet would rejoice in their reconciliation. Who wouldn't wish to witness a love rekindled, where the lovers, after traversing myriad trials, return to each other? Moreover, this fellow had no shortcomings to speak of. If they did end up together, it would undoubtedly be a joyful union. Li Shihan was astute as well. With his current popularity soaring, their past conflicts could be brushed aside with a smile on the show, erasing any lingering stigma from their previous partnership. If they truly found their way back to each other, they would become a beloved couple, a tale worth telling. She glanced at the eager Xiaonuan beside her, who seemed equally inclined to seize the opportunity. The young lady was likely contemplating how to maximize her own benefits. With his high visibility, aligning with him would certainly attract the cameras. However, venturing over was out of the question. That would only lead to ridicule. 1-1. Would you like to join me? Xiao Jun could not restrain himself, turning to the female contestant of similar age, suggesting they band together for support. I'll cheer for you. Sun Wan noticed Lu Mian subtly shaking her head, comprehending her intent. Whether aligning with one or the other would ultimately be a loss of face. The film crew was exhilarated, and the audience before the television was equally thrilled. The barrage of comments erupted like a rocket launch, filling the screen with a flurry of excitement. Thrilling. I can't help but think, this morning, Li Shihan seemed poised to launch an offensive. I thought she had wilted after being humiliated by her close friend. Wow, I was electrified by Li Shurhan's tied-up hair. I never knew she was so alluring. Li Shurhan embodies the traditional Eastern beauty. She may not possess Lin Ling's icy elegance or Yao Yao's playful charm. Yet she is remarkably captivating. Li Shurhan is renowned in the industry as a talented woman, gentle and considerate, with profound depth. Her intellect shines through her poetic spirit. Her works are distinctly artistic. Initially, I believed this was merely a rivalry between two exes, but now it has evolved into a complex web of grievances. What grievances? Could someone explain, Wang? They both starred in a famous blockbuster. The rest is for you to discover. Haha, it seems like Lao Lu is afraid. He is hiding. The remaining 4 male guests appear quite pitiful. We truly are here to work. Despite being a dating show, we seem to be mere laborers, observing others fall in love. Li Lu's awkwardness did not linger for long. Upon the suggestion of the seasoned fisherman, the 3 girls decided to stand apart. Indeed, it was challenging to pull the thick, several hundred-meter-long hemp rope. Yet, they did not stray far, remaining scattered around him. 1, 2, 3, taking advantage of the receding tide. Dozens of people began to pull. The fishing net gradually surfaced, and excitement rippled through the crowd. There are fish. I've caught a little fish, and it's still alive. Wow, an octopus. I'm too scared to touch it. There's more here. Let me grab a bag. The tense atmosphere between Lin Ling and the others gradually dissipated as more small fish emerged, and they began to enjoy the catch alongside other visitors on the shore. The sense of achievement was paramount, and the camera captured them once again as the intimate sisters they had been before the show. The magnificent sunset painted the distant horizon in hues of red. Sun Wan and Lu Mian joined in, and the 5 female guests frolicked in the shallows, becoming the most striking scenery. Meanwhile, the fishermen on the other side were also pulling in their nets. After more than an hour, they converged. The nets brimmed with fish, which were hoisted into baskets, sorted, and organized by the fishermen for sale at the fish market. The production team also received a basket of fish, and that evening, they gathered for a bonfire party on the beach in front of their cabin. The atmosphere was electrifying. The fish caught by their own hands were bound to be delicious no matter how they were grilled. A bonfire crackled to life, its sounds echoing in the night. After some simple preparation, several fish were skewered and placed over the fire. The crowd gathered, sharing laughter and stories as they awaited the evening's bounty. Zhang Wenbo felt a twinge of frustration. This moment, he had envisioned as his own shining stage. Apart from Lin Ling, he was the only professional singer present. Yet now, Lao Lu, this unexpected competitor, had emerged, making it difficult for him to even mention singing. Fearing the humiliation of being slapped in the face once more, he was acutely aware that his success was merely fabricated, yet he couldn't ascertain how many more songs he possessed. Li Lu, sing a song, Lu Mian suddenly called out, reminding everyone that a campfire gathering would be incomplete without music. With no one else daring to suggest otherwise, she decided to support him. Never mind, let Wenbo sing. He's quite talented. Li Lu quickly gestured dismissively, attributing his recent prominence to the system's design. The allure he exuded, omnipresent and pervasive, had become rather irksome. Zhang Wenbo, upon hearing Lu Mian's invitation, felt a surge of frustration, and upon Li Lu's refusal, his irritation deepened. This old trickster relished in his act. Reflecting on the afternoon when Li Lu had overshadowed him, he seethed with anger. Is your persona not tarnished enough? So brazen, yet I need your endorsement. He exchanged a glance with Lin Xian, who had just conversed with him that morning. They seemed to share a silent understanding in that moment. Old Six, did you debut in the same program as Wenbo? Lin Xian inquired, not bothering to stir the pot regarding who would sing. Indeed, Li Lu nodded, puzzled by the relevance of the question. Yes, he was first, and I was second, Zhang Wenbo candidly admitted, though it was a source of personal anguish. Why not share some amusing anecdotes from your time together? Aren't you both like twin stars? Lin Xian cheerfully suggested, as campfire gatherings are meant for storytelling and merriment. How many years has it been? Li Lu had little to share. As the programs were scripted, the hierarchy was dictated by popularity. His own position was solely a product of fan votes, his talent nowhere near that of Zhang Wenbo, merely slightly more appealing in appearance. Oh, I have a story about Old Six. Zhang Wenbo waved his hand, capturing the group's curiosity for some juicy gossip. Once, during a break, we were all discussing what our families did. Everyone was intrigued by the topic. When it was Old Six's turn, he mentioned that his family cultivated potatoes. So what? Yang Shu interjected, unimpressed. The humor lies ahead. Someone jokingly suggested that Old Six should bring some local produce for everyone. Guess what happened? Zhang Wenbo paused, satisfied with the suspense he built. The very next day, Old Six somehow procured a small vehicle and brought back a load of potatoes from the wholesale market, claiming they were homegrown for everyone to taste. Laughter erupted as the entire production team feasted on potatoes for a week. Chapter 61. Old Six, you truly are amusing. Haha. Old Six, did that really happen? The group chuckled, with Yang Shu turning to Li Lu for confirmation. Potatoes from your family? What a joke. Yet you actually brought a truckload. Indeed, it was the show's director who jokingly suggested bringing some for the crew to sample next time, Li Lu affirmed, not denying the truth, as many were already aware of the incident. After all, the director had said it right in front of him. Regardless of whether it was a jest, he simply brought some along. These trinkets are hardly of significant value. Old Lu, the director must be joking. It surely cost you quite a bit. Zhang Wenbo, with a smile concealing a blade, suggests that everyone is now aware of your true nature. A mere farmer. Yet you excel at flattery and posturing. You took the director's jest to heart and genuinely purchased a whole truckload. It must sting, you foolish one. Yet, they are not worth much. Li Lu recalled the phone number his father had given him. The wholesale merchants at the agricultural market are longtime family friends. He only paid a little for shipping. The produce was from his own land. Thus the costs were minimal. No need to elaborate. It's nothing of great significance. Haha. The others chuckled along, all perceptive enough to discern the underlying meaning. Zhang Wenbo was intentionally putting him in a difficult position. Wait a moment. I recall that Old Lu's family was involved in some high-tech enterprise, perhaps software development for automobiles or biopharmaceuticals. Lin Xian interjected, his expression one of confusion. I remember back then, Old Lu was quite popular. The news spoke of it frequently. No. Haha. That was all mere rumor, Li Lu firmly denied, asserting that he had never made such claims. The notions of being a tycoon in automobile manufacturing, a pharmaceutical giant, or a scion of a wealthy family were all publicity stunts orchestrated by the company. He had never boasted of such grandeur. He could not control what the company disseminated. In reality, whenever asked, he always stated he came from a farming background. He neither inflated his accomplishments nor deceived others. At most, he preferred to remain modest. There is no harm in being humble. Haha, now you're being modest again. I remember I interviewed your family. Wasn't it the Green Willow Mansion? There were several luxury cars, Lin Xian continued jokingly, eager to delve deeper, having heard everything from old Zhang that morning. Today, he would let old Lu reveal everything. Your idol, stripped of the facade of lies and the glamorous filters, is just an ordinary person. The Green Willow residence was purchased by me. I made a bit of money at the time and thought of investing. I still have a mortgage of 5,000, Li Lu clarified. As for the car, he had sold it not long ago. Li Lu was not foolish. He could see the camaraderie between the two. It was better to acknowledge it himself than to have others speak of it. The crowd was taken aback. Old Lu's situation seemed quite dire. Although they were aware of his decline in recent years, they were surprised to learn he had reached the point of selling his car. With the economy stabilizing and property values not appreciating significantly, after accounting for interest, he might even be at a loss. A few girls glanced at him with pity, realizing that a once prominent artist had fallen so low, especially Nguyen Wan, who recalled how he had previously helped her with her rankings. Even in his predicament, he still refused to accept her money. You big fool, I am not worth such sacrifice. Only Lu Mian found it amusing, recognizing the pretense, yet chose to remain silent. Every individual possesses their own choices, some revel in ostentation, while others prefer a more understated existence. Lin Xian cast a glance at Zhang Wenbo, finding the situation rather unexpected. Hadn't it been said before that he was the type to put on a fade? Yet here he was, openly acknowledging his reality before any confrontation arose. Upon hearing this, one might feel a tinge of sympathy for him. And there's another rather amusing matter concerning Lao Lu. Noticing the atmosphere shifting, Zhang Wenbo prompted. Do share. Lin Xian, ever the perfect comedic foil, was determined to keep the conversation lively. I cannot vouch for its authenticity, but a trainee from the same company as Lao Lu once recounted this tale. At that time, Zhang Wenbo had shown considerable interest in him, as he was the second in the group, dreaming of surpassing him to claim the top spot. Li Lu, intrigued, inquired, what is it? It was rather peculiar to hear others gossiping about oneself without any prior knowledge. Lao Lu was rumored to have secretly sold 2 cows from his family, struggling to make ends meet in Jinghai before eventually signing with an agency. Is this true? Yang Shu and a few others turned their attention to him, finding the story reminiscent of a rebellious youth. Indeed, he replied, I was quite young and perhaps naive back then. Li Lu, having conversed previously with trainees who joined the company at the same time, was astonished that such tales had reached Zhang Wenba's ears. Lao Lu, your father didn't break your legs afterward, did he? Zhang Wenba jested, to which the answer was naturally negative. He had achieved success. By sharing this, it seemed he wished to convey to those in front of the camera that idols can be rebellious, thoughtless, and self-serving, often neglecting their parents' sacrifices. 2 cows, after all, represented a significant portion of a family's annual income. Not at all. They were actually quite understanding and forgiving, Lao Lu replied. Li Lu chuckled. My mother secretly gave me a few tens of thousands. Should I mention that to you all? At this point, Lu Mian could no longer contain herself and interjected. Li Lu, how many cows does your family have left? About 29.98, I suppose. Li Lu pondered before responding vaguely. Haha, you truly are amusing, Lao Lu. The group erupted in laughter, with Li Lu joining in. I never deceive others, nor will I engage in actions that do not resonate with my desires. If I do not wish to lip sync, I shall refrain. If I dislike a commercial performance, I will not accept it. I will not endorse misleading products or engage in sponsored streams I find distasteful. Even when it comes to supporting Xiao Wan, I have never contemplated reclaiming the money spent. My manager chastises me for being impractical, for lacking the acumen to make money or adapt. That day, the corpulent individual mocked me for being foolish and gullible. Let them laugh. The money I earn is mine to spend as I please. The online comments were abuzz, initially criticizing him for crafting a public persona, yet in the end, they found a semblance of sincerity in Lao Lu. Lao Lu's family isn't particularly affluent. Lao Lu is quite the flatterer. Lao Lu truly knows how to navigate situations. When the director requested local specialties, he actually brought potatoes. Remarkable. I, too, am of such a disposition. During the festive season, I presented my leader with corn grown in my own garden, only to find myself dispatched the very next day. This individual, who previously proclaimed himself a princeling, was swiftly struck down by reality. Can it be true? Do you genuinely believe in the personas crafted by entertainment companies? In this industry, there are plenty of so-called princes and princesses. If they truly were, would they need to venture out to earn a living? This individual has resorted to selling properties and vehicles, and yet his new song is offered for free. Truly a matter of conscience. Zhang Wenba and Lin Xian are clearly acting with intent, playing both sides. Who claims that male participants lack their own share of sordidness? The director has openly stated on social media that our conflicts are genuine. In the program, this individual occupies 1/3 of the screen and does not permit dissent. I find a certain sincerity in him, albeit with a somewhat petty nature. Is it possible that he is not jesting, that his family truly possesses 998 cattle? One ought to think critically. He has resorted to selling cars while struggling with mortgage payments. His smile is tinged with bitterness, showcasing a remarkably impoverished top-tier celebrity. I do not concern myself with his character. I am merely here to hear him sing his new song, which has not been released in quite some time. Perhaps there will be no more. Given the frequency of his releases, it seems he has been drained dry by his former girlfriend. In the frame, Yang Shu bursts into hearty laughter. Continuously pricking at this individual's wounds seems excessive, bordering on cruelty. This is no longer a matter of sharing amusing anecdotes. It has devolved into unearthing one's dark secrets. Let us cease this discourse. Since it is a bonfire gathering, let us partake in the show. Chapter 62. Some will always become distant stars. What star is not multifaceted? Even professional actors excel in singing and dancing. However, recently, the fervor surrounding this individual's new song has overshadowed others, dampening their desire to showcase their talents. Now that the elder brother has spoken, the younger ones no longer hesitate. Xiao Xiao picked up a guitar and casually hummed an old tune, garnering immediate applause. Xiao Wan also displayed commendable skill, having participated in numerous talent shows, excelling in both singing and dancing. The atmosphere grew joyful as everyone took turns performing in a relaxed manner. Soon, it was Li Lu's turn. This time, he could not shy away, for everyone had gathered. Old Six, do you have a new song? Let's hear one we haven't yet encountered. We are quite weary of the previous ones, Yang Shu exclaimed, having just been prompted by the production team to encourage him to sing a new piece. Indeed, Old Six, do not be modest. Brother Lu, I wish for you to sing a new song. Old Six, please do not feign humility any longer. Everyone is aware that you compose songs as effortlessly as drinking water, your greatest strength being your ability to perform spontaneously. Even Zhang Wenba offered praise, compelled by the director's request to flatter this cunning individual. It would be best if he had nothing to showcase, rendering him unable to maintain his facade. At this moment, the comments flooded the screen. We want to hear a new song. Could it be true? Is there really one? Regardless of the variety show, there must be a script. This old six has someone backing him. Regardless of whether the young idol pinned it himself, as long as it sounds good. We have waited an entire day. Hurry up. Liuli, true to his name, possesses a character that reflects it, though his song is indeed commendable. Allow me to serenade you with an unfamiliar tune. Lilu beckoned for the guitar, unhesitatingly grasping it. New or old, songs held no distinction for him. After all, they bore no cost, as he possessed none. Initially, he sought to engage with you as an ordinary individual that was met with your aloofness and envy. Very well, I shall cease the pretense. I possess both talent and skill. A spark of inspiration flashed through his mind, enabling him to envision conversing with the esteemed for half a century. Brother, this song is rather delightful, Li Lu remarked, perusing the information. The artist had been previously utilized, though this time, the lyrics and melody were not his own. Yet he performed it. Master, the songs selected by the system are based on your actual circumstances. Indeed, the song is quite exquisite. Perhaps in the future, refrain from selecting songs performed by him. Certainly, should the master have reservations about the artist, he may opt to mute. No, just jesting. His caliber far exceeds mine. Yet, there was a tinge of embarrassment. After all, one's name could be a form of protest. Unbeknownst to how many had taken advantage of it, he too feared baldness. The song, titled Riding Horses, City, commenced with a charming whistle, instantly silencing the audience. The first time he sang, there was also a whistle, traversing through streets and buildings. His heart was filled with visions of gallant steeds and hunting grounds. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, rather than a love song. It mirrored his inaugural performance, a ballad reflecting life. Each day, he wandered through the towering edifices of the city, feeling numbed, yet yearning for distant horizons. For the sake of dreams and futures, the fleeting moments of fragility and confusion were merely part of the journey. Beyond the heavens, there are further heavens, beyond the mountains. There are more mountains and foreign lands. How could life ever be smooth sailing? This song is dedicated to every individual striving in the vast metropolis. Drifting amidst the city's pangs, he lamented missing his beloved. The declaration of his worldly ideals had long lost its way. Several male guests and staff members unconsciously cast their gazes towards Liuli's side. On the left was Lin Lin, and on the right was Yao Yao. Indeed, his heart bore a heavy burden. Over the years, his career faced relentless setbacks, and his cherished one had departed from him. His aspirations had long since vanished without a trace. To act on whims is youthful folly, while being caught unaware is sorrowful. Maturity is merely accepted as a remedy. A man sheds his youthful bravado, burying sadness within. This is what it means to mature. When all desires, words, and affections are crammed within one's heart. The suitcase can no longer contain the longed-for journey. The ebb and flow of giving and receiving can be considered a form of commendation. The wind rustles through the grass, revealing melancholy. At least, when looking up, there remains light. The lyrics resonate with stark authenticity and harshness. Each individual lives such a life, donning masks to conceal their innermost feelings while confronting the joys and sorrows of existence. Meals must still be eaten, and life must continue. Bury all the pain deep within. For the fade of strength signifies our maturation. We swallow our troubles, accept our suffering, and refrain from sharing with others. Who among us has not squandered precious moments? When a boy laughs, cries, or grows weary and speaks of wandering, there will invariably be someone waiting for him in the distance. Li Lu finds immense pleasure in singing, as the system's flawless rendition immerses him entirely in the song's emotions. A boy who encounters obstacles at every turn and suffers repeated heartbreak emerges more vividly in the hearts of the people, embodying resilience despite the grievances he endures. Reality is indeed cruel, ultimately leading him to miss the girl he cherishes most. The boy has cried, grown weary, and matured, setting forth on a new journey into the unknown, where someone awaits his arrival. Zhang Wenba suddenly feels an overwhelming urge to weep. Where did this old soul find such a song? It resonates deeply with his own narrative, having been overshadowed since his debut. After years of striving, who does not labor for their dreams? Alas, why am I not the one to sing? Lu Mion's heart stirs once more. He remains that boy, harboring fervent passions, unyielding and fearless. Ultimately, he grows weary and departs, leaving behind his former self. Lin Lin feels a profound ache in his heart. Having endured so much suffering over the years, he longs to embrace him now, to offer solace and rest in his presence. Li Shihan's guilt deepens again. Had she been steadfast and walked alongside him back then, perhaps he would not be in such pain. Su Xiaonan is filled with regret. Recalling her brother's promise to take her horseback riding to watch the sunset, she was meant to be that distant dream. Zhang Xinyao's eyes well up with tears, realizing how deeply she has hurt him. This time, let me be the one to warm your heart. Chapter 63, Old 6, I Crave Fish. The song has ended. Yet Li Lu's whistle continues, relishing the melody, whistling once more. The lilting notes seem to guide everyone away from the city's clamor, back to a dreamlike paradise. At her computer, Gao Xiaolan types and deletes comment after comment, finally surrendering as he remains oblivious. There are countless things she wishes to share. Yet if they were to meet, words would likely fail her. Today, as she watches his live broadcast, several girls encircle him, igniting a fire within her heart. How delightful it must be, with 3 ex-girlfriends vying for his attention. Though he revels in it, he feigns innocence. Once having discarded her, it seems his affections have rekindled. What a contemptible man. Surely, he revels in his triumph. To gain from others while pretending to be virtuous is infuriating. As the program unfolds to the bonfire party, he is exposed by 2 male guests for his indiscretions. Gao Xiaolan seethes with indignation. Little Six is far too earnest, unbending, and unperturbed. Perhaps this is part of his charm. If he had truly blossomed into a flamboyant gentleman, I doubt I would still be so wistful. Yet when I witness the crowd urging him to perform his new song, my anticipation wanes. It is likely another composition dedicated to an ex-girlfriend. Laden with celestial imagery like stars and moons, both heart-wrenching and flirtatious, stirring emotions and igniting desires anew. He ensnares others into falling for him once more, reveling in the sweet taste of revenge. This rogue, I have discerned his tricks. Despite his talent, he fails to channel it positively, a true cad. I wish I could inform his mother. However, the song I heard unexpectedly tugged at my heartstrings. He could have lived a carefree life. Yet he chooses a more mundane path. Typically, he wears a facade of nonchalance, concealing all his sorrow within. His career oscillates through tumultuous highs and lows. While his romantic endeavors often end in silence, yet his faith remains unshaken. He possesses the courage to swim against the current, a fortitude to forge ahead, and a fervor that radiates strength. It evokes both sympathy and longing. In the comments before my screen, praises for this song abound, filling me with joy. I cannot return home, yet I cannot bear to perish in a foreign land. I am still on my journey, grateful to have heard this song. Listening to music as a child was playful. Growing up, it became storytelling. Just now, it was a reflection of myself, sobbing. When the boy smiles, tires, cries, he transforms into an adult. I just called my mother to assure her that all is well. My hometown cannot accommodate dreams, and the foreign land cannot harbor my body. Thankfully, I met her and paused here. My husband is watching a variety show with me. He said he needs to use the restroom, yet he seems on the verge of tears. I have decided to treat him kindly tonight. Old Lu has evoked my empathy. I shall no longer speak ill of him. This old Lu, instead of flirting with his ex, has chosen to sing about himself. Old Lu is the most unfortunate internet celebrity I have encountered, selling cars and houses. Yet crafting such an inspirational song, it must be his time to shine again. Old Lu hails from a family that raises cattle and horses. How else could he pen such melodies? Each time Old Lu faces rejection, he yearns to return home to tend sheep. Old Lu's good days are upon him, with 2 ex-girlfriends and a former nemesis. On the beach, as Li Lu hums the final notes, everyone remains immersed in the song's essence. Old Lu, do not tell me this tune was freshly penned. Zhang Wenbo is truly astounded. Yet again, another masterpiece has emerged. It rivals his previous works in caliber, truly formidable. The remarkable aspect is that Old Lu's songs consistently strike the right chord. I shall not mention the one dedicated to Lin Ling, nor the one performed at someone else's wedding, or the piece he played for Yao Yao in the ancient city, the so-called City of Dreams exclusive. Just as he was recently exposed for his sob stories, he follows it with this motivational anthem. The female guests are utterly captivated, and even the men find themselves deeply moved. It seems implausible that this song was newly composed, yet why does it resonate so perfectly? Could it truly be that there are hidden forces manipulating the entire production team behind the scenes? How amusing, just a casual thought. Li Lu found himself at a loss for words, unable to offer an explanation that would satisfy current scientific understanding. Lao Lu, after your performance, how can I possibly follow? Yang Shu stood up with a cheerful demeanor, approaching the fire. This young man sang so beautifully that Li Lu felt like a mere jester in his shadow. Allow me to demonstrate how to grill fish, he declared, carelessly tossing a handful of cumin and chili powder. Wait a moment, Lao Yang, you're being unreasonable. You just said each person would take a turn. Lu Mian protested, insisting that every time it was his turn, he would play tricks. Indeed, Yang Gu. You needn't grill the fish, allow me to serve everyone, Xiao Xiao chimed in, presenting his own box of seasonings. Do you really need a performance to sprinkle some seasoning? Let me handle the grilling. Yang Gu, you should sing a song. The other young men eagerly chimed in, refusing to let him escape. We can sing later. Let us enjoy the fish first. Once it's cooked, it'll be too late if we don't eat it, Yang Shu urged, growing anxious. Don't steal my spotlight. The other male guests laughed, aware they wouldn't genuinely push him too hard. The fish was indeed nearly done. A simple sprinkle of seasoning would suffice, as the taste was inherently sweet and fresh. They gathered around, each selecting their favorites and preparing their own portions. Li Lu, not particularly concerned about the names, casually picked up a skewer and sprinkled on some chili. He had been hungry moments ago, and now his appetite was awakened. Li Lu, I want to eat fish. A gentle tug at his arm made him turn. Yao Yao looked at him with eager anticipation, glancing at the skewer in his hand. He pondered whether he should hand it over to her. They had grilled over 20 skewers at the fire, with a whole box remaining, leaving them far from lacking. Is that appropriate? If he gave it away, wouldn't he become a mere sycophant on the show? Noticing his momentary confusion, Yao Yao's large eyes sparkled in the firelight, glistening with a hint of moisture. Here, I've added a bit too much chili. You seem to struggle with spicy food. Li Lu, however, still offered the skewer, aware of the live broadcast. Refusing would be too embarrassing. Setting aside their past as ex-lovers, they were friends, and he couldn't bear to put her in an awkward position. It's quite spicy. You might want to decline. It's best for everyone if we all enjoy our meal. Thank you. You're so kind. Zhang Xinyao accepted the skewer with satisfaction, touched that after all these years, he still remembered her sensitivity to spice. An occasional indulgence in spiciness was harmless. She wasn't a fragile fairy and didn't want to be seen as a burden to her boyfriend. The others were astonished. Who knew that eating fish could be such a flirtatious affair? Li Lu realized everyone was observing them, steeling himself to pick up another skewer. As long as I remain unembarrassed, there shall be no awkwardness. Helping a girl is quite normal. There's no need for misinterpretation. He reapplied the seasoning, giving the fish one last toast over the flames, and the enticing aroma wafted up. Lu Gu, Lin hasn't eaten yet, they exclaimed, laughter echoing around the fire. Xiao Xiao, ever the instigator, couldn't resist chiming in, eliciting laughter even from the distant filming crew. Li Lu turned to his side, startled by Lin's ominous gaze. Her long, dark hair framed a frigid expression that spoke volumes, her silence intensifying her scrutiny. What a predicament! Hadn't they all agreed to keep things amicable and cherish pleasant memories? With her demeanor, one might assume he had previously abandoned her. Li Lu conceded that witnessing the rivalry between the women had initially brought him a sense of satisfaction. Yet now, he felt as if he wished to be cast into the flames, yearning for a swift resolution. He longed to shout, I refuse to partake any longer. But alas, life in this world seldom permits unrestrained freedom. Even the wealthiest cannot evade the intricacies of human relationships. He sprinkled an extra dose of chili onto the grilled fish and presented it to the woman behind him. He hesitated to add more, fearing it would become unbearably spicy. Lin's smile shattered like ice melting under the sun, a stark contrast to her previous coolness. Thank you, she said, recalling his fondness for spicy dishes. Always wary of harming his throat. Old Lu, I wish to have fish too, came the chorus of two male guests. Scram. Chapter 64. To accept or not to accept. How will you choose? The playful jests from the male guests rendered Li Lu crimson with embarrassment. Who do you think I am? If you want fish, learn to grill it yourself. Flustered, he imagined the viewers online were in stitches. Here, have this, he said, as Li Shurhan approached, extending a piece of fish from her hands. The previously lively atmosphere fell into silence. The male guests, who had been entertained, now simmered with indignation. What was this? Old Lu was still at it. What did he possess that two goddesses would vie for his affections, and now someone was personally delivering her affection? Jealousy, envy, green tea. The terms simultaneously crossed the minds of Zhang Xian Yao and Lin Lin, rendering the fish in their hands less appetizing. How shameless could she be? Li Lu, if you dare accept, I shall ignore you henceforth. Sun Wan gazed at her brother in bewilderment, pondering his popularity. I too wish to eat Brother Lu's fish. I too wish to feed him my fish. Lu Mian could not suppress a disdainful snort, attracting bees and butterflies men. To accept or not to accept? That was indeed the question. Li Lu took a deep breath. Accepting would send the wrong signal. Declining, with millions of viewers watching, could provoke the women into despair. Should he be burdened by guilt if he rejected her? If given the choice, how would you decide? Thank you, he said, taking a bite of the fish. Appreciating Li Shurhan's consistent culinary skills. Delicious. Eat slowly. I shall grill a few more for you, Li Shurhan remarked, delighted to see him enjoying her food. In their past together, he had always relished her cooking. When going out on a date, it is often inconvenient to dine outside. So I frequently opt for a hotel room equipped with a kitchen to prepare a meal. No need. You eat by yourself, I'll manage on my own. Li Lu was drenched in cold sweat. This was quite perilous. Fortunately, the fish had few small bones. Otherwise, I might have been in serious trouble. How much longer does this program last? My goodness, it is quite dark outside. The comments section has already erupted in laughter, insisting that the show must feature Lao Lu. Even if he does not sing, his presence is exhilarating. Lao Lu, I want to eat fish too. Is this really a celebrity dating show? Can there be such intense competition? It's absurd that 3 female contestants are vying for 1 male contestant. I feel anxious for the remaining 4 male contestants. None of them are particularly handsome or skilled singers. Lao Lu has had rumors with each female contestant. 2 of them are confirmed, and there are 3 more, which leads me to consider a rather frightening possibility. Lao Lu's true identity isn't that of a hidden royal, is it? That would be utterly outrageous. Yao Yao is no longer pretending. Li Lu is someone she discarded, and now she intends to reclaim him. Haha, Lin Lin had me in stitches. I won't say a word. I'll just watch you eat, and if you can manage it, I'll concede. Hao Hao is quite bold. She is almost feeding Lao Lu directly. It's clear that Hao Hao should be chosen. Ex-girlfriends are a thing of the past, so don't revert to being a sycophant. Hao Hao must be the choice. Whether to pursue an ex or be pursued by an admirer, even a fool would know what to do. Sister Lu Mian, do try my grilled fish. Xiao Xiao suddenly approached Lu Mian with a bashful expression, offering the fish she had just prepared. This is a dating show, after all. Where would the excitement be without some flirtation? While indulging in gossip is delightful, one must not neglect their responsibilities. Others may gain fame from their shows, while I can only revel in the gossip. Thank you. This is delicious, Lu Mian replied graciously, taking a small taste and offering the young man a radiant smile. Goodness. Yang Shu felt a flutter in his heart watching this. Lu Mian is 10 years older than Xiao Xiao. This age difference hardly matters, so why should I be polite? Wan Wan, do try mine. Uncle Yang, no need. I have my own. Why call me uncle? Call me brother. This is something I specially learned from a master. When I said I'd show you how to grill fish, I wasn't joking. Wan Wan, you must try mine. It's definitely better than Brother Yang's. His looks overcooked. Sister Lu Mian, try mine. This fish is a grouper, large, nearly 5 pounds, and absolutely delicious. Lin Xian and Zhang Wenba were equally unwilling to concede. With only 2 female contestants remaining intact, they paid no mind to seniority or respect for elders. One cannot participate in a dating show only to become an audience member. Who are you calling old? Yang Shu protested, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront Zhang Wenba. Brother Yang, I was talking about the fish being overcooked. Don't take it personally. Zhang Wenba stood his ground, retorting with a sly remark. Calm down, both of you. We are recording a show, someone intervened. As the other guests attempted to diffuse what seemed to be an impending conflict. Eventually, in a rather comical turn of events, One had no choice but to consume both fish, which brought satisfaction to all. Her pouty expression elicited a chorus of salivation from the audience in front of the camera. The show's entertainment value soared, and Yang Shu and Zhang Wenba exchanged amused glances. Fortunately, their friends reacted swiftly. Otherwise, the spotlight would have been entirely commandeered by that 6th participant. As the moon shone faintly and the stars twinkled, the director's team finally signaled for the cameras to be turned off. Li Lu let out a sigh of relief, fully aware that participating in a dating show with his ex-girlfriend would be a challenging experience. Initially, he thought the awkwardness would stem from the lack of conversation. But he soon realized the true difficulty lay in his ex's overt assertiveness. He simply could not keep up. 3 women together? Who could withstand such pressure? Without exchanging pleasantries, he called out that he was leaving and swiftly vanished into the night, fearing what would happen if all 3 called him back at once. Meanwhile, on the production team's end, the leader presented the trending barrage of comments for the day. Lu Qing took the document and scrutinized it, noting the popularity of the 6th participant, Han Han. What else is there to say? Everyone is eager to see Li Shurhan and the 6th participant, he remarked. Let us arrange it. Chapter 65. From Du Fu to Tagore. I'm wide awake now at 5 in the morning. Li Lu silenced his preset alarm. Today, it was his turn to accompany Zhang Wenbo for supplies, leaving no room for a lazy morning. The production team was, quite frankly, being ridiculous. Who among them truly needed these 2 scenes? Did they genuinely believe the audience was so naive as to let the guests go hungry on the show? After the broadcast, some guests even opted to stay at the adjacent resort hotel, which was home to an entire team. For celebrities, especially female stars who are particularly conscious of their image, appearing without makeup could be catastrophic. Despite the banter, he arrived punctually at the courtyard. Good morning, he said, only to be taken aback by the sight of Li Shurhan. Was there a mix-up? Under the soft, yellow light of the courtyard, the elegantly dressed woman stood before him. Going to fetch supplies? That's typically a task for the boys, he thought, cursing inwardly. Was the production team doing this on purpose? For the sake of ratings. They had forced this pairing. Today is free shopping, and they asked me to come along, Li Shurhan explained upon noticing him. Internally, she had called out repeatedly, questioning why the director had suddenly notified her the night before about appearing the next morning, even hinting that she should dress nicely. A gentleman should aid others in their success, not their downfall. The ancients do not deceive, she mused, finally presented with an opportunity to spend time alone with him. Throughout the days on the show, he had clearly been avoiding her. No matter how proactive she was, there always seemed to be an invisible barrier between them. She did not blame him. Anyone in his position would find it hard to forgive the past, even amidst harsh criticism from fans. He had never uttered a single disparaging word about her. Foolishly dignified, he silently bore all burdens. Such is his nature. Thus, Li Lu refrained from further comments as a staff member approached, presenting him with an envelope containing 2,000 yuan, the allotted expenditure for the day, for 10 individuals. This sum encompassed all meals, fruits, beverages, and snacks. On this small island, developed for tourism, it was neither excessive nor insufficient. The market they intended to visit was located near the small dock, where fresh fruits, vegetables, and various daily necessities arrived from the mainland daily. The guests had frequented the market several times, even assisting in selling fish on the very first day. Suddenly, the live stream erupted with activity as numerous night owls emerged. Oh my, it's Lao Lu and Han Heng. I'm no longer sleepy. I set an alarm specifically for this. Last night during the broadcast, they announced a romantic sunrise this morning. The production team certainly knows how to stir things up. I knew it was Miss Shurhan's turn. Look at Han Heng. So dedicated. She must have risen at 3 to prepare herself. It's barely past 5, and there are so many night owls awake. Lao Lu seems off. He appears to be maintaining distance. Lao Lu is natural with Yao Yao, but not with Lin Lin or Shurhan. That was all an act. Look at him now with Yao Yao. Does it still seem natural? Lao Lu, the perpetual tease, never commits. Before the camera, Li Lu awkwardly walked alongside Li Shurhan down a path by the sea. The torment. Why was she suddenly so kind to him? He hadn't composed a song specifically for her, had he? After years apart, their reunion seemed to rekindle old feelings, which felt somewhat insincere. After all, they were in a dating show, and one would expect everyone to collaborate in performing flirtation. Yet, after experiencing the situation with Yao Yao, he was genuinely apprehensive. Indeed, he had become timid. As dawn broke, the nearby beach began to fill with tourists. The sunrise was imminent. Li Shurhan halted. An luminous glow gradually appeared between sea and sky. Li Lu had no choice but to accompany her onto the beach. What was there to behold at sunrise? The clock approached 6, and excitement rippled through the tourists. A sliver of fiery light emerged from the crevice between sea and sky, growing brighter, as if it were to rend the darkness asunder. So beautiful. Li Shurhan remained by his side for quite some time, both silent, initially burdened with an oppressive weight. Witnessing the sunrise dispelled all gloom in an instant. The sun rises, banishing the remnants of night. Spring arrives, ushering in the old year. A line from an ancient poem slipped from his lips, a romance perhaps only his compatriots could truly appreciate. Li Lu instinctively completed the next line in his thoughts. Where does the letter home reach? The returning wild geese by the banks of Luoyang. However, he refrained from voicing it, well aware of her fondness for poetry and prose. Now, he feared that their seamless interaction might lead to unforeseen circumstances. The audience in the live broadcast room was amused. Old Lu is bewildered. What is she reciting? I don't quite understand either. It's a bit obscure. Wang Wan's at the foot of the Northern Solidarity Mountain. The meaning of this line is that the sun over the sea begins to rise early, even before the night has completely faded, eagerly tearing through the darkness and leaping forth from the horizon. A remarkably fitting verse. Yet perhaps a bit like playing music to a cow for old Lu. His family raises cattle, truly playing music to a cow. To be honest, old Lu does write decent songs, but they seem somewhat mismatched with Han Han. Previously, old Lu's image was that of a brainless young idol, which certainly does not align with a talented woman like Han Han. Now old Lu is also a scholar. How can they not be compatible? Otherwise, why would Han Han be so proactive? Do you really believe that all the songs are written by old Lu? Do you also trust that he is manufacturing cars? Caught out. Old Lu hasn't even heard of slightly more challenging ancient poetry. Uffed. How many stars in the entertainment industry are truly talented and learned? As the sun gradually rose, the transition from night to day seemed instantaneous. Li Shurhan felt her spirits plummet once more. His indifference was etched upon his face. It was the year they first met on the set. He was the hottest male star, indeed handsome and charming. Initially, she never considered any further development between them. She had seen too many superficial stars who were all show and no substance. He treated everyone with courtesy and approachability, lacking the airs of a top-tier celebrity. Over the 3 months of filming, they gradually became familiar with each other. She discovered that he was genuinely different from other male idols, cherishing his reputation and maintaining his integrity. The first time she saw him lose his temper was when a few local girls chased after the crew. He not only reprimanded the fans for not focusing on their studies at that age, but also called their parents to come pick them up, which was quite amusing. Later, she heard from his assistant that he reimbursed several fans for all their food, lodging, and travel expenses. At that moment, she thought he might actually be a good person, someone she could befriend. Aside from work, they began to discuss other topics. He seemed knowledgeable about everything: music, calligraphy, art, and wine, ranging from Du Fu to Gore. From Wang Shifu to Shakespeare. No matter the subject, he could engage in conversation. Goodness, she had never encountered a peer with whom she resonated so harmoniously. It was hard to believe that such a handsome young man shared her worldview so closely. The 3 months of filming whizzed by. She had never felt time pass so swiftly. Chapter 66. We cried too early. Old Lu has yet to sing. On the day of the wrap party, he presented gifts to everyone in the crew. The moment she opened the box, she was taken aback. It was a piece of porcelain. A modern craft, not expensive. Yet it brought her immense joy. He was quite thoughtful. She had once casually mentioned that her family was in the craft business and that she enjoyed collecting such trinkets. It turned out he had remembered it all. Let us take a week apart. Thoughts of him often intrude unexpectedly upon my mind. Upon discovering that he was also in the bustling metropolis for an event, I could not resist sending him a text. A foreign art exhibition is being held in the city these days. Would he be interested? To my delight, he truly came, and from that moment, a romantic tale began to unfurl. Over the course of several months, we clandestinely met on numerous occasions. Occasionally, we were caught by the lens of a camera, and the promotional team would eagerly capitalize on the moment, broadcasting it far and wide. Everything seemed idyllic, until the film's release abruptly halted our bliss. On the first day, it grossed 150 million, yet the following day saw a staggering drop by half, culminating in a catastrophic backlash and widespread criticism across the internet. The special effects were deemed subpar, and the plot was criticized as hollow. By the time it left theaters, it barely surpassed the 300 million mark. The crew, the director, and the young star were all subjects of public ire. Fans clamored for refunds, while the producer lamented the exorbitant salary of the young star. Someone had to bear the blame, and he became the target of collective disdain. His agent strictly prohibited any public interaction between us and even encouraged fans to distance themselves from him. We had shared countless declarations of love and longing over the phone, expressing our unavoidable predicament. Gradually, the discord in the public narrative grew, and we drifted further apart amidst the tumult of public opinion. Our calls became infrequent, until they ceased entirely. I lacked the courage to reach out to him. Acutely aware of the source of the disparaging articles circulating online, no one is a fool. Ultimately, he single-handedly bore the weight of the film's failure. Had we merely been ordinary friends, I might have been able to move on more easily. Is this not the nature of the entertainment industry? Elevating some while diminishing others, survival of the fittest? Yet he is my beloved. These past years have been far from kind to me. It was only a few days ago, upon encountering him on a program, that I was reminded anew. It became clear that the scar upon my heart could only be healed by him. The first rays of morning sunlight warmed my face. Yet his indifference cast me into a frigid winter. The brightness of day returned me to my night. Li Lu, I know you harbor resentment towards me. Li Shurhan refuses to continue in this ambiguous state. Irrespective of whether he forgives me, I cannot persist in this muddled existence. Ha, what are you saying? Li Lu exclaimed. Startled by my sudden candor, my words could easily be misconstrued. Turning to look, I noticed that the girl seemed to be in tears. Surely, it could not be so. We are on a romantic variety show, not a tragic drama. Please do not cry. Let us speak calmly. We are currently recording a live program. Even though there are few viewers in the morning, your tears will surely make headlines. The barrage of comments began to flood the screen. Initially, the audience found the show dull, as we seemed devoid of sweetness. But with her tears, the viewers were suddenly captivated. What does Han Han mean? Did she perhaps end things with Lao Lu? Why is she crying? It's too early for that. Lao Lu has to even sung yet. No. There must be something we do not know. Henin felt neglected, as the male guest displayed an attitude that was painfully dismissive. Perhaps it pertained to past grievances. For the two harbored a history of enmity. Longtime fans were aware that after the failure of Space, Li Shurhan ascended by stepping on the back of the sixth member. During that time, the entire internet lambasted the sixth member for poor acting, while praises were heaped upon her. In a cast where everyone faltered, she stood out as the only commendable actor. Is it not true that Li Shurhan's acting is genuinely exceptional? Rarely does she receive negative reviews. On screen, Li Shurhan's face was awash with tears. She certainly knew she was live streaming, yet felt compelled to voice her feelings publicly, in front of all. Regardless of what their future held, she did not want to continue harboring guilt within her heart. An apology delivered privately lacked sincerity. Thus, she resolved to address it openly. The debts of the past were to be spoken of in public. Only by relinquishing everything with resolute determination could she find liberation. During the promotional tour for Space, everyone criticized her, including herself. I was shameless. I feared for my future and desperately shifted all the blame onto you. I was hypocritical, never daring to utter a word of support for you in public. I am the villainess. All right, enough. Don't cry. The girl wept uncontrollably, prompting Li Lu to offer his handkerchief in a feeble attempt to comfort her. Li Shurhan sobbed heavily, leaning into his embrace. The words she had long suppressed were finally released. Woo-woo, I am finally free. Enough, stop crying. It's not your fault. This isn't the time for such discussions. Li Lu was anxious, aware they were recording a program, wondering why she brought up these long-forgotten matters. One could imagine the audience on the other side of the screen feasting on the drama. The production team would undoubtedly make headlines again. Would that dismal film from years past gain newfound notoriety? Stop crying. I have never held any resentment towards you regarding this matter. Li Lu was sincere. For the film's failure could not be solely attributed to her. At most, she simply did not share in his struggles. He was the most popular figure in the show, and most fans had come for him. Having flopped so spectacularly, he could not evade the responsibilities that came with it. As for her ability to extricate herself from the situation, that was her own skill. Her performance indeed surpassed his. Of course, it would be disingenuous to claim there was no resentment. The bitterness stemmed from the profound bond that had turned to dust, revealing the fragility of love. Yet, after all these years, he had long since come to terms with it. Couples are like birds of the same forest. When disaster strikes, they each take flight. In the human realm, amidst the ebb and flow of myriad lives, such is the nature of existence. All that had transpired was merely a fleeting moment, a matter of fate and separation. Really? Li Shurhan looked up at him, her eyes glistening with tears, her lips curling slightly. Then you. Li Lu felt a pang in his heart. Her tone was eerily familiar. In times of discord, she was easily appeased. A mere kiss would suffice to quell her anger. There are always inquiries regarding the rules for additional updates, but truly, there are none. My efforts are scant and feeble, indeed. No one is foolish enough to remain oblivious to the pursuit of profit. I am not like others who have the luxury of resources. I too yearn for more frequent updates, as everyone is aware of their benefits. Gifts are one aspect, and more updates would enhance engagement. Readers do not sustain a book without a compelling reason. With a larger audience, the system would continue to generate content, potentially improving my metrics beyond their current state. It is genuinely a matter of earnest intent hampered by inability. I find myself unable to write. I expressed this in the text, fearing that readers might remain unaware of my plight. Dear friends, if you find joy in my work, a token of appreciation, however small, would be cherished. And should you urge for more updates, I would welcome that as well. Large gifts can be daunting, as I am acutely aware of my limitations in delivering quality. Recently, several long-time readers have returned. Some remain silent, but I recognize familiar names in the donations, which warms my heart. When I first embarked on this writing journey, I earned a mere 10 yuan daily, persevering through the support of each individual who fueled my passion until I reached a milestone of 1 million. This current work has achieved commendable success, thanks to the unwavering support of every reader. On a side note, a friendly reminder for those married: to maintain happiness and harmony, remember to bring home a small gift today. Anything will do. For my single friends, remain composed and clear-headed in your actions. Remember to love yourself. Calling your mother is always a worthwhile endeavor. Enough of that. I shall head to the supermarket downstairs to procure a bag of chocolate, regardless of its cost. It is essential to have something. Chapter 67. Simply consuming sweets does not satiate hunger. You shall not treat me with such indifference again. Li Shurhan felt utterly miserable moments ago. After eagerly anticipating a chance to be alone together, she was met with his complete disregard, pushing her to the brink of despair. Even if her persona crumbles and she faces ridicule from all her fans, she finds herself indifferent. The situation was orchestrated by the team, yet it bears a 99 connection to her. Rather than endure his coldness and the pangs of conscience, it is better to articulate her feelings directly. She no longer wishes to suffer in silence. When have I ever been indifferent to you? Li Lu strives to smile warmly, though he is plagued by his own thoughts. Years have passed since their breakup. It seems implausible that she could ever be affectionate towards him again. Perhaps being pampered by 3 ex-girlfriends in recent days has inflated his ego. Yes, indeed, you possess that quality. You refuse to acknowledge my offering, nor do you wish to partake in my endeavors. Yet moments ago, you ignored me. As she spoke, Li Shurhan felt the sting of tears once more. Ultimately, she and he have yet to officially part ways. Lin Lin and Yao Yao have long since become relics of his past, and he treats them with more kindness than he does with her. Very well, I admit my fault. Please do not cry. Li Lu felt overwhelmed, wondering who could possibly tame this enchanting creature. I am not crying. I have not shed a tear. Li Shurhan took a deep breath, asserting that he was indeed mistaken. Attempting to console herself, a hint of mirth finally graced her eyes. As long as he truly forgives her, she would weep 100 times over. The barrage of comments was astonishing. Initially, I thought it was merely a melodrama of emotions, yet it turned out quite differently. The revelations by Henin indicate that she indeed had a past encounter with the infamous Lao Lu. This persona has utterly collapsed, as everyone is now aware of her dubious character. Lao Lu appears to be a pitiable figure, ridiculed across the internet for his film, with even the leading lady of the project adding to his misfortunes. Li Shurhan has gone quite mad. Such matters are hardly suited for a program. What is there that cannot be said? It is hardly a secret. Those familiar with the industry are well aware, as it is standard practice. Previously, Lao Lu's fanbase clashed with Li Shurhan's, which is not a clandestine affair. Remarkably, Lao Lu's fan club was dismantled, and who could have anticipated that a day of vindication would eventually arrive? Lao Lu's plight is truly tragic. The cruelty of women can be most biting, especially when a collaborator is determined to bring him down. Let us not forget, prior to this, Lao Lu had just been rejected by 2 goddesses. Such misfortune rarely comes alone. Henin bears no fault. The blame lies with the team. She has shown considerable bravery. Would you dare to apologize in front of the camera, as she did? Henin has already offered her apologies. Do refrain from such venomous remarks. Li Shurhan has always had a stellar reputation in the circle. I find myself at a loss. I have always held a fondness for Henin. Yet, what is the current situation? How did these 2 end up so close? The scenario feels eerily familiar. Could it be that they are on the verge of a kiss? Before the camera, Li Lu exhaled in relief, finally returning to a semblance of normalcy. Admittedly, he had overstepped a bit, even if maintaining distance. One cannot act as if they are complete strangers. Let us go. The day has dawned, and if we delay any longer, the fresh produce will be picked over. Indeed. After a clear sky, Li Shurhan smiled radiantly. The comments were overwhelming. At this moment, shouldn't the male lead utter something endearing like silly girl? Could it possibly be scripted? After all, this is a romantic variety show. As the clock struck 8, in the cozy heart of the small house, Yang Shu stretched lazily as he entered. Good morning. What is there to eat today? He inquired, noticing the unusual silence among everyone present. Nothing much, if you're hungry. The kitchen still has leftover eggs from yesterday. You can fry them yourself, Zhang Xinyao replied, nestled on the sofa, repeatedly scrolling through her phone. What is going on? Yang Shu asked Xiao Jun, who was seated nearby. For the past couple of days, it had been Yao Yao preparing breakfast, which prompted him to inquire about her first. Lao Lu is absent. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. The gossip was delightfully entertaining. By the way, where is Lao Lu? Isn't he supposed to go collect supplies with you today? Yang Shu turned to Zhang Wenba, sensing that the atmosphere was off this early in the morning. Lao Lu is live streaming right now. He left early to shop for groceries with Li Shurhan and hasn't returned yet. Zhang Wenba and Lin Xian, who sat beside him, exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Watching the live stream and the trending topics, Xiao Jun could hardly contain his laughter. It was only after perusing the trending discussions that he realized that Lao Lu and Sister Shurhan had made headlines early that morning. They began with a shared sunrise, followed by a public apology on the beach, reconciling as if nothing had happened, and now they were shopping together at the market. Li Shurhan, live-streaming her apology, has indeed left a mark on her companions from years past. Of course, we still forgive her, the latest script of Heartbeat suggested. Yang Shu swiftly unlocked his phone, intrigued by the unfolding drama, almost missing out on it. Goodness, Li Shurhan was truly ruthless towards herself. While it was common knowledge, few would have dared to bring it to light had she remained silent. Now that she had acknowledged it publicly, she would find it difficult to erase that acknowledgement. However, the public sentiment was not as he had anticipated. There was no widespread backlash. Surprisingly, many lauded her bravery. He quickly accessed the Heartbeat livestream, witnessing the surge in viewership. The two were out shopping. The blue crabs are too expensive. Let us just buy a few hairy crabs instead. I'll make you crab roe porridge, if you don't mind. The mangoes just arrived. They're so fresh. I'll make you a drink when we get back. Lilu, does this hat look good on me? Glancing at the viewer count in the lower left corner, Yang Shu felt a surge of anger. Even the short clips edited from the live stream were on the verge of breaking 1 billion views. Meanwhile, the group in the room continued to gossip, their excitement overshadowed by the attention drawn elsewhere. It was indeed unfair. They had ventured out early in the morning, witnessing sunrises and sharing heartfelt confessions, while they were left starving, watching others bask in romance. Director, this isn't fair, Yang Shu shouted, drawing the attention of the others. What they're doing isn't work, it's clearly a date. I refuse to accept this. We're here starving while they're off falling in love. Xiaonuan was startled. Could it be that Brother Lu has crossed a line with the big boss? Uncle Yang, if you're hungry, I could fry you an egg. What should I call you? Remember to call me brother from now on, Yang Shu said, quickly putting on a smile to avoid scaring the young girl. I only wish to remind the production team that merely indulging in sweet moments won't fill our stomachs. As the chaotic scene unfolded, the atmosphere in the living room became notably livelier. Everyone began to voice their grievances, realizing how unpleasant the situation was. It was not their opportunity for a private date, yet the spotlight had been entirely stolen from them. Although the director hesitated to lose early morning viewership, they couldn't allow things to go too far. Soon, a vehicle arrived to retrieve the two individuals lingering outside. Old Six, are you attempting to starve us? Yang Shu chuckled, his words laced with jest. Apologies for the delay. I brought you some breakfast from here. Li Lu acknowledged his tardiness, though he could only blame himself. The director, Jiang Zi, discreetly informed the two that they could not leave and must continue to explore. It's early morning, and I must exert myself to perform. It's not easy for me, he lamented. Allow me a moment to heat this up for you, Li Shurhan said with a sweet smile, entering the kitchen with a large bag of food. I'm not hungry. I'll just go back to catch some sleep, Zhang Xinyao huffed, standing up and shooting a fierce glare at the man before leaving. I told you not to get too close to her. Did you not hear me? This green tea persona was far too adept. She had outmaneuvered him in ways he never anticipated. Initially, he hadn't considered her a rival, given her past actions. He believed she stood no chance. But then, Early in the morning, his manager, Sister Wang, had roused him to watch the live broadcast. To his astonishment, she publicly apologized during the stream, as if she were resurrecting herself from the depths of despair. Her tears appeared so feigned that one might think she feared others were oblivious to her acting prowess. Li Lu, the big fool, the quintessential nice guy, had forgiven her. They had shopped for groceries, and the comments in the live stream suggested they were like a couple. It infuriated him, truly. He could not fathom how she could be so calculating. Even Sister Wang acknowledged his plight. Ugh, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'll head back. Lin Lin declared succinctly, unable to bear the sight of their affectionate display. The atmosphere in the room thickened once more, with the two female guests nearly voicing their displeasure outright. I'll lend a hand. Sunwan followed Li Shurhan into the kitchen, genuinely surprised by her audacity. She had publicly recounted past events during the live stream and even apologized to her brother. Although her brother's acting skills remained unrefined, a wave of sympathy from the audience had emerged. Years had passed since those events, and the critics had grown weary. Upon hearing about the past, did it not stir a hint of guilt within them? Haha, old six, this must indeed be a delightful dilemma for you, Zhang Wenba teased, while secretly cursing all morning. The persona of the old villain had begun to crumble, yet within a mere 20 hours, a remarkable turnaround had occurred. First, during a chat, he lamented his humble beginnings in the countryside, now resorting to selling his possessions. Then he sang an inspirational song, proclaiming that despite career failures and the departure of women, he would rise anew. This had garnered him a wave of sympathy from passers-by, and no one criticized his songwriting for its connotations regarding his ex. Yet, the performance was not over. He began anew early in the morning. This was undoubtedly a coordinated effort with Li Shurhan, a duet of sorts. One offered an apology while the other extended forgiveness, rekindling their past romance in the reality show. The cyclical drama of enemies turned lovers was truly nauseating. Once again, he garnered immense sympathy from the public, effectively redeeming his previously tarnished reputation. Perhaps his acting was not as lacking as it seemed. He was merely a victim of slander. Observe, even his female co-star has criticized him. He has become a symbol of courage, unafraid of gossip, and determined to reveal the truth of the past. Subsequently, the two appeared in a romantic reality show, exchanging affectionate gestures and attracting a new fan base. This cunning maneuver is truly impressive. Oh dear, who do you truly favor? Please clarify, lest you be labeled a cat. Lin Xian, with veiled intentions, insists that the viewers at home discern the truth. This fellow is indeed a rogue. Given the circumstances, why not simply commit to one person? You have misunderstood. We merely went out to purchase some groceries. Li Lu is innocent. None of this was orchestrated by him. He has clearly rejected advances, yet cannot bring himself to tell the three female guests, I do not fancy you. Please do not bother me again. Such hurtful words remain unspoken. Ah, someone seems to revel in this chaos. Lu Mian cast a disdainful glance his way, interjecting into the conversation. It appears he has been underestimated. No wonder he claimed yesterday that he did not need assistance and would not rekindle his relationship with Yao Yao. It seems he had a plan all along. Fans who watched the show last night already felt pity for him, and today's events only compounded his misfortune. It is likely that he conspired with Li Shurhan's team. Otherwise, how could such a Na'vi girl exist? Now, it seems the publicity stunt has been quite successful. As long as the show continues to showcase their sweetness, both of their personas will remain intact. Lu Mian, you can hardly bear to watch. Lin Xian, having found a kindred spirit, might as well focus on Lu Mian in future episodes. Other women appear unreliable. Lu Mian is the best choice. Beautiful, kind-hearted, and popular. Oh. Lu Mian smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Initially, she worried he would revert to his former stubbornness and squander this chance at redemption. It appears she was mistaken. As the song suggests, the boy has matured. Old Lu, who is this mysterious person that has turned you into a dual-natured being? Yang Shu teased, sensing something peculiar about her. Are you asking for trouble? Lu Mian seized a pillow and hurled it at him. Oh, have you been provoked to anger? The room erupted with commotion, and the online discussions were fervent. I started eating gossip on the morning commute and have been feasting on it ever since. Delightful. I truly did not expect Han Han to have once criticized Old Six. Han Han has probably longed to apologize. She has endured much. Perhaps she expressed her feelings through the reality show, moved by Old Six's new songs, and fell in love. They seem quite compatible. If it were me, I would choose Han Han. Lin Lin is too aloof. Why must everything be a guessing game? Yao Yao is too proud. A few sweet words are fine. But who can endure that every day? Ah, how delightful is Henin, so understanding, generous, and polite. She excels in cooking and shopping, clearly embodying the virtues of an ideal wife and mother. It is evident to all that choosing Henin is the wisest decision, a sentiment understood by men everywhere. The atmosphere in the small heart-shaped room is imbued with a sense of urgency as the afternoon unfolds. Suddenly, a torrential downpour erupts, forcing the cancellation of today's planned activities. Yang Shu stands beneath the shelter in the courtyard, while outside, the rain cascades relentlessly. Indeed, with such heavy rainfall, venturing anywhere seems impossible. Xiao Wan feels a tinge of disappointment. They had intended to visit the botanical garden, rumored to be breathtakingly beautiful. However, it matters not, for heavy rains often pass as swiftly as they arrive. After the storm, the world is transformed, revealing a beauty that is enchanting. Li Shurhan approaches her, extending her hand into the rain. The droplets tap rhythmically against her palm, their icy touch a reminder that this is no fleeting dream. He forgives himself, the burdens of years dissipating like mist. It is akin to the rainbow that emerges after the rain, rendering the world a whimsical fairy tale. Chapter 69, Old 6. Once again you have triumphed effortlessly. I had braced myself for public disgrace and the shattering of my persona. Who could have anticipated that the events would unfold so inexplicably, capturing the attention of the entire internet as they fixated on the two of them? Old 6 has forgiven her. What more can we say? To publicly acknowledge one's faults in front of countless witnesses requires immense courage. Old 6 was deeply moved. I never expected my first offender to be my little black fan. How sweet. They truly are a pair of delightful adversaries. Old 6, having endured 6 years of grievance, has finally earned the girl's genuine affection. Within Old 6, a reservoir of resentment had been harbored for 6 long years. Only at the moment of her apology did he realize that this was, in fact, love. Old 6 had consistently rebuffed Yao Yao and Lin Lin, for his heart had long been occupied by another. It seems it was destined to be them, truly. Life is full of surprises. The agent boasts of their serendipitous success, perhaps encapsulating the truth in the saying, everything is for the best. The only regret lingers in the possibility of losing the closest of friends. Yao Yao has distanced herself, and it appears that their relationship may never return to its former state. Lin Lin has also ceased communication, even neglecting to greet her when they cross paths. It feels as though she has been isolated by both of them during the show. Nevertheless, she finds solace in the companionship of other girls. Lu Mian is somewhat overwhelming, but Xiao Wan is a gem, warming her heart with breakfast and encouraging words. Sister Henin, you are truly brave. From this moment forth, she shall be her new confidant. Sun Wan glances at Li Shurhan beside her, whose expression radiates warmth. Her gaze fixated on the distant figure of Brother Lu. How enviable. Li Shurhan's courage shines through, making her and Brother Lu a perfect match. Her feelings towards Shurhan are complex, reminiscent of the years she and her friends pursued their idols at the film set. The elder sister exudes a gentle demeanor, and back then, I found myself rooting for her and Brother Lu. Yet, as fate would have it, she and her team later turned against him, even going so far as to berate him for an extended period. After her debut, such matters were naturally left unspoken. Who would have imagined that today this wicked woman would publicly apologize during a live broadcast? I must admit, it has significantly enhanced her likability. Their shared grocery shopping radiates affection, making me want to ship them myself. If only I had possessed her courage back then, perhaps the outcome would have been different. So, what shall we do this afternoon? Xiao Xiao glanced towards the nearby camera crew. Surely, it wouldn't do for a group to engage in romance in the living room. How about we set up a couple of tables for mahjong or dodiju? Yang Shu quickly proposed, expressing a longing to play since he hadn't had the chance here. Or perhaps we could meet in the Summoner's Rift. Haha, that works too. The rift is genuinely fair and balanced. The boys grew lively, exchanging playful banter. Suddenly, a remote-controlled car resembling a heartwarming bear approached, adorned with a small red umbrella. A sudden downpour led to the cancellation of the planned activities. The crowd quieted as a new task awaited. Joking aside, the production team certainly wouldn't spend money just for everyone to play games. Due to unforeseen circumstances, a spontaneous minigame was initiated, Idiom Chain. The bear posed the challenge. The guest with the highest score would earn a chance for a private date. Wow, Idiom Chain, that's my forte? Too simple, really. A poetry chain would truly showcase my talent. This is amusing. Another opportunity for a reward. Upon hearing the name, the guests quickly grasped the intent. Idiom chain had been played on countless variety shows. It was far too easy. The male guests eagerly prepared, having been there for days without a single private date. Except for Li Lu, who internally lamented, "Here comes another reward, and this time, I'm determined to lose completely. No more private dates for me." Regardless of the choice, it would be a trying ordeal. The staff swiftly appeared, setting a long table within the tent, laden with fruits, beverages, and various sponsor logos, ready for a tea party. The bear was placed at the center of the table, and once the guests were seated, the game commenced. The first idiom was, as if intoxicated and infatuated. "To eat inside and dig outside," was the first shouted by Zhang Wenbo, earning him a point. "Ding! Incorrect," the bear promptly declared. "Where's the error in?" Zhang Wenbo protested, claiming he was weary of this game, having played it on numerous variety shows. "Please note, ends with infatuated, and homophones are not permitted." The bear quickly clarified. If homophones were allowed, scoring would be far too easy. Understanding the heightened difficulty, Zhang Wenbo pondered, what idioms begin with? "I can't seem to recall." Amidst the cacophony of complaints, voices lamented that the difficulty had escalated to infernal levels. "We are all members of the entertainment industry, not the literary realm," one might jest. Li Lu sat at the far end, lost in a reverie, his fantasies of love and longing palpable in the air. Yet, amidst the grumbling, Li Shurhan had already uttered an idiom, her answer correct, earning her a point. The heartwarming bear applauded, drawing everyone's attention to Li Shurhan. The game was still underway, however. Brilliant as the stars, the bear proclaimed, revealing the second phrase. Once again, the crowd sank into contemplation. What could represent star in this context? The sparks ignite a prairie. Li Shurhan responded almost instantaneously, leaving the audience in stunned silence. So swift was her reply. After the rain, the sky clears. A bolt from the blue. Better than nothing. No words can describe. In a daze. Naturally formed. Advancement can replace retreat. Unmanageable. The crowd was bewildered. This was too rapid, and some idioms were unfamiliar to them. While they were still pondering the characters, she had already provided the answer. This simply could not continue. One might as well declare Shurhan the champion and forego the competition altogether. Shurhan's competitive spirit was insatiable, showing little regard for her seniors. Other guests wore expressions of dismay. This was no contest, but rather a humiliation. Tomorrow's headlines would undoubtedly read, "Top stars of the entertainment industry lack cultural acumen. Yang Shu, Lin Xian, Zhang Wenbo." Xiao Jun Li Lu felt a chill. Li Shurhan was undeniably formidable. The most crucial point was that one ought not to pursue victory at the expense of allowing others a chance to shine. Just let it be. For there were other contenders for Shurhan's favor, particularly the sixth man. Indeed, the conversation inadvertently shifted to the sixth man, and realization dawned upon the group. Was it not a matter of effortless victory? Li Shurhan, in this moment, appeared bashfully charming, relishing the sweetness of her triumph. In Chapter 70, one might ponder whether one truly lacked skill or had simply chosen to recline. The barrage of comments was filled with mirth. No one anticipated that the typically unassuming Li Shurhan would erupt with such fervor. Is this really Shurhan? She seems like a different person. Curse that competitive spirit. For the sake of a man, let me charge forth. The sixth man, bewildered, asked, "Am I going on a date again?" The sixth man mused, "Everyone may be illiterate. But not I." Shurhan is determined to seize this opportunity and win over the sixth man. The production team has been overly contrived. If it were a literary battle, who could rival Li Shurhan? Li Shurhan previously participated in a poetry variety show and emerged victorious. The production team has already catered to the other guests. If it were a competition of poetic brilliance, the remaining 9 would surely falter. Li Lu felt a chill run down his spine, sensing the deep-seated malice of the production team. Such a game was clearly designed to crown Shurhan as the champion. The gazes of the other 8 individuals were peculiarly fixed upon me. I had no intention of relying on others for sustenance. The male guest merely jested, while the female guest across from him dared not lift her gaze. Lu Mian chuckled coldly within, aware of the program's dubious practices, undoubtedly leveraging the current fervor for sensationalism. It was apparent that everyone was eager to witness the reconciliation of these 2 spacefaring fools, with the outcome all but predetermined. Sun Wan observed her companion, Sister Huan, whose gentle and amiable demeanor suddenly transformed into that of a commanding heroine. Opposite her, Brother Lu remained as quiet as a small beast awaiting its meal. Lin Lin felt a knot of frustration. This scoundrel had tenderly grilled fish for her just yesterday, yet today he was entangled in sweet exchanges with another female guest. How could he behave so? Zhang Xinyao was on the verge of losing her composure, regretting her lack of academic diligence. In this day and age, must one possess intellect to vie for a man? Look at how smug you are. Green tea, the epitome of a green tea. Li Lu, such a simpleton, seemed to revel in it, oblivious to how she had treated him in the past. On the production side, director Lu Qing decisively altered the rules. This game was undoubtedly designed for Li Shurhan to triumph, tailored specifically for her. After all, she had once achieved victory in a national poetry competition, establishing her reputation as a talented woman within the industry. However, it was unexpected that the other guests would falter so significantly, unable to answer even a single question. I genuinely felt a twinge of concern for the cultural literacy of these celebrity entertainers. I dared not even suggest a game of poetic wordplay. Doo-doo. The small bear with a heartbeat gleamed with a fiery gaze and spoke again. Let us change the rules and lower the difficulty. All questions may utilize homophones. Come on, let us go. I refuse to believe I cannot succeed. The male guests ceased their complaints, fully aware of the outcome, yet the show must go on. 1 in 100, the small bear presented a new question, a lifetime. Zhang Xinyao eagerly buzzed in, utterly exhilarated. She could score without relying on homophones. Yao Yao scored. The mechanical paws of the small bear began to applaud. Wow, 1 in 100, a lifetime. Who are you trying to tell with such enthusiasm? Yang Shu teased, inciting laughter among the crowd. The audience delighted in witnessing the rivalry and jealousy among the women, eagerly consuming the drama. As the show progressed, Li Shurhan no longer exhibited the same eagerness as before. Often, others would answer several questions while she scrambled for just one. She maintained a careful watch on the distant scoreboard, ensuring she retained an advantage. Initially, she had been a bit too eager, drawing attention and potentially offending others. Amidst the playful banter, the competitive spirit had somewhat faded, as everyone was aware of the likely outcome. Nevertheless, they continued to vie for answers, mindful of the cameras. The only unexpected moment arose when Li Lu appeared utterly bewildered, failing to secure even a single question. The commentary on screen buzzed with speculation, as many viewers took note of this surprising turn of events. Old Lu, could it be that you are truly incapable of such a simple word chain? This moment feels as if he is in the stratosphere. What is there to seize? Even I, with a mere 0, have triumphed. Perhaps old Lu genuinely cannot keep up. This morning, he had never even heard of the next North Solid Mountain. Nonsense. The words he has penned are all classics. Do you really believe he is incapable of idioms? Is it possible that some of you truly think he authored those songs? The confusion on old Lu's face suggests he might indeed be at a loss. I am somewhat concerned for Hanhen. Even if they come together, a separation seems inevitable. Hanhen likely feels guilt, which is why she wishes to be with him. When one's understanding does not align with another's, over time, the conversation dwindles. The two were merely collaborating on a variety show, and yet you all genuinely believed it. Li Lu has no desire to engage with them. He is utterly uninterested. This morning, going grocery shopping with Hanhen was exhausting. Without a doubt, they will likely be on a private date tomorrow. Her enthusiasm is overwhelming, bordering on frightening. Deep down, I understand her well. She is a kind-hearted girl. Yet, when I needed support the most, she did not stand by me. Now, perhaps out of guilt, she longs to make amends. However, those events occurred many years ago, and I have since moved on with someone else, having long since cleared that emotional chapter. How can I gracefully convey to her that I bear no resentment and that we can simply return to being friends, in front of millions of viewers? I cannot bring myself to embarrass her on the show. Perhaps tonight, I shall send her a text. We are all actors. Would that be too subtle or uncomfortable? No more comparisons. Hanhen's caliber is simply too elevated. After a day of playful banter, everyone had a splendid time. Yang Shu observed the rain gradually ceasing outside. Perhaps it was time to step out. The production team presented the scoreboard. Unsurprisingly, Hanhen secured first place. Li Shurhan, 20. Sun Wan, 16. Lu Mian, 12. Li Lu, 0. Old Lu, could it be that you truly scored 0? Surely everyone could answer 5 or 6 questions. Lin Xian exclaimed dramatically. Old Lu, are you genuinely incapable? Or have you simply given up? Zhang Wenba added with a hint of mockery. Whether due to genuine inability or reliance on others, neither is commendable. It is highly likely that he simply cannot perform. This boy has always relied solely on his appearance. Finally, an opportunity has arisen for everyone to see his true self. This morning, while watching the live stream highlights, I realized the truth. How could someone so renowned for his poetry have never heard of such famous songs? It is all too contrived. No one knows him better than I do. At his age, to suddenly produce so many classic songs cannot possibly be attributed to a sudden burst of inspiration. Brother Lu simply missed his chance. Shanwan helped him out, remarking that this was merely a rapid response. Some individuals simply took a moment longer to react. How could Brother Lu possibly be incapable? When the two of them engaged in conversation, they could boast of hundreds of words without repetition. Indeed, Li Lu's proficiency is remarkable. He is well-versed in poetry and literature. Li Shurhan glanced at the man opposite her, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Chapter 71. After the rain, the sky clears, and such colors herald the future. To receive praise from Shurhan for his poetic talent certainly attests to its authenticity. Yang Shu chuckled, as everyone knew of Li Shurhan's prowess in poetry. He was merely defending his own standing. Time was running late, and with the rain having ceased, there was nowhere to go. Perhaps we could engage in a game of poetry relay, as it would simply serve to pass the time. Zhang Wenba observed as the old adversary faced a setback. He could not let him off the hook so easily. It was not his intention to steal the limelight. Undoubtedly, no one could rival Li Shurhan's literary skill. However, with the presence of the underperformer, it was certain that he would not be the one to lose face. Haha. All right, let us proceed. It's just for fun. And there is no need to keep score, Lin Xin chimed in, immediately grasping Zhang's intent. Today, they would ensure that this underperformer would be thoroughly embarrassed. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense, as everyone present was seasoned in the industry. By now, it was evident to all that the relationship between Zhang Wenba and Li Lu was purely superficial. With Lin Xin joining in, they had already put others in awkward positions several times. Yang Shu was at a loss for how to mediate, regardless of whether they played or not. This underperformer was destined to be humiliated today. If they played, he would likely prove to be nothing more than a decorative pillow. To be honest, he found it hard to believe that the once inexperienced youth had transformed into a talented individual. If they didn't play, would the millions of fans in the livestream be foolhardy? It was clear to everyone that he was genuinely lacking. The female guests, however, were quite unfazed. Having spent ample time together, he was not the stereotype others imagined, spouting literary phrases effortlessly. Let us play then, Li Lu smiled, admitting that he could not compose songs or music. Yet, he was confident that he could hold his own against them in reciting learned material. All right. Zhang Wenba clasped his hands with excitement. Let us do it this way. We don't need Xiao Xiong to set the questions. We'll have Shurhan pose the questions. You two are on friendly terms, which is fair, right? This would prevent Li Shurhan from disrupting the game by answering too quickly, just as they had experienced at the beginning with idioms. It would not be fair for the underperformer to appear incompetent. If she posed the questions, she would not need to answer them herself. Poetry was far more complex than idioms, and this underperformer would surely falter. If a question posed by a woman proved too difficult for him to answer, he would have nothing left to say. All right, let us have Shurhan take the lead. Lin Xin concurred, praising Zhang's brilliant idea. Very well, Shurhan, you take the reins. Yang Shu and the others had no objections. After all, the underperformer himself had agreed to participate. Me? I have to pose the questions? Li Shurhan was surprised that it would be her responsibility. Yet she had no concerns about Li Lu. What is happening? There was no prior announcement, no preparation of questions. For a moment, I truly found myself at a loss. My gaze drifted outside to the courtyard, where, following the torrential rain, everything appeared resplendently green. In the distance, I beheld the horizon. After the rain, the skies cleared, and sunlight pierced through layers of clouds, revealing a stunning azure that stirred the heart. Instantly, a line from an ancient poem sprang to mind, and I uttered it without hesitation. After the rain, the azure sky breaks. Such colors herald the future. The others in the courtyard soon fell into contemplation, pondering the last character. Ah, it seems to be calm, though the exact character matters not. Merely its phonetic similarity suffices. Suddenly, everyone's mental faculties were fully engaged, and they abruptly realized that this poetic challenge, flying flowers, was infinitely more difficult than a simple word chain. It was not even in the same league. Li Lu was equally perplexed. Which verse began with come? Which ancient poem from elementary or secondary school could it be? The courtyard fell into a profound silence, while the comments streamed in with laughter. This is hilarious. 9 underachievers are utterly baffled. Who just shouted for the flying flowers? Don't you have any sense of self-awareness? What the hell? What poem is that? I've never heard it before. The difficulty is 100-fold. Regular flower or moon phrases are much simpler. This is just a tail word chain, and even celebrities dare to play it. Starting with come? I have no idea. I'll check on Baidu. Today feels like a special show for Han Han. Compared to other artists, she is simply magnificent. How could it not be? It seems her family is from a scholarly lineage, engaged in the art business. The scene was relatively quiet, while Zhang Wenba inwardly cursed. This woman is exceedingly cunning. She sets such a challenging question. No one knows the answer, and this sly one has once again escaped unscathed. However, he could not let her off so easily. By the way, old six, what about you? Didn't T Xiao and Wan just say you didn't get a chance? This time, let you go first. Li Lu forced a laugh. I don't know. Why would Han Han conjure such a difficult challenge? Just moments ago, she had casually stated her desire to play, only to be swiftly smacked with reality. In his mind, he instantly called upon the system. Brother, hurry up. Can I become a master of poetry? Naturally, the master would instantly be well-versed in all domestic and foreign poetry and songs. Can I donate my knowledge once I've used it? Of course not. This is a skill. Ah, well then. You can go back. I 1T switch. Li Lu mused that it was unnecessary. He could endlessly browse songs and other cultural resources. There was no loss in that. There was no need to compromise future pretentiousness for the sake of a fleeting moment. He thought to himself, you're a system, so stingy. Just give me one phrase. Unable to resist a little sarcasm, he noted that other systems at least provided something substantial, while his was utterly useless. The azure sky awaits the misty rain, while I await you. Master, here's a line of lyrics for you. What use are lyrics? Li Lu returned to reality, realizing that the system was deliberately tormenting him. It is utterly impossible to resolve one's own problems directly. One would never be so foolish. Instead, let us turn to someone well-versed in poetry. Old six. Have you thought of a solution, or are you at a loss? Zhang Wenba urged, stop feigning ignorance. This is a rather challenging task. I truly did not anticipate it. I'll leave it to you. Li Lu kicked the ball back, knowing well he was equally clueless. This question is somewhat difficult. Perhaps reciting a line with a similar meaning would suffice. Indeed, it is quite challenging. To be honest, I have never encountered this line before. What does this verse mean? Sister Han In, please enlighten us. Xiao Xiao and the others, equally perplexed, sought to divert the topic. Zhang Xinyao inwardly cursed her former best friend for reveling in the spotlight, deliberately presenting such a difficult challenge just to showcase your prowess. Lu Yu couldn't even brew tea as well as you. Old six, just say something. Brother Shu mentioned that a line with a similar meaning would do. Zhang Wenba, of course, couldn't produce a response, but it was evident old six likely didn't even grasp the meaning of the verse. The sky is a cerulean hue waiting for the misty rain, while I await your arrival. Li Lu blurted out, a gift from the system. Is this ancient poetry? Zhang Wenba laughed. Are you joking? Haha, I was just thinking of it, and it slipped out. That's a lyric. Li Lu waved his hand. It just came to me. You mistook a lyric for an ancient poem. That's quite something, Lin Xian mocked, revealing old 6's slip. Your writing is truly exquisite. Ignoring the laughter around her, Li Shurhan felt her heart race, overwhelmed. Chapter 72, awaiting a sudden downpour, absolutely stunning. Sister Han In, are you referring to Brother Lu? Xiaonuan timidly inquired. In this poetry relay, Lu Gu could not respond, instead uttering a lyric, which led to their merriment. Well, that lyric is indeed beautiful. At that moment, Li Shurhan's eyes were solely fixed on him. Her heart, delicate and intricate, had been profoundly pierced. Haha, Zhang Wenba was equally astonished. This woman would sacrifice her reputation for the sake of attention. Everyone was engaged in poetry, while old Yin casually tossed out a colloquial phrase that could elevate his status. I'm appalled. Sister Han In, do share your thoughts. Sun Wan also found the lyric quite commendable, though Han In's expression seemed a bit excessive. Indeed, Han In. Please elaborate. Lin Xian smirked. She had always regarded herself as an exalted goddess in her heart, knowledgeable, graceful, and truly a lady of distinction. After filming for so long, he had never held her hand even once. Only now did she realize she was as banal as any other star in the industry. Best actress? I wouldn't watch without you. Come now, let us see how you can impress us. Everyone turned their gaze toward Li Shurhan, eager to hear her poetic flourish. Our family runs a small business crafting artisanal items, so I have been exposed to many porcelain works since childhood. This shade of cerulean is the most representative color of Ru wear. Li Shurhan felt a touch of embarrassment under the gazes of the crowd. So she succinctly shared her understanding. The previous lines, after the rain, the sky is clear and the clouds part. Such colors shall herald the future, are said to be a commentary from the Song Dynasty's Emperor Chai Shirzong. He commanded artisans to fire porcelain to achieve the hue of the sky after a rainstorm. This blue, known as Tianqing, is a delicate shade. It is only after a sudden downpour that the sky is cleansed, revealing the most exquisite Tianqing color. The crowd followed her gaze, and indeed, after the torrential rain, vast expanses of blue adorned the sky, pure, crystalline, and breathtakingly beautiful. Without pausing, Li Shurhan continued, "The most beautiful Tianqing awaits a sudden rain. The Tianqing yearns for the misty rain, just as I await you." The correspondence between Tianqing and misty rain mirrored her feelings for another. The audience listened in rapt attention, realizing that the lyrics of the song were inspired by this very verse. Yet, Li Shurhan did not stop there. She elaborated further. It is said that in ancient times, achieving the Tianqing glaze was the most arduous task. Firing could only commence during rainfall, and no one could predict when it would rain, so they merely waited. When the rain finally fell, and the temperature and humidity were just right, the most beautiful Tianqing could be born. The listeners were captivated, though they remained uncertain of her true intentions. Perhaps she sought to promote her small workshop and sell her porcelain. Li Shurhan glanced at the man across from her, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, her spirit soaring. Life is much like this. One never knows when their other half will appear. We can only wait. But there will inevitably come a moment when he arrives, just as you are present. Just as the Tianqing awaits the misty rain, I am waiting for you. The crowd was astounded. Such words flowed from the lips of a classical beauty. She recounted a legend, narrating a journey of life. It dawned on them that the lyrics were indeed a confession. The crowd was taken aback. Could such a line possess such depth? Yet, they sensed that Shurhan's demeanor was unusual. Was there perhaps a misunderstanding that she was merely speaking offhandedly? The male contestant fell silent, while the female contestant was left in shock. Sun Wan's eyes sparkled. Goodness, Brother Lu's talent is extraordinary. He truly adores Sister Huan. Suddenly, a wave of sorrow washed over her. How she regretted that she had once encountered her own Tianqing, only to have run away. Lu Mian was astonished. How beautiful these lyrics truly were. At the right moment, one meets the right person. She had imagined such a life countless times, only to have personally concluded a chapter of it. No, there was no need for regret. The timing of their acquaintance was simply not aligned. She was not the one he sought. She gazed enviously at Li Shurhan, realizing that she was the one he had always been waiting for. Lin Lin silently recited the lyrics, unaware of when her eyes began to brim with tears. Life is indeed like this. One never knows when their other half will arrive. Believing oneself to have encountered love, one discovers, to their dismay, that the object of their affection belongs to another. It is now clear that the person who occupies his heart has never been oneself. He understands her, and she comprehends him. They are remarkably well suited. Zhang Xinyao is truly devastated and filled with despair, never having anticipated such a betrayal from her close friend. With such excellence and depth, why would one covet another's boyfriend? Oh, how overwhelming it feels. The competition is insurmountable. It truly is. The azure sky awaits the gentle rain. How beautiful it is. Within her heart remains only the desire to facilitate their eternal vows and sweet nothings. The audience is astounded, realizing the true meaning behind the lyrics. Absolutely stunning. The beauty of this ancient poem and lyrics is a perfect match. Incredible. I have become an ardent admirer of the cosmos. This couple must be forever united. They are destined for each other. It turns out that the one who understands Han Han the most is none other than Lao Lu. One begins to understand why their emotions have suddenly erupted. They are on the same wavelength. He understands her, and she comprehends him. They should marry on the spot. I came to hear Lao Lu sing. Is there a new song? Who previously claimed Lao Lu could not sing? Clearly, he excels at it. Soulmates. Lao Lu's new song is eagerly awaited. Regardless of whether it's scripted, I thoroughly enjoyed it. All that's left is a song to conclude. No matter what, having experienced 2 failed relationships, I hope this one finds a perfect ending. I am no longer concerned about Lao Lu and Han Han's compatibility. They are of the same ilk. Wishing Lao Lu the best. May he not face rejection again. The production team is equally astonished, initially observing Han Han's apparent interest in Lao Lu. Following the female guest's lead, They arranged to see if any sparks would fly. Little did they anticipate that within a day, it would escalate beyond mere sparks to a passionate conflagration. First, there were confessions of past indiscretions, then a thawing of past grievances, followed by a sweet companionship. Since 6 o'clock, the two have remained a trending topic. By the afternoon, one thought it would settle down, allowing for a private date to continue the sweetness. They planned to arrange for Shura to secure a date opportunity for the following day. Who would have guessed that Lao Lu's skills were so exceptional that they would engage in a soul exchange during the show? Quickly, let Yang Shu and the others incite cheers for Lao Lu to sing a new song. Notify the hotel band to come to work immediately with an increase in pay. Director Lu Qing swiftly issued a series of commands. While others were unaware, he was fully aware. There is no script, no capital involved. Lao Lu's every song emerges spontaneously from his experiences and thoughts, a truly divine presence. Chapter 73. The female guest is astonished. Is she truly that remarkable? Beyond the camera, several guests observe. A few staff members hold up large placards. Let Lao Lu sing this song. Sing. All the guests understood the intent of the production team. Urging Lao Lu to sing, Zhang Wenbo felt a surge of anger, perceiving that the show was using their presence as mere stepping stones for Lao Yinbi. Despite his reluctance, he could only grit his teeth in silence. What ordinary artist would dare oppose a television station? Even someone of Yang Shu's current stature would not defy the production team. Lao Lu, do not keep us in suspense. You must have a song ready, they pressed. Indeed, Yang Shu promptly took action. Yes, Brother Lu, I am now your fan. Xiao Xiao instantly transformed into an eager admirer. After all, Lao Lu was currently in the limelight. His agent had advised him to forge a brotherly bond with him, as it would not do to fall out of favor. Lao Lu, do not hide this masterpiece any longer. Zhang Wenbo forced a smile, clearly acting. Otherwise, how could his romantic interest recite a single line of poetry, and he would immediately have lyrics? My intelligence is being ground into the dust. Those two are quite the couple, he thought bitterly. This must be for Han Han, a match made in heaven. Lin Xian felt a pang of betrayal. He had once regarded her as a goddess, and now he felt disgusted. Li Lu, too, noticed the director's cue cards. Were they really asking him to sing again? He had only received 12 lines. Was he merely a supporting character? Should he really be so ostentatious? Yet, it seemed inappropriate, as this song was undoubtedly a love ballad. The way Han Han gazed longingly could lead to misunderstandings. Brother Lu, give it your all, Xiao Wan said, her face filled with anticipation. This song would surely be delightful. For it was all about love. Lin Lin and Zhang Xinya remained silent, wishing they could vanish from the scene. Li Shihan's face flushed. Had he truly written a song for her? He did not seem to deny its existence. Come, let us hear it. I am quite eager, Lu Mian softly hummed. Curious about what he had penned for his beloved. The sky is a hue of blue waiting for the rain. You have finally awaited her. Ah, I can sing. But I must clarify beforehand that this song is not for Han Han, Li Lu said, clearing his throat. There was no need to hold back in the performance. As long as it did not profit him, he could keep refining it. However, it was essential to clarify to prevent any misunderstandings, especially with Han Han. Let us remain ordinary friends. Do not feel guilty or feel the need to compensate at your own expense. All right, Lao Lu, no need to emphasize. Who does not know already? Yang Shu's words elicited laughter from the crowd. Why the secrecy? The online comments surged with excitement. Indeed, there is a song. I have been waiting since 5 in the morning. Finally, it has arrived. Lao Lu did not disappoint. Whenever he appears, a new song follows. Lao Lu is blushing. Lao Lu did not expect their relationship to progress so swiftly, directly transitioning to the next variety show. We are getting married. Everything seems scripted. Yet I find myself at a loss for words. It feels as though a mysterious force from the east is at play. Regardless, as long as there is a new song, that suffices. In an instant, Li Lu's mind engaged in a profound exchange with the system, as the lyrics and melody intertwined with his very soul. This song is about blue and white porcelain, a national treasure well known to all. Allow me to clarify, lest anyone doubt its significance. Come on, Lao Lu, hurry up, the band members have arrived. What are you dawdling for? Just one line will suffice. Lao Lu, if it doesn't sound good, Han Han will be displeased. The guests jested, and Li Shihan felt a rush of warmth. Her cheeks flushed. The blue and white porcelain. Was it not his first little gift to himself? Only the two of us understand this subtle romance. It seems he began writing songs for himself back then. The band members, who had no scheduled engagements today, came in on short notice to assist. Nevertheless, no one was displeased. They relished the opportunity to collaborate with Mr. Lee, who is now a prominent figure in the realm of lyrics and composition. Dizzy Guzheng? Yes, esteemed teachers. This is a song of national style. If not, it's fine. No need for formality. We have everything. Just a moment, we'll have them brought in. Impressive. Your production team has such extensive equipment even on this small island. No. The directors specifically prepared it for you. They set up a complete arrangement of equipment to facilitate your new song release. Li Lu was astonished. How did you know I would be releasing a new song? Is it that obvious? But upon reflection, it was not far-fetched. In a popular variety show with hundreds of staff, what talent could be absent? Without keeping everyone waiting, the other guests cracked sunflower seeds for a while. Li Lu settled at the piano as the prelude began. Fresh and elegant, it invigorated the listeners. An unadorned canvas outlines the blue and white. Brush strokes shifting from bold to delicate. The vase's body depicts peonies, reminiscent of your first makeup. Slowly, the sandalwood scent wafts through the window, igniting my unspoken thoughts. The audience was astounded. It was simply exquisite. The dizzy, Guzheng, and orchestral elements blended seamlessly, offering an extraordinary experience. As the lyrics flowed, vivid imagery emerged in everyone's minds. Using an unadorned canvas to outline the blue and white, the brush strokes shift from bold to delicate. The peonies on the vase remind me of your initial beauty. I thought of you, leaving the painting unfinished. The glaze that enhances the beauty of the lady's portrait is kept hidden. Your smile is a budding flower. Your beauty transcends to places I cannot reach. The guests' gazes followed the song, drifting toward the girl within the lyrics. Not a single I love you was uttered, yet it was beautifully intoxicating. Indeed, it is a song about blue and white porcelain, using objects to symbolize people. Do you think we do not understand? The sky is azure waiting for the misty rain. While I await you, the smoke rises gently, separated by thousands of miles across the river. Only after the sudden rain will the most beautiful azure sky appear. And you are the azure I have always awaited in my heart. Separated by thousands of miles, the delicate wisp of smoke rises. And each day I long for the moment when I can meet you. Our conclusion resembles the blurred glow of moonlight, dreamlike and ethereal. Much like the timeless beauty of porcelain, it possesses an exquisite charm all its own. Li Shurhan is on the verge of tears. This is a song penned for herself. A melody crafted in the aftermath of parting. It reveals that even in separation, she has consistently pondered her own existence, wondering where she is now and what she is doing. Outside the curtain, the banana trees stir in the sudden rain, the door knocker rust with verdigris, yet you, passing through a quaint Jiangnan town, have captivated me. Oh, you mischievous one, you are well aware of the effect you have on me. The smoke rises gently, spanning rivers and mountains. Yearning unfulfilled, love separated. After years apart, let us consider this a prelude to our eventual reunion. Our love is as beautiful and flawless as the renowned blue and white porcelain. In just a few fleeting minutes, a song has gracefully approached its conclusion. Several male guests are left bewildered, pondering the caliber of such lyrics and melodies. The female guests are astonished, wondering if she is truly that remarkable. Chapter 74 now? I simply wish to take him home to meet my mother. The comments are ablaze, having never encountered such a style of traditional music before. Mother asks why I remain kneeling, and I reply that I am watching a live stream. What level of traditional music is this? A song born from a single line of poetry. Lao Lu has unleashed his trump card. Which literary girl could possibly resist? The sky is azure as I wait for the rain, and I am waiting for you. It is intoxicatingly beautiful. If Lao Lu and Han Han aren't together, I will lose faith in love entirely. I wonder if this song is free? Even if Lao Lu charges, I would still support him. It must be free. Lao Lu has never been concerned with money when writing songs. While others write songs for profit, Lao Lu writes to charm girls. Yang Shu considers his literary prowess quite commendable, being a director himself. Though he seldom comments on lyrics and melodies, this song compels him to express his thoughts. Raw clay, blue and white porcelain, peonies, sandalwood, rice paper, beautiful women, smoke, banana trees, clerical script, song typeface, koi. He holds the lyrics handed to him by the staff, reciting each line aloud. Astonishingly, this song embodies numerous elements of traditional culture. It sounds refreshingly elegant, akin to a watercolor landscape painting. The lyrics convey profound sorrow, yet do not evoke despair. Between the two, there lie mountains and rivers, with tendrils of smoke spiraling upwards. Remembering that faint silhouette, this gentle longing is strikingly exquisite and transcendent. It is as if one is quietly admiring the treasured blue and white porcelain, an endless romance. After finishing his thoughts, Yang Shu glances at Li Shurhan. With this song, her persona as a talented woman is firmly established. No wonder Lao Lu is so popular. Which girl could resist such allure? The flute, guzheng, and qin, amongst others, are artfully incorporated into Lao Lu's arrangement. The orchestration is of the highest caliber, employing the pentatonic scale characteristic of our national music. Zhang Wenbo found it hard to believe the extent of investment the old six must have made for such exquisite lyrics and melody. As Lu Ge sang, he recalled the emperor that Sister Han Hang had mentioned earlier. The emperor, while admiring delicate porcelain, recited, "After the rain, the sky clears and the clouds disperse. Such colors shall define the future." How truly beautiful it was. Xiao Jun felt as though he, too, was a mere fan, enchanted by the pairing of talented individuals. Perfect in every way, compelling everyone to extend their blessings. "Brother Lu, this is the most beautiful song I have ever heard." Su Xianwan realized she could no longer conceal her identity as a devoted fan. How could her brother be so exceptional and diligent? Here she was, a sister-in-law, completely foolish. She wondered if her brother still felt anger. She longed for a song as a keepsake. "Han Hang, you must find happiness." Lin Xian's heart felt like ashes, realizing he had always been a fool. Only a talented man could be worthy of a talented woman. How could someone like him, a mere muddied clay, ever hope for her regard? His unguarded words drew the attention of other guests. Such a pathetic declaration. "We are all eagerly awaiting your wedding feast." Lin Xian quickly regained his composure, his expression shifting to one of jest. "Indeed, old Lin is right. Han Hang, we are all waiting to feast." Sister Han Hang was indeed the happiest woman. Other male guests began to tease, all aware that with such a song, the two would undoubtedly rise to fame. Their popularity and fervor would surely skyrocket, and it wouldn't be impossible to announce wedding news. "Don't jest. Li Lu just mentioned it wasn't written for me." Li Shurhan blushed, her heart blooming with joy. The world was so beautiful. All she wished for was to take him home to meet her mother. One said, "There are no 300 taels of silver here," while the other retorted, "I didn't steal those 300 taels. You two truly are a perfect match." Lu Mian remarked, her tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. "Ah, when pursuing other girls, you are genuinely devoted." A simple verse from another. "And you create such a beautiful song. I've followed you for so long, yet I didn't even know you could compose." "Yes, my reputation is poor. I have numerous romantic entanglements. You needn't take me seriously. It was merely a game, just for fun." As he glanced at the shy woman beside him, he inwardly cursed. "None of them are good. Really, you all have misunderstood." Li Lu attempted to clarify, but was immediately interrupted by Yang Shu. "All right, let us not discuss this any further. We must consider the feelings of every guest present. Let us change the subject." The camera swiftly focused on Lin Lin and Zhang Xinyao, who were on the verge of tears. In the fervent discussions, everyone had forgotten about the two neglected parties. Continuing would truly be akin to pouring salt into their wounds. The barrage of comments is filled with heartfelt sympathy. After all, the ones we once cherished have been left in disarray, unrecognizable. Let go, and let it be. Initially, my heart ached for Lin Lin, yet I later found myself appreciating Yao Yao as well. Now, I simply wish to express that it is best for everyone to return to their respective homes. From the songwriting alone, it is evident that Lao Lu's affections have always been directed towards Han Han. One is poised, the other an actor, a perfect match. I once scolded Lao Lu for being a cad, petty in nature. Only now do I realize he possesses true clarity, understanding precisely whom he loves. The Heartbeat Bear has made another appearance. Even though this is a romance variety show, viewers relish the thrill of love triangles and quadrangles. However, it has now devolved into a one-sided massacre. If this continues, it is likely that the two disheartened female guests will spiral out of control. Today's game segment has concluded, with Li Shurhan emerging as the victor. Applause erupts, as the outcome is all too apparent. Congratulations to Li Shurhan for earning a chance for a private date. Please select your heartthrob from the male guests. Lao Lu, is there really any need for a choice? This marks your third time. Perhaps allow the others a chance as well. The male guests begin to tease the two, as everyone is aware of Han Han's decision. I choose Li Lu. Li Shurhan states boldly, able to rectify past regrets. It turns out he has also been waiting for her, much like the azure sky anticipates a sudden downpour. The male guests cheer, clapping enthusiastically. As today's live broadcast draws to a close, the heartbeat bear announces the end and allows the guests some respite. Evening is approaching, and there will be no further broadcasts tonight. The day's events have been so captivating that they could easily be edited into 2 90-minute episodes. Once the cameras are off, the guests immediately relax. I'm tired. I'll head back now, goodbye. Lu Mian bids farewell and turns to leave, feeling unwell. Lin Lin and Yao Yao can hardly bear to stay any longer and quickly vanish. I'm leaving. I won't be a third wheel. The other guests also bid their farewells, having had their fill of romantic drama. Surprisingly, Li Lu, who usually departs the fastest, does not leave, nor does Li Shurhan. Chapter 75. I'm sorry, I love you. It doesn't he have to be so klitsch? Is he planning to stay behind to confess his feelings to me? I too wish to linger and engage him in conversation. The literary girl suddenly recalls a beautiful ancient poem. Hearts that share a connection soar like the twin wings of the colorful phoenix. We share an unspoken bond. Han Han. Please don't misunderstand. The set is bustling with 100 staff members, seemingly oblivious to the two artists left in the spotlight, yet somehow acutely aware of their exchange. Misunderstand what? Li Shurhan is taken aback, contemplating what he intends to convey. Li Lu realizes the misunderstanding has escalated. This was truly not intended for her. He must act swiftly to clear the air. He is not a cad. That part of his life is long past. There was no intention to engage with others. So why flirt? Just a single song led to self-adoration. Wasn't it how Yao Yao fell into a trap? The song was not meant for you. It was merely a performance. And there is no need to take it seriously. I believe I have expressed myself clearly. Such a wise girl as Han Hong should comprehend this. Do not let my song invoke feelings for me. The song was generated by the system. Do not overthink it. I am aware that I am not an actor. Li Shurhan grew anxious, immediately recalling his relationship with Yao Yao. Could he possibly think he was merely acting? Acting to publicly apologize, acting to reconcile, acting to restore their former camaraderie. Do not be upset. I am not suggesting that you are an actor. Rather, how should I articulate this? Li Lu pondered how to clarify his thoughts to the girl without causing her pain. Li Lu, these past years have been difficult for me. I have often wondered if I had been braver back then, facing your circumstances alongside you. Would it have made things better? I have often contemplated whether, had we let everyone know we were a genuine couple, even if our careers stagnated, would we have found happiness? I have often thought that if we were to meet again one day, I would certainly tell you, I am sorry, I love you. Li Shurhan interrupted him, her eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. These words were ones she had envisioned countless times. She had wanted to express them during the morning program, but had held back. Now, with the camera turned off, she no longer wished to suppress her emotions. Li Lu was taken aback. Was this a confession? There was no need for apologies, nor declarations of love. This was not a melodramatic Korean drama. Hold back your tears. Even though the live broadcast has ended. However, the director would surely have someone capturing the moment from afar, and many staff members had discreetly turned on their phones. Even if they did not understand our words, the visuals could easily be woven into a narrative. Perhaps this was not the right topic to discuss at this moment. It was careless. Calm down and listen to me. Li Lu took a deep breath. You have fallen into a misconception. Firstly, I have never harbored resentment towards you. Secondly, have you considered that your current feelings towards me may merely stem from guilt? Thus, let us approach this with reason. Life's journey is long. Do not mistake fleeting emotions or guilt, no matter how beautiful the song, for love. I trust one have made myself clear. Dear, that is not love. Silly girl. Aside from not revealing that I have a system, I have shared everything else. All right, I understand. Li Shurhan pressed her lips together, resolving not to cry. It was clear he feared that her feelings were rooted in guilt, which was not the case. Foolish one, if it were not for love, how could there be guilt? All the blame lay with Yao Yao, whose past hurt had been too profound, leading him to believe everything was an act, and causing him to lose faith in love. I am acutely aware of my feelings. They are not due to your song, nor an attempt to make amends. Li Shurhan leaped into his embrace, holding him tightly. With gentle reluctance, this time, I shall leave no regrets. Li Lu's muscles were taut, hesitant to make even the slightest movement, as countless eyes scrutinized him. Miss, he reflected, we are in Lu City, and it is the height of summer. What is the matter? Even after the broadcast has ended, it remains unbearable. The set was bustling with people, many of whom had already departed. We shall meet again tomorrow. Li Shurhan's face had turned as red as an apple. The embrace in the scene was mere pretense, yet the warmth of a lover was undeniably real. As the enchanting figure walked away, Li Lu was left in a state of bewilderment. Did she truly understand his words? Was it captured? Was it clear? The crew nearby was in a frenzy. The cameras still rolling. They replayed the earlier footage on the monitor. Boss, it's quite clear. Unfortunately, they didn't turn on their microphones, so the sound is inaudible. No matter, we shall incorporate it into tonight's edit. Silent visuals allow for greater imagination. Boss, I don't think their interactions seem fake. Could it be they are truly falling for each other on the show? The directors were rife with gossip. How absurd. The broadcast has ended. Yet you two remain so intimate. If everyone else were gone, would you not be kissing right there? Ah, youth. Truly unable to resist, one remarked. Of course. Our production team has no script. It is all genuine. Moreover, with that song from earlier, even if it was previously contrived, it has now transformed into something real. The talented and charming have always been thus. The chief director, Lu Qing, joined in the jest. This old Lu is impressive. I find myself envious. 3 such remarkable young women professing their affection on the show, and none of it is an act. It is utterly ridiculous, beyond belief. However, they ought to keep this locked down. It is only fair to leave some opportunity for the other male contestants. This ambiguous situation with 3 female guests leaves others hesitant to make a move. Returning to his modest bedroom, Li Lu awaited dinner, which would be delivered by the staff. After the broadcast, everyone could eat as they pleased. It was certain the production team would not neglect the guests. What to do? Tomorrow brings a solo date. Li Shurhan seemed to have succumbed to romantic thoughts. She was unlike him. His romantic inclinations were lucid, fully devoted during the relationship, yet decisively detached after a breakup. She, on the other hand, lingered in uncertainty, mistakenly believing in a lingering bond. Even after parting ways, she continually pondered the other, interpreting their words through a lens of positivity. One might characterize her as a love-stricken fool. For instance, when you block a love-struck admirer from viewing your social media, they do not see it as a deliberate slight. Instead, they might wonder, why can't I see your posts? Have you categorized me with your family? Ah, to think I hold the same importance as your kin. As Li Lu scrolled through his phone, a message from Gao Xiaolan appeared in his news feed. A beautiful photograph captured after the rain, accompanied by the phrase, "The sky is a misty blue, and I await your arrival." It evokes memories of her past heartaches, and there exists a devoted admirer. The creations produced by the system possess a commendable impact. I shall give her a like. Every devoted admirer deserves to be treated with kindness. Chapter 76. Ultimately. It was too late. Gao Xiaolan swiftly noticed his like and responded with an emoticon. Your new song is absolutely delightful. Li Lu opened the voice message. Eager for a conversation, Xiaolan, being a childhood friend, was someone he could confide in. Wow, what an esteemed talent to be calling me. How tiresome. A bit bothersome. You're feeling annoyed? Shouldn't this be a time of triumph? Galloping briskly with your beloved, soaring together? Sister Lan, please, no jesting. What is bothersome is precisely this. Who is joking? I genuinely believe in the two of you. Li Lu understood that Xiaolan represented the sentiments of the masses. Her frequency of changing personas aligning perfectly with the progression of the events. If he genuinely had something with Hanhang, he wouldn't be feeling this way. You all misunderstand. That song ISNT for Li Shurhan, it merely coincides with that line of poetry. Ah, forget it, it's impossible to clarify. I cannot reveal to Xiaolan that it was fabricated by the system. Even to the closest of individuals, such truths must remain concealed. You do not harbor feelings for Li Shurhan, do you? She is your ex-girlfriend. Xiaolan's tone lacked the earlier teasing, becoming unexpectedly earnest. What kind of logic is that? They are all my ex-girlfriends. Must I be enamored with each one? Not at all. It's just the impression you give. You both seem destined to be together. Li Shurhan holds a fondness for you. There is a light in her gaze when she looks at you. Gao Xiaolan discerned that he seemed genuinely troubled. This was not the usual pride stemming from being adored by several ex-girlfriends. This was authentic discontent. Perhaps she felt some guilt, mistaking it for love. If you truly do not care for her, please be clear about it. I find her to be a kind soul. Do not inflict pain upon her. Gao Xiaolan had assumed that the two would surely reconcile, but was taken aback by his sentiments. Yet, there was a flicker of happiness within her. However, the girl was pitiable. If Xiaolu intended to toy with her emotions, she would undoubtedly confront him. I have made my stance clear today, expressing myself quite plainly. Yet, She seems reluctant to accept it, and that is precisely what irks me. Then, as you say, be direct and tell her that we are incompatible. You have no idea what your song today signifies for her. Being vague will only harm others. Gao Xiaolan mused. If you were to compose a song like that for me, I would find it hard to believe you do not love me. It is simply a matter of reluctance to accept. Perhaps I will seek an opportunity tomorrow. However, the song you composed today is truly remarkable. When did you become so adept at writing? Gao Xiaolan shifted to a more relaxed topic, finding herself repeatedly astonished like countless netizens. How to articulate this? It seems that once he contemplates, he comprehends. Li Lu chuckled softly, aware that this little critic, Xiaolan, must be feeling quite embarrassed by his recent performance. Those previous detractors who mocked his singing and acting, labeling him as an empty-headed idol, must now be utterly perplexed. Surely you haven't penned a song for every ex-girlfriend of yours, have you? Many claim they are your creative inspirations, Gao Xiaolan mused as she scrolled through the online comments. A creeping dread settling within her. They remained oblivious to the truth she knew. All 5 female guests were ex-lovers of this scoundrel. With his talent, it would be unreasonable for him not to have written about them. Of course not. I write about whatever inspires me at the moment. Otherwise, must I have been married to compose a song about the rest of my life? Your songwriting is quite absurd then. If you churn out hundreds of songs, you could profit immensely just from selling them, she replied. Indeed, theoretically speaking, there's no fault in that, Li Lu laughed heartily. Though he lamented that the system wouldn't allow him such ease. You could also sign more artists, establish an entertainment group, and earn even more. Absolutely. What do you say? Shall I help you strike it rich? We could sign 20 young idols, each releasing a few signature pieces. Once the songs gain traction, we'd have them performing at local events daily. In 3 years, we'd cycle through a new batch of young talents, while we count our earnings at home. Li Lu boasted with unwavering confidence. Though he had yet to pay off his mortgage, he believed in the power of dreams. All right then. Start by writing 60 or 70 songs. The next day at the Heartbeat Cottage, Sister Hands, what activities are planned today? Xiao Xiao inquired in the dining area, noting that the two had not yet arrived. They mentioned going diving today. They must be practicing now, Soon Wan interjected. How enviable. Neither Brother Lu nor I have ever experienced that. The scene shifted to a hotel pool. Recently, the popularity of Old Six had surged, attracting numerous fans to Lu City in hopes of a chance encounter. Naturally, the production team preferred not to schedule private dates in public, especially during the day when crowds gathered. After consulting with Li Shurhan, they agreed on daytime diving and some water activities, followed by a romantic dinner at the underwater hotel in the evening. These were quintessential couple activities in Lu City, had they not feared any inconveniences. Visiting the water park during the day would have been quite entertaining. The comments flooded in, filled with playful banter regarding the guests' swimwear, despite it being one-piece suits. Old Six's physique is impressive. Why are his swim trunks so long? Is he afraid I can't afford to watch? Make sure to enjoy the view while you can. Once he changes into a diving suit, nothing will be visible. Hands is truly the one with allure. It's completely unexpected. As the sun illuminated their surroundings, the two individuals found themselves in a rather intimate moment by the poolside. The diving instructor was presently imparting essential safety instructions while they were to practice in the water for a while. Having prior experience in diving and possessing commendable swimming skills, Li Lu felt no need to pay heed to the instructions. In contrast, Li Shurhan appeared earnest, nodding continuously in acknowledgement, despite her inability to swim, which rendered her a novice. Seizing the opportunity when the instructor stepped away, Li Lu settled beside her, turning his back to the camera and removing his microphone. What is the matter? He inquired. Li Shurhan, aware of his desire to share something personal, also switched off her microphone. Shurhan, let us remain friends, he stated. Reflecting on what Xiao Lan had mentioned the previous night, this should clarify things. I just think that since we've been apart for so long, you don't really know the current me. He aimed to be sincere, hoping there would be no misunderstandings this time, at least avoiding a repeat of the public embarrassment that had previously occurred. Li Shurhan felt as though she had been struck by lightning, bewildered by the sudden rejection before their date had even commenced. A wave of sadness washed over her. Why was this happening? Was it possible that she had arrived too late? The song that resonated in her mind was not meant for her. Was it for Lin Lin or Yao Yao? She steeled herself against tears, knowing that if she cried, they would only laugh. The warmth of the sun, which had been soothing moments before, now blazed down, becoming painfully bright. She closed her eyes, tears silently tracing down her cheeks as she leaned her head gently against his shoulder, unwilling to speak for fear of betraying her emotions. Chapter 77. The stakes are rising. Oh my goodness, this is so beautiful. They must be genuinely in love, exclaimed one viewer. So sweet, sweeter than malt sugar. Another chimed in. I wish I could quietly lean on his shoulder and bask in the afternoon sun, someone else mused. I can't take it anymore. I'm starting to believe in love again, yet another added. The atmosphere was serene, as silence spoke volumes. Meanwhile, the production team of Heartbeat Cottage was busy at work. Director Lu Qing activated the communications device, noting that while the live feed from the pool was visually stunning, it had been silent for far too long. Xiao Jiang, what are they saying? Why is there no sound? He asked. Boss, they've turned off their microphones. We're in the dark, replied Xiao Jiang. What is going on? These artists have become far too disrespectful of their contracts, Lu Qing remarked, visibly frustrated. Boss, I have something to report. A colleague just mentioned that Sister Shurhan has tears on her face. What? Weren't they just practicing diving? Lu Qing questioned. No, Director, it seems she may have been crying. Lu Qing and his team were taken aback. Crying? A troubling thought crept into their minds. Could it be that this couple's fate was destined for heartbreak? Meanwhile, Li Lu found himself in a quandary, unsure of how to proceed. Miss, could you please say something? Leaning like this might lead the viewers to misunderstand. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. I am uncertain how long it has been. Suddenly, Li Shurhan leaps into the pool, splashing water everywhere. Li Lu waits at the side for over 10 seconds. Yet she has not resurfaced. Has the foolish girl done something reckless? She cannot swim. Is she seeking peril? Even a 1.6 meter pool can be hazardous. Without further hesitation, he jumps in after her. They both emerge from the water, her eyes wide open, fully alert. Today, you are my boyfriend. And I forbid you from uttering such words again. Li Shurhan smiles, as if everything that transpired moments ago had never occurred. No one knows that she has cried. She is certainly not a pitiful creature. Li Lu breathes a sigh of relief. Sister, are you playing? It was merely a false alarm. All is well. He nods, understanding her intentions clearly this time. They are now in the midst of a performance, pretending to be a couple. This arrangement is preferable, as it ensures they avoid a scenario akin to Yao Yao's. They board a yacht and set sail toward a designated diving area. Equipped with their gear and under the guidance of the instructor, they begin their descent. Li Lu swims effortlessly, as if he were born for the water. With a diving certificate, he can explore depths of over 10 meters. Glancing back, he sees Li Shurhan awkwardly floating in the water. It matters not that she cannot swim. With professional diving equipment and attentive staff, she is quite safe. Unable to bear the sight, Li Lu swims to her side. She is not enjoying herself. Struggling as she is, taking hold of one of her hands, he gestures for her to follow his rhythm and swim deeper together. As Li Shurhan previously stated, they are in a reality show, and now they must focus on their roles. She has entirely forgotten her earlier discontent. The underwater world is a realm of its own. Opening the prepared fish food, a school of vibrant tropical fish surrounds them, dancing gracefully. The coral reefs, in their myriad colors, are breathtaking. Coupled with his reassuring grip, a sense of security envelopes her. He stays by her side throughout, making everything seem perfect. In the heartbeat room, Nuan snuggles on the sofa with her phone. What are you watching? Xiao Xiao suddenly appears behind her, startling her. I'm watching Brother Lu and Sister Shurhan diving. I'm so envious. The barrage of comments on her screen fills with admiration as the couple holds hands, showcasing their affection underwater. Well, if you wish to join in the fun, I shall accompany you. Xiao Jun sends a heart signal, suggesting that it would be simple for the two of them to team up for a dive. Sun Wan is momentarily speechless. I envy Sister Shurhan, not the act of diving itself. The comments continue to flood in, praising the cinematography of the show. Wow, this is stunning. Doesn't this resemble a travel promotional video? Clearly, it's an advertisement for a diving club. It has aired multiple times already. Li Shurhan was truly reluctant to leave the underwater world, which felt like a realm belonging solely to the two of them, as the outside world was altogether different. Upon returning to the yacht, she changed her attire and settled beside him, her lips curling into a childlike smile as she gazed at the photographs they had just taken. Fatigue enveloped her, and she thought it wouldn't hurt to rest her head on her boyfriend's shoulder for a while. Li Lu was taken aback. Although they had agreed to maintain professionalism as actors, her display of affection was rather intimate. She nestled against him, seemingly oblivious to her fanbase. A staff member handed him his jacket, as the wind on the sea was brisk. Understanding instantly, he draped it around her. Within moments, he noticed her softly snoring, clearly exhausted despite her earlier reluctance to leave the water. As evening approached, the two arrived at the pre-arranged underwater restaurant, situated beneath an aquarium, where immense glass panels allowed them to observe various marine creatures gliding gracefully past. Several patrons greeted them from a distance, but prior arrangements ensured that their filming would remain undisturbed. Noticing her distracted demeanor as she sampled her meal, Lilu inquired if the food was to her liking. The dishes were expertly crafted by the restaurant's chef, who had even posed for a photograph earlier. "I can't eat," she admitted, her heart heavy with the realization that her boyfriend would soon no longer be hers. He still had not forgiven her. Otherwise, why would he have pushed her away? "Shall I order you another dish? How about the crystal shrimp? I remember you love it," he offered. "No, thank you," she replied, shaking her head. His patience was unwavering. "Lilu, do you still hold a grudge against me?" she asked. "Not at all. Why bring it up?" he responded, eager to shift the conversation. "Perhaps you could scold me instead, if it would ease your heart," she suggested, her tone hinting at vulnerability. "Really, there's no need. Let's not discuss this any further," he insisted, wanting to steer clear of such topics. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken words and emotions, a poignant reminder of their complex relationship. Henin has never been one to keep her thoughts bottled up, as evidenced by her previous public apology. While that prior reconciliation may have been scripted, it was genuine love that blossomed after blue and white porcelain. The comments flooded in, revealing a shift in sentiment. On screen, the Shurhan appeared remarkably composed. His meaning was clear: he no longer loved her. Yesterday morning, she publicly apologized, relieving herself of a burden she had carried for so long. This morning, after being rejected by him, she cried. She had wept enough. Reflecting on his words from last night, he had expressed a desire to be together out of guilt and emotional resonance with the song. But that was not her sentiment. After all these years, she had never forgotten him. If her love were not profound, would her heart ache so intensely? Now, she faced two choices. One, pretend nothing had happened and continue to collaborate on today's and future programs, wishing each other well. Or two, eliminate misunderstandings and courageously pursue love anew. She was no longer a naive girl. She knew what she desired. Allowing misunderstandings to persist could mean happiness slipping away entirely. Gazing at the man across from her, she noticed him trying to change the subject, confirming her suspicions that he still harbored resentment towards her. "I know you still resent me, despite your words." On camera, Lilu took a deep breath, truly reluctant to address such matters on the show. "Henin, let us not dwell on the past. I hold no hatred towards you. You know what kind of person I am. Of course, I know you well. You are polite and gracious to everyone. But if someone treats you poorly, you remember it for a lifetime. Oh, and you even write songs to mock them." Lilu, holding a drink, found himself momentarily choked by her words. The fans watching the live stream erupted in laughter. Henin had always been so candid. "Haha, old Six has been exposed. I'm dying of laughter. They truly are superficial friends. That's a clever dig." She and Yao Yao have long since fallen out. There has been no interaction between them in the program these past few days. What matters more, a best friend or a man? On screen, Lilu wore an awkward expression. "Enough with the jokes. What would it take for you to believe me? I truly haven't taken it to heart." "Yes, you haven't taken me to heart." Lilu was at a loss, unsure how to respond. It seemed whatever he said was wrong. Meanwhile, Li Shurhan continued, stirring her soup with a spoon, pausing before adding, "I understand your rejection. There's a thorn in your heart. Really, why don't you just scold me? Stop it." Lilu was stunned. What was she doing? There was no way he could scold her, let alone do so on live television. Yesterday, there was an unexpected apology during the show, a rather erratic display. Everyone was recording the program. It was not truly an occasion for romance. You are an educated and refined woman, so do not forget your persona. The audience was taken aback, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of information. What does Henin mean? This is too humble. What does it mean to be rejected? Was a romantic proposal turned down? It's quite possible that Henin took it to heart, while Lao Lu was merely playing along with the show. When Lao Lu mentioned forgiveness, it surely was for the sake of the program. Who can genuinely let go after being criticized? In front of the camera, Li Shurhan gazed quietly at the man across from her. "I am not being frivolous. I am quite clear-headed now. I understand that my past actions have made it difficult for you to trust my words or to forgive me. However, I must convey this to you. I like you, not because of the song you wrote. My affection for you is not a means of atonement. I like you simply because I have always liked you. I want you to know that I do not wish for you to misinterpret my feelings, nor do I want to miss this chance. Across the river, thousands of miles away, with the smoke curling up from the kitchens, I have never forgotten you. It is not guilt, nor is it compensation. It is simply because I love you. A torrent of words left Li Lu at a loss. What is happening? Didn't we clarify everything this morning? Now you declare your feelings on the show, making it difficult for me. Suddenly, the entire restaurant seemed to fall silent. An eerie stillness enveloping the room. Looking around, it appeared that other patrons were discreetly observing the scene. Goodness, could it be that the entire room of guests were merely actors hired by the production team? Despite the complaints, that seemed highly unlikely. Yet, these individuals were undoubtedly live-streaming the unfolding drama, enjoying the spectacle. What should he do in the face of such a declaration? It was a precarious situation. He exhaled softly, releasing a breath of anxiety. Hanin, I'm sorry. I am not as good as you think. You deserve someone better. Li Lu steeled himself. You are a good person. As someone who adheres to his word, if he were to accept Hanin's feelings on the show, he would inevitably treat her sincerely even after the cameras stopped rolling. Thus, he had initially refused to kiss Yao Yao, as that would have been a form of commitment. I'm sorry, but I cannot perform in such a manner. The audience was already in a frenzy. A genuine confession had occurred, and the goddess had been granted the good man card. Goodness, Lao Lu actually rejected Hanin in public. One moment of sweetness, and you've turned it into a tragic scene. No way, what is wrong with Hanin? Lao Lu, don't be so ungrateful. Hanin took it seriously, but Lao Lu was merely complying with the show. In this instance, Lao Lu is indeed the actor. How refreshing. I was unhappy seeing Lao Lu forgive that scheming woman, but this is true masculinity. In the restaurant, after Li Lu uttered his words, it seemed as though the atmosphere came alive once more. The sound of cutlery clinking and the delightful rhythm of chewing filled the air. Today, the fortunate guests who secured a reservation had been informed in advance about the presence of a renowned celebrity filming a romantic reality show. Those who could afford to dine here were undoubtedly young couples on vacation, eager to catch a glimpse of the most talked-about pair of the moment. Each had come prepared with headphones and power banks, all eager to witness the unfolding drama firsthand. It certainly did not disappoint. What a spectacle! What would happen next? Would the female lead become enraged and throw a drink in his face? Li Shurhan had already mentally prepared herself, resolute in her determination not to shed a tear, regardless of the outcome. Yet, upon hearing his words, her eyes involuntarily began to well with emotion. She was somewhat cunning, aware of his character, which is why she had pressed him during the show. She had hoped to stir something within him, but was met with rejection instead. The weight of her grievances was suffocating. Why, oh why? She had apologized, relinquished her pride. What more did he want from her? Would he sing her a song instead? Li Shurhan steadied her emotions. She must not cry, especially not in public. That was her final bastion of defiance. Sing? Li Lu paused, taken aback. Why would he need to sing? The song Blue and White Porcelain was not meant for her. Surely, he had written something else. Lin Lin had a song. Yao Yao had one. What about her? Li Shurhan no longer cared about the ongoing recording. The outcome was already determined, so what was left to concern herself with? I, too, was your ex-girlfriend, surely. You must have written a song to scold me. Stop joking around, Li Lu remarked, sensing her unusual demeanor. Was the unhinged woman making an appearance again? Could such sentiments be aired on a show? Wouldn't that imply he included his ex-girlfriend in his lyrics? No, I demand that you write a song to berate me. Really let me have it. Li Shurhan's voice rose, slipping out of her control. If others had songs, why should she not have one as well? After all, she was also his ex-girlfriend. The entire restaurant seemed to be drawn into their exchange. Chapter 79, A Tangle of Love and Hate. Silence amidst joy and sorrow. Sing. Sing. Old Lu, sing. Old Lu. We've been waiting in the restaurant for over 3 hours. Suddenly, the restaurant erupted into commotion. The patrons, who had come merely to observe, were now clamoring for him to sing. The barrage of comments reflected their astonishment. Old Lu's show had turned in unexpected directions too many times. Blue and White Porcelain wasn't he written for Hanin? It can't be true. Why do Lin Lin and Yao Yao have songs, and she must have one too? I can't help but think of a rather terrifying reason. Hanin is also an ex-girlfriend. It can't be. Eliminate all impossibilities. And what remains must be the truth. Sing, Old Lu. Singing will solve everything. This is riveting. Old Lu, the maestro, is about to take the stage. In the lens, Li Lurin appeared dazed. pleading silently not to cry, as if he had wronged her. He desired nothing more than for her to sing and berate him, so that he too could find solace. Li Shurhan's eyes were red at the moment of rejection. Her self-esteem had long since dissipated. "Teacher Li, we have everything prepared for you." Just then, several individuals approached the pair. Upon closer inspection, they were none other than the musicians from the production team. "What brings you here?" Li Luren asked, bewildered. "The director scheduled this for the morning, suggesting you might need us, so we've been waiting here all day." Li Luren was taken aback, astonished. The Heartbeat Little House filming crew had gathered around the monitor. "Boss, you truly have a knack for this," one remarked. "Indeed, Old Six is about to sing." Another chimed in. "Your instincts are spot on," Lu Qing remarked, satisfied. "When Han Hang publicly apologized, I sensed something was amiss. They were indeed an item before. I figured out Old Six's strategy long ago, first. He lured his ex-girlfriend into a false sense of security, then struck hard. The sweeter the initial deception, the harsher the subsequent blow. Also, when the camera shifts to the living room, make sure everyone sees Old Six in action. Isn't that inappropriate, boss? Nonsense. This is all about viewership. Keep your eyes on Lin Ling and Yao Yao's expressions. Once you finish singing, I won't bother you again, and you mustn't resent me. We will truly part ways." With unwavering determination, Li Shurhan urged him to draw his metaphorical knife, erasing any lingering affection or animosity. Li Luren understood. Perhaps he should sing a love song to comfort her. Sing, sing, sing. The crowd cheered as Old Six and the band took to a makeshift stage that had long been prepared. "Brother, are you sure this is a comforting song?" one questioned. "The heart speaks through the song," the host replied. Li Luren furrowed his brow, conversing with the system. After this song, Han Heng should no longer feel guilt, just as she had expressed the need to resolve their grievances. Words of the Heart by Zhang Yuxing echoed in the air. The band, seasoned performers, quickly grasped the sheet music, and though they had practiced little, perfection was not essential for a spontaneous performance. Li Luren held the spotlight, while Han Heng's gaze remained fixed upon him. "Very well, as you wish. Words of the heart, you deeply and passionately promise, only to fade away with the western winds." Old Six transformed into a musical deity, and the audience savored every moment. Even the waitstaff in the restaurant paused, fearful of missing a single note. A fool's ramblings. "I am infatuated, leaning against the dreams, just like a withered flower." The crowd turned their attention to the female lead. Indeed, he was striking hard. The meaning of the first two lines was clear, criticizing the female lead for her insincerity, her promises scattered by the wind. The male lead, a tragic figure, saw all his fervent feelings wilt like dying blossoms. "A bolt from the blue, you coldly let go at the moment I needed you most." Li Shurhan no longer dared to meet his gaze, collapsing onto the table, weeping inconsolably. Heart and words at odds, he truly penned such a song to chastise himself. In private, he repeatedly professed his love for him, yet ultimately chose to abandon him when he needed her the most. She could not bear to confront the fans' accusations alongside him, even issuing statements that further condemned him. She loved him, yet at times felt utterly powerless. He too understood his love for her, which led him to silently endure everything alone. There was love, there was hatred, there was sorrow, and there was joy. Though both cherished one another, the possibility of their union had faded. Thus, their intertwined feelings left them gaunt, and the ebb and flow of their emotions rendered them mute. This anguish arose without cause. Only by forgiving oneself could one attain freedom. Heart and words at odds, your pretentious visage indelibly etched in the corners of my soul. After Li Lu finished singing, he returned to his seat. "Miss, did you not say you wouldn't cry?" he remarked. "Your current state makes it difficult for me to manage." "Henin, he began, but Li Shurhan interrupted, lifting her head. "Wu, I knew you would resent me. You resent me for drifting away when you needed me most. You resent me for betraying the vows of love, leaving you to bear it all alone. Are you happy now? You voiced your true feelings." "Wu, I'm sorry." Li Lu could only weakly apologize. "Stop crying. We're recording a show." With tears streaming like a rain-soaked pear blossom, anyone who witnessed would declare he was tormenting her. "Didn't you just say you wanted to vent your frustrations and end things?" She retorted. "I must be foolish to have believed it. This is it. I've likely become the villain again, with my song mocking my ex-girlfriend serving as undeniable proof. Tomorrow, I'll probably be ruthlessly criticized. However, at least things were clarified. Henin would no longer misunderstand him in the future. Come here." Li Lu obediently approached her, wondering if she intended to slap him. Li Shurhan raised her hand to embrace his waist, vigorously wiping her tears on him. All right, you vented. We must not dwell on the past. Let us start anew. Chapter 80. One's own emotions are the ones collected like stamps. The comments went wild. The goddess is indeed sincere. Yesterday, a huge scandal broke. Today, another colossal revelation. When Henin cries, I know. Wait, did I hear that correctly? Henin implies they truly had a relationship. When I needed you, you drifted away. Betraying the vows of love, what nonsense is this? Henin, calm down. Don't act out every script. This is the epitome of a green tea drama. Could it be that they were already together while filming? It sounds like they were genuine lovers during the shoot, and after the movie flopped, they swiftly parted ways. The situation has taken a rather shocking turn, as it appears that post-breakup, one has taken to disparaging their former partner. It is unclear if anyone dares to label her as courageous, for her actions are undoubtedly questionable. The ongoing scrutiny continues unabated. Our dear brother finds himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. Was this all part of an elaborate ruse? Please extend your forgiveness to her. She could have chosen to remain hidden. Her affection for him compelled her to express her feelings publicly, wishing to avoid any lingering resentment. This undoubtedly signifies true love. Please accept her. Naturally, forgiveness has been granted, albeit with a sense of sorrow. The shift in tone raises questions about the authenticity of this forgiveness. Rewind to the previous heart-thumping gathering, where everyone was present in the living room. No one anticipated that the sweet couple from earlier in the day would suddenly face turmoil that evening. Only when the director instructed everyone to focus on the television did they realize that the two had indeed unraveled. It seems that Henin made a confession, but Lao Lu issued a good person card in response. As the television flickered to life, Zhang Wenba remarked that it appeared Henin wished for Lao Lu to sing for her. It was indicated that Henin requested brother Lu to compose a song in reprimand of her. Henin expressed a desire to have what Lin Lin and Yao Yao possessed. The expressions of the male guests were varied, as they had discreetly checked their phones and, like countless onlookers, were left in disbelief. Their gazes flitted between Lin Lin and Zhang Xinyao, pondering the implications of Henin's unusual request. What a thrill, leaving one hesitant to contemplate further. To everyone's astonishment, Lao Lu indeed had a song. On screen, Li Lu began conversing with several musicians regarding the arrangement. The wealth of creative material at Lao Lu's disposal is quite remarkable. Zhang Wenba couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, accompanied by a subtle mockery. The female guests wore a range of expressive looks. Sun Wan found it hard to believe. Could it be true that Li Shurhan and brother Lu were once a couple? This revelation is nothing short of astonishing. How could one still disparage their partner while being their girlfriend? Such a lack of integrity, and to think she was perceived as virtuous. Lu Mian felt a chill. If Li Shurhan had truly been involved with him, it would be utterly terrifying. Reflecting on her own past association with him, she questioned why she had ever been drawn to him. Was it truly his looks? The entertainment industry is rife with handsome faces. Their initial acquaintance coincided with his darkest hour, as his film flopped and became a casualty of the industry. On stage, he was coerced into lip-syncing, defiantly brandishing the microphone as a form of protest. Such a person was destined to encounter numerous hardships within the industry. Initially, one might feel sympathy for him. He had encountered many hardships, and with time, it became evident that he was unlike others. He possesses principles and sincerity, a rarity in the entertainment realm. Perhaps it is this very innocence that piqued curiosity and inadvertently crossed the boundaries of friendship. It was once believed that he had a past relationship with Lin Lin, while the rest were merely rumors or promotional tactics. Thus, when it was revealed during the show that he and Yao Yao had once been a couple, it came as quite a surprise. I did not dwell on it, for it is quite normal for a boyfriend to have had previous romances. At most, it was a matter of him not disclosing it to me, which was hardly significant. However, if Li Shurhan were to be his ex-girlfriend as well, that would be rather alarming. It seems he has left no female celebrity with whom he has had rumors untouched. According to the timeline, wouldn't Ti also be considered one of his targets? When they were first photographed together, his fans accused me of riding on his coattails. I apologize. But at that time, my popularity surpassed his by a considerable margin. After the breakup, we never appeared together again, yet his fans would berate me, claiming I only associated with those who were famous. Some vile individuals even mocked me for collecting another male idol. It was quite unjust, as I was the one being collected, so to speak. Turning my gaze to Sun Wan, who was intently watching the television, I recalled that rumors had circulated about the two of them recently. Given the nature of a scoundrel like him, it was certainly to be expected. Lin Lin was also engrossed in the television. He had actually rejected Li Shurhan. Initially, I felt a sense of joy, yet Li Shurhan's words were disheartening. What was this? How could you have such a rich romantic history after a breakup? Zhang Xinyao had been overjoyed and was secretly checking her phone. The moment her former friend was rejected truly felt like a revelation. However, what did the last words of this green tea mean? Surely not. Watching Li Lu genuinely prepare to sing, I found myself silently praying. He must be harshly criticized. She has caused you such misery. At least she is far worse than I am. The wait was not long, as old Six was indeed quite swift. Words may deceive, yet you profess your heartfelt promises. Thus, the ebbs and flows of joy and sorrow fell into silence. Consequently, love and hate intertwined, leading to a waning of spirits. The ensuing dialogue between the two was even more riveting. The audience was astonished. What was this about love's vows and departing? Oh my. It turned out that Han Han and Old Six had indeed been together before. How melodramatic, yet somehow it seemed reasonable. Couples are like birds of the same forest. When disaster strikes, they flee separately. You have become a laughingstock across the internet. Must you still expect the girl to share in your misfortunes? It is likely that they parted amicably, as Old Six never spoke ill of her afterward. Li Shurhan certainly had her ways, easily managing to keep him in check. In the room, the only sound was that of the television, as everyone savored the gossip, fearing they might miss something. All right, you have vented. Let us not dwell on the past. Let us begin anew. On the show, Li Shurhan embraced Old Six, a sudden twist. Before Old Six could respond, the signal switched to a scene from the heart-thumping little house. The live camera returned to the audience, ensuring the atmosphere remained lively. It turns out it was all Han Han's ploy. Yang Shu burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. The storyline between these two individuals is exceedingly melodramatic, which explains why Han Han requested him to berate her. Each event intricately links to another, showcasing a remarkable skill in seduction. The camera begins to alternate between Lin Lin and Zhang Xinyao, and the comments are inundated with their names. So it's yet another ex. No wonder Li Shurhan is so proactive. I won't allow anyone to snatch him away. All three female guests are former flames. One must wonder about the psychological trauma experienced by the sixth guest during their time on the show. Both Zhang Xinyao and Lin Lin were expressions of disbelief. Is it truly possible? Iceberg Snow Lotus Tea. Chapter 81. Hasn't one just caught oneself in a predicament? Let us discuss the song. What level does the sixth guest's new piece attain? The female guests in the heartbeat room are notably silent, prompting Yang Shu to swiftly change the subject upon noticing the lack of engagement. Indeed, there are two other parties involved in this love quadrangle present in the room. Discussing such gossip in front of them feels somewhat disrespectful. This song is excellent, simply marvelous. When it comes to music, Zhang Wenbo claps his hands enthusiastically, for this is his area of expertise. At this moment, before all the fans watching the live stream, he must ardently praise the sixth guest's song. It is exceptional. Everyone turns their gaze toward him. Despite his discord with the sixth guest, he remains fair in his critique. As for the meaning of the song, that shall remain unspoken. After all, they are brothers, and we outsiders ought not to meddle in matters of the heart. The comments flood in, indicating that the sixth guest's connection has faltered, the signal being on this end. What a farce. They are clearly plastic brothers. Why discuss a trivial song when we want to hear about your brotherly dynamics? Who cares to hear your thoughts on the song? We want to hear the gossip. The production team is doomed. What is the current situation between these two? Zhang Wenbo, holding the lyrics just organized by the production team, continues, let us discuss the structure of this song. It is truly impressive. Each line begins with a Chinese idiom. Words and actions do not match. A fool's dream. A spark ignites a prairie fire, and a thunderclap on a clear day. Words and actions do not match. No words to say, perfectly natural and uncontrollable. The director shifts the camera to focus on the script in Zhang Wenbo's hands. The other guests only now notice the remarkable symmetry in the song structure. Each opening line of the verses indeed begins with an idiom. Upon further examination of the lyrics beneath each verse, one finds deeply heartfelt promises, dependent affections, passionate gazes, and resolute farewells, drifting far with the western wind, wilting flowers. The brightest sky, and the moments one most needs you. Have you noticed? All the verses are constructed with such parallelism. Zhang Wenbo takes a pen, meticulously illustrating the corresponding elements of the entire song. Wow, how incredibly talented the sixth guest is. Yang Shu is equally astonished. He had sensed the fluidity while listening. Only now does he realize the meticulousness behind each word. The entire song is characterized by a meticulous parallelism that is so orderly that it causes one to forget to ponder the meaning of the lyrics. Yang Shu silently recites the lines, aware that some sentiments remain unspoken. How profoundly has Lao Lu been wounded by Henin to compose such a poignant piece? Thus, love and hate intertwine, leading to physical and emotional frailty. The deeper the love, the sharper the pain. When one realizes they have fallen for someone they cannot love, someone who has betrayed them, the entangled emotions render one weary and pallid. Consequently, the oscillation of joy and sorrow leaves one in silence, with no words left to utter. Alone, one bears the burden of this muddled affection and the inexplicable anguish it brings. Resentment brews toward that duplicitous woman and toward oneself, who has also played a part in this charade. The guests offer their praises, and the comments echo with admiration. Indeed, Lao Lu's lyrical prowess is astonishing. How deeply must he have been hurt to articulate such words? Consider Lao Lu's plight. After being stabbed in the back by his girlfriend, how could he not be wounded? No wonder Henin's defenses crumbled. Lao Lu almost inscribed her name into his verses. At least it's certain that he has woven every ex-girlfriend into his songs. I understand Lao Lu's strategy. First, a sweet melody that evokes fond memories, then a swift, cutting revelation. Strangely enough, that is true. Yao Yao indeed, Henin too. I believe Lao Lu still harbors affection for his white moonlight. At least he isn't as ruthless as one might think. Doesn't it feel scripted? Have you noticed how familiar some of the idioms in the lyrics are? I shall never again criticize Zhang Wenba. He genuinely praises his brother. In the spotlight, within the heart-thumping little abode, Zhang Wenba and the others allow the audience to digest this before continuing with a grin. Of course, what I just mentioned isn't even Lao Lu's most remarkable feat. The guests are once again captivated by his words, clearly addicted to the flattery. Lao Lu's brilliance lies in the fact that he incorporated all the idioms we played with in yesterday's word game, those that Henin eagerly answered, into his song. Duality of thought, the ramblings of a fool, a spark igniting a prairie fire, a bolt from the blue. Zhang Wenba points out each term, asking, isn't that impressive? Lao Yinbi, hasn't he just ensnared himself? Still posing as a literary genius while claiming there's no script. The entire production team is complicit in your performance. Today, I shall unveil your FAAD before millions of fans. Impressive, indeed. Lin Xian instantly grasped the implication. You all have overplayed your script. Today has been exhilarating, as the once revered goddess has descended from her pedestal. Now, everyone is aware that she once undermined her partner, her own boyfriend. Even Lao Lu, who attempted to steal the spotlight, has been caught in the act. Delightful. What a coincidence, Lao Lu. Brother Lu must have done this on purpose, composing a song on the fly. The male guests jest with one another, their spirits finally lifted, remarking that he should not be so exceptional. It is highly likely that the production team had coordinated with Li Shurhan well in advance. Director Lu Qing glanced at his nephew, puzzled. What is the matter? Did you receive the question bank from Lao Lu? Uncle, of course not. I found it through Qiandu's search. It was truly just a casual search. The first question bank that appeared was this one. If you don't believe me, take a look. Lu Qing was left speechless. Indeed, it was true. There was no script. It couldn't possibly be some mysterious force at play. How bizarre. Yet, it didn't matter whether it was scripted or not. What mattered was whether it was entertaining. Today, Lao Lu performed admirably, continuously signaling Jiang Zi to switch the feed. This made things easier for him, allowing him to return to the small room. Although he was curious to know whether Lao Lu had truly forgiven, he couldn't completely offend the guests. Leaving some ambiguity would also allow netizens to speculate freely. Time shifted back to the underwater hotel, where Li Shurhan held him tightly. All right, you've vented your frustrations. We shouldn't dwell on the past. Let us start anew. Li Lu was frantic, wondering how to respond. He gestured frantically towards the director Jiang Zi, as sometimes guests felt uncomfortable and could signal the director to switch the camera. This was to avoid capturing any scenes that couldn't be aired, with contingency plans in place. Meanwhile, lowering his head, he removed the microphone, afraid that others might overhear, and whispered to her, Henin, please calm down. Let us discuss this after we return. Li Shurhan refused to let go, shaking her head. He had loved her so deeply in the past, as one could glean from the songs. Letting go was not an option if they missed this chance. The regret would last a lifetime. Sister, even if we are to start anew, Shouldn't feelings be nurtured gradually? Chapter 82. The Melon in the Melon Field. Terrified and unable to sleep that night, no one slept. Everyone was busy gossiping, reveling in the drama. The top trending topic read, appearing on a show with 3 ex-girlfriends. I've become famous. At the Weibo headquarters, dozens of programmers worked overtime, ready for action. They continued to expand the server capacity, urging everyone to put in extra effort tonight. With the rapid development of short videos, gossip was not limited to just them anymore. They needed to seize the traffic and work hard for 3 days straight. Coffee, fruit, and hairy crabs were in ample supply, fueled by excitement. Every time a celebrity faced a scandal, the activity surged, and advertising revenue skyrocketed. Li Lu, this once popular star, had already kept everyone well-fed for several consecutive days. According to usual patterns, the fervor of gossip would gradually subside after its peak. But he was completely defying convention, as juicy revelations continued to emerge one after another. The top 30 entertainment trending topics were all related to him. It was absurd. Shocking, Li Shura is also Lao Lu's ex-girlfriend. The juicy revelation escalates. The girlfriend herself confronts Lao Lu, yet he still forgives her. Lao Lu truly is remarkable, incorporating each ex-girlfriend into his songs. Words may deceive. But Lao Lu tears apart Li Shura. The most ardent admirer, having been rejected thrice, finds himself seamlessly entangled with 3 goddesses. In the most riveting romantic variety show, all 3 female guests are his former flames, creating a web of past relationships. As the festive season approaches, Soonwon has just denied her romantic involvement with Lu Lu. Late at night, Lu Mian meets Lu Lu for a meal, showcasing a new image that captivates viewers. Lu Lu's fan base has surpassed 100 million. Yet he has not been active in 3 years. It is indeed a tragic fate for Lu Lu, continuously faced with rejection. The betrayal from his girlfriend is unforgivable. Who truly comprehends Lu Lu's grievances? Han Han has already acknowledged her mistakes. What more do you desire? From Lu Lu's songs, it is evident that he is a devoted admirer who will undoubtedly forgive. Upon deeper reflection, it is alarming that both Lu Mian and Wan have been romantically linked to him. Do not be deceived. These are merely orchestrated by the production team for publicity. As a friendly reminder, enjoy your gossip while listening to music. It costs nothing. Lu Lu is indeed remarkable, having penned 2 songs for each of his ex-girlfriends. His approach is ruthless, employing the same strategy. First, a sweet ballad that touches the heart, followed by a poignant song that brings tears. Lin Lin is not to be accused. Lu Lu has intentions that are clear. However, do not be gullible. Everything is scripted, with the songs meticulously prepared in advance. As hinted by Zhang Wenbao, it is all a script. Approach the gossip with rationality. Which female celebrity would willingly participate in such a farce? Yao Yao and Han Han have garnered countless detractors. Do you believe everyone is foolish enough to play along? What fault lies with Yao Yao? Is it a crime to fall in love and subsequently part ways? Are you aware of the hardships Han Han has endured over the years? She has lived in remorse every single day. In the midst of the gossip, those eagerly consuming the news find it hard to sleep, while the subjects of this gossip are equally distressed. Upon returning to the hotel after the broadcast, Soonwon finds her manager and assistants waiting. What should she do? Many have privately messaged her to respond regarding her relationship with Brother Lu. The situation has shifted dramatically, with 3 consecutive ex-girlfriends involved, creating quite the spectacle. Countless netizens have begun to dig into the past. Within just an hour, the searches for her and Lu Mian have surged. Do not panic. It seems someone is deliberately guiding the narrative to muddy the waters. The manager remains composed. Everyone knows whom he refers to, and some are hastily managing public relations. Li Lu, whom he once underestimated, has proven to be a brilliant songwriter. Had he known, he would have prevented their breakup. It is a pity. Hearing her manager's words stirs something within Soonwon. Brother Lu has garnered the manager's approval, which means she could potentially be with him on the show. Brother Lu cares for her deeply. He would surely understand her feelings. Sister Hong, should I just admit it? Are you out of your mind? If we acknowledge it now, we'll be contradicting ourselves. Do you wish to sacrifice your image for such folly? You, at such a young age, have a penchant for deceit? The manager scolds her, concerned that she might become too infatuated and lose her focus. In the past few days, the program has revealed several instances of lingering feelings towards the 6th one. It is essential for her to regain clarity. It cannot be that serious. It seems no one is criticizing Sister Lin Lin. Zhang Xinyao and Li Shurhan have not been significantly affected, have they? Sun Wan murmured softly, noting that Brother Lu evidently harbors disdain for those three, as their songs are filled with heartbreak. Just recently parting ways with her, he must still be thinking of her. Huh? What do you compare yourself to them? What do you possess? The manager, Hong Jia, scoffed. After a few songs from the sixth one, those female guests wept genuinely, revealing their true emotions. He has now become a pitiful figure in love, enduring immense trials, and his persona is firmly established. People regard him with sympathy. Those who once deemed him petty or accused him of lamenting his ex-girlfriend now offer lighthearted banter. As for Lin Lin, their previous misunderstandings were mere regrets. She is an irreplaceable white moonlight, and all we can do is extend our blessings. Zhang Xinyao, do you believe fans would mock her as an actress? Incorrect. Her public breakdown was an authentic display of emotion. Pursuing the sixth one in the program once again showcases a fearless passion. Original fans have grown fonder, while new detractors have inadvertently contributed to his popularity. Li Shurhan, do you think her persona will crumble after tonight? Of course not. Her team is not inept. Believe it or not, after tonight's events, tomorrow fans will sympathize with her. They're intertwining love and hate. One living in despair, the other consumed by guilt. One silently endures, while the other lays bare their flaws for love, seeking forgiveness on the show. Fans have witnessed the suffering both have endured over the years. It would be inappropriate not to conclude with a grand reunion. And you, once you go public, what will we guide? To encourage you to break up when one is down? To have others spend money to elevate you, only for you to cut ties once you achieve fame? Or to guide them that suddenly having talent warrants a partnership? Sun Wan was bewildered by the barrage of comments. Am I truly that terrible? Tears began to flow uncontrollably. Wasn't he at your request to break up at that time? I didn't want this either. The manager, Hong Jia, noted the girl's distress and realized she might have been too harsh. Yet, who could have anticipated the sixth one's talent? If you could write a few good songs for Sun Wan, I would be foolish to intervene. Enough, enough. Ultimately, it is your unstable foundation and popularity that cause concern. If you were like them, having debuted for several years with numerous works to your name, you would not have to worry so much. But fans persistently inquire, and I fear it may become unsustainable. Do not worry, as long as you remain silent. Just be cautious in the program and avoid focusing too much on the sixth one. As for him, there is no need for concern. I have come to realize that this man indeed bears a heavy burden. Despite how Li Shurhan treated him in the past, he has never spoken ill of her. Had it not been for Li Shurhan's own admission on the show, this fool would likely have remained silent for the rest of his life. Hong Jia reminisced about the time he rejected that 5 million. How astute he was to save it. She had long been apprehensive that mishandling money might lead to some sordid affair, but now those worries have dissipated. Indeed, there exist individuals in this world who are indifferent to both wealth and fame. Chapter 83. Having known each other for quite some time. Why did you not pursue me back then? Li Lu felt somewhat fatigued, and after washing up, he lay in bed, unwilling to move. At this moment, a cigarette would be most welcome. The act of smoking speaks of resignation, while the exhalation reveals weariness of the heart. Why have all my ex-girlfriends suddenly developed an affection for me again? How perplexing. The phone rang. It was Xiaolon. He answered, putting it on speaker. What is up? Am I interrupting anything? Speak nicely. Haha, that's a relief. I simply could not wait to hear the gossip. Xiaolon exhaled in relief. He had not replied to her previous messages. Unable to contain her curiosity, she called to put her mind at ease. Thankfully, he seemed to be alone. Scram. There's no gossip here. Li Lu retorted irritably. Tonight was particularly unbearable. After much effort, he had finally managed to soothe Henin, judging by her demeanor. She might have become quite attached to him. He was not as infatuated as she believed, living life quite freely. What's with your tone? Feeling feisty, are we? Xiaolon was not offended. His attitude suggested that nothing was amiss. Do tell, what whispers exchanged in her ear when you finished your broadcast? What could I possibly say? I could only mention that feelings must be nurtured gradually. Come on, Li Lu, you cannot be so vague. If you like her, say so. If not, be honest about it. Your ambiguity is the mark of a cad. Xiaolon was quite agitated. How could he behave this way? Then tell me what to do. She is quite stubborn. Should I declare my disdain for her and leave her there all alone? Xiaolon was momentarily at a loss for words. The rogue had a point. Having witnessed the situation, she felt sympathy for Li Shurhan. Had she not been deeply in love, she would not have publicly declared herself a former girlfriend after being rejected. Then why did you sing to her, pouring your heart out? Xiaolon pondered love's complexities and how it could lead to such emotional turmoil. She felt a twinge of pity for him. Such pain must have inspired those poignant lyrics. Wasn't he that her request? She said if you sang a song, all grievances would be resolved. I see the lyrics were rather intense, so clarity would be beneficial. Who could have known that after singing, she would still wish to restart? Li Lu was truly at his wit's end. The song had not produced the desired outcome. Do you understand women at all? You must interpret their words inversely. I cannot fathom how a simpleton like you has managed to attract 5 girlfriends. Xiaolon, exasperated, retorted. If you hadn't sung, it would have been better. Now the girl feels even more guilty. Ah yes, indeed, you are the master of emotions, rich in experience. Bravo. Li Lu felt a tinge of mockery within, thinking, indeed, you are a sycophant. I almost feel embarrassed to expose you. He dismissed her with a curt get lost. Gao Xiaolan detected his derision and, infuriated, hung up the phone. She thought to herself, do you believe everyone is as fickle as you? No, he is not foolish. He is merely flirting, and he is doing it deliberately. The following day, in the cozy little abode, Li Lu and Han Hang returned, and everyone gathered once more. The atmosphere was slightly peculiar, particularly among the 5 female guests. Li Shihan and Zhang Xinyao, once inseparable friends from north and south, had completely turned against each other. The other 3 did not cluster together either. Within just a few days of the show, the camaraderie among the female contestants had splintered. Oh, this truly resembles a former lovers' gathering, remarked Yang Shu, igniting a conversation, while the male contestants indulged in the gossip. However, upon returning to the program, they began to criticize the 6th male contestant for his lack of integrity. These 3 female contestants are all your exes. It's quite awkward for us to interact with anyone in your presence. Surely, there cannot be anyone naive enough to think that a romantic relationship is merely about holding hands. The director had informed the contestants that morning to address the situation openly during the show. Otherwise, the following 10 days of filming would become problematic. While also responding to current trends, a former lovers' gathering within a former lovers' gathering, Zhang Wenba began to jest, noting that this was a potential hot topic for trending searches. Isn't Wan also your ex? As Lin Xian's words faded, everyone's gaze shifted away from the 6th male contestant. Even the camera alternated between Sun Wan and Lu Mian. Indeed, while having 5 ex-girlfriends is somewhat absurd, it is not without foundation. After all, they all shared past rumors with the 6th male contestant, and with 3 confirmed. The remaining 2 inevitably raised suspicions. The production team was also keenly aware of this topic. Do you think they all might be? One queried. It shouldn't be, replied another. Lin Lin was a trainee alongside him, and Yao Yao and Han Hang collaborated on films and television dramas, spending considerable time together. He only had a brief acquaintance with Sun Wan from a guest appearance in a drama and had merely dined a few times with Lu Mian. Director Lu Qing analyzed the situation thoughtfully, reasoning that without substantial interaction, how could they possibly have developed a relationship? Ah, what a pity. If all 5 were indeed exes, the show would have a sensational highlight. A staff member sighed, envisioning the spectacle that would ensue if all 5 were former flames. Cut it out, Lu Qing chuckled lightly. Whether there is a connection or not, our 6th contestant is bound to stir things up. Even if not, we can orchestrate sparks between them. Boss, you are brilliant. Boss, you are brilliant. Boss, you are brilliant. Li Lu found himself somewhat bewildered, pondering how he should respond. Is it necessary to pose such a straightforward question? He thought. My relationship with Lu Gu is not as you presume. We have merely filmed together for a few days. Sun Wan, blushing, took the initiative to speak up. Li Lu exhaled with relief, deciding to adhere to her narrative. It cannot be deemed a lie, merely a benevolent falsehood. All right, enough teasing little Nguyen. Zhang Wenba chuckled. Aware of how sensitive Nguyen is, one ought not to jest with children. The male guests, inexplicably, exhaled in relief, their attention now diverted to another female participant. Although curiosity lingered, no one dared to directly inquire of Lu Mian. After all, she is a renowned star. And even Yang Shu would prefer not to offend her without cause. It is only now that they recognize Li Lu's remarkable charm and the adoration he garners from the ladies. Lu Mian, fully aware of their unasked questions, immediately became the focal point of the event upon speaking. We have known each other for quite some time. Why didn't you pursue me back then? The male guests erupted in playful banter, sensing that Lu Mian was publicly flirting with Lao Lu. What charm, what popularity, what hesitation in pursuing me? Yet, Does this not indirectly suggest that there is nothing significant between them? Only Li Lu felt a chill, sensing something amiss. Chapter 84. If you make me cry, I shall become your girlfriend. The comments flooded in incessantly. The show was indeed thrilling, directly addressing the controversy. A sigh of relief. My little Nguyen is safe. Nguyen is simply not a possibility. Let it go. Wow. No wonder Lu Mian is so impressive. It has nothing to do with me. Yet I shall still strive. Lu Mian. It doesn't matter. It wasn't he then, but it's not too late now. Lao Lu is irresistible. Who could possibly resist such charm? Lao Lu, blessed with a good memory, has not been included in Lu Mian's circle since their fallout. Yet now, after a few words, he is eager to attach himself. There's no helping it. Lao Lu's nature is to flatter, otherwise he would not craft such beautiful songs. Lao Lu's flattery is merely a means to enrich his life experiences and creative material. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lao Lu, eager to see his reaction. Fame indeed alters one's circumstances. Even an esteemed figure like Lu Mian would lower herself to initiate flirtation. The male guests felt a pang of envy. Lao Lu, you already have 3. Kindly refrain from further flirtations with the remaining female participants, leaving some opportunities for your brothers. The production team was ecstatic, contemplating how to pair them together when the female guest took the initiative. What is this? This is professionalism. Director Lu Qing slapped his thigh in admiration. It is no wonder she is the queen of discourse. No wonder she has been in the limelight for so many years. No wonder she has ascended to stardom. Nguyen is far too young. With such fervor, what is there to fear? Fortune favors the bold, while the timid starve. The producers were equally impressed, observing Lu Mian's teasing gaze and tone on the monitor. Like a lofty queen, even when seeking to bask in another's glory, the initiative remains firmly in her hands. She has granted you an opportunity. All you must do is comply. Only Li Lu comprehended the underlying sarcasm in Lu Mian's words. What does it mean to just realize one's own allure and popularity with women? What does it mean to ask why he did not pursue her back then? We have been together for such a long time. What do you mean by saying this now? Are you attempting to deny it in a peculiar way? Seeking to have me partake in your charade? Lu Mian, please, spare me the jest. With an awkward smile, I quickly shifted the topic. Observing his feigned timidity made Lu Mian want to laugh. Truly, you are the master of disguise. After years of navigating this industry, I believed I had developed a discerning eye. Yet, unexpectedly, I found myself ensnared by him. When we first met, I considered him principled and somewhat old-fashioned. I used to mock him for his naivety, feeling he was out of place in this world. Unbeknownst to me, I was drawn to him, and we grew closer. Even after our eventual separation, I harbored no regrets or complaints. Encountering, falling in love, giving, and then parting ways, if it's true love. Why concern ourselves with the calculations of gain and loss? It is only now that I realize the honest person I once thought he was is, in reality, a romantic. I wasn't he wrong when I said he pursued me, was I? No, it was I who took the initiative, my mind clouded with infatuation. Believing I had found a good man. What I once perceived as true love was merely a diversion for someone in solitude. Indeed, I must have become a source of inspiration for his songs. How foolish of me to feel guilty after our breakup, as if I had betrayed his deep affection. Now I understand. Perhaps he relished his newfound freedom. The sorrow I once felt was performed with such authenticity. Thank goodness I did not abandon my career to return to him. Otherwise, once his interest waned, I would have likely become a lamenting canary. Even if I were not cast aside. Who is joking with you? You truly possess great charm. You are handsome, and your songs are delightful. Surely, no girl could resist. Lu Mian chuckled lightly, her gaze sweeping across the faces of the female guests in the room. What a cad. I once thought you were humble and cultured, but it turns out you are a true master of disguise. Look at how you have captivated those young ladies. The female guests felt alarm bells ringing in their minds. What does Lu Mian mean by this? Is her gaze one of provocation or ridicule? Her repeated compliments to Li Lu. Does she truly wish to stir up something with him off the show? What is Li Lu thinking? He must refuse. Lu Mian, I am not that admirable. Li Lu felt uneasy. Something seemed off. She appeared different from her usual carefree self. Was there a misunderstanding? You are quite remarkable. Both humble and talented. After knowing you for so long, I only just discovered you write songs. Why don't you write one for me? If it moves me to tears, I shall agree to be your girlfriend. As soon as Lu Mian finished speaking, a gasp filled the room. Oh no, Lu Mian. Please don't. Lu Mian, grant me a chance as well. Old Lu, Do not leave me all alone. The male guests each pounded their chests in a frenzy, performing wildly. It must be said that Lu Mian is truly remarkable. She dares to speak her mind, and the program's impact is undeniably explosive. Initially, one might have thought she was merely seeking to ride the wave of popularity, but with her bold statements, even in jest, she has undoubtedly secured the top spot on trending searches. The production team was taken aback. Despite their vast experiences, they were astonished by Lu Mian's audacity. The director remarked that Lu Mian doesn't even require our guidance. Quick, cut to Yao Yao and the other two. The excitement in the comments section has doubled. The barrage of comments is indeed wild. Even though everyone is aware of the staged nature of the show, it does not lessen their astonishment. Lu Mian, old 6. Don't be timid. Take action. How can it be fake? Old 6. Can we at least date first? I'm still writing. No way. What if you back out later? I'm dying of laughter. When it comes to stealing the spotlight, who can outshine Lu Mian? 3 former girlfriends in shock. Did we really trade our emotions for popularity, only to have it snatched away so easily? The camera panned over the 3 ex-girlfriends, even capturing a fleeting moment with Nguyen Nguyen. Lin Lin was stunned. This was beyond shameless. Zhang Xian Yao was equally taken aback. This was utterly shameless. Li Shurhan shared the same sentiment. This was truly shameless. While everyone understood that this was merely for the sake of entertainment, it was perplexing why she felt the need to intrude when she was already so popular. She knew I genuinely liked him, yet she still chose to create chaos. Is this how you conduct yourself as a senior? Destroying others' relationships for the sake of fame? Soon-Won was astonished. Is this what it means to be a female celebrity? No wonder her manager advised her to learn from Lu Mian. With such boldness, how could she not be a sensation? Li Lu felt numb, sensing that she was intent on stirring up trouble. Indeed, this was about to escalate. How about it? Aren't you a great talent? Does it not take you mere minutes to compose a song? I keep my promises. Being the girlfriend of a great romantic is truly worthwhile. Lu Mian, with a radiant smile, was internally mocking the situation. Best actor, come. Today, sister will fully cooperate with your performance. If you can make me cry, I will concede. But if I find myself moved by you, I would be a complete fool. Chapter 85. A heart-wrenching momentum. Old 6. My brother wishes to hear you sing, yet simultaneously does not wish to hear you sing. Lu Gu, just sing. Old 6. Don't hold back. Give us a song. Old 6. Is something off with the order? The first song shouldn't be a tearjerker. You need to start with something that will touch Lu Mian's heart. Though no one was eager to witness Old 6's pretentiousness, as Lu Mian had taken charge of the narrative to this extent, everyone had no choice but to follow her lead. Several male guests began to egg him on, while Zhang Wenbo and Lin Xian couldn't resist making subtle jabs about how everything was scripted. The comments section erupted in laughter. The guests' critiques were particularly biting. Haha, this is hilarious. He hasn't even sung a sweet song yet. Old Lu glanced at the script in his hand, puzzled. Lu Mian, you are not playing by the rules. Old Lu was thrown off balance. The song I received was meant to bring her joy. Observing the young girl's romantic tale was quite toothless, yet Lu Mian's straightforwardness was refreshing, cutting straight to the essence. The focus shifted to Li Lu, with everyone awaiting his response. Perhaps it was best to let this go, he thought. What a jest. It felt as though the elder sister was exhibiting signs of jealousy. A romantic sage, understated, yet unaware of his own songwriting abilities. I truly did not deceive you. I was genuinely incapable of writing songs before. The present ones are not authored by me either. I simply cannot disclose the details. I am also hesitant to sing, as the system is unpredictable. Don't truly make her cry. That would complicate matters. If you are to sing, then sing. When did you become so verbose? Lu Mian, slightly irritated, continued to feign nonchalance. Whether his songs were hastily composed was uncertain, yet he was certain that his own songs had long been crafted. How unmanly. Are you afraid to take responsibility? Old Lu, his friends anxious for him, urged. Come on, if you truly make Lu Mian cry, none of us will hold it against you. Li Gu, we wish you happiness. Several male guests continued to support him, eager to witness his predicament. If you have prepared a good song for a female guest with whom you are not even acquainted, we would accept that as well. This had escalated to a question of masculinity, and Li Lu realized escape was futile. New songs were not an insurmountable challenge for him, but he feared unforeseen complications. Yet, with Lu Mian's demeanor, it seemed she would not let him off the hook without singing. Then I shall sing casually. Please do not misunderstand. System, my dear brother. As per our usual agreement, I volunteer. Provide me with a new song for Lu Mian, one that reminisces about our joyful days together. Master, received. Li Lu savored the lyrics and melody. Was this song truly cheerful? The most crucial point was how it made him appear like a sycophant. Had he been a sycophant during their time together? Teacher Li, everything is prepared for you, announced the director holding a large sign. Standing just out of view of the camera, in the heart of the small house, everything was just too convenient. The group gathered in the courtyard, where several band instructors were already eagerly positioned. Within minutes, Li Lu had completed the score, and the musicians glanced towards Lu Mian with a mix of astonishment. Could it be true that Teacher Li had indeed written a song for Lu Mian? The title seemed to align perfectly with expectations. Could they have truly had a romantic involvement? Meanwhile, the waiting guests noticed the peculiar expressions of the band instructors. Lu Mian smirked internally, knowing she was indeed the subject of his composition. Come on, let us see whose acting skills are superior. Goddess, I hope everyone enjoys this. Li Lu took a deep breath, resigning himself to the situation. After all, it had come to this. Even if everything were to collapse, it would not make a difference. Finally finding an excuse, fueled by the intoxication coursing through him, he resolved to express all his feelings. The melody was melancholic, imbued with a profound sense of restrained sorrow and desolation that resonated within the hearts of the audience. His feet dangled in the space between your coldness and warmth, and everyone understood this was a relationship marked by inequality. Your words, whether too many or too few, left me in a state of anxiety. Each day, I endured the torment of oscillating between your fervor and indifference, having to accept everything while wearing a smile. The protagonist was exceedingly humble in love, experiencing heartache and helplessness. This aligned perfectly with the established persona of the character, a deeply devoted admirer. I envied your love, which surged like a powerful force, reminiscent of a celebrated diva with unwavering popularity. The soul-stirring performance sent shivers down the spines of the listeners. Indeed, the accusations began to surface, leading to an eruption of emotions. The song, entitled Diva, carried profound implications. The diva stood high above, her popularity unassailable. What you desired was not me, but rather a kind of vanity. Being cherished made you appear exceptional. The devoted admirer began to awaken, finally perceiving the truth and realizing the necessity of self-love. What you sought was not me, but superficial admiration, someone to cherish you, to adore you. The audience turned their gazes toward Lu Mian, as this song inevitably raised suspicions. Could it be that the devoted admirer had once pined for her, only to be cast aside? Otherwise, how could he sing with such heart-wrenching intensity, evoking shared emotions? Fortunately, Lu Mian's expression remained unchanged, and the male guests felt a sense of relief. It must have been a mere coincidence. This diva could represent any number of relationships. In any unequal romantic relationship, both men and women could relate. Nevertheless, this devoted admirer produced another remarkable song, perhaps too frequently, coupled with the poignant duet with Lu Mian. This track was destined for the headlines. Let us cease this mutual torment, for we are both at fault. As the song approached its conclusion, Lu Mian's inner turmoil was already tumultuous. I knew it. You depicted me so unfavorably. Yes, being with me was indeed torment. You always complained about my indifference. While I dedicated my time to work, I had no time to spend with you, often leaving you waiting, disregarding your feelings. Yes, I did not love you. I loved money and my career far more. I cherished the spotlight and the attention of the masses. Thus, if you could not bear this, you would leave a breakup letter and vanish. Life is not as easy as you imagine. Not everyone shares your starting point, free to act without restraint. You continually dwell on my faults. Have you truly understood me or loved me? Memories of the past flooded my mind, the sweetness of love and the sadness of parting. I repeatedly reminded myself, Lu Mian, you must not cry. Do not be deceived by him again. He is a master of illusion, unworthy of your tears for someone who does not love you at all. As the final note descended, Li Lu gradually emerged from the emotional depths of the song. To speak of nothing else, every piece composed by Tongzi invariably reaches the core of his heart. Bravo, Lao Lu, your singing is truly remarkable. Lao Lu, what now? Sister Lu Mian did not shed a tear. Lao Lu, this won't do. Your sincerity is lacking. The guests began to applaud, engaging in playful banter. Lu Mian, like everyone else, displayed joy and even clapped for him. Li Lu silently exhaled in relief. Indeed, he had been ostentatious of late, perhaps becoming inexplicably self-assured. Chapter 86. We are genuine. I truly will cry from the moment Lao Lu prepared to sing. The bullet comments had flooded the screen. The queen. Truly meant for Lu Mian. I envy your love, so powerful. Lao Lu's presence is astounding. Without 3 ex-girlfriends, one cannot sing like this. It seems Lu Mian isn't crying. Showing little reaction. What more reaction do you seek? This is merely a script, a mutual hype. This song is beautifully penned. Boys must learn to love themselves. Since Lu Mian has been arranged a song, why not arrange one for our Xiaonuan as well? Enough flattery. Lao Lu is teaching us to love ourselves. If one day you gain clarity, you will no longer feel heartache. If you are destined not to meet someone, cease waiting. There will come a day when you encounter your own queen. The camera lingered on the ongoing program of Heartbeat Cottage. Brother Lu, this song is indeed heartfelt. The queen. Is it not specifically written for Sister Lu Mian? The praise brigade of Xiao Jun emerged, eager to flatter. Sister Lu Mian wished to bask in it. And so did Lao Lu. With the highest popularity online, who wouldn't want to befriend him? Even as a man, one might desire Lao Lu to compose a song for them. Just look at Lin Ling and her companions, with their unique works. Hearing hasty decency evokes thoughts of Sister Lin Ling. Hearing actor's charm brings Sister Yao Yao to mind. Hearing words of blue and white conjures images of Sister Han Han. Regardless of the naysayers or admirers, all are a reflection of popularity. Even Lu Mian, who has no direct connection, has managed to ride the wave of a song that showcases her stature. Somewhat envious of Xiaonuan seated beside her, one might think she should seize the moment and request a song for herself as well. Indeed, Lao Lu, you are rather inconsiderate. Look how much effort Lao Lu has put in, specifically crafting a song for you, and singing it with such heartfelt anguish, yet you offer him no acknowledgement. Yang Shu jested, relieved that Lao Lu had not cried. Otherwise, he might have questioned his own existence. Sung beautifully, whether he was earnest, I cannot say. Lu Mian replied coolly. He is preoccupied with lamenting his ex-girlfriend. Complaints of how neglected he felt. Complaints about his own humility in her presence. Complaints that his love surpassed her own. Then, in the blink of an eye, he finds a new girlfriend. The love he once offered was indeed profound. Old Lu. Did you hear that? Sister Lu Mian said you're not putting in enough effort. Old Lu, how about performing a sweet song? One that doesn't quite match your usual style? Lin Xian and Zhang Wenbo chimed in, reminding everyone in the audience that Old Lu is a seasoned performer. 3 ex-girlfriends, each with 2 songs, one sweet and one sharp. It's all a routine, a script. No more singing, no more singing. Li Lu stepped off the stage. Recently, all the spotlight has been on him. Although he could endlessly perform, he didn't want to attract too much attention. Old Lu, don't be so ungrateful. Do you really expect Old Lu to put his heart into it for you? Why not ask Lin Lin and the others if they agree? Yang Shu continued to tease them, and the camera quickly shifted to the 3 women. Lin Lin looked quite embarrassed, wishing to exclaim, what does it matter to me? Whoever he chooses to invest his feelings in is his choice. Yet, this song truly tugs at the heartstrings. Although she might appear a bit aloof, she had never neglected him when they were together. Her enthusiasm was almost overwhelming. Reflecting on this made her mood sour. She turned her head away, huffing. It's written for those 2 vixens. Zhang Xinyao, seeing the camera focused on her, felt an inexplicable blush creep onto her face. He had indeed been attentive to her in the past, and they would still share the same bond as before. But what else with this song? Apart from that fateful day of their abrupt breakup, she had always been quite clingy when they were privately together. He often complained that she interrupted his gaming and encroached upon his personal space. A thought of a green tea BTCH crossed her mind. How dare he? Li Shihan, noticing the camera, slowly lowered her head, unable to bear looking at him. Is this song meant for me? Have I hurt you so deeply? Why does he insist on writing songs that seem to reference me, implying that I care more for fame than for him? Like a vain diva who forsakes her lover for popularity. What must I do for your forgiveness? Last night, we agreed to nurture our feelings gradually. And you said you wouldn't mind the past. Closing her eyes, she feared tears might betray her. The camera turned to Xiaonuan, who appeared somewhat flustered. Why are you filming me? I've already said there's nothing between me and Brother Lu. Her acting was still naive, and her mental fortitude was weak. She feared she might accidentally reveal too much. Switch the camera, switch it already. Brother Lu, why not dedicate a song to Xiaonuan as well? Xiao Jun noticed Sun Wan's unusual expression and guessed she also desired a song. Undoubtedly, she felt too shy to ask. Young artists often lack the audacity. The first person to request something might seem amusing, but if one were to ask for themselves, it would be akin to copying a poor imitation. Never mind. They were all newcomers in the same episode. Perhaps he could lend her a hand, a gesture of goodwill. Yes, yes, write a song for Xiaonuan too. We mustn't show favoritism. Yang Shu joined in the playful banter, suggesting that since the show had reached this point, old Lu might as well perform one more time. In truth, everyone understood that old Lu had likely purchased countless songs. No wonder he can suddenly drop into the show. He must have significant backing. A new song each day is merely a means for him to flaunt his talent and gain popularity. No, I refuse. Xiaonuan immediately voiced her rejection, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Don't film me. I truly don't want to." Huh, Xiaonuan, are you afraid of being brought to tears by the song? Zhang Wenba remarked, prompting laughter from the group. It's all right, Xiaonuan. We won't let Lao Lu sing you a sorrowful ballad. Let us opt for a sweet song instead. Sweet girl, you must sing a sweet tune. Lao Lu will handle it. We'll tailor a song just for you, akin to Sister Lu Mian's Queen. How delightful that would be. Then it cannot be Queen. Let us call it Next Stop, Queen. The male guests began to tease, and although they were relegated to the background, they could only play along with the show. I've told you, I don't want to. Sun Wan declared sternly, her voice cutting through the laughter. The crowd fell silent, taken aback. Surely they were just joking. They wouldn't truly upset the young girl, would they? But Sun Wan was genuinely upset. If Brother Lu were to sing for her, she would indeed cry. I am not like Sister Lu Mian, who plays for publicity. My relationship with Brother Lu is authentic. I would really cry. Chapter 87. Such a tactic to steal a man is far from ethereal. Sun Wan was angry, and the air grew quiet for a few moments. The youngest darling in the show, the adorable girl, had never displayed such anger before. All right, let us not joke around. Xiaonuan is still a child, someone interjected. Don't be upset, Xiaonuan. We're just having fun. The four male guests transformed into warm-hearted companions, surrounding Xiaonuan to comfort her. Xiao Jun was somewhat surprised. Xiaonuan was so innocent. In this circle, female stars with her level of popularity who do not seek attention are exceedingly rare. Yang Shu felt a surge of excitement. What a unique little treasure. Zhang Wenba gazed upon her doll-like visage, unimpressed by Lao Lu's fame. Fellow kindred spirits, from now on, I shall be your flower guardian. Lin Xin felt as if he had encountered an angel. What was Li Shihan compared to this? This was the perfect woman he had always sought. In that moment, Xiaonuan became the new focal point, as the four male guests began to flatter her, leveraging their apologies. Meanwhile, Li Shihan approached Li Lu. Shall we go for a walk by the sea? She asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. You mentioned wanting to rekindle our feelings. Now, that wouldn't be appropriate. Li Lu replied, glancing around. They were still filming, so it wouldn't be wise to act differently. Li Lu, wherever you go, I shall follow, Zhang Xinya chimed in. Rushing over. Oh, Li Shihan, you used to pretend to be above it all, like a celestial being. But stealing a man like this is hardly ethereal. Li Lu felt overwhelmed. I never said I was leaving. You two shouldn't stir up trouble here. I'll head back first. I just found inspiration for a song about a scoundrel. Lin approached the trio, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, yet perfectly audible to everyone present. After greeting them, she decided to take her leave. With a piercing glare directed at the man in question, yes, you, the scoundrel, the atmosphere turned silent. The four male guests ceased their harassment of Xiaonuan, and the scene suddenly became charged with intrigue. Observing the three former lovers clash was quite exhilarating. I, too, shall retreat for a brief respite. Kindly refrain from summoning me for lunch. Lu Mian let out a soft huff, unable to bear the spectacle. Surely, she must be relishing the moment, with all three exes turning back to pursue her. Is she still holding out hope? How distasteful. I shall grant you a semblance of dignity by not exposing your hypocritical facade. The two female guests exited the frame, one after the other. Li Lu found himself in an awkward situation. Lin's words were pointed. How had he been a scoundrel? He had not cheated while dating her. Had Lu Mian misjudged him? Hadn't she previously suggested he interact more with the other female guests? Her sudden temper seemed unwarranted. Could it be that she was aware of his past relationships? Yet, that hardly constituted infidelity. He had ended things cleanly before being with her. Furthermore, there had been no hint of disloyalty since their union. The barrage of comments was utterly delightful, the plot unfolding at a breathtaking pace. Yao Yao and Han Han are about to confront each other, thrilling. Xiaonuan is the true victor, basking in adoration. Wow, with no one fawning over her. The diva has stormed off, haha. Alas, Lin Lin seems at a loss. I feel anxious for her. Does Lin Lin still expect the sixth man to initiate flirting? Indeed, Lin Lin's combat prowess is rather lacking. Lin Lin is exhibiting impotent fury. In the camera's view, Li Lu wore an expression of discomfort, pondering his next move. To his left stood Yao Yao, and to his right was Han Han. The large camera fixed unwaveringly upon him from a mere 2 meters away. Today is not my day. I just had a spark of inspiration and intend to compose a song about friendship. Perhaps you two should take a stroll by the seaside while I return to write. Haha, I'll take my leave now. Li Lu strained his mind, finally managing to articulate a few lines. If not now, then when? The two women remained rooted in place, allowing him to escape unimpeded. You used to criticize him for being petty. What are you doing now? Zhang Shurhan regarded her former friend, unyielding. When she first joined the show, she had spoken of Li Lu, always cautioning her to keep her distance from him due to his pettiness. Thus, her current actions seemed utterly ludicrous. Yet, you never mentioned being involved with him before. Zhang Xinyao retorted without hesitation, initially believing her chances were dashed after hearing the song Blue and White Porcelain. Now she understood that Li Lu had come to despise her. There would be no yielding on her part. Even though she holds a slightly higher rank than myself, I am unperturbed. At most, I may inflict a minor emotional wound on Li Lu, while you have severely drained another's vitality. It seems you have never mentioned your romantic involvement with anyone. Dear actress, Li Shurhan recalled the promise made that there would be no secrets among best friends, yet you have chosen not to share your affairs with me. You have not regarded me as a sister, actress. As if you ever confided in me. Li Shurhan dismissed her words with disdain, even daring to mock her own profession as an actress. Then, her face feigned horror. Oh right, it turns out you are also an actress. The sarcasm was palpable, and she turned to leave. The two did not greet anyone else, departing directly. The barrage of comments was filled with astonishment and excitement. Wow, this script is unbeatable. I knew there would be a female celebrity feud. The well-known good friends in the circle have turned against each other. Thrilling. I tell you, stay away from the petty one. Don't ruin our good time. So, you are also an actress. This plastic sisterhood is hilarious. Neither took the other seriously. Old Lu's troubles. Who is he arguing with? It still feels like Lu Mian. You can see the 4 male guests are clearly pursuing Xiao Wan. I just glanced at the script. It's Lu Mian's turn now. Wait a minute. The first song in the script is supposed to be a sweet one. We need to change up the routine, otherwise, the audience will grow weary. The scene shifted back to the Heartbeat cabin, where 4 men and 1 woman remained. Well, don't call for me at noon. I am on a diet. Sunwon noticed that all the female guests had left, and it seemed inappropriate for her to remain alone. After bidding farewell, she too departed. The 4 male guests exchanged glances, bewildered that all the female guests had left. What were they to record now? Although they had just witnessed an excellent performance, the aftertaste of the drama had yet to dissipate, yet the show must continue. It is all your fault. Lu Mian was driven away by you. Yang Shu took on the role of the elder, reprimanding them. Damn it, they all competed for Xiao Wan. The pressure on an elder is immense. Brother Yang, Lu Mian is a goddess. The pressure is great. Brother Yang, Lu Mian is meant for you. Brother Yang, only you are worthy of Lu Mian. Each of the 3 chimed in, not truly fearing him. I am merely concerned that old Lu may not look favorably upon me. Yang Shu was pleased by the flattery, self-deprecatingly remarking, Brother Yang, Xiao Wan thinks even less of you. Brother Yang, perhaps you should change your target. Brother Yang, you aren't getting any younger. Get lost. This is how you show respect to your elder? In the shot, the remaining 4 male guests began to engage in lively banter. Meanwhile, the production crew, with director Lu Qing, watched the monitor with satisfaction. Today's excitement was remarkable. Old Lu contributed yet another new song. Coupled with the public fallout between the 2 sisters, there was plenty to watch. The highlights of the evening's episode would likely soar to new heights. Big brother, guess whom I just encountered? A director hurriedly approached, a joyful expression adorning their face. Just as Lu Mian descended from the stairs, she chanced upon Lu Mian returning to her room alone. Do not be so mysterious. Lu Mian, when have you not been seen? It appeared that she had been crying. In chapter 88, Old 6, perhaps you should relent. While he sang, tears did not escape him. Yet, when several girls vied for his attention, he remained composed. However, as he walked alone along the second-floor corridor, tears betrayed him, cascading down his cheeks. It dawned upon him that this was how he was perceived in his heart. Thus, in his mind, there was no longer a need to extol her. She was no longer his queen. Each day with himself had turned into a torment. For him, parting ways with her was likely a liberating escape. He yearned to question him. Did you truly ever love me? How amusing it was to contemplate that one day he would find himself in such a banal and melodramatic predicament. As a staff member turned the corner, Lu Mian hastily averted her gaze, not wishing for anyone to witness her current state, which she felt was decidedly unflattering. Meanwhile, Li Lu entered the living room, discovering Lin Ling seated alone at the piano. She was indeed composing music. Thus, he refrained from interrupting. Li Lu was stealthily preparing to ascend the stairs to his room when he was called out. Oh, what is it? Surely, Lin Ling was not deliberately waiting for him. He approached her side. Have a seat. In this corner of the living room, there stood a piano, accompanied by a few chairs. It seemed unlikely that they were meant to sit together on the long sofa to play music. Without needing him to speculate further, Lin Ling had already shifted over to make room. Li Lu felt a twinge of discomfort. This was rather inappropriate. Although the sofa was spacious, given the context of a dating reality show, there was a camera positioned on the left side, likely already capturing their interaction. Sharing a long bench might lead others to assume they were engaging in something romantic. However, to refuse her would seem inconsiderate. What if she took offense? In a flash, Li Lu had taken a seat. He had a principle of never allowing others to feel awkward. As expected, when Li Lu and Lin Ling entered the room, the main camera swiftly shifted to them. After all, the remaining 4 boys outside were merely chatting. Who would find that interesting? Zhang Xinyao and Li Shihan entered in succession and soon realized that Li Lu had already taken a step closer to Lin Ling. They were seated at the piano, as if delving into a musical collaboration. The 2 former best friends exchanged a knowing glance. Amidst their bickering, someone had seized the opportunity. Previously, no one had regarded Lin Ling as a contender. It turned out she was indeed a formidable player. Initially intending to leave, they found themselves reluctant to depart. Although they contemplated disrupting the duo, the conversation about music would render any interruption tasteless. The 2 individuals settled comfortably on the sofa, silently gazing at one another from a distance. The audience erupted in laughter, initially believing that this morning would yield no intriguing tales. Yet they were pleasantly surprised by the unfolding drama. Wow, I just thought Lin Lin was lacking, but this is truly remarkable. Whoever disparages Lin Lin's abilities, step forward and face the music. A odd of civility, veiled rivalry, deception, and the art of misdirection. Yao Yao and Han Han are utterly bewildered. How can it be this way? No fault here. Lin Lin mentioned composing a song about a cad, hence the piano session. No fault. Lao Lu claimed he would write a song about friendship, hence the piano session. Accepting the situation, Li Lu sat quietly beside her, uncertain of her intentions. Lin Lin remained silent, her hands poised over the piano keys as she began to play. A beautiful melody unfolded, surprisingly reminiscent of a hurried composition. Yao Yao and Han Han exchanged knowing glances, both recognizing it as the song Li Lu had previously crafted for her, a melody of mutual indebtedness and lingering ties. She had audaciously chosen this approach. How remarkably cunning. To perform this for him, a man so sensitive and intricate in his emotions, was a formidable strategy. The first segment concluded swiftly, leaving Li Lu slightly restless. What was Lin Lin trying to achieve with this performance? It felt rather embarrassing with so many witnesses. How did I perform? Quite beautifully. Li Lu nodded, genuinely impressed. You seem rather anxious. Not at all. Li Lu chuckled awkwardly. Unsure of his own expression, was it really that evident? Do not fear. I am not here to trouble you. Lin Lin took a deep breath, having composed herself upon entering. It was absurd to feel jealousy alongside other female guests. This was not characteristic of her. She still cared for him, her heart occupied solely by him. If he still harbored feelings for her, everything would naturally fall into place. Yet, if he truly felt nothing, why inflict further heartache upon herself? You are not a cad. You have never deceived me. Lin Lin whispered to herself, fingers resting on the piano keys. Just moments ago, she had expressed her frustration about writing a song about a cad, which genuinely irked her. However, upon reflection, he had committed no transgressions during their relationship. He was currently single, and his affections were his own prerogative. If you do not care for me, there is no need to avoid me. We can still maintain a friendship, at least akin to what we once had. The type of friendship where one might casually reach out to check in on the other. One hand instinctively began to play that familiar tune, prompting the audience before the screen to hum along involuntarily. If we cannot meet again with tearful eyes, can we still meet with blushing faces? The comments flooded the screen. This is so incredibly touching. Lin Lin truly loves Lao Lu. I'm in tears. This is a genuine confession. Old Lu, why not just give in? Don't be foolish. You absolutely must not agree to her. Otherwise, you'll only receive Lin Lin's mass text messages every year. Lin Lin is right. Let those two green tea types compete for him. In front of the camera, Li Lu appeared bewildered. To be honest, Lin Lin is quite wonderful, and both Yao Yao and Han Han are delightful as well. The dilemma lies here. He finds them all quite admirable. But is this truly love? He is uncertain. After all, they haven't seen each other in years. He is not a creature driven by mere attraction, so how could he profess love so swiftly? I'm sorry, Li Lu stated without hesitation, clarity being paramount. He understood that dragging things out would only cause harm. In the nearby sofa area, Nuan Nuan and Yang Shu, along with several male guests, had entered unnoticed. They quietly watched the live broadcast on their phones, as the camera was not focused on them. They were thoroughly enjoying the drama, nearly missing a classic confession. Zhang Xen Yao and Li Shurhan exchanged glances, both exhaling in relief as their anxious hearts settled. Thankfully, Li Lu had declined. Thankfully, she had chosen to let go. Everything was all right. She had indeed underestimated him in the past. Why apologize? Aren't we friends? Lin Lin smiled, feeling oddly relieved after the rejection. At least he would no longer make her jealous. You won't revert to just sending me mass holiday greetings, will you? Of course not, Li Lu replied, somewhat embarrassed. Surprised that Lin Lin could joke. You said it, so now accompany me in practicing the piano. For hands together, how does that sound? Chapter 89, I want 5. Indeed. No one plays better than I do. Li Lu glanced at the sheet music on the piano stand. With system enhancements, playing this piece positioned him at a master level. Even the duet score was instantly comprehensible to him. Lin Lin said nothing more and resumed playing. She had practiced this piece countless times, but it was her first experience playing alongside someone else. Li Lu understood her intent and seamlessly followed her lead. The beautiful melody filled the air. Despite it being their first joint practice, their collaboration was flawless. Brother Lu and sister Lin are truly well matched, Su Xianwan thought, feeling a twinge of envy. The two sat together at the piano, performing a duet. The male was handsome and poised, while the female was graceful and charming. Their performance was impeccably synchronized. Truly a pair of perfect partners. Their chemistry was undeniable. Could this really be their first time playing together? Yang Shu was entranced by the music. Merely listening to the tune was a pleasure. Yes, old Lu must have practiced for quite some time, several years, perhaps. Zhang Wenba almost shouted to the viewers at home. Don't believe it. This is scripted. This song, these two must have rehearsed countless times before coming to the show. Seriously, old Lu, even without singing, finds ways to show off. Zhang Xinyao and Li Shurhan found themselves in a tense moment once again. Did you not give up? This is clearly a roundabout approach. Is it not? What should I do? I am not a professional musician. At some point, Lu Mian also appeared at the staircase. The commotion below was quite significant. It turned out he was causing trouble again. Observing the captivating performance of him and Lin Lin, one could not help but acknowledge the undeniable charm they exuded. Reflecting on it, one could hardly blame oneself for being blind to it at the time. The 4-minute piece swiftly approached its conclusion. As the final note resonated, it culminated in a flawless finish. Lin Lin was elated, surprised at the harmony they still shared. It had been many years since they last played a duet together, and reminiscing about those times felt delightful. Being too close, as they raised their hands, their fingers inadvertently brushed against one another. It was merely an accident. There was no intention to be intimate. Although they had previously shared an unrestrained camaraderie, they had just agreed to revert to the status of friends. Surely, he wouldn't misconstrue her intentions. Li Lu generously raised his right hand for a high five. Lin Lin's face flushed slightly. Fortunately, he was quick-witted enough to diffuse the awkwardness. The barrage of comments was exhilarating. This was the essence of a true romantic variety show. After several days of suspense, each day had been filled with genuine tension. While the audience relished the drama, they had initially hoped to witness some flirtation. Finally, today as script returned to normalcy, real or not, it was undeniably sweet. Their synergy is too perfect. It would be inappropriate if they were not together. This is indeed a match made in heaven, both being musicians. They share a common language. Today as script is delightful. What do you mean by being friends again? Isn't that just a fresh start? The sweetness between neighbors is unbearable. I initially thought it would be another day of tension, but it transformed into sweetness. Today's script is impressive. I thought Lu Mian would bring the drama, but Lin Lin faced the brunt of it instead. Just as I was cursing the sixth wheel, sweetness unexpectedly ensued. What does that mean? Do I want 5 of them? Li Lu, did you not mention that you would write a friendship song? Zhang Xinyao could no longer endure. These two were acting unnaturally. Even a fool could discern that the music had stirred something within them. Their chemistry was alarmingly uncanny. Never one to sit idly by, she was determined not to concede. She could not allow their relationship to develop further. She needed to intervene. Oh, a spark of inspiration had ignited. When Li Lu heard Xinyao calling for him, he stood up and walked back to the living room. Realizing it was too intimate to sit beside Lin Lin, as their group entered, he was already aware of the discomfort that came with being the center of attention. I suspect what you are writing is about your friendship with Lin Lin. Yang Shu, reveling in the drama, exclaimed with glee, "Wow, 3 women vying for a man. How thrilling." Ha. The other male guests were also amused. Yang was quite the tease. Indeed, just as they declared their intention to return to the status of good friends, a wave of soulful music commenced. With 4 hands playing in concert, memories of fleeting years filled the air, while the tension of the dating show's familiar patterns was expertly navigated by the two of them. Let us not jest any longer. Li Lu noticed Lin Lin approaching. But dear sister, your expression is rather peculiar. Do not appear so bashful, as if their remarks struck a chord. Your acting skills leave much to be desired. He merely wished to refrain from our frivolous antics, casually uttering his thoughts. Li Shurhan softly interjected, claiming there was no song of friendship. Only an excuse he crafted to evade the argument with Yao Yao. Everyone could see through it. Why make things difficult for him? Zhang Xinyao's countenance also darkened. Hanhua spoke the truth, and none were fools here. The hall fell silent, and the male guests ceased their banter. The atmosphere felt off. Hanhua and Yao Yao had been sidelined in this exchange. Their quarrel inadvertently pushed the men toward a third competitor. When clashing crabs fight, it is the fisherman who benefits. In this instance, they had been outmaneuvered. The comments flooded the screen, declaring this episode truly captivating. Lin Lin retreats to advance, achieving resounding success. Do not give up. Lao Lu did not say he was good with Lin Lin. Lao Lu's troubles, I turn around, and there are 3 ex-girlfriends. Sisters. I empathize with Yao Yao and Hanhua. What wrong have they done? Lin Lin is quite the strategist, claiming she does not vie for attention, yet employs various subtle tactics. In front of the camera, Li Lu cleared his throat. No, I genuinely found myself thinking of a song about friendship. My mind had already engaged in a rapid exchange with the system. I never boast. Since I mentioned recalling a song of camaraderie, it must exist, even if I have to conjure it. After all, the system will intervene. Let us present a song for Yao Yao and Hanhua. Wouldn't it be better to cherish harmony and avoid discord? The crowd was astonished. What did Lao Lu mean? Whenever he said such things, it signaled the arrival of a new song. Zhang Wenba turned to him with difficulty. This sly fellow had already pretended twice today. How far would this go? Li Lu returned to the piano, and indeed, this song was about friendship. More specifically, it was for close friends. Casting a glance at Yao Yao and Hanhua, he declared, "Sisters, friends are more steadfast than lovers. Do not let my actions drive a wedge between you." Chapter 90. Her love, his dream, mysteriously the same individual. One embodies summer, while the other represents autumn. Li Lu glanced at Yao Yao and Li Shurhan. The system was clearly intent on something. Everyone noticed his gaze. What did this mean? Was this song written for both of them? One person epitomizes summer, the other autumn. Analyzing their personalities, one is refreshing and vivacious, while the other is introspective and gentle. Finding a fitting place for oneself, it seems to resonate deeply. With a simple piano accompaniment, one can master any endeavor. At our initial encounter, I found you rather unappealing. Who could have foreseen that our bond would grow so profound? One of us embodies the essence of summer, while the other reflects autumn. Yet together we invariably transform the chill of winter into the warmth of spring. As Henin and Yao Yao exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding passed between them. Indeed, these words were penned for their connection. Zhang Xinyao reminisced about their first meeting, which occurred several years prior. Both being artists of the same age, they found themselves in a competitive arena for resources. Despite the fade of camaraderie, there was undoubtedly a mutual disdain lurking beneath the surface. Their temperaments diverged significantly. She was vibrant and exuberant, effortlessly mingling with everyone, while her counterpart possessed a gentle demeanor, unpretentious and reflective, often appearing melancholic. Truth be told, their relationship began as a mere performance of false friendship. It was almost forgotten when their feelings began to flourish, evolving into a singular unity. Perhaps it was her kindness and willingness to listen that drew them closer, enabling her to empathize with the depths of another's soul. You pulled me away from a tempest of love. I carried you through a fracture of dreams. Encountering someone can alter the very fabric of existence. It turns out that poignant narratives are not exclusive to romantic entanglements. As the song continued, Li Shurhan found herself lost in the memories reflected in Yao Yao's eyes. They were of the same generation, albeit not intimately acquainted. The competition for resources rendered their interactions somewhat awkward. During an event, they were paired together, and perhaps she wished to avoid the media capturing them in silence. Thus, she took the initiative to spark a conversation. The topic of discussion was none other than Li Lu, her eminent collaborator. Yao Yao's drama with him was currently airing, garnering commendable ratings. At that time, she was eager to learn more about this individual, curious whether he would be difficult to work with. Yao Yao was quite loquacious, sharing numerous anecdotes about him, painting him as a commendable character. They exchanged personal contact information, solidifying their newfound friendship. Shortly thereafter, she shared a sorrowful message, hinting at a heartache. It seems the melody has faded. Who grants me a season of sorrow? In response, she commented, if one's heart is free of troubles, then every moment in life is a cherished season. Her intuition suggested that Yao Yao might be experiencing a romantic setback, prompting her to offer comfort. That evening, they conversed for an extended period, revealing that she too possessed a delicate emotional nature. The laughter and carefree demeanor were merely a facade, a disguise for the complexities within. Although she refrained from inquiring about her ex-boyfriend, recognizing that their relationship had not yet reached that level of intimacy, she was certain she had gained a wonderful friend. Nearly a year later, after completing their film with Li Lu, its release was met with dismal reception. The internet was rife with criticism directed at him, and her own team echoed similar sentiments. The weight of that pressure was unimaginable, leading her to confide her grievances to Yao Yao, as their friendship had blossomed significantly by then. I never intended to harm others or to climb atop their struggles, she expressed, as Yao Yao offered her thoughtful reassurance and solace. Artists often find themselves at the mercy of circumstances beyond their control, frequently faced with choices that evoke a sense of helplessness. It was from that moment onward that the bond between the two transformed from mere friends to inseparable confidants, much like the lyrics of a song. You pulled me away from a tempest of love, while I carried you through the ruins of a shattered dream. It becomes apparent that not only lovers, but friends too can enhance the beauty of life. The sole surprise, however, lies in the revelation that her affection and her aspirations converge upon the same individual. Were it not for you, I would not have believed that friendship could eclipse romantic devotion. The chorus persists, while the other guests display a myriad of expressions. This old trickster truly knows how to stir up a sisterly conflict, and now turns this situation into a song. Two close friends have nearly fallen out over you. Yet you claim that companionship surpasses romantic ties in depth of understanding. The irony is palpable, as the audience is left astonished. Indeed, it is a song of friendship, albeit rendered peculiarly through the voice of this old trickster. To be fair, the song possesses a certain charm. One evokes the warmth of summer, while the other resonates with the essence of autumn. How fitting. This old trickster has yet to produce an unpleasant melody. Is this truly part of the script? Why do I find myself harboring a tinge of envy? True friends are a lifelong treasure. It seems this old trickster, despite his antics, can weave even the most trivial experiences into song. Everything becomes fodder for his creativity, unmatched by anyone else. One wonders, will this old trickster remain single forever? Who would dare to be his girlfriend? The song is indeed delightful, yet there is an unsettling quality to its delivery. It feels as though he revels in his misdeeds, only to mockingly feign innocence later. The audience chuckles, finding unexpected joy in the unfolding drama, while the old trickster maintains a steadfast stance, urging others not to pursue him. As the final notes of the song fade, bewilderment washes over the crowd as they exchange glances. Is it not appealing? Quite the contrary, it is rather compelling. You possess a remarkable talent for mending rifts. Zhang Wenba, barely able to contain his laughter, imagines the two sisters now wishing to unleash their frustrations upon him. Friends often prove to be the most trustworthy allies in life, sometimes even more steadfast than romantic entanglements. Yang Shu offers a candid review, affirming the song's merit. Turning to the two leading ladies, he prompts, Yao Yao, care to share your thoughts? Zhang Xinyo casts a resentful glance at the man, feeling a sense of injustice after all. It is he who has caused this rift with her closest friend. With a hasty retreat up the stairs, she leaves the room without a backward glance. The crowd's attention shifts to Li Shurhan. Why don't you share your thoughts? To their disappointment, she too departs. Old trickster, what is the meaning of your song? Look at how you've driven everyone away, Lin Xian remarks, as he observes the exodus, feeling compelled to call out the old trickster's folly. What significance does it hold? It's merely a song of friendship. Li Lu naturally does not wish for the two of them to fall out over him. There is no need for such discord. He has articulated his sentiments quite clearly. Let us all simply be friends. The two of you have been embroiled in a tumultuous scene throughout the program, which must be quite exhausting. Old Lu is being rather pretentious. The well-fed cannot comprehend the hunger of the starving. Li Shurhan hastened to catch up and called out to her before she entered the room. Yao Yao. Zhang Xinyao turned to look at her. And after listening to that song, she felt a whirlwind of emotions. Neither of them spoke. An embrace sufficed to convey everything. Alas, this is the private space of artists, devoid of cameras. Otherwise, fans would witness the touching reconciliation between two close friends. I'm sorry. They almost spoke in unison, both of them breaking into gentle laughter. Who could have anticipated that matters would become so melodramatic? Yet, their years of friendship are undoubtedly genuine. I will not give up on him. Neither will I. Then let our talents speak for themselves. You mustn't cry when the time comes. It will be you who cries. Chapter 91. It turns out you have so many ex-girlfriends. The two young women departed, and the comments section buzzed with fervent discussion. Will they reconcile? Old Lu is clearly playing matchmaker, fostering their friendship. It seems Old Lu is indeed ready to settle down with Lin Lin. The show will surely depict a fresh start. As for whether they will break up after the program, who can say? There is no chance with Lu Mian, although he wrote a song for her. It's evident they are merely stoking the flames of publicity. Xiaonuan dares not let him write for her, haha. Fearing fans will accuse her of riding on his coattails, she will likely keep her distance. I genuinely feel for the other male contestants. They are all too preoccupied with gossip and fail to learn from Old Lu, who has already charmed 3. The livestream duration in the morning had been sufficient. The production team issued a notice that there would be a break in the afternoon and an event in the evening. Once the director called cut, the guests in the hall instantly relaxed. With the cameras off, they no longer needed to maintain their on-screen personas. As noon approached, this time without a live stream meant it was free activity time. Li Lu, what do you wish to eat for lunch? Lin Lin inquired, knowing that without the broadcast, they would not be cooking together. Everyone was free to eat whatever they desired or even return to the hotel for a solitary meal. If he wanted something special, he could have someone prepare an extra portion for him. No need to trouble anyone. I'll just have some takeout from the production team. Li Lu preferred to avoid imposing on others, being alone without a team. When they weren't eating together, he typically followed the production crew. Wow, you two haven't had enough of the act yet. Surely this isn't for real? Zhang Wenbo slumped on the sofa, utterly unable to bear it any longer. After a few days, all he witnessed was Old Lu putting on airs and serving him dog food. Truly, it had become excessive. It was also quite bizarre. All 3 were his ex-girlfriends, and moving from one to another was genuinely nauseating. Others come to engage in flirtation, yet he, to my dismay, appears to be starring in a melodramatic idol drama. Even with the devices turned off, the two are still unable to settle down. Go away, Li Lu jestingly scolded, though he often maintained a sardonic tone during the show. However, for the sake of appearances, they could all continue to uphold a facade, as this is merely a realm of entertainment, not a matter of bitter enmity or life and death. Well, I shall take my leave now. A few male guests wore expressions of mockery, causing Lin Lin to feel somewhat uneasy. I shall also return. See you all tonight. Xiaonuan courteously bid farewell to several individuals before stepping out of the living room, intending to find solace in her hotel room and calm her emotions. Although there was a room available upstairs, it was merely a temporary accommodation. This morning's insistence on writing a song had truly startled her. In the hall, only 5 male guests remained, along with Lu Mian. Since the live broadcast had ceased, everyone felt quite at ease. Yang Shu and Lin Xian had already begun to indulge in smoking, a sight that had become commonplace. Oh, by the way, Lao Lu, just how many songs do you have in your repertoire? Share a few with the brothers, Zhang Wenba asked half-jokingly. It was midday, not yet a time for rest. So he lingered to converse with them. Lao Lu's new songs were numerous and of exceptional quality. Given the relaxed atmosphere, perhaps these two fools might accidentally speak the truth. The others perked up, eager to hear the answer to a question that piqued everyone's curiosity. Some said Lao Lu had the means. Yet it seemed implausible that he would be in such a predicament. If he relied on his own talent, the extent of that talent seemed exaggerated, bordering on unrealistic. I truly do not know, Li Lu chuckled, tapping his temple. The Chinese song repository, I genuinely have no idea of the quantity. TCH, Zhang Wenba, seeing that he wouldn't speak candidly, decided to drop the subject. Lao Lu, would you like one? Yang Shu waved his cigarette, asserting that without smoking or drinking, how could a man cultivate relationships? In just a few days, Lao Lu's popularity had surged immensely. Several investors had approached him regarding casting him as the lead in their upcoming projects. Despite his past as a box office poison, his newfound fame had piqued the interest of capital willing to take risks. Do you think investors are foolish enough to seek out mere pretty faces? The intricacies involved are vast, and investors are more astute than anyone else. No, thank you, Yanggu, I truly don't smoke. Li Lu genuinely disliked it, primarily due to the odor, which few appreciated. You rascal. Yang Shu chuckled, not insisting further. By the way, the song you wrote for Lao Lu, is it genuinely fresh? Noticing that Lu Mian had not left, Yang Shu steered the conversation in her direction. Li Lu nodded, affirming that indeed, all the songs were newly penned. Believe it or not, Lu Mian scoffed internally, continuing the charade. Clearly, he had no idea how long it had actually taken him to write. She had once thought him to be modest, only to realize now that it was mere pretentiousness. Very well, next time I'll ask you to write a song. That is not an issue, right? Certainly. At any time. Li Lu nodded, aware that everyone present was well versed in the intricacies of the entertainment industry. No one would seek your song without purpose. Whether it served as a theme song or for another intention, he believed it was only right to collect what was due, as long as he did not profit selfishly. The sound of footsteps echoed as the two individuals from the upper floor descended. Oh, so you two have reconciled. Yang Shu jested, observing Zhang Xinyao and Han Heng linking arms. Initially, no one took this seriously. They were seasoned actors after all. It was possible that both had indeed had past connections with the old Sixth, though that was years ago. When the revelations first emerged on the show, there was shock. But the ensuing jealousy among the three, including Lin Lin, was likely just for show. This inherent script had suddenly heightened the discussion. Just look at the buzz surrounding them these past few days. It was astonishing. They were cunning as old foxes, seasoned performers. If he was not mistaken, from this day forward, the two would once again portray the narrative of best friends reconciling and confronting the scoundrel together. Oomph, Yao Yao responded haughtily, choosing not to engage in idle chatter with them, and pulled Han Heng outside. She was not a newcomer like Nuan Nuan, so there was no need for pretense. As they passed Li Lu, she playfully pinched his arm. Ouch! Li Lu was speechless. That was a genuine pinch. In the past, during moments of irritation, she had never been this fierce. Haha. Oh, the director has shut off the camera. That should have been recorded for the highlights. Laughter erupted among the group. I'm off. See you tonight. Lin Xian, having finished his cigarette, bid farewell. Since the fairy in his heart had descended, he had lost all anticipation for the show. Wait, Lao Lin, I'm leaving too. In an instant, all the male guests had departed. Li Lu regarded Lu Mian opposite him, sensing an odd shift in the atmosphere. So, you have so many ex-girlfriends. Chapter 92, The Enigmatic Adventure of Ping Pong. Lu Mian herself was uncertain why she chose to stay, feeling a knot of frustration in her chest. Now, in the small room, only the two remained, and the staff outside had no need to worry about an unexpected intrusion. With a frosty demeanor and a tone laced with sarcasm, she remarked, So, you have quite the history with ex-girlfriends. The relationship had evidently soured. After speaking, Li Lu immediately regretted his words. How had he stumbled upon such an awkward remark? No, it was crucial for him to clarify something. She was no longer his girlfriend. Why did he feel akin to a scoundrel caught red-handed? The relationship ended swiftly, indeed. Yet it made sense. Time was of the essence and could not be wasted, especially not to hinder the onset of his next heartfelt connection. Lu Mian scoffed, recalling a time when she believed he was different from the rest. Now, however, the truth was clear. He was indeed not unique. While others in the industry scrambled to ascend, resorting to any means necessary for wealth and fame. He merely dabbled in relationships to enrich his existence. He stands in stark contrast, drifting along in his career while romantic pursuits constitute his true vocation. If Xiaonuan shares this sentiment, she would indeed be an unrivaled romantic sage. The several young women, still bewildered by their choices, are undoubtedly plagued by guilt for having overlooked such a remarkable man. Perhaps he has long since taken pleasure in their folly, relishing in the sweetness of being discarded. Sister Lu Mian, have you misunderstood? Li Lu, adopting a serious demeanor, sensed that she had mistaken him for a cad. I have experienced several relationships, yet I have never strayed nor entertained thoughts of infidelity during any of them. Including with you, I believe you possess an unwavering moral compass, one that cannot abide even the slightest grain of sand. Lu Mian interrupted, disinterested in hearing more. Indeed, he may very well embody the model of male virtue. However, have you considered that a love that burns brightly, yet ends sharply may itself be problematic? It raises doubts as to whether you have truly loved at all. It is acceptable to hurl veiled criticisms. After all, I am not a jilted spouse. They have long since parted ways, not seeking to settle scores, merely expressing unspoken thoughts. It vexes her that for the past 2 years she has often pondered his well-being, only to realize it was her own misguided affection. As Lu Mian approached the doorway, a thought struck her, prompting her to turn back once more. Oh, I almost forgot. I am still owed a song, one that is joyful and eagerly anticipated. Li Lu, in exasperation, remarked, clearly, you do not believe this. Am I to meditate in a monastery post-breakup? When fate intervenes, I cannot resist its flow. Meanwhile, the production team remained at work, with the director and a cadre of writers still on duty. Boss, what do you think Lu Mian and the Sixth are discussing in private? One asked. Should I sneak in? Get lost. What could you possibly see at this hour? A group of individuals fixated on a surveillance monitor in the corner, though sadly, the audio was turned off once the broadcast concluded. However, capturing some footage would certainly be a boon. For instance, moments of undeniable emotion, passionate outbursts, uncontrollable feelings, or the awakening of romantic sentiments. Regrettably, their hopes were dashed, as not even a hand-holding was witnessed. Boss, are they involved or not? How would I know? Did you see Lu Mian crying? It was a bit far. Perhaps I misinterpreted, especially considering Lu Mian's acting prowess. What are we to do? Should we still schedule activities for them? Lu Qing pondered for a moment, then decided, let us stick to the originally planned events. If something does materialize in the future, we can arrange it then. Besides, I believe that if anything were to happen, a master like Lu Mian wouldn't need my intervention. Who is Lu Mian? The queen of gossip, having stirred up enough rumors over the years to fill countless seasons of dating shows. Your wisdom is unparalleled, boss. The Heartbeat Cabin at 8 p.m. Prime time. The camera captured a family gathered together, with the 4 male guests seated in a circle, while Sun Wan and Lu Mian, as before, nestled close together, forming a temporary alliance. Li Lu and Lin Lin each found a single sofa, remaining somewhat aloof from others. Li Shihan and Zhang Xinyao seemed to have returned to their early days on the show, nestled together on a single sofa. The audience had long anticipated this, and since there was no broadcast in the afternoon, the evening would surely feature an extended segment. Oh my, Li Shihan and Yao Yao have truly reconciled. Old Lu songs are never sung in vain. Every step taken by Old Lu is meticulously considered. Have Old Lu and Lin Lin been ostracized again? The two are locked away, no one includes them in the fun. What's on the agenda tonight? From the preview, it appears to be truth or dare. The director observed the channel data backstage, discerning who was popular from the audience's comments. A notification was sent out, signaling that it was time to commence. In front of the camera, the guests listened to Yang Shu boast, discussing gossip from within their circle. The Heartbeat Bear rolled into the living room, prompting silence as everyone awaited the task announcement. In truth, they all knew what was to come, a game of truth or dare to enhance the understanding between male and female guests. The fantastical adventure of ping pong was the game at hand, wherein guests would have 5 opportunities to toss ping pong balls into glass cups. Each cup contained a slip of paper. If it bore a number from 1 to 5, that would be the guest's score. The guest with the highest score would earn a chance for a one-on-one date with their heartthrob. Should they draw a blank slip, they would have to select a question from the question bank, which could be either a truth or a dare. Successfully completing the task would yield 2 points. To add an element of fun and challenge, guests could create their own interactive prompts for specific guests to include in the question bank. The heartbeat bear succinctly explained the rules, and several male guests erupted in cheers. Well then, I shall not hold back. Yang Shu wore a mischievous grin, unable to contain his excitement. Just before the broadcast began, he was already aware of the basic rules. They had been discussing the prospect of writing a note to kiss a female guest, and if drawn by a male guest, it would certainly be exhilarating. Yang, you're not really going to write about kissing yourself, are you? Zhang Wenbo exclaimed, revealing Yang Shu's earlier remark, which elicited laughter from everyone. The camera panned over to the female guests, who appeared flustered yet amused. The nature of this rule was inherently mischievous. Why are you all so crass? I certainly won't. Yang Shu restrained his laughter, attempting to appear serious as he accepted the pen and paper handed to him by the production team. Everyone, focus on your own writing. The playful banter subsided. This was a splendid opportunity. Even if one did not secure the first place, a moment of intimate interaction with a female guest would be delightful. Li Lu refrained from writing anything, pondering the purpose of it. He had already resolved that, when the time came, he would simply exert himself and hope for a miracle, even if it meant missing entirely. After all, this was not the first time he had come up empty-handed on the show. A lingering sense of unease still resided within her. With Han and Yao having reconciled, she hoped that all would be well. Yet, she could not shake off her apprehensions. Lu Mian would undoubtedly not choose her, and Wan Wan would likely do the same. What if Lin Lin emerged victorious and selected her? Although they had agreed to return to their amicable friendship, the other male guests on the show raised doubts. Given her personality, it seemed improbable that she would be chosen. Chapter 93. The unusual increase within mere moments. The venue had been meticulously arranged. Staff members positioned dozens of glass cups, their contents obscured, rendering the written notes indecipherable. It resembled a ping-pong rendition of a traditional throwing game, with participants tossing their balls haphazardly. This was merely a practice session, a means to master their strength. Viewers were teeming with excitement, anticipating a celebrity version of a daring adventure. Will there be any provocative questions? For instance, the first time? Who does the sixth truly favor? You're overthinking it. They're all top tier. The limits cannot be so extreme. The sixth is also a top tier. There's only a 20 chance of hitting a blank note. Combined with the likelihood of landing in the cup, the odds are likely less than 10%. The production team would prank the guests. In the frame, the guests were eager and ready to partake. Allow me to demonstrate, declared Yang Shu, the elder statesman of the group, stepping forward. He was determined to strike a blank note and draw his own thrilling challenge. With 5 ping-pong balls in a distance of over 2 meters, he commenced. Clang. The first ball missed. The second ball missed. The third ball finally landed, scoring 3 points. The fourth ball went in again, netting 1 point. The fifth, however, fell short. Alas, why are there no blank notes? Yang Shu lamented, vexed. During practice, he had scored 4 out of 5. Yet, in the actual game, his performance was dismal. Yang Gu, for points is impressive. You might just clinch the championship, consoled Zhang Wenbo as he took his turn, the crowd gathering to observe his performance. The first ball scored 2 points. The second ball missed. The third ball earned 1 point. The fourth ball missed again. Finally, the fifth ball struck a blank note. Ah, I got it. The crowd erupted in cheers. This was the moment they had eagerly awaited, filled with amusement. The staff presented a box brimming with the production team's prepared questions. Zhang Wenbo, filled with anticipation, was oblivious to the contents written by the female guests. Regardless of whose note he drew, it was bound to be exhilarating. Carefully, he extracted a slip of paper, the camera zooming in as he unfolded it. Please lick the cream cake off Yang Shu's neck. Who on earth penned this? How utterly grotesque. Zhang Wenbo exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. He turned to Yang Shu, bewildered. How could you write such a repulsive dare? Laughter erupted amongst the group. The production crew and other guests were in fits of laughter, utterly astonished by the unexpected conclusion. The barrage of comments on the screen was electrifying, with the intensity reaching levels reminiscent of late-night amateur shows. I assure you, this is not my writing. Truly, it is not my doing. What I penned involved a certain female guest. Oh, I shall not elaborate, for it is not my fault. Yang Shu promptly refuted the notion, exclaiming, Who on earth is so twisted? This particular topic was authored by Lin Xian. The heart-thumping bear's eyes sparkled with excitement as he revealed his identity. Ah, Yang Gu. Lao Zhang, please don't. It was genuinely a misunderstanding. I had only the best intentions. I thought, regardless of which female guest drew it. Wouldn't it align with your wishes? Lin Xian fled in every direction, observing Lao Zhang being the first to draw his prank topic, which was utterly hilarious. At that moment, I spotted the beautifully arranged sponsor's cake on the table and, struck by inspiration, decided to write this. After all, I have little left to pursue. Whoever draws my creation is destined to face embarrassment. Men drew silence, while women drew disgust. Amidst the playful chaos, the show must go on. Xiao Xiao thoughtfully smeared a thick layer of cake on Yang Shu, while the others pushed Zhang Wenba forward. Hurry up, let us get this over with. Yang Shu closed his eyes, thinking, I've become a clown in this dating show. Amid the raucous cheers, Zhang Wenba fought back his nausea. For the camera. For tomorrow's trending topics, I'll endure. The two hastily dashed to the restroom, one spitting incessantly, the other frantically scrubbing his neck. The comments erupted in laughter, as the show seemed to veer off course. Wow, this is so eye-watering. Did I just witness something I shouldn't have? Is this truly a parody show or a dating program? Indeed, this is the essence of a dating show. Love is invincible. Another peculiar couple has emerged. It must be scripted. The brand of the cake was excessively prominent during the smearing. Are you sure you'd still buy this brand of cake after witnessing that? After the chaos, the program resumed. This time, it was Zhang Xinyao's turn. Go, Yao Yao. Li Shihan was equally tense, anxiously awaiting her turn. The first draw yielded air. The second, 2 points. The third, air again. The fourth, a blank slip. And the fifth, air once more. In a single lottery draw, amidst the cheers, the heart-thumping bear reappeared with the box. Wait, how is this different from my previous draw? Zhang Wenba quickly noticed the change. The rules had been refined. Male and female guests now drew from separate pools. Male guests could only draw topics created by other male guests, and likewise for the females. Oh, if only you had mentioned this earlier. Yang Shu lamented, realizing that had it been stated beforehand, Lin Xian Wu and Ti have composed such slips. Zhang Xinyao silently prayed. I must draw my own writing. As she unfolded the slip, the camera zoomed in. Feed each other cake with Li Lu. Oh dear. Several male guests began to wail, while the notes written by the female guests showcased their playful nature. Yao Yao, did you write this yourself? Yang Shu teased, noting that she was the only girl in the room who seemed to enjoy the playful atmosphere. No, Zhang Xinyao blushed, insisting it wasn't her work. But it seems rather interesting. The note was penned by Li Shihan. The little bear's eyes sparkled as he promptly verified the guest's identity. Ah, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Aren't you and the sixth contestant reconciled? Shihan, are you voluntarily stepping back to allow Yao Yao a chance? Zhang Wenba joked, silently lamenting the ongoing entanglement with the sixth contestant, which was becoming quite tiresome. No, I had no idea she would draw it, Li Shihan retorted, somewhat flustered. What terrible luck to be chosen. At least my note was just about feeding cake. Feeding cake. Feeding cake. Feeding cake. A few male guests began to cheer. As this was the essence of a romantic variety show, Yao Yao picked up a piece of strawberry cake and approached Li Lu, her cheeks flushed. Truly a good sister. She laughed. In chapter 94 of this live broadcast, after drawing the notes, the staff had already returned the box to the production team on the other side of the living room. Quickly, destroy the remaining notes inside. Director Lu Qing reminded the director beside him, we must not leave any evidence of mistakes. The sponsor had just called in protest, claiming that the close-up was too vulgar and severely affected the corporate image. This was a significant matter for the production team. Satisfying the sponsor was paramount. Coincidentally, Li Shihan's wish was also related to cake. The sweetest and hottest. We have 3 pairs here. We can certainly arrange it for you. Coincidentally, Yao Yao immediately received a blank note, which was sure to be a winning chance. One director swiftly emptied the notes from the box into a shredder, while another colleague began printing new prompts. Boss, this is Shihan's wish. A somewhat disgruntled director remarked, recalling how moved Shihan had been when she confessed her feelings. Why can't those in love be together? They only become memories. Well, what if she doesn't draw a blank note later? It's certainly about who gets the chance first. Otherwise, if neither Shihan nor Lin Lin draws a blank note, how can we satisfy the sponsors? Lu Qing felt a sense of pride, as it mattered little who among the 3 performed. Prepare another box. I remember Yao Yao wrote about a big adventure, which is also related to the 6th contestant. If Shihan gets a chance to draw later, it will be returned. Our production team is always fair and just. Lu Qing observed the monitor, noticing that while everyone was cheering, only Shihan appeared to be disheartened, feeling like a villain disrupting a couple's romance. The boss is wise. The boss is just. The boss is fair. As directors rush to create, one cannot help but question the fairness of it all. The mastery of capturing audience engagement is evidently a hallmark of a true director. Previously, viewers expressed their dissatisfaction with the seemingly rigged pairing of Lao Lu and Yao Yao during the Rainbow Lottery task. This time, however, the format has been decisively switched to a more equitable blind box mode, leaving no room for complaints. In front of the camera, Zhang Xinyao, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, finds herself seated face-to-face with Li Lu. Upon the table lies a meticulously chosen strawberry cake. The vibrant red of the strawberries and the sweet cream enticingly showcased in a close-up, leaving one salivating in anticipation. The guests instinctively create a bit of space, wary of crowding too closely and disrupting the atmosphere. Li Lu, embodying the essence of a gentleman, strives to appear understanding and considerate, knowing it is his duty to initiate the feeding process rather than allowing Yao Yao to serve him first. He ponders whether to take a single bite or devour the entire cake. As Lao Lu picks up the small spoon, an expectant silence envelopes the other guests, keen to witness this romantic moment unfold. Suddenly, music fills the hall, resonating with the lyrics that speak of unforgettable encounters and deep affections, stirring emotions within Li Lu that make his face flush and his heart race. It seems this moment will persist until they finish their cake amidst the watchful eyes of many, a situation that would make even the most seasoned actor feel bashful. Go ahead, eat, he encourages, opening his mouth, while Zhang Xinyao's heart races uncontrollably. He resembles a bright young man experiencing love for the very first time, his face betraying a blend of shyness and earnestness. In this intimate scene, as she nearly stumbles, he instinctively wraps his arms around her waist, their faces drawing perilously close. His expressions reveal nothing of the cold demeanor one might expect. Rather, he too is tinged with a rosy hue, unable to meet her gaze. In that moment, she finds herself enraptured by his bashfulness and genuine charm. The audience is swept away by the sweetness of the moment, moved to tears. Oh wow. After so many days of watching, we finally remember this is a dating show. I'm in tears. They complement each other perfectly. This dating show is quite something. The director truly understands the essence of it. Everyone is elated, while only Henin seems forlorn. I thought after they reconciled, both would abandon Lao Lu. But it doesn't seem so. Just earlier, I watched other couples feeding each other in the cafeteria, which was nauseating. I hurried back to the dorm to catch the feeding segment, only to find it was cake instead. Upon reflection, it's rather chilling. There might be other female guests involved. Lin Lin and Henin could potentially, but will there be a script for Lu Mian later? Finally, before the camera, a triangular piece of cake is completely consumed. Lao Lu. Next up is Lin Lin. Are you prepared? Yang Shu made a jest, for considering the program's inclination towards sensationalism. It was likely that none of the female guests associated with Lao Lu would escape unscathed. Laughter erupted among the crowd before they returned to the glass cups. Lin Lin took her position, feeling indifferent. When writing her note, she submitted a blank one. Should she draw an interaction note written by another female guest, she would simply carry it out as normal. After all, they were all girls. It was unlikely they would pen anything too outrageous. At most, the two of them might specify him, but others would not likely designate the male guests. The first ball scored 1 point. The second ball earned 3 points. The third and fourth balls resulted in air. By the fifth attempt, Lin Lin took a deep breath. However, she exerted too much force, sending the small ball crashing against the glass cup and flying out of bounds, resulting in yet another error. To her dismay, she failed to strike a single blank note, leaving her heart heavy with disappointment. Oh, what a pity. 4 points is still commendable. The crowd consoled her, acknowledging the game's inherent difficulty. Generally, sinking 2 or 3 balls was considered a standard performance. Next up was Lin Xian, who managed to sink 5 balls, 1 for 2 points, 1 for 3 points, and another for 1 point, yet he too failed to hit a blank note. Then it was Xiao Wan's turn. Her luck was equally poor, only managing to score 2 points with a single cup. Following her was Xiao, who succeeded in sinking 3 cups for a total of 4 points, along with 1 blank note. As for the lottery results, the program's truth or dare unfolded. The camera zoomed in as Yang Shu loudly proclaimed, after the show concludes, "Have you ever considered developing a genuine romantic relationship with one of the female guests?" The guests erupted into playful chaos, eagerly anticipating Xiao Zhao's truth. The camera adeptly shifted between Lu Mian and Wan Wan, finally resting on Wan Wan. The other 3 female guests seemed to be disregarded for now, as they were all focused on Lao Lu during the program. The 2 others, Lu Mian being nearly a decade older, appeared less likely to form a genuine couple. However, Xiao and Wan was different. In terms of experience and growth, they complemented each other splendidly. I am willing, Xiao declared earnestly, her voice carrying. The camera captured Sun Wan blushing and lowering her head. Please don't keep filming my face. I'm unwilling. The online comments were filled with sweetness. Haha, another couple added. Finally, the show isn't solely Lao Lu's stage. Xiao, Wan, I'm a fan. What a pity Xiao didn't write a song for Wan earlier. Writing songs? Why does that bring Lao Lu to mind? Returning to the camera. The atmosphere in the room was filled with a warm, sweet ambiguity. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. I am unwilling.